Xiao walked into the house. He was greeted by his mother's angry scolding, his sister's disappointed sigh, and even his brother's cold ridicule. However, he was not angry at all. This was not the first time he had faced such a situation, but it was the norm for him since he was a child. Stay away from me. Shia Yian's voice was like a sharp knife cutting through the air. She was trembling all over and her eyes were wandering. Father Shiao frowned. Shia Yian, your brother is just concerned about you. What's wrong? Mother Shiao looked at her with dissatisfaction, with a hint of blame in her eyes. Xiao Chun just beat your brother. Why didn't you stop him? Shia Yian's hands were cold. Her face was pale, and her heartbeat was accelerated. Xiao Qian, take your sister to the hospital. Zhao's mother finally reacted and grabbed Xiao Qian. Sister, let's go to the hospital. Xiao Qian said anxiously. I'll go with my sister. Xiaoming tried to intervene. No, as long as Xiao Qian is with me. Shia Yian took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. At the entrance of the amusement park, Shia Yian finally relaxed for a moment, but her heart was still pounding. She squatted down, breathing rapidly. Sister, what's wrong with you? Xiao Qian asked anxiously. Tears fell uncontrollably. Shia Yian choked up. We were wrong. We were all wrong. She suddenly threw herself into Xiao Qian's arms, crying heart-wrenchingly. Do you have anything to tell me? Xiao Chun handed the water to Song Zian and looked at her with a frown. Song Zian lowered her head and remained silent for a moment. It's okay. She hesitated in her heart, trying to hide her inner uneasiness. Are you really okay? Xiao Chun looked at her, obviously confused. Really, it's getting dark. Let's go back. Song Zian stood up hurriedly, hiding his emotional fluctuations. What took you so long just now? Xiao Chun was puzzled. I met the Xiao family again. He sighed, with a hint of helplessness. They are really haunting me. After the college entrance examination, we will move to another place to study. Song Zian smiled faintly. We'll go together then, Xiao Chun said lightly. She was shocked, and her face suddenly turned red. Okay, let's go together. Saturday morning, when he walked to the kitchen, he found that his grandmother had already prepared the meal and left a note saying that she was going to square dance. There was rice in the pot, so Xiao Chun could eat it by himself. Xiao Chun smiled. His grandmother had adapted well. She danced in the morning and evening and went to the vegetable market during the day. She lived a fulfilling life. After finishing corn porridge and vegetable boxes, Xiao Chun was about to go out when he heard a roar at the door. Xiao Chun, are you there? Wu Zitzong's voice rang out. Brother Wu, Ziong, why are you going out so early? Xiao Chun was a little puzzled. Zhang Ziong has always had a rich nightlife, so why is he going out so early? Thank you, brother. Wu Zitzong held Xiao. What's wrong? Xiao Chun frowned. I went for a checkup and found nodules in my lungs. The risk of cancer is very high. Zhang Ziong said coldly. Is this true or false? Xiao Chun pretended to be surprised. The doctor said to observe for half a year, and if it doesn't get bigger, then remove it. Wu Zitzong's face was solemn. I didn't avoid food before. Quit drinking and smoking, and you'll be fine in the future. Xiao Chun patted his shoulder and said, You'll be able to recover after the operation. By the way, Grandma is not at home, right? I brought her some gifts. Wu Zitzong opened the trunk of the car and took out a bunch of gifts. Sea cucumber, bird's nest, abalone, cordyceps. Any one of these gifts can provide an average family with several months' income. Brother Wu, this. Xiao Chun was shocked and quickly declined. Brother, don't refuse. This is my gift, Wu Zitzong said with a smile and put the gifts one by one into the yard. Xiao Chun had no choice but to nod. Thank you then. What are you thanking me for? I am grateful to you. Wu Zitzong waved his hand. Come on, I'll treat you today. The engine of Wu Zitzong's G500 roared, and the car worth 3 million flashed an alluring light in Xiao Chen's eyes. Do you like this car? Wu Zitzong slapped the steering wheel and said, This is for you. No, Brother Wu. I'm still a student and I don't have a driver's license. Xiao Chun was stunned. Haha, I'll give you a ride when you get your driver's license. I really mean it. Wu Zitzong smiled and shook his head. The group then went to Li Yongyuan's Han Dynasty flagship store. Xiao Chun had reminded him before that the store had been rectified and the safety hazards had been eliminated. Xiao Chun, are you here? Li Yongyuan came over and shook his hand warmly. I've been too busy these days. I'll treat you to a meal another day. It's my treat today. Wu Zitzong interrupted directly. Chapter 85, No wonder she is so generous. It turns out she is Su Muyu, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Aha. Okay, Angkor, I won't argue with you today. I'll treat you another day. Li Yumiwan Lauga. The most luxurious box in the Han Dynasty covers an area of more than 100 square meters. The dishes are specialties, and Li Yongyuan will be the one serving them personally. Li Yongyuan also specially took out 2 bottles of his treasured Feitia Mitai. Yongyuan, it's a waste for just the 2 of us to drink such good wine. Zhang Ziang said, can you change to something more ordinary? Xiao Chun is a high school student, so I can understand that he doesn't drink, but what about Brother Wu? Wu Bansheng, the one who can drink all over Jiangsheng and has no rivals. Doesn't he drink? Li Yongyuan said with a smile. Ivek kvit. Wu Zitzong quickly waved his hand. I'm going to quit smoking and drinking in the future, so don't waste these good wines. Hey, Brother Wu, this is not your style. How can you quit just like that? Zhang Ziang looked a little surprised. It's not that I want to quit, but reality doesn't allow it. I checked yesterday and found lung nodules and tumors, which may turn into cancer. Wu Zitzong smiled bitterly and said, so I can't bear the nickname Wu Bansheng anymore. What's wrong with the tumor? Is it serious? Li Yongyuan was also surprised. The experts said to observe for half a year. If it doesn't work, just give up. Wu Zitzong smiled and said, it's okay, but you really can't touch cigarettes or alcohol. Well, it seems that we won't be able to have this good wine in Angkor today. Li Yongyuan said with some regret. Okay, drinking is harmful to the body. Let's just eat today. Wu Zitzong said with a smile. Let's use tea instead of wine and give a toast to Brother Shiao. He is my lifesaver. Speaking of this, I have to toast Brother Shiao as well. He is also my savior. Li Yongyuan was not willing to be outdone. My 2 brothers, I feel ashamed to address you as my peers. Xiaoqin quickly stood up. I'm still in high school. When I enter society, I'll need the help of my brothers. In his previous life, Xiao Chan worked very hard at socializing for the Xiao family's company. Although they're good at dealing with people and the ways of the world, these people in front of them are not considered to be the top wealthy families in Jiangxing. But they're definitely well-known figures, especially Li Yongyuan, who seems to have connections in Yanjing. Moreover, these people are generous and worth making friends with. Brother, you are so polite. If you need me in the future, just let me know, and I will do it for you in minutes. Wu Zitzong patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and motioned him to sit down. Zhang Ziang and his companions were already acquaintances, and after a few words, the atmosphere immediately became lively. After having a good meal and a few drinks, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Just as he was about to leave, Li Yongyuan said with a smile, ladies and gentlemen, I have a Basantang theme exhibition here today. Are you sure you don't want to join in the fun? Is it the Basantang opened by the Yi family, a family of traditional Chinese medicine? Many of the Beijing-branded Chinese medicines are based on their authorized formulas. Xiaoqin asked. Yes, you have heard of Xiaoqin too? Li Yongyuan asked. Basantang is such a big name. How can I not have heard of it? It is said that the best-selling Chinese medicine they sell on the market is just ordinary stuff. Xiao Chan said, their national treasures of Chinese medicinal materials are all rare treasures, such as Ganoderma lucidum, century-old ginseng, and other things, but these treasures are very rare and are only auctioned on certain occasions. That's right. Li Yongyuan slapped his thigh and said, their national treasure-level Chinese medicine is only auctioned at high-end events. There happens to be an auction today in the banquet hall of our Han Dynasty, starting at 2 p.m. Then we must go and join in the fun. It is said that these Chinese medicines are real treasures that cannot be bought even with money. Zhang Ziang also became interested. Let's not talk about anything else. I have a relative who bought a 100-year-old wild ginseng from Basantang a few years ago. His father was already critically ill, and the doctors had given up on him. But he cut a piece of wild ginseng and put it in his mouth, and managed to hold on for 3 more days and nights. Then I must go and join the fun. Wu Zitzong's eyes lit up. The few of them hit it off immediately and rushed to the Basantang exhibition in the banquet hall. The main focus of this kind of high-end auction is health preservation, and it is specifically aimed at people from Jiangxing's upper-class society, so an invitation is required to enter. Of course, these problems were nothing to Li Yongyuan, and he could still get the 4 invitations. There were not many people at the venue, and there were more than a dozen display cabinets of various sizes. Various precious medicinal materials are displayed in the display cabinet. Wow, the usually precious ginseng, deer antler, Ganoderma lucidum, and wild ginseng are very common here. There are also Tianshan, snow lotus, snow frog, western region ginseng, and top-quality cordyceps. The whole room was filled with the aroma of medicine. The national treasures in Bazan Hall are truly the top-notch in China, and the precious Chinese medicines on display are truly more valuable than gold. Hey guys, just watch first. I'm going to talk to their organizer for a while. After coming in, Li Yonyuan said hello and left. Xiao Chun, do you know Chinese medicine? Zhang Ziang and Wu Zitzong turned around and looked at Xiao Chun, because in their eyes, Xiao Chun now is an omnipotent being. I understand a little. Xiao Chun nodded. Well, it seems we've come to the right place today. Look at these things. Is there anything worth buying? The two were delighted. With Xiao Chun here, I will definitely be able to buy good things today. Look first, look first. Xiao Chun coughed lightly. Did he reveal too much? The two of them chuckled and looked around. Xiao Chun was also wandering around inside, searching for his memories of the Basantang auction. Xiao Chun, what are you doing here? At this moment, a familiar voice came. Su Muyu, with the arrogance and disdain of Jiangqing's upper class, looked down at Xiao Chun. The princess of Jiangqing has never lacked followers. For example, today, she was followed by a young man in his 20s. Muyu, did you meet an acquaintance? The other party glanced at Xiao Chun with a sense of arrogance. Not an acquaintance. Su Muyu looked away. What are you doing here? Is Basantang owned by your family? Xiao Chun asked back. I can't be at the auction. It's not that we can't, but today is the National Treasure Auction, and ordinary people are not qualified to come in. The young man behind Su Muyu snorted. Since I'm here, it means I'm qualified. Xiao Chun said calmly. How about I take out the invitation and show it to you? That's not necessary, Muyu. Today's 300-year-old wild ginseng is hard to come by. The young man ignored Xiao Chun and said, if you can take a picture of it and send it to Mr. Shun in Yanjing, there will be hope for your Shun family's business to enter Yanjing. Wild ginseng? Shun family? Xiao Chun's mind became clear, and he remembered. I almost forgot this important note in my previous life. Basantang is auctioning national treasure-level Chinese medicine in Jiangcheng, and one of the highlight products is a 300-year-old wild ginseng. Later, it was bought by the eldest daughter of the Su family for 20 million and given to the old man of the Shun family in Yanjing as a gift, so that their Su family could expand their business to Yanjing. But who could have imagined? At the auction of Basantang, a company with a first-class reputation in the industry, they actually sold a fake wild ginseng that was artificially cultivated. Chapter 86, Xiao Chun. Aren't you just trying to get my attention? The consequences are predictable. The cooperation between the two parties collapsed directly, and the Su family's dream of entering Yanjing was shattered. Su Muyu nodded gently, and she glanced at Xiao Chun. I heard that you bullied Xiaoming again. Did you fight with him? You're wrong. Xiao Chun shook his head. I didn't bully him, I just beat him up. And we didn't fight. He just got beaten unilaterally. Xiao Chun, why do you always pick on him? You are brothers. You are close friends. Su Muyu looked a little angry. Did you know that after I pushed him into the water, he had a high fever that night? As a brother, why do you always bully him? He has a fever? He deserves it. Xiao Chun grinned. Xiao Chun you. Su Muyu's chest heaved, obviously very angry. Miss Su, I'm curious why you protect Xiaoming so much. What do you want from him? Because he has a submissive face. Xiao Chun smiled. You are the daughter of the Su family. His status and position are far inferior to yours. Because he is my savior. He saved my life and donated blood for me. Su Muyu's voice was a little cold. I have warned you more than once. Oh, it's okay. You can warn me a few more times. I don't take it seriously anyway. Xiao Chun spread his hands and approached Su Muyu. You really don't understand Xiaoming. He is not as harmless as he seems on the surface. If you get too close to him, sooner or later, you and your Su family will be swallowed up by him. What Xiao Chun said was not alarmist. In the previous life, Su Muyu's ending was not good. She was a princess from Jiangqing's upper-class circle and a recommended student at Peking University. After graduation, she entered the Academy of Science and Technology with her high talent for physics and had a bright future. However, in order to control her and get everything from the Su family, Xiaoming did not hesitate to let her become addicted to drugs. One evening, she was addicted to drugs and chose to jump off the building, ending her life. Her fate is not much better than Xiao Chen's. However, this idiot still naively believes that Xiaoming is someone who needs her care for his entire life. Xiao Chun, just take care of yourself and don't frame others. Su Muyu couldn't hear a word. Frame him? Does he deserve it? Xiao Chun sneered. Besides, do you really think he was the one who gave him the blood transfusion? If it's not him, then who is it? Could it be you? Su Muyu was angry. Yes, it's me. Do you believe it? Xiao Chun spread his hands. Don't try to get my attention in this way. It's useless. Su Muyu is native. Attract your attention? Sorry, I'm not that free. Xiao Chun shook his head. Xiao Chun, look, the finale product is out. A 300-year-old wild ginseng. At this moment, Wu Zitzong ran over excitedly. I want to take a picture of it. This thing is a rare treasure. Indeed, the finale product has been displayed, and the host is introducing this wild ginseng that is as thick as a child's arm. Today's highlight is this 300-year-old wild ginseng, weighing 1.6 gene, dug from the cliffs of the Changbai mountain forest. Starting price, 13 million. Xiao Chun, how is it? Zhang Xiang also came over and asked. I read a book on medicine that mentioned that wild ginseng is useful as medicine after 7 years and as a treasure after 15 years. Xiao Chun said. Its medicinal effect is to nourish the yin and yang energy of the 5 internal organs. It can also strengthen the body and dispel evil. If it is really a 300-year-old wild ginseng, it is indeed rare. Then buy it. Wu Zitzong's eyes were filled with excitement. To him, who was worth billions, money was just a string of numbers. Especially since he is likely to have surgery. He thinks that taking this precious medicine as a tonic after surgery will definitely have a good effect. Before Xiao Chun could answer, Su Muyu on the side had already glanced at a few people and raised the sign in his hand without hesitation. 13 million. I'll bid. Xiao Chun. Zhang Xiang gestured to Xiao Chun, waiting for him to speak. I told you, if it's true, wild ginseng of this age is worth 20 million. Xiao Chun said, but forget about this ginseng king that's being auctioned. It's artificially cultivated. Artificial cultivation? Zhang Xiang and Wu Zitzong were immediately poured with a bucket of cold water. Yes. Xiao Chun nodded. Use the mold planting method, using a plant similar to wild ginseng, Dioscorea zingiberensis, as the mother plant. Then we grafted wild ginseng vines into it, and then implanted it into the mold. After it is formed, it is carved and grafted to make it look like wild ginseng, in order to make huge profits. Xiao Chen's voice was not loud. After all, this was Basantang's place. If he said it to someone's face, he would be suspected of ruining the place, and he would not do such a thing to offend others. Oh my God, Basantang also knows how to do this. Zhang Xiang was surprised. They must have been fooled. Xiao Chun shook his head. This ginseng is so realistic that if he didn't know the truth in advance and hadn't seen the process of ginseng counterfeiting, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Fortunately, I came with you today, otherwise I would have wasted tens of millions again. Wu Zitzong also suddenly realized. Others were bidding, but Su Muyu on the side heard everything Xiao Chun said clearly. She sneered. Xiao Chun, do you think you are childish? Me? Childish? Xiao Chun almost laughed. Why did I provoke you again? You're saying this in my ear just to get my attention, aren't you? Su Muyu sneered. Do you think I will listen to you? Su Muyu always knew that Xiao Chun liked her, although they didn't have much interaction. But in the past 6 months, every time she went to the Xiao family, Xiao Chen's cautious look exposed his inner thoughts. So she stubbornly believed that Xiao Chen's alienation and neglect of her was nothing more than a means to attract her attention. Fortunately, Xiao Chun didn't know what she was thinking, otherwise she would really vomit. Xiao Chun looked at Su Muyu with a weird look. First of all, what I said is not for you. Secondly, this is a public place. I have the right to speak, and you have the right not to listen. If you don't want to listen, please cover your ears. I, Lin Fong, come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. I've been dealing with all kinds of medicinal herbs since I was 6 years old. How can I not tell if this ginseng is real or not? The young man on the side sneered. Yes, he comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine, and he came here today to check on Su Muyu. This ginseng is real no matter how you look at it. Xiao Chen's words almost made him laugh out loud. You have your opinion, and I have mine. Xiao Chen shrugged. If you think it's true, then please do as you please. Muyu, don't worry about taking the photo. Lin Fong said confidently. This appearance and this head have been preserved for 300 years. I heard that the old man of the Shun family likes to collect this kind of treasures. Just bid for it and send it over. 20 million. Su Muyu held up the sign. Chapter 87. Congratulations. You bought a carrot worth tens of millions. This shout immediately startled all the bidders. People at the auction site looked at him sideways and talked about him. Whose daughter is this? She is so generous, spending millions at once. Hey, you don't even know this? Su Muyu, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Oh my God, it turned out to be her. No wonder she has such a cool and noble temperament. The Su family is a serious, wealthy family. If this person is determined to buy it, no one can compete with him. Of course, there were also people from other places who didn't believe it and held up signs to bid against Su Muyu. After several rounds of bidding, the price of ginseng has risen to 35 million. Seeing Su Muyu holding the sign without any pressure, the other party obviously hesitated. After estimating the value of ginseng and his wallet, he simply gave up this round of bidding. Congratulations, Miss Su, for winning this ginseng king at a price of 35 million yuan. The host started to applaud first, and thunderous applause immediately broke out at the scene. Su Muyu walked forward with a smile on his face and took the ginseng king. Miss Su, this wild ginseng is conservatively estimated to be 300 years old. Is the king of ginseng that has not appeared in recent decades. The person in charge came out and said, after our national treasure level medicine is auctioned off, we will follow up the whole process of after sales, and a usage and function will be sent to you later. Su Muyu nodded and handed the ginseng king to Lin Fong. The final item was auctioned off, and then Xiao Chun took Zhang Ziong and Wu Zitzong for a walk. They both bought some things, and the auction was almost over. When leaving the auction, I met Su Muyu again. She seemed to want to talk to Xiao Chun, but Xiao Chun stopped and spoke before her. I know what you want to say. It's nothing more than a warning to me not to bully Xiaoming again. Since you know this, then you should know what to do next. Su Muyu said coldly. Understood. Please tell Xiaoming not to appear in front of me in the future. Otherwise, I will beat him up every time I see him. Xiao Chenyu. Su Muyu was irritated. Do you really think I dare not use any means against you? Why don't you dare? Miss Su, you are also famous for not recognizing your relatives. Xiao Chun sneered. But I Xiao Chun am alone. A barefoot person is not afraid of a person wearing shoes. I won't cause trouble, but I won't let others bully me or put the blame on me. If he dares to provoke me, I will fight back. You have the means, and I also have a means. If you, Miss Su, don't believe me, we can give it a try. Xiao Chen's tone was so sharp that even Su Muyu was shocked for a moment. After saying these harsh words, Xiao Chun turned around and left. But he walked a few steps and turned back. Miss Su is indeed a rich girl, 35 million to buy a carrot. Huh? After Xiao Chun finished speaking, he laughed and left. Su Muyu stared coldly at Xiao Chen's back without saying a word. Just then, her cell phone rang. It was her father calling. Dad, it's done. I've already taken a picture of this ginseng king. Su Muyu calmed down. Well, Mr. Shin is going back to Jiangsheng to worship his ancestors, so he may have to stay here for a few days. Father Su said, you prepare it, and we will give this ginseng king to Mr. Shun in the evening. Okay, Dad. Su Muyu nodded. If it weren't for the industrial upgrading in Yanjing, we wouldn't have had a chance this time. If we can get the help of the Shan family, our Su family will be able to gain a foothold in Yanjing. We must seize the opportunity. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fong happened to come over with the ginseng king. Lin Fong, are you sure there's nothing wrong with this ginseng? Su Muyu asked worriedly. Muyu, what are you talking about? Lin Fong seemed to be insulted. I, Lin Fong, come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. I've been dealing with Chinese medicine since I was a child. Don't I even have this kind of vision? No, I believe you. Su Muyu answered up immediately. She kept thinking about Xiao Chen's words. Damn it. Why did she care so much about what that bastard said? You don't really believe what that high school student said, do you? Lin Fong finally saw through it. Don't worry. I'm Lin Fong, who comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. I started learning about various medicinal herbs when I was 6 years old. Could I be wrong? Don't worry, just go ahead. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner when I finish my work. Su Muyu nodded. At night, in one of the most luxurious 5-star hotels in Jiangsheng, Su Muyu and his father met Shun Tianfong, the head of the Shun family. The Su family has been entrenched in Jiangsheng for many years and intends to expand its industrial layout into Yanjing. It just happened that some industries in Yanjing were upgrading, which created some vacancies. But Yanjing is not Jiangsheng. Without the support of the Shun family, their efforts would probably be in vain. Haha, this must be your daughter, right? She gave birth to a handsome boy. Old Shin laughed. My grandson Shinjin is about the same age as Muyu. We are all young people, so we should move around more if we have a chance. That's great, Mr. Shun. It's our honor to meet your young master. Father Shun laughed and said, Muyu, you're studying in Yanjing. You should visit Mr. Shun's house more often in the future. Mr. Shun, please don't be annoyed when I come to visit you in the future. There was a hint of strangeness in Su Muyu's eyes, but he immediately concealed it. Being a smart girl, It was not difficult for her to hear the matchmaking intention in Mr. Shin's words. But she didn't like it too much. Firstly, she didn't want to marry for profit, and secondly, Mr. Shinjin was said to be not a normal person. But now the Su group needs the Shun family's help, so she can only put on a smile. Muyu, didn't you bid for a ginseng king at the National Treasures Fair at the 8 Clinics Hall today? Take it out quickly and let Mr. Shin appreciate it. Father Shin struck while the iron was hot. Ginseng king? Really? Elder Shun's eyes lit up. Show me now. Mr. Shun is famous in Yanjing for his love of rare treasures, especially ancient medicines. Mr. Shun, this is wild ginseng picked from the cliffs of Changbai Mountain. It is about 300 years old and weighs 1 pound and 6 ounces. Su Muyu hurriedly presented the ginseng king. I know that Grandpa Shun likes to collect these things, so I took a lot of effort to take the picture. Okay, thank you Muyu, you are so thoughtful. Old Shun took the ginseng king and couldn't wait to open the package. Then he took out a magnifying glass, picked up a wolf hair brush, brushed the surface, and began to appreciate it carefully. Seeing that Mr. Shin really liked these things, Su's father and Su Muyu looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. The skin is old and yellow with a hint of brown, and the horizontal lines are fine, dense, and strong. It is indeed ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Mr. Shun praised it as he looked at it. This weight and size have been kept secret for 300 years. Muyu, you are really thoughtful. As long as you like it, Grandpa Shun. So Muyu smiled. I like it. I like it very much. Mr. Shin smiled and took out a slicing knife. He carefully cut off a piece, put it in his mouth, and savored the flavor. Suddenly, his brows slightly frowned, and he spat out the ginseng slices in his mouth. Chapter 88. Su Muyu regretted not believing Xiao Chen's words. Grandpa Shun, what's wrong? Su Muyu's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Mr. Shun didn't say anything. He looked at it carefully again, and then asked calmly, Muyu, how much did you spend on this ginseng? 35 million. Shin Muyu replied. Grandpa Shun, is there anything wrong? No, it's fine. Mr. Shun waved his hands repeatedly. He smiled and said, You are thoughtful. I like to collect precious Chinese medicines, like musk, deer antler, cordyceps, and snow lotus. I have seen too many of them. With the advancement of technology, the level of fraud is getting higher and higher. Mr. Shun, did Muyu buy a fake? Father Shun was surprised. No, stay for dinner. Mr. Shin put away his tools and said with a smile. Staying for dinner was actually an order to leave, and the father and daughter knew it was time to leave. The two of them said goodbye quickly and left the door. Father Shun's face suddenly darkened. Muyu, is there something wrong with the ginseng you bought? It's Basantang's national treasure auction, and with Lin Fong in charge, there shouldn't be any problems. Su Muyu frowned slightly. Mr. Shin's performance clearly shows that he is unhappy. Father Shun was a little angry. We had a good discussion before. We catered to his needs. If there is no problem with participation, the matter will basically be settled. But now, before he finished speaking, the Shun family's housekeeper rushed out. You too, please stay. Butler Chun, is there anything wrong? Father Shin stopped immediately. Please take this ginseng king back, Mr. Shun. The butler took out a box, and inside was the ginseng that Su Muyu had bought. This, Mr. Shin doesn't like it. Father Shun's heart sank. Not really. Mr. Shin appreciates Mr. Su and Miss Su's kindness. The butler smiled, but he said that his teeth are not good, and he might not be able to chew this carrot. Please take it back. Father Su's face twitched a little. He took the ginseng and felt extremely embarrassed. Su Muyu felt even more ashamed. As expected, she had bought a fake product. Mr. Shun was already saving face by not exposing the truth on the spot. But the Su family has lost face, and it will be difficult to discuss cooperation. I'm really sorry. Muyu is young and couldn't tell the difference. Father Su said awkwardly, I'll go to Mr. Shun's house another day to apologize. No need. Mr. Shun will offer sacrifices to his ancestors tomorrow and then return to Beijing. The butler left after saying this. The Su family's father and daughter felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. The meaning was very clear, and they were afraid that there was no hope for cooperation. Father Su got into the car angrily. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then his mood calmed down a little. Dad, I'm sorry for disappointing you. Su Muyu felt very guilty. Do you know how rare this opportunity is? Father Su clapped his hands heavily and said, If we unite with the Shun family, the Su family will have a chance to soar to the sky and become a famous and prestigious family. However, because of your mistake, The Su family's dream of becoming a famous family was shattered, and they can only stay in the small city of Jiang forever as nouveau riche. You disappoint me so much. I'm sorry, Dad. I will find a way to make it back. Su Muyu bit her lip lightly. Yes, the Su family is a wealthy family in Jiangcheng, but compared with the famous families in places like Yanjing and Jinling, they are just nouveau riche. The gap between the two sides is that a summer insect cannot talk about ice. This time, because of her mistake, the Su family is afraid of missing this opportunity. She couldn't help but think of Xiao Chun, that damn bastard, who had already seen that there was something wrong with the ginseng. If he had reminded himself a few more times, things wouldn't have come to this. There is still a chance. It depends on whether you are willing or not. Su glanced at her and asked the driver to drive. Su Miyu's heart kept sinking. Is it possible that we have to take the path of marriage in the end? In the morning, before the preparatory bell rang, students walked into the school one after another. Song Zian asked the driver to park the car far away. Then he picked up a bicycle and rode to the door. After learning to ride a bicycle from Xiao Chun, she fell in love with this sport. Just when they reached the door, Xiao Chun also walked over. Xiao Chun. After putting down the bicycle, Song Zian rushed over. Morning. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Seeing Song Zian holding a bag in his hand, he asked curiously, "What is this for?" "I won't tell you." Song Zian quickly held the bag tightly. This is the scarf she knitted for Xiao Chun. Although it is ugly and not suitable for this season, it was knitted by her own hands. But she hasn't figured out how to give it to Xiao Chun. So mysterious? Xiao Chun became even more curious. "I'll take a look, just one look." "No, don't." Song Zian held the bag tightly, fearing that Xiao Chun would make a sneak attack. "Okay, then I won't look at it." Xiao Chun was helpless. What was so mysterious about it? "You'll know later, but you can't see it now." Seeing that he no longer insisted, Song Zian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, got it. Class is about to start, so hurry up," Xiao Chun said with a smile. When the two were about to enter the school gate, a woman suddenly rushed over. She held a basin of water in her hand and poured it toward Xiao Chun, and screamed, "Xiao Chun, you pervert! How dare you peek at my daughter taking a bath?" Xiao Chun and Song Zian were walking side by side, and this basin of water was bound to soak them both. In the critical moment, Xiao Chun turned around and protected Song Zian behind him, and a whole basin of cold water was poured on him. Song Zian was almost frightened silly, and when she came to her senses, she screamed, "Xiao Chun, are you okay?" "It's okay." Xiao Chen's face darkened slightly. He shook off the water on his body and looked at the woman. The woman was about 40 years old, wearing heavy makeup and smelling of cheap perfume. Behind her was a girl wearing Tongfang high school uniform, and she was wiping her tears. It was the rush hour for going to school in the morning, and the heavily made-up woman's voice attracted the attention of all the students. No one cared that they were almost late and started talking about this. "Isn't this girl, Xiaoming from class 3 to 5 of senior high school? What happened?" It is said that she was spied on while taking a bath in the bathhouse yesterday, and now she's bringing her mother here to seek an explanation. Who is so perverted? Xiao Chun. No way. Xiao Chen's grades are so good. Haha. Good grades have nothing to do with character. Xiao Chen's face darkened. He went home after school yesterday and didn't even stay in the school. There are boarding students in the school, and the male and female bathhouses are separate. This kind of thing has happened before. But Zhao Mingming and her daughter were definitely instructed by someone to put the blame on themselves. "Auntie, there must be evidence for everything. If you slander someone without evidence, it is against the law." "Who slandered you? Your name is Xiao Chun, right? You have the best academic performance in your school. You will even participate in the physics competition in half a month and be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Am I right?" The heavily made-up woman put her hands on her hips. "You are right, but I don't even know your daughter. You are throwing dirty water on me and ruining my reputation. I will hold you accountable." Chapter 89. Accusing Xiao Chun of peeping at a girl taking a bath? "You little brat, you're still holding me responsible? I haven't even settled the score with you for peeping at my daughter taking a bath." The woman jumped up and down, acting like a shrew. She doesn't have a father. Is it easy for a woman like me to take care of a child? I worked so hard to raise my daughter, and she lived in the school dormitory, but a beast like you peeped at her. The woman burst into tears as she spoke. She sat down on the ground, slapped her thigh, and cried, "Are there still laws? Can you do whatever you want just because you have good grades? Today I peeked at a girl taking a bath. Who knows if you will attack her tomorrow? My daughter is a virgin. How will she live her life after this gets out? More and more people gathered around. How could a high school student have ever seen such a scene? Especially her character as a single mother, which made the students around her instantly sympathize with her. I didn't expect Xiao Chun to be such a person. I had a good impression of him before. That's right, he's a beast in human form. Stay away from him from now on. Auntie, I think this must be a misunderstanding. Song Zian finally reacted. Xiao Chun is not that kind of person. Besides, he didn't live in the school yesterday. How could he have peeped at girls taking a bath? Shut up, you are in cahoots with him. The woman pointed at Song Zian and cursed fiercely. Song Zian, don't worry about it. Go back to the classroom. I will handle this matter myself. Xiao Chun pulled her. Just at this moment, Principal Li Jun and several school leaders hurried over. Go away, everyone. Class is about to start. Stop standing around. Song Zian was a little worried, but thinking about Xiao Chen's ability, he should be able to handle it. If it really doesn't work, she will use the resources of the Song family. She looked at Xiao Chen with a worried look. Xiao Chen responded with a smile, indicating that she was fine, and she left with peace of mind. The Dean of Education led the security guards to disperse the crowd, and Li Jun stepped forward. Xiao Chen, what's going on? Principal Li, someone poured a basin of water on me during class today, and in front of all the classmates, he falsely accused me of peeping at girls taking a bath. Xiao Chen was not panicked at all. If he didn't even have this ability to deal with this after being reborn, then he would have lived a miserable life in these two lives. Which class is this student from? I think this is a misunderstanding. Xiao Chen doesn't live on campus at all. How could he possibly peek at you taking a shower? Li Jun said, I think there must be a misunderstanding. Don't worry, we will find out the truth. Are you trying to protect him? I know he has good grades, and your teachers all think highly of him. The woman said fiercely, if you dare to protect him, I will immediately find the media to expose him. Not really. Let's go to the office and talk. Li Jun waved his hands quickly. When reporters get involved, the problem becomes serious. He had to figure out what was going on. Although he believed in Xiao Chun, the other party was coming at him aggressively. If he couldn't handle it well, it would affect Xiao Chen's life. If I don't go to the office, who knows if he will threaten us? I will handle this here in front of passersby. The woman screamed. Her shouting had already attracted a lot of onlookers, including parents sending their children to school and passersby, who all gathered around. Well, Xiao Chun, tell me about your situation. Li Jun trusted Xiao Chun and knew that a person of integrity had nothing to fear, so he handled the matter in public. I left school after school yesterday, at about 6:10. Xiao Chun said, the surveillance camera at the door should be able to find me. I don't know this classmate at all, and I don't know this woman even more. It's a slander to peek at girls taking a bath. Was there anyone with you when you left school? Who were you with after leaving school? Li Jun asked again. When I left school, I was with my classmates Song Zian and Su Dachui. After returning home, I helped my grandma cook, then reviewed, and went to bed at 9 o'clock. My grandma was with me during this time. Then can your grandma come to school? Li Jun asked. No. Xiao Chan raised his head resolutely. My grandma has a bad heart. This woman's tantrum and cursing will affect her. Besides, I can handle this little thing myself. Can I make a phone call? Okay, you can call. Li Jun nodded. Seeing Xiao Chen's confident look, he felt a little relieved. This is a good candidate for Peking University and Tsinghua University, and there's a high probability that he will be admitted. If this incident really affects the school, Tongfang High School will lose a top student. Xiao Chen glanced at the woman and went to make a phone call. During this time, Xiaoming kept crying and the woman kept cursing. After finishing the call, Xiao Chun came back. I finished the call, classmate Xiaoming, I don't know you. You and your mother have defamed my character. I reserve the right to pursue legal action, but I hope you can tell the truth and clear my name. You're still pretending here. The woman pointed at Xiao Chun and cursed. Since you guys accuse me of peeping at girls taking a bath, don't I even have the right to defend myself? Xiao Chun stared at her coldly. I want classmate Zhao Mingming to say with her own mouth that the person is me. Daughter, it's him, right? Didn't you see it wrong yesterday? The woman pointed at Xiao Chun and asked. That's him. He's a top student. He showed up at the meeting. I studied late last night, and the bathhouse was almost closed when I took a shower. Zhao Mingming wiped her tears and said, I'm sure that person is him. Did you hear me? Why are you arguing? Fire her, you bastard, or I'll report her to the media. The woman started swearing again. Was there anyone with you when you were taking a shower last night? Xiao Chun asked again. What was the specific situation? How did I peek? How did you find me? Wow. Xiaoming stammered, and then she burst into tears. You bastard, you filthy hooligan. You've hurt my daughter, and I want you to compensate for the mental damage. The woman screamed and rushed over. What else do you want us to prove? She's a girl. Would she joke about her innocence? Several security guards quickly stopped her, while Xiao Chun sneered. The reason you dare to slander me is because there are no surveillance cameras in the bathhouse. But it doesn't matter. Since you won't tell the truth, let the police handle this matter. You call the police? The woman was obviously stunned, and her eyes were a little flustered. Xiaoming's face turned pale, and she was a little scared. Because lies cannot stand up to scrutiny. For something as serious as this, of course we have to call the police. Since you said I peeped at you taking a shower and splashed water on me and scolded me in public, you just wanted to make a big deal out of it and then put pressure on the school. If you don't handle this well, my future will be ruined in your hands. Of course I will call the police. But you have to be clear that your actions constitute the crime of defamation and have had a huge impact on me if the police find out the truth. Prove that I am innocent, and I will hold you accountable under the law. Xiao Chen looked serious. He was afraid that what happened today was Xiaoming's doing. Well, this kid finally started. Chapter 90, turns out he's a drug addict. Who are you trying to scare? Call the police if you want. I'm going to arrest you, the hooligan. The woman was obviously lacking in confidence. But she was still stubborn, and she immediately started to throw a tantrum. Look, everyone, the school favors students with good grades. My daughter has suffered such a great injustice, and no one is standing up for her. She sat down on the ground, crying and shouting. Why is my life so miserable? I raised my daughter with great difficulty, but in the end, I have no ability to protect her. Wow, just let me die. I'm really sorry to Meng Meng. Humans have empathy for the weak, and this woman's half-day performance of truth and lies immediately won people's sympathy. A group of people were pointing and talking over here, and some even cast unfriendly looks at Xiao Chun. Just then, several cars drove over. The leading car was a Mercedes-Benz E, and the person who got out was Chun Chao, who came over with a few of his younger brothers. That woman is Zhang Yuan. Stop her and don't let her go. Chun Chao saw the woman from afar, waved his hand, and rushed over with his younger brothers. When she saw Chun Chao, the woman's face turned pale instantly. She turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Chun Chao's subordinates. Of course, Chun Chao was called over by Xiao Chun. He looked at the woman and felt that she had a worldly air about her. She didn't look like a decent woman. Chun Chao was a well-known figure in the area, running a bar, and knew all kinds of people, so he asked about her background. Having helped Chun Chao several times, Chun Chao naturally cares about Xiao Chen's affairs. When Chun Chao heard Zhao Meng, he immediately said that he knew the mother and daughter, so he rushed over with his men. What? What are you going to do? Zhang Yuan suddenly panicked. Without saying anything, the two men carried her to Chun Chao. Zhang Yuan, when are you going to pay me back? Chun Chao said sullenly. You have tried to avoid me so many times. Do you really think you can get away with it? Mr. Chun, Brother Chao, please give me a few days break. I will pay you back as soon as I have money. Zhang Yuan was almost scared to death. The reason why she dared to act like a spoiled brat just now was because she knew that no one in the school dared to do anything to her. But the guy in front of me is not like that. He runs a bar and is involved in society. If she wasn't honest, the other party would really beat her up. It's too late. Chun Chao shook his head. You're taking drugs and you lost money playing cards and lent us money. You keep putting it off. How long are you going to put it off until? Chun Chao's words shocked everyone. Who could have thought that this mother, who had just been crying and shouting about how hard her life was, had worked hard to raise her daughter as a single parent? He is actually a gambler and a drug addict? Don't say that. Zhang Yuan was panicked. She begged in a low voice. Brother Chao, please give me some face. I will definitely pay you back. No, look at what's on your wrist. Chun Chao grabbed her wrist and rolled up her sleeves. All I saw was a dense mass of pinholes on it. The faces of the onlookers were filled with astonishment. It was good that everyone sympathized with the weak. But what they hate even more are drug addicts, because such people have no character at all. For money, they can do anything. You threw dirty water on a high school student for money? I'll give you a chance to explain things clearly. Did you take money from others and frame Xiao Chun? Chun Chao said in a deep voice. No, I really didn't. He's just a gangster. Zhang Yuan still insisted. Well, your daughter's name is Zhao Meng, right? Chun Chao didn't tolerate it either. Last month, she used someone else's ID card to sneak into a bar and stole someone's watch. And he cheated a customer out of his money. You taught him all these things, right? Xiaoming's face turned pale, and the crowd of onlookers burst into an indignant discussion. How shameless! He took drugs himself and taught his daughter to steal and cheat people. What can an addict do? It's a pity that this girl has gone astray at such a young age. The boy she framed was the top scorer in the last city exam. Someone must have instigated her to do this. This is so hateful. Are you going to ruin someone's life? Call the police. This kid is a genius who will be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. The onlookers became more and more angry. Who doesn't have a child? What should you do if your child is smart and outstanding, but is framed and falsely accused of peeping? What's more, the person who framed her was a little girl who stole things and cheated people for money. Pretending to look pitiful to gain sympathy, this mother and daughter are really dramatic. Mom, let's go quickly. I'm scared. Xiaoming was really panicked. She tugged at Zhang Yuan's clothes and wanted to leave. Stop. You want to leave before the police arrive? The onlookers stepped forward and blocked the way of the mother and daughter. You are accusing someone else's child of peeping. What is your intention, mother and daughter? Humph. Typical of you who can't stand others doing well and can't let them go. Get out of the way. We are the victims. Get out of the way. The mother and daughter pulled each other, but were soon drowned out by the noise. The mother and daughter were taken to the police station, and Principal Li Zhen personally followed Xiao Chun to take a statement. Wu, it's my fault. Someone gave me money to frame Xiao Chun. My mother owes a lot of money, and I really have no choice. In the interrogation room, Xiaoming told everything in tears. I really didn't mean it. I'm just so short of money. Officer, can you give me a chance to make a fresh start? The interrogating police officer was somewhat speechless. Xiaoming just turned 18 and is an adult, but she is still a student. But the way she behaved in the police station didn't look like a student at all. He is familiar with the procedures and has good words, and it seems that he has been to this kind of place more than once. As soon as Xiao Chan finished taking the statement, Zhou Jun rushed over. Brother, what's going on with you? I just went to the municipal bureau for a meeting, and when I came back, I heard that you were here. Zhou Jun was very worried. It's okay, Brother Zhou. This is what happened. Xiao Chun simply recounted what happened. Have you found out? Who is behind this? Zhou Jun asked the interrogating police officer. Director Zhou, we have already conducted a preliminary interrogation of the mother and daughter. The police officer in the interrogation room stood up, but they only said that someone asked them to pay a sum of money to frame Xiao Chun. They can't tell us the specific identity of that person. Let's visit and investigate as soon as possible to see if we can find any clues. Okay, let's investigate as soon as possible. Zhou Jun's face was a little gloomy. How dare they frame my little brother? What is their intention? Especially this mother and daughter, we can't let them off easily. They can ruin a person's life by spreading rumors. Yes, Director Zhou, I'll go as soon as possible. The police officer nodded. Xiao Chun, what are you going to do with this mother and daughter? So Yun asks. Chapter 91. Defamation requires imprisonment. According to the law, Zhang Yuan took drugs and defamed my character, which should be punished by at least 3 years in prison or detention. Xiaoming, if she takes the initiative to come forward and clarify the facts, I can spare her from going to jail, but the school must expel her. Okay, I understand. I will follow the process. So Yun nodded. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. Who knows what's in the water that crazy woman threw on you? So Yun won't willingly. Okay, I'll go to the hospital. Xiao Chen nodded. Let me drive you there. Zhou Jun said. No need, Brother Zhou. You just do your thing. I can go by myself. No need to be so pretentious. Xiao Chen smiled. After leaving the police station, I saw several messages from Song Zian on WeChat. She was very worried about Xiao Chun, and Xiao Chen quickly replied to her message, telling her that everything was fine and to let her rest assured. Went to the hospital and had a simple checkup. Xiao Chen was certain that the person who had found this mother and daughter to frame him was definitely Xiaoming. But he never shows up himself. This guy has always been cautious in doing things, and it was the same in his previous life. He disguised himself very well. Otherwise, he would not have fooled everyone with that harmless face in his previous life. It's impossible to find out, but he is on the first day, and Xiao Chun is on the 15th, so everyone can have fun. Xiao Chun. At this moment, Xiao Qian, holding an infusion bottle, appeared in front of Xiao Chun. She stared at Xiao Chun blankly, lost in thought for a moment. Xiao Chun was speechless. How could he meet them everywhere? Without responding to her, Xiao Chun turned and left. Xiao Chun, my elder sister is sick. Go see her. Xiao Qian shouted. Xiao Chun stopped. Xiao Qian breathed a sigh of relief. and she hurried forward. Big sister has been having nightmares these past few days, and her mental state is not right. The examination didn't reveal anything. I think she has a problem. She feels sorry for what she did in the past. Can you go see her? No, whether she is sick or not has nothing to do with me. Don't bother me. Xiao Qian took a step back and distanced himself from Xiao Qian. But Xiao Qian was about to say something, but Xiao Qian turned around and left without giving her a chance to speak. Xiao Qian stamped her feet anxiously, turned around, and ran to the infusion room. Sister, I saw Xiao Qian. He went too far. Before Xiao Qian finished speaking, Xiao Yan's originally lifeless eyes quickly became bright. She stood up suddenly, pulled out the 4-2 from her body, and ran out. Sister, hey. Xiao Qian stomped her feet anxiously, and finally chased out helplessly. Xiao Qian, wait for me, Xiao Qian. Xiao Yan chased out frantically and blocked Xiao Qian's way, preventing him from leaving. Because she ran too fast, she was breathing heavily and her hair was messy. Moreover, the hand where the infusion tube was removed was bruised due to blood flowing back. However, she ignored all. She grabbed Xiao Qian's hand, her eyes red. It seemed that she had a lot to say to Xiao Qian, but she couldn't say it. What are you doing? Xiao Qian shook off her hand in confusion. Xiao Yan's current mental state seems to be a little off. In the past, she always had the image of a capable white-collar worker, managing the company in an orderly manner. But now, she seems a little mentally ill. Xiao Qian, don't go. Xiao Yan tried hard to force a smile. I have something to tell you, but I don't want to listen. Xiao Qian took a step back and kept a distance from her. In the past, he was grateful for Xiao Qian's unintentional act of kindness. But now, all the goodwill she had left was gone because after she knew the truth, she refused to clear her name in order to save Xiaoming's face. After all, they are a family, and Xiao Qian is always an outsider. So whether she is crazy or delirious now, it has nothing to do with Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian, I was wrong. Xiao Yan stood up straight, pinching her palms with her nails. No, you are not wrong. I'm the one who is wrong. Xiao Qian shook his head. I should have stayed in the countryside honestly. I shouldn't have argued with Xiaoming. Xiao Yan, please treat me as a stranger from now on, okay? You've always thought I was getting in your way, and now I'm far enough away. Isn't that enough? What do you want me to do? Xiao Qian said, clasping his hands together and bowing again. Stay away from me. Thank you. He turned and left without giving Xiao Yan any chance to speak. Staring blankly at Xiao Qian's departing back, Xiao Yan's tears welled up in her eyes. Sister, you can't go on like this. Xiao Qian ran over, hugged Xiao Yan tightly, and held down her hand, which was bruised due to blood loss. But we were wrong. We felt sorry for him. Xiao Yan cried. Sister, I was wrong. I need to change, but not in this way. Xiao Qian said seriously. You have already apologized to him humbly, and I almost went insane. Is that effective? Then what should we do? Xiao Yan asked. It's right to exchange sincerity for sincerity, but our feelings are not so cheap. Xiao Qian said, you don't have to use this method to impress him. We brought it to his attention and let him know we were changing it. Even the most hard-hearted person will be moved. If you keep going like this, you'll go crazy. Xiao Yan was silent. Yes, she couldn't go on like this. She still needs to take care of the company and support the family. If she continues to worry about gains and losses like this, she will lose more. I understand Xian, and I know what to do. Xiao Yan calmed herself down. She raised her head. Then starting from today, we will pick ourselves up again. We really ignored too much about him in the past. We know his preferences and can empathize with his joys and sorrows. Okay. Xiao Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yan finally figured it out. When Xiao Qian returned to school, it was already the last class of the morning. Xiao Qian, how are you? Song Zian asked with concern. We have figured out what happened. Xiaoming's mother took drugs, gambled, and borrowed from loan sharks and couldn't pay them back. Xiao Qian said, someone found her and asked her and her daughter to ruin my reputation and make me drop out of school. It's so despicable. I know Xiaoming. She's a notorious little gangster. Su Dachui on the side was very angry. Do they still have any shame? They can do anything for money. Who instructed her to do this? Song Zian grasped the key point of the question. The people behind the scenes are the most hateful. I don't know. Xiao Qian smiled. After all, I did very well in the last exam, so it's normal for some people to be jealous. Will the police investigate? Song Zian asked. Yes. Zhao Mingming has no idea who is using her. She only knows how to get things done for money. Xiao Qian said. The police will conduct an investigation later, and I believe the truth will come to light. Song Zian nodded. She had already decided that if the police dared to be perfunctory, she would go directly to her uncle to put pressure on them. Chapter 92. You were so aggressive when you framed me. Why are you pretending to be pitiful now? Xiao Chun, how did you deal with Xiaoming? Su Dachui asked with concern. Her mother was sent to a drug rehabilitation center, and what to do next is the police's business. As for Xiaoming, I want her to apologize publicly, tell the truth, and have the school expel her from school, said Xiao Chun. Isn't this too easy for her? She's an adult and should bear legal responsibility. Song Zian felt a little dissatisfied. The truth is more important than anything else. Xiao Chun smiled and said, this is the condition for me to forgive her. Otherwise, I will send her in. After the first class in the afternoon, the whole school held an emergency meeting. The school conducted follow-up communication regarding Zhao Mingming's incident. Zhao Mingming tearfully apologized to Xiao Chun at the meeting and was subsequently expelled from the school and left within one day. Xiao Chun, I really know I was wrong. I didn't mean to frame you. After school, Zhao Mingming found Xiao Chun and cried sadly. I beg you to let my mother go. Please forgive me, and don't let the school expel me. I'm only 18 years old. If the school doesn't want me anymore, I'll go astray and my life will be ruined. She cried very loudly and blocked Xiao Chun's way home from school, attracting the attention of all the classmates. I see. It's moral kidnapping. Xiao Chun stopped and said, Zhao Mingming, first of all, your mother was sent to a drug rehabilitation center for her own good. She took drugs, gambled, and joined you in personally attacking me, which constituted defamation. The court will sue her in accordance with the law, which is beyond my control. Besides, at 18, you are an adult, and you should be responsible for your actions. You've been expelled from school. Find a proper job and learn a skill. You'll be able to live a good life in the future. Whether you go astray or not is your own decision. It has nothing to do with me. But I'm a girl. My parents divorced a long time ago. He doesn't care about me at all. What will I do after I'm fired? You're a boy. Shouldn't you be more generous? Zhao Mingming didn't give up. She cried even louder, and her behavior was almost the same as her mother's. Crying, making a fuss, and then hanging yourself are women's privileges. So your parents are divorced, your mother is addicted to drugs and gambling, and she taught you to cheat people. Is it me who caused this? Xiao Chun was not moved at all. Morally blackmailing me? Do you think I am a vegetarian? No, this has nothing to do with me. Why are you blaming me for your miserable life? Zhao Mingming, you are an adult. If you keep pestering me, do you believe that I can send you to prison? Zhao Mingming was terrified. She believed that Xiao Chun was definitely not joking. She also didn't understand why her previously tried and tested moves were completely ineffective in front of Xiao Chun. Giving her a warning look, Xiao Chun turned and left. The students who came to watch the fun pointed and talked a lot before dispersing. Zhao Mingming was the only one left at the scene. She squatted on the ground and cried very sadly. Just as I was about to go home, I turned the corner and saw a brand new Porsche. This Panamera is a fully equipped version, and the optional rear wing and wheels are very beautiful. Su Muyu was leaning against the Porsche. Her expression was still cold and aloof, with an air of being out of touch with the world. As luck would have it, she happened to be blocking Xiao Chun's way. What are you going to do? Xiao Chun looked at Su Muyu. Sure enough, after rebirth, a butterfly effect occurred. When he was studying in his previous life, he only saw Su Muyu a few times. But now I can meet her from time to time, and judging from her attitude today, she came here for me. Xiao Chun, please forgive her when you can. That girl is your classmate, and she's only 18 years old. As soon as Su Muyu came up, he condemned in a condescending tone. There's no need to kill them all. What does this have to do with you? You mean she tried to ruin my life, and I can only repay evil with kindness? Xiao Chun felt a little unbelievable. Is this Su Muyu's value? She already knows she was wrong, and she's already in a very miserable state. Is it necessary for you to do this? Su Muyu frowned. If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. Her misery is caused by her parents. Can you blame me for this? Xiao Chun said coldly. If she succeeds this time, have you ever thought about what I will face? The overwhelming public opinion will crush me to death, and the online violence will force me to drop out of school. I will be scolded so much that I won't be able to hold my head up. My life will be ruined in her hands. What should I do? But now the matter has been clarified, hasn't it? Su Muyu argued. She is just a girl. Do you know what she will face if she's expelled from school? I don't know, and I don't want to know. What she faces depends on the choices she makes. Xiao Chan felt that this was a bit absurd and ridiculous. Ms. Su, is this your value? I thought that since you were born into a wealthy family, you would have a correct view of the right and wrong in this world, but now I find that I was wrong. Thank you for making me look at you with new eyes again. Su Muyu frowned, took a deep breath, and changed the subject. Xiao Chun, the ginseng king I bought is fake. Yes, it's a piece of radish. If you give a piece of radish to old man Shun, can he bite it? Xiao Chun did not hide his ridicule. Xiao Chun. Su Muyu's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. Sure enough, Xiao Chun had already known that there was something wrong with the ginseng king. You knew there was something wrong with that ginseng king, didn't you? Yeah, you were there when I told my friend about it. Xiao Chun spread his hands and said, but you won't forget what your expression was at that time, right? I'm trying to get your attention. This is offensive to you, isn't it? Why can't you tell me seriously? Su Muyu's eyes were slightly red. Do you know? Because of this ginseng king, the Su family lost a great opportunity. That's weird. Do I know you well? Why should I tell you? Xiao Chen's mouth curled up. I tried my best to explain to you, and then you raised your face like a man with no desire and mocked me? I'm not that mean, Miss Su. You've already said that we are not from the same world. Xiao Chun, why did you become like this? Su Muyu took a deep breath. You were not like this before. What was I like before? Xiao Chen's heart moved. After being reborn, his relationship with Su Muyu was not as dog-licking as in the previous life. The two of them had only met a few times just now, and at this time, I felt very inferior and did not dare to reveal my true thoughts to her. What does she mean by that? If it were in the past, no matter what I asked of you, you would find a way to satisfy it, right? Su Muyu said, was I like this before? Xiao Chan felt a little unbelievable. I see. It turns out this woman knew from the beginning that I liked her. But in her previous life, before graduating from college, she had always maintained a nearly stranger relationship with herself. And when he pursued her in the previous life, she neither refused nor accepted, and just kept Xiao Chun hanging like that. It turns out that she likes the feeling of being praised. Chapter 93, Su Muyu. Did you confide in the wrong person? Go find your good brother. Yes, but what have you become now? You have become indifferent. Su Muyu's eyes were slightly red, and she seemed to be a little sad. Xiao Chun felt a little puzzled. Why should I care about you? Am I familiar with you? Xiao Chun, do you know that I'm very upset now? Su Muyu shook her head. She wanted to find someone to talk to. But for some reason, she did not go to find the understanding Xiaoming, but found Xiao Chun instead. Although she still had resentment towards him, she couldn't help wanting to find someone to talk to. Because of this incident, the cooperation between the Su family and the Shun family is completely hopeless. If the Su family cannot make a breakthrough, it will stop here. Su Muyu murmured, I don't know what to do. If you really want to talk, go find your good brother Xiaoming. Look, he is there. Xiao Chen pointed at Xiaoming in the distance. Xiaoming was holding a blue cat in his arms, standing in the distance and not coming over. He had a sinister expression on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing Xiao Chan pointing at him, he immediately put on that harmless smile. Su Muyu turned her head to take a look, but didn't go over immediately. Xiao Chun, let's find a cafe to sit down and chat. I'm not interested. Xiao Chan shook his head. Go find your good brother Xiaoming. I have to go home. Xiao Chun, I don't know what to do. I want to save the Shun family, but I have no idea. Su Muyu called Xiao Chun. Actually, you still have a chance. Xiao Chun turned around and kindly reminded, don't you know that you have an advantage? Do you have a solution? Su Muyu was delighted. Yes, I told you to use your own advantages. Xiao Chan smiled evilly. I know that Mr. Shun has a grandson who is about the same age as you. You mean, Shinjin? Su Muyu's expression froze for a moment, and then she looked angry. You want me to go to the marriage? Yes, isn't this the best way? Shinjin is a simple boy who will treat you well. Besides, the Shun family is a famous and prestigious family. Xiao Chan really analyzed it to Su Muyu seriously. If you marry him, the Su family will have a chance to make a breakthrough. Did you know that Shun Jin's IQ is only that of an 8-year-old? He had a high fever when he was a child, and his brain was damaged. Su Muyu clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. This is also why she was so resistant when Mr. Shun asked her to spend more time with Shinjin. This Mr. Shun is looking for a granddaughter-in-law for himself. But she is Su Muyu, the princess of Jiangsheng, and she was admitted to Peking University as one of the top 3 students in the province last year. Within 1 year of starting school, I completed 3 years of courses and also joined the fusion physics research project. With such talent, is she going to marry a fool with the IQ of an 8-year-old? So I said, he is simple. The smile on Xiao Chen's face became even more intense. In fact, Shun Jin in his previous life was a genius. It's just that he was too smart, so God was jealous of his talent. A fever made his IQ remain at the level of an 8-year-old. After he recovered, his amazing performance quickly made him the object of competition among all the families in Beijing. Even if Su Muyu married Shinjin, who has an IQ of only 8 years younger than her, it's better than being addicted to drugs by Xiaoming and then committing suicide, right? Xiao Chun. Su Muyu was almost furious. She knew Xiao Chun was teasing her. Isn't it? He will only make you happy, won't be fickle, and treat you well in this life. Isn't that good? Huh. After Xiao Chun finished speaking, he laughed wildly, then walked away, leaving Su Muyu with a furious look on his face. Su Muyu stared blankly at Xiao Chun as he left, his heart twitching. Xiao Chen's words were truly heartbreaking. For someone as proud as she is this the only way she can go? She is Su Muyu, not a dog that sells herself out for profit and begs for mercy. Sister Su, did he make you angry again? Xiaoming didn't dare to step forward until Xiao Chun left. It's okay. Su Muyu took a deep breath and forced a smile. I'm glad you're okay, Sister Su. Do you think this kitten is cute? Xiaoming held up the blue cat in his hand. The chubby British short hair is very cute. Xiaoming understands girls' minds best. No girl would refuse a small animal like this. He is also very caring towards small animals, which shows his kindness. Cute, Su Muyu said absent-mindedly. Then I'll give it to you. You must take good care of it. Xiaoming's smile became even stronger. It's like our child. Xiaoming, I'm going to Yinjing soon, so I may not have time to take care of it. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Muyu. I have some things to do these days and may be busy. Please take good care of yourself. Su Muyu took a deep breath, then got into the car and drove away. Only Xiaoming was left at the scene. He stared blankly at Su Muyu's departure with an expression of disbelief. This was the first time Su Muyu rejected him. Thinking of Su Muyu's anxious look just now, his heart sank. No, she won't like Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun is so vicious, and I'm so kind. She must have something wrong, so she's in a bad mood. Xiaoming kept comforting himself, but his face became more and more distorted, and even his hands were shaking. Xiao Chun, why do you want to live? He growled in a low voice, with a terrible roar coming from his throat. Why do you want to fight with me? You deserve to die. You deserve to die. His eyes were red, and his face was ferocious. The kitten in his arms seemed to sense the danger and struggled to break free from his arms. Are you leaving too? You're just a pet I bought. Your life belongs to me. Xiaoming suddenly grabbed the kitten's neck and squeezed it hard. The kitten whimpered in pain, then curled up its body and struggled with its limbs. Its sharp claws scratched Xiaoming's arm, and Xiaoming became even more crazy. He grabbed the kitten's neck tightly, using all his strength. The kitten's struggle gradually became weaker, and finally its limbs became stiff and drooped down weakly. Xiaoming gasped heavily and sat down on the ground. It took him a long time to regain his senses. Looking at the kitten he had strangled to death, he did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. Instead, he felt a sense of pleasure from venting his catharsis. He took out his phone and sent a message to Su Muyu with trembling hands. Sister Su, when I was chasing you, the kitten broke free from my arms and was hit by a car. I feel so bad now, I don't know what to do. As soon as the message was sent, Su Muyu called immediately. She asked anxiously, Xiaoming, are you okay? I'm fine, but Mimi is gone. Sister Su, it's all my fault. I plan to go back and take good care of it. Xiaoming burst into tears. Don't cry. I'll go back right away. I'm sorry, I was in a bad mood just now. Let's bury the kitten together, okay? Chapter 94 Xiaoming. Is this your cruel nature? Okay, Sister Su, I'll wait for you. Xiaoming sobbed. After hanging up the phone, a sneer of triumph appeared on his face. Glancing at the already dead kitten, he felt that the death did not seem to be caused by being hit. Then he grabbed the kitten's limbs, lifted it high, and threw it to the ground. Twice. He didn't stop until he dropped the recently dead kitten and caused it to bleed from the mouth and nose. When Xiao Chun returned home, he heard laughter in the yard before he even entered the door. He was a little puzzled. He and his grandmother didn't know anyone here, so who would come to visit their home? When he opened the door, he was stunned to see Shia Yian and Xiao Qian there. They bought some vegetables and washed them with Grandma. They were talking and laughing, and looked very harmonious. Xiao Chun is back. Shia Yian changed from the dazed state she had just seen in the hospital. She stepped forward enthusiastically and reached out to take the book from Xiao Chen's hand. What are you doing here? Xiao Chen took a step back and stared at Xiao Yian warily. Is this guy sick or something? He had already stayed away from them. Why is he haunting them now? Let's go see Grandma. Xiao Qian replied. Grandma is not just your grandma. Let's go see the headquarters. Okay, change of strategy. Xiao Chen knew what the two sisters meant. He greeted his grandmother and went straight into the house. He picked up a book and started reading, ignoring the sounds outside. Xiao Chen. Xiao Yan walked in. Don't come here again. Xiao Chen put down the book in his hand. I know what you want to do, but you are not welcome here. I know I hurt you so deeply in the past, so I don't expect you to forgive me right away. Xiao Yan smiled and said, but we will come here whenever we have time in the future. Grandma is not just your grandma. She is also our grandma. Get out. I don't want to see you. Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Yan expressionlessly. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment. Then she retreated. In order not to disturb Xiao Chen from reading, the sounds of laughter outside died down. Finally, it was time to eat, and Xiao Chen served himself a bowl of rice. Xiao Yan picked up a chicken leg and gave it to Xiao Chen, and served him a bowl of soup. Xiao Chen put the chicken leg down, put some vegetables into the bowl, and went into the house to eat. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly, but she didn't say anything. She forced a smile and invited her grandmother to eat. Fortunately, the two sisters were not idle people and left after dinner. Xiao Chen then came out and helped his grandma clear the table. Chen Chen, don't you like them coming? Grandma Wu took the bowl and chopsticks from his hands. Xiao Chen shook his head. Grandma, you know how they treated me before. Okay, I know. Grandma Wu nodded. You have been wronged in the past 6 months. Grandma knows you're upset, so I won't help them persuade you. As long as you're happy, that's better than anything else. Thank you, Grandma. Xiao Chen's nose felt sore, and he almost shed tears. As expected, the person who loves me the most in this world is my grandma. No matter what time or occasion, she always understands herself. Okay, go read a book, and Grandma will take care of these things. Grandma Wu touched his head. After reading for a while in the evening, Xiao Chen found a physics test paper and started working on it. The physics competition is about to begin, and he doesn't have much time left. This physics competition is very important to him. If nothing goes wrong, he will get admission to Tsinghua University and Peking University. But during this period, there is no guarantee that that bastard Xiaoming will not cause trouble for him. Xiao Chen has no time to care about Xiaoming now. After all, that boy disguised himself too well. Just when my head was filled with various formulas, Song Zian sent a message. Is Xiao Chen available for a video chat? Xiao Chen picked up the phone and called back. Then he put the phone on the table and answered questions while chatting. You haven't slept yet? No, what are you doing? Song Zian in the video looks petite and charming. Practice questions. Xiao Chen spat out 2 words. The physics competition is about to begin. I have to recharge my batteries. Ah yes, time flies by so fast. Song Zian sighed. If nothing unexpected happens this time, you will be admitted as a recommended student. I'll wait for you at Peking University. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Sure. Song Zian smiled. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? After finishing a page of questions, Xiao Chen looked at Song Zian. When Xiao Chen saw her in the video, he couldn't help but be stunned. The room where Song Zian was quite big. Moreover, the furnishings and layout make it look like that of a wealthy family. It's nothing. I just wanted to talk to you because I'm bored. Song Zian's voice was a little lazy. Where are you? Looking at the background behind you. Someone who doesn't know you would think you were a lady from a wealthy family. Xiao Chen asked curiously. Indeed, only a little bit of the background wall was visible behind Song Zian. But Xiao Chen could tell the difference in design at a glance. Generally speaking, only large apartments like villas will have such background walls. Moreover, seeing that she was sitting on a desk, it seemed that this was her bedroom. Coupled with the expensive chandelier on the ceiling, Xiao Chen suddenly felt that Song Zian's background was extraordinary. I'm not at home now. I went to my aunt's house today. Her family is in business and just bought a villa. Song Zian responded in a panic. Really? Xiao Chen looked suspicious. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Song Zian pretended to be calm. Then your aunt's family is really well off. Xiao Chen smiled and did not delve into the issue any further. I have a question to ask you. Please tell me. Song Zian quickly switched the camera to the secondary camera. Facing a long question on the test paper, he asked Xiao Chen for advice. Well, you do this. Xiao Chen took a look and then started explaining the question to Song Zian. Once he started to explain a topic, he would devote himself to it and immediately forget about the luxurious villa where Song Zian lived. After explaining the problem to Song Zian, Li Mingyu called. The company invested by the two has already opened for business and is gradually getting on the right track. Li Mingyu's talent is also gradually showing. He managed the company in an orderly manner. The reason he called today was mainly to report the recent battle situation to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, the initial investment was mainly in stocks. According to your suggestion, I allocated funds for the company, and the results are good so far. Li Mingyu said, but the company's funds were previously heavily invested in gold and precious metals, and the current increase is too high, so I plan to withdraw some funds. Okay, it's time to change the track. Xiao Chun nodded, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, I'll go to the company tomorrow and introduce you to some friends. Chapter 95, the bull market is coming. Why don't you invest? Okay, you're the major shareholder of the company, and the position of vice president belongs to you. You haven't been here since the company opened. Li Mingyu smiled and said, what time will you come tomorrow? It's almost noon. Let's eat together then. Xiao Chun said, then I'll wait for you. There are fewer cultural classes in the morning, and now we are in the review stage. Xiao Chun had already mastered all that knowledge, so he asked for leave during the third period and went to the company. The company is located in the Ring City district. Previously, this place was a village. After the urban planning and expansion, this place was designated as a new Ring City district. It is under the jurisdiction of a street office around the city. After all, this place is actively attracting investment, the rent is cheap, and there are a series of preferential policies. Although the company is not too big, it is booming. Li Mingyu used to work as a worker, so he knows that the big pie the boss draws is not as practical as paying the money. His company does not require meaningless overtime, and the commissions are the highest in the industry, so the employees are very motivated. The first time I came to the company, in the office, Xiao Chun smiled and said, not bad, you really have the potential to be a big boss. With a genius like you as my guide, I do have the potential to be a big boss. Li Mingyu joked. Then he said seriously, Xiao Chun, I will withdraw some of the funds from heavy metals, and I have a preliminary plan for the next investment direction. He took out a plan and said, these are the key areas we will invest in the future. Take a look and give me some suggestions. Xiao Chun took the plan, read it for a moment, and then thought, the general direction is correct, and it can catch up with the trend, but the investment cycle is too long. Then tell me, where should we vote? My friend is here. Let's chat together. Xiao Chun received a call from Zhang Ziya. He, Li Yuan, and Wu Zitzong were already downstairs. After the introduction, several people took their seats in the reception room. Brother, you are amazing. You started a company at such a young age. Wu Zitzong sighed. When I was about your age, I was still a problem student. I skipped classes to surf the internet and got a good beating from my dad. Haha, Brother Wu, you have a talent for business. Who can compare with you in Jiangqing's business now? Xiao Chun laughed. Okay, stop flattering me, brother. You will go further than me in the future. You're only 18 years old. Wu Zitzong also laughed. Okay, let's stop flattering each other. I called you here today because there is a project. Are you interested? Xiao Chun said with a smile. Of course I'm interested in making money. Xiao Chun, tell me quickly. Zhang Ziang's eyes lit up. There may be a wave of turbulence in the stock market in the future. Xiao Chun said, there will be surprises if you invest heavily in the stock market in the future. Xiao Chun, do you want to recommend some stocks? I have invested in several over the years, and the returns are pretty good. Li Yuan became interested. Tell me, which project will you invest in next? Zhong Yuan Chip. Xiao Chun spit out a name. What did you say? Zhong Yuan Chip. Li Mingyu and Li Yuan, two stock traders, were shocked. Xiao Chun, are you sure? Li Mingyu almost choked. He put down his cup and said, it's been almost 3 years. Because of the chip sanctions from Europe and the United States, the stock of this company has almost hit rock bottom. Yes, and this company is a small one. Although there was news that it was developing chips, they were all low-end and low precision. Li Yuan also expressed some doubts. So the survival of their company is a problem. Is it reliable to buy their stocks? What if they develop a high-precision chip that can meet the performance requirements of domestic mid to high-end mobile phones? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. Yes, this company is of medium to large size and is far behind the well-known domestic internet and technology companies. But it was this inconspicuous company which even announced the development of mid to high-end mobile phone chips when its stock was turning green and almost delisted. It can meet the domestic demand for high-end mobile phones and has achieved independent mass production. The time happened in these few days, catching everyone off guard. Impossible. Li Yongyuan shook his head. They simply don't have the funds for research and development, and they don't have enough R&D personnel. In the field of high-precision chips, although China is not completely blank, if we want to independently develop and mass-produce them, there's still a few large manufacturers. What if the country is secretly supporting us? Xiaoqin smiled slightly. Why does the country support a small factory? Zhang Ziang also saw the problem, repairing the plank road in the open and marching to Qinsong in secret. Xiao Chun took a sip of tea. I see. Li Mingyu slapped his thigh and said, the country supports several large companies on the surface just to attract international attention. Secretly support a small, unknown company so that no one will mess with it. Yes, that's what I mean. I have 15 million in my hand, and I will invest all of it. Our company will also hold a large position in this stock. Xiao Chun said, this stock, including the related peripheral industries, will rise sharply within a week. If you're interested, you can invest in it. I don't understand stocks, but I trust Brother Shiao. Wu Zitzong waved his hand and said, I currently have 50 million in my hand, and I'll leave it to Brother Shiao to manage. I'll follow you. I have 30 million. Zhang Ziang gritted his teeth. He could not believe others, but he had to believe Xiao Chun. That won't work. If you all invest, I will lose money if the price goes up sharply. Li Yongyuan said with a smile. I also have 30 million invested. Mingyu, more than 120 million funds are given to you. Do you have confidence? Xiao Chun looked at Li Mingyu. Yes. Li Mingyu looked excited. He had been trading stock for many years, but this was the first time he had traded with so much money. And with Xiao Chun's help, he believed that it would not be a problem to multiply the 100 million several times. Thank you for your trust, brothers. I'll treat you to lunch today. Don't argue with me, Xiao Chun said with a smile. After finding a nice hotel, Xiao Chun and a few others rushed there at noon. Mr. Chun, you have to believe that we are professional. Our company's planning team has many classic cases. Are you considering it? In the lobby of the hotel, Father Shiao was chasing after a CEO and recommending his planning proposal with a big smile on his face. A local supermarket chain owner, Chun He. All the sales champions of Zhao's company went in, so Xiao Yunhe had to go and do the business himself. However, the market competition is fierce now. Zhao's planning lacks innovation capabilities and has no price advantage, so it has repeatedly run into obstacles. Old Xiao. Chun He was really annoyed by being chased by Zhao's father, so he stopped helplessly. We have been friends for many years. I was embarrassed to reject you before, but your company's marketing plan is not a common one. But compared to several emerging marketing companies, product innovation is still lacking. Besides, your prices are higher than others. It's hard to do business in physical stores now. The market is shrinking. These supermarkets of mine may have a new owner one day. So there's really nothing I can do. So Lao Chun, we can negotiate the price, but if you take a look at our products, there must be a marketing method you like. If it doesn't work, we can change it. Father Zhao's mouth was blistered from all the work, partly because he was busy and partly because he was anxious. He hasn't been on business for many years, and during this period he has been working from dawn to dusk, but with little success. The company's business has almost been cut in half. This is not a solution. Okay, leave your plan here, and I'll get back to you later. Chen Chao really had no choice but to leave the plan and said perfunctorily, Okay, Mr. Chun, you must help me. Father Shiao quickly handed over the plan. Although he could see that Chen Chao was being perfunctory, he had no choice but to leave it to fate. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun, Wu Zitzong, and others came over, talking and laughing. Chapter 96, I regret not having more contact with Xiao Chun. Mr. Wu. Chen Chao's eyes lit up because Wu Zitzong was the boss of Jiangxing's retail supermarket. It also owns a large commercial complex of 600,000 square meters. The two had met before at an industry exchange meeting. His dozen or so small supermarkets might be relying on Wu Zitzong's investment for survival. He greeted him enthusiastically and held out his hands. Mr. Wu, long time no see. Hey, Mr. Chun, hello. Wu Zitzong responded. Mr. Wu, I was just about to pay you a visit. Is today convenient for you? I'll treat you. Chen Chao licked his cheeks and squeezed forward. As a small boss, it is not easy for him to invite a big shot like Wu Zitzong to dinner. He can't even get in line. We met today, so we can't miss this opportunity. Today? Old Chen can't today. My little brother will treat me to a meal another day. Wu Zitzong introduced with a smile. Xiao Chun, my little brother. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Chen Xiao was stunned, although Xiao Chun looked like a high school student. But the person who could be called a little brother by Wu Zitzong must not be an ordinary person. He quickly stretched out his hands. Chun Xiao. Hello, Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled. This is Zhang Xiang, the young master of Hongji. This is Li Yongyuan, the boss of the Han dynasty. And this is Li Mingyu, the partner of my younger brother's company. Wu Zitzong introduced them one by one. Chen Xiao was surprised. Hongji Real Estate and Han Dynasty. These two names are almost well known in Jiangxing. It is a rare opportunity for two giants in the real estate and catering fields to appear here at the same time. He hurriedly handed over his business cards one by one. He also knew that he couldn't squeeze in today's game, even if he flattered his face. Mr. Wu, it's unfortunate that we meet today. We must have dinner together some other day. Chen Xiao laughed. Okay then, Mr. Chun, let's go upstairs. Wu Zitzong smiled and went up to the box with Xiao Chun and others. Old Chun, Father Shiao, who was hiding in the corner, came out and said, Xiao Chun just now is my son. Your son? Chen Xiao was surprised. He was originally wondering who this Xiao Chun was and how a high school student could get to know so many Jiangshang business tycoons. He was shocked by what his father said. Yes, my son. Father Shiao said seriously. Can you recognize your son randomly? Mr. Xiao, you have two children, and one has been living in the countryside, right? Chen Xiao became serious. Yes, he was brought to us a while ago. Father Shiao said proudly. My son ranked first in the city's unified model exam a while ago, and he's very good at physics. He'll take part in a physics competition soon and get a good rank, so he could be directly admitted to National Tsinghua University and Peking University. So good. Chen Xiao was surprised. Don't lie to me. Old Chun, can you recognize your son randomly? Come and see. Father Shiao took out his cell phone and found a family photo. That was the electronic negative of the photo that Xiao Chun had torn up. He enlarged the photo and said, Look carefully. We are a family of 5. Oh my God, really? Chen Xiao's attitude suddenly changed. Old Xiao, your son is incredible. The people who had dinner with him just now were all big shots. And he has his own company? How old is he? 18 years old, still in high school. Father Zhao's vanity was greatly satisfied. My two children are better than the other. Then why has he been in the countryside before? Chen Xiao asked. Well, the fortune teller said that he has to be raised in poverty before he is 18, otherwise he won't be able to hold back the wealth that comes with him. Father Shiao lied. Old Xiao, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such an outstanding son? Chen Xiao's attitude suddenly changed. Hey, the child has an independent personality. We as parents can't hold him back. Father Shiao said pretentiously. He and Mr. Wu, are they very familiar with each other? Chen Xiao asked tentatively. Of course they are familiar with each other. How can they not be familiar with each other? They are brothers. How can they not be familiar with each other? Father Shiao said seriously. Then Lao Xiao, send the contract over and we'll sign it right away. Chen Xiao said straightforwardly. But you have to promise me that if there's a chance, you'll have your son introduce me to Mr. Wu. No problem. It's just a small matter. I'll ask him to invite Mr. Wu out for dinner later. It's no big deal. Father Shiao waved his hand, indicating that there was no problem at all. Okay, then let's talk. Chen Xiao was overjoyed. If he could get in touch with Wu Zitzong, the supermarkets under his name would be saved. After all, if he puts the words Century Wanjia on his products, the prices of his products will go up. After seeing Chen Xiao off, Zhao's father finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the only family photo in his phone with a complicated expression. He now only hated himself for not taking more photos with Xiao Chun. Otherwise, he could save himself a lot of trouble just by relying on these photos. After having dinner with a few people, Xiao Chun hurried back to school. I had a lunch break at noon, and as soon as I arrived at the school gate, someone came to my door. Lin Fong is a descendant of the Lin family, a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. The Lin family is also a leader among the 12 major schools of traditional Chinese medicine. The last time, at the National Treasure Auction held at the 8 Clinics Hall, Xiao Chun and he had met once. The current Lin Fong no longer has the arrogance he had at the auction. He also seemed to be waiting for Xiao Chun. When he saw Xiao Chun coming back, he ran over and said, Xiao Chun, I'm Lin Fong. Can we chat? Is there something? Xiao Chun looked at him, somewhat puzzled. This guy has a good relationship with Su Muyu, and his family background is also solid. He is the successor of Lin's traditional Chinese medicine. His grandfather was a master of Jiangxing's medical field and was known as the king of medicine. This guy has been studying medicine since he was a child and is extremely talented. He is known as the Little King of Medicine. It's just that last time this guy was pulled by Su Muyu to identify the Ginseng King, he ended up making a mistake. I want to ask, how did you know that the Ginseng King had a problem with the National Treasure auction last time? Lin Fong was very eager to know how Xiao Chen saw that. Because he refused to accept defeat, he began to study medicine at the age of 6 and could identify various Chinese medicines at the age of 8. If he made mistakes in the debate, his grandfather would beat him mercilessly with a ruler, to the extent that he has almost muscle memory for the various Chinese medicines. But he misjudged the king of ginseng last time, causing the Su family to suffer huge losses. Although the Su family apologized at the 8th clinic and voluntarily returned more than 30 million, the cooperation between the Su family and the Shun family had already failed. After returning home, his grandfather made him kneel in the ancestral hall and repent all night. Because he is a doctor, identifying Chinese medicine is the most basic skill in traditional Chinese medicine. If you identify the wrong medicine today, it may cause the patient's death tomorrow. I remember I said it at that time. Nowadays, there are endless ways to forge information, but you just didn't listen. Xiao Chun felt helpless, but I carefully identified the ginseng. If you don't slice it and taste it in your mouth, you can't tell from the surface. Lin Fong was unwilling to give up. You didn't taste it at the time, and you just looked at it from a distance. How could you tell it was fake? Chapter 97 Xiaoming is getting deeper and deeper into trouble. Is this important? Xiao Chun asked back. It's very important to me. Lin Fong said seriously. Because I'm a doctor, identifying medicines is the basis. So I want to ask you, how did you figure that out? No comment. Xiao Chun really couldn't think of how to explain this, so he could only spread his hands and utter these 4 words. Xiao Chun. Lin Fong was anxious. I beg you, okay? It's no use begging me. Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is experience. It can only be understood, not expressed in words. Okay? Xiao Chun knows some simple medical knowledge and pharmacology, but he did not receive love from his family in his previous life. The person he likes ignores him, and even the honor he has earned through hard work becomes someone else's wedding dress. In his spare time, he liked to go to Qingyo Temple to listen to his master's lectures and learn about Taoism, and he would sit there for the whole day. I have read a lot of medical and Taoist books in my master's collection, and I understand some of them, but I can't say I am an expert. What's more, he knew in advance that there was something wrong with the Ginseng King. But how could he say it out loud? Is he going to tell Lin Fong that he was reborn? It would be strange if he wasn't considered a psychopath. Then please teach me. I'll even take you as my master. Lin Fong said eagerly. Lin Fong is a natural doctor and has a great desire for these things. If Xiao Chun doesn't agree, he's afraid he'll come to bother her every day. I really can't teach you, Xiao Chun said helplessly, but I can recommend you to my master. He is a Taoist priest in Qingyo Temple. Just go to him and tell him why you are here. He will teach you. Really? Thank you then. Lin Fong was overjoyed. He found Xiao Chun and asked for his contact information. They made an appointment to go to Qingyo Temple together before leaving. As soon as Xiao Chun returned to the classroom, Song Zian said, Xiao Chun, Xiaoming is here to see you again. She's here again? Xiao Chun frowned. Where is she? The security guard asked her to leave, but I feel like she will come back again. She won't stop until she achieves her goal. Song Zian said, if you don't pursue it this time, she might throw dirty water on you again. Then just throw it. The bigger the fuss, the better. Only in this way will the person behind the scenes surface. Xiao Chun sneered. In fact, not holding Xiaoming accountable is just playing the long game to catch a big fish. Because he knew Xiaoming's tricks too well, after Xiaoming hit a wall several times, he would ask someone to contact her. If he is not wrong, he will use online public opinion to hype it up in order to ruin his own reputation. As long as he reveals the slightest clue, Xiao Chun will be able to track him down and kill him. Men and women are in great conflict right now. Song Zian said worriedly. If she finds a reporter and uses the internet and the media to hype it up, the consequences will be difficult to control. Don't worry, I have nothing to fear as long as I am upright. Xiao Chun shrugged. He wished she would come earlier. Song Zian held her chin up and became infatuated with her brother. She liked her brother's confidence. Xiaoming did not see Xiao Chun, but was asked to leave by the school security. Now she squatted on the ground helplessly, covering her face and crying. Regret? Maybe a little. But more of it was resentment towards Xiao Chun. I've admitted my mistake and apologized to you. Why are you still not letting me go? I'm a girl. Xiao Chun, why can't you let me go? Are you still a man? Just as she was crying sadly, someone patted her on the shoulder. Then he handed me a tissue. Xiaoming looked up and saw that the person handing her the tissue was a young man wearing a baseball cap. Xiaoming. The man called out her name directly. I am. Who are you? Xiaoming quickly stood up and looked at the person in front of her with some vigilance. The young man was wearing a baseball cap, carrying a shoulder bag, and holding an SLR camera in his hand. He looked like a paparazzi. I'm Zhang Liang from Chengjiang Culture Media. The man handed over a business card and said, I saw a video of you and your mother online before, and I think you have great potential. So I want to create some topics and make you an internet celebrity. The video of the previous incident at school had been uploaded to the internet, but it did not go viral. What topic are you creating? Xiaoming looked a little confused. Thinking of her mother, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. This is too simple. Think about it. Xiao Chun ranked first in the city's unified exam, peeped at girls bathing, and the single mother was detained for asking for an explanation. Zhang Liang said excitedly, these topics are all hot topics if they're hyped up at random. But this is not true. We have been exposed. Zhao Mingming lowered her head. Mingming, you have to remember that there are many people on the internet who don't know the truth. Zhang Liang smiled complacently. What they care about is not the truth, but the excitement. As long as we hype it up a little, they will follow our expected method. Don't you hate Xiao Chun? Don't you want to become an internet celebrity with millions of fans? As long as you agree, I can immediately package you into an internet celebrity. Not only can I get revenge, but I can also drive luxury cars and buy brand name bags in the future. Under Zhang Liang's instigation, Zhao Mingming was moved. Yes, all the internet celebrities are glamorous, eating seafood meals, using brand name bags and jewelry, driving luxury cars, and living in villas. She blurted out, I want you to help me. Okay, let's go to my company now. My team will create some topics tailored for you immediately. Zhang Liang nodded with satisfaction. Zhao Mingming nodded and followed Zhang Liang away. During this time, Zhang Liang opened WeChat and sent a message to a person named Mr. Xiaoming. Mr. Xiaoming, thank you for the clue you provided me. This is a topic that will attract a lot of attention. Xiao Chun, I want to go to the zoo. After school, Song Zian pestered Xiao Chun again. You're not going to your aunt's house. Xiao Chun was a little puzzled. You seem to like playing a lot recently, going to the amusement park and the zoo. The college entrance exam is getting closer and closer, and I don't want to put too much pressure on myself. Song Zian laughed and said, if you keep your nerves tense, they will break. Besides, you're going to be admitted anyway, and you're the only one who has time to accompany me. Okay, I hope your mouth is blessed, and I can be successfully admitted. Xiao Chun nodded. So you agree? Yeah, let's go and ride our bikes over there. Song Zian said as he ran to look for a bicycle. Xiao Chun was helpless. Ever since he taught Song Zian how to ride a bicycle, she seemed to have fallen in love with this sport. But it's time for him to get a car. He just took the second driving test a few days ago and will go as soon as he gets his driver's license. Seeing Song Zian riding away on her bicycle, the driver Uncle Lee, who was hiding in a corner, turned his head and said to the men in black suits, the lady has told us not to follow her. Brotherly, President Song asked us to protect the young lady secretly, but she always shakes us off. What should we do? A man in black said worriedly. Chapter 98 Xiaoming. You are just like this annoying monkey. Mr. Song has said that as long as the young lady is with Xiao Chun, we don't need to worry. Okay, let's go and guard the zoo entrance first. Uncle Lee said, don't let the young lady find us. City Zoo. Song Zian was as happy as a little deer, jumping along the way, watching elephants, riding horses, and feeding alpacas. But the alpaca she was feeding spit at her because it didn't get any carrots. Xiao Chun followed her all the way, and seeing her so happy, a smile appeared on Xiao Chen's lips. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he was killed by robbers and his body was dumped in the wild. His so-called relatives didn't even come to collect his body. His body was kept in a cold morgue until a woman in black gauze took him away and buried him. She wore black and a white flower, following the etiquette of a wife seeing her husband off. The woman was extremely elegant, with a hint of melancholy between her brows. After Xiao Chun was reborn, he remembered everyone and everything, except that woman, whose impression was extremely vague. I can't remember what she looked like. I only remember her melancholy eyes. He didn't know if that woman was Song Zian. It shouldn't be her, but who else could it be? Monkey. Xiao Chun, let's go to Monkey Mountain to see the monkeys. Song Zian's call brought him back from his memories. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded and followed her to Monkey Mountain. Song Zian took a banana and went to feed the monkey. However, at this moment, a tea-like voice sounded. Sister Su, look at that monkey, it's so cute. Xiaoming, turning his head, he saw Xiaoming and Su Muyu were also next to the Monkey Mountain. Xiaoming was wearing a sports suit, looking sunny and handsome. At the same time, he also saw Xiao Chun. He wanted to say hello, but then he acted scared. Sister Su, I saw my brother. I wanted to say hello to him, but I didn't dare because he hates me. Su Muyu glanced over and saw Xiao Chun. She felt a little resentful and said, then ignore him and pretend you didn't see him. This was different from her previous emotions. In the past, she felt disgust toward Xiao Chun. But this time, she seemed to be throwing a tantrum because she felt Xiao Chun should take the initiative to come forward and talk to her. Xiao Chun gave a playful smile, turned around, and went to feed the monkeys with Song Zian, pretending not to see her. Xiao Chun, look at what that monkey is doing with a rope in his hand. Song Zian asked, pointing at a big monkey. The big monkey saw the banana in Song Zian's hand, ran over with the rope in his hand, and looked at the banana in her hand. Song Zian was about to feed the monkey, but Xiao Chun stopped her. Don't feed this monkey. Why? Song Zian was puzzled. Miss, the thing in this monkey's hand is called a monkey rope. Xiaoming said teasingly. Do you know where the monkey rope came from? Xiao Chun, what is a monkey rope? Song Zian ignored him and turned to ask Xiao Chun. Before Xiao Chun could explain, Xiaoming came over and said, this monkey rope is actually a little monkey. Some baby monkeys died right after they were born because they were weak. The mother monkeys were very sad and couldn't bear to abandon the baby monkeys, so they kept them with them all the time. So after a long time, the monkey's body became dry, like a rope. This monkey has lost his baby. It's so pitiful. As Xiaoming spoke, he threw a banana over, and the monkey dragging the rope reached out and grabbed the banana. Is that really the case? Song Zian's eyes turned red. This monkey is so pitiful. Yes, we must protect it. Xiaoming was complacent about the success of his own character. However, Xiao Chen's words slapped him in the face mercilessly. Monkey ropes are good for little monkeys, but not all little monkeys die of illness. Xiao Chen said coldly, monkeys are smart and cruel animals because they found that monkeys dragging monkey ropes will be given special care. So, some strong monkeys in the group would snatch the baby monkeys from the mother monkeys, cruelly bite them to death, throw them to death, and then drag them in their hands. It acts pitiful to gain sympathy, so that tourists will feed it more food. Song Zian's face suddenly changed. She could never have imagined that monkeys could have such a cruel side. Xiaoming's face suddenly turned livid, and he argued, how can you think so badly of the monkey? This monkey is obviously the mother monkey. This is a male monkey. Have you ever seen a male monkey give birth to a baby monkey? Xiao Chen sneered and said, in fact, some people are just like those who pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy, but are extremely cruel in reality. They don't deserve sympathy. Xiaoming's face turned pale, and he couldn't utter a word. He knew that Xiao Chen's last sentence was a metaphor for him. Xiaoming, let's go play over there. Su Muyu came over and helped him out. Okay, Sister Su, let's go. Xiaoming glanced at Xiao Chun and left with her. Xiao Chun and Song Zian also want to play somewhere else. Xiao Chun, I'm hungry. I want to eat grilled sausage. After playing for most of the day, Song Zian stroked his stomach and said pitifully, wait a minute, I'll buy it for you. Thank you. Song Zian's face was filled with a happy smile. Xiao Chun ran to buy something, and Song Zian, who had just sat tiredly on the chair, stood up. The smile on her face disappeared, and she looked at Su Muyu, who was walking towards her. I didn't expect that the daughter of the Jiangchang Song family would go to an ordinary high school. Su Muyu stopped and looked at Song Zian. Miss Song went to Tongfang High School, just for Xiao Chun, right? So you know me. Song Zian met Su Muyu's eyes fearlessly. I thought Miss Su was aloof and arrogant, and didn't know who I was at all. How did you and Xiao Chun know each other? Su Muyu asked. This is my business and has nothing to do with Miss Su. Song Zian said with a smile. I don't mean anything else, I'm just curious. If nothing unexpected happens, you two will never have any intersection in this life. Su Muyu said. But you gave up the opportunity to attend a prestigious high school for him. Did you know him a long time ago? Or did you know that there was something special about him? Su Muyu, Song Zian said, you are a good person, pretty, and a top student. But you don't have too many emotions in your heart. You always weigh the interest before doing anything, and even consider the interest first before dealing with people. But not everyone is like you. Besides, if we two will never have any intersection in this life, then why are you no different? You are the recognized princess of Jiangsheng. You are outstanding in appearance, ability, and knowledge. Why are you involved with Xiao Chun? Because his brother saved my life and gave me blood. That's how we met. What about you? Su Muyu asked. Chapter 99 Su Muyu. You are the mystery of the authorities. You said Xiaoming saved your life? Song Zian almost laughed. Su Muyu, I always thought you were a smart person. But you seem confused about this matter. What do you mean? Su Muyu frowned slightly. I'm not familiar with Xiaoming, but I can tell from his eyes that this person is not simple, even vicious. Such a person, who cherishes his own life, would not take the initiative to save others and give blood transfusions to others. Song Zian said, I don't allow you to say bad things about Xiaoming, and it seems that you haven't answered my question directly. Su Muyu frowned. Xiaoming saved your life, and Xiao Chun also saved mine. Song Zian said, there's no interest involved between him and me. It's just pure friendship or feelings. Feelings? Su Muyu frowned even more tightly, and she opened her mouth with difficulty. Do you like him? Yes, I like him. Song Zian admitted frankly. But his status and position are so far inferior to yours. How could your family agree? Su Muyu's expression was a little complicated. She didn't know why she was like this. She obviously hated Xiao Chun very much. But when she saw a girl who was similar to her in family background, status, and looks said that she liked him, she felt very upset. That's my business, don't worry about it. Song Zian smiled faintly. Miss Su, instead of caring about me here, you might as well care about yourself. Song Zian said, looking at how worried you are now, I can't believe that you are the famous Su Muyu. Su Muyu opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but Song Zian met Xiao Chun, who was walking towards him. Xiao Chun took a few grilled sausages and some water and fed them into Song Zian's mouth. Ah, it smells so good. Song Zian opened his mouth and took a bite, his expression satisfied. Watching the two people walking away, Su Muyu felt as if his heart was hit by something. She suddenly felt a little envious of the two people in front of her. Only then did she realize that they could be so happy eating a 2 yuan starch sausage on the roadside. True love is not about material things, but about being with the person you love. Everyone has their own future, but where is her future? Or where is her destination? Sister Su, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Let's go see the sea lion show. It's the last one. Xiaoming ran over and saw that Su Muyu's expression was not right. He stopped talking suddenly. Sister Su, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? No, I'm a little tired. Let's go back. Su Muyu forced a smile. She lowered her head, then looked up after a moment and took out a peace locket. Hand-woven, simple red silk threads are tightly interwoven together. Sister Su, is this handmade? It's so beautiful. Xiaoming looked at the piece, not in her hand, curiously. Su Muyu's heart sank. 3 years ago, she was injured and unconscious, and when she woke up, she had this thing on her body. She always thought that this was left for her by Xiaoming to encourage her. So she kept it by her side. However, Xiaoming in front of her didn't know about this thing. I'm a little tired. Su Muyu tightly grasped the piece not in her hand. I want to go back. Let's come back another day. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left, looking a little lonely. Xiaoming held the 2 tickets to the Sea Lion Pavilion in his hand and was stunned for a long time. When he saw Xiao Chen's leaving figure in the distance, he seemed to understand something. Xiao Chun, it's you again, it's you again. Why are you so haunted? Mom and Dad were wrong. They shouldn't have given birth to you. My sister was wrong too. She shouldn't have agreed to let you come back. Su Muyu, you were wrong too. You should be mine. Xiaoming's face was ferocious, with veins bulging on his forehead, making him look very scary. He clenched his fists tightly, with a sinister smile on his face. But, Xiao Chun, you won't be so proud for long. Aren't you going to participate in the physics competition? Aren't you going to be admitted to Tsinghua University or Peking University? If you're discredited by others, can you still go? Ha ha ha. After Xiao Chun and Song Zian left the zoo, they waved goodbye. When Xiao Chun was about to leave, he received a call from Lin Fong. Xiao Chun, I went to Qingyo Temple and met my master. Lin Fong's tone was full of excitement that he couldn't hide. He gave me a pharmacopoeia and asked me to study it carefully. Many of the prescriptions in the pharmacopoeia were lost. Even my grandfather praised it highly after reading it. Then congratulations, Xiao Chun said with a smile. Xiao Chun, why don't you come to our clinic? I'll treat you to a meal and thank you very much. There was still uncontrollable excitement in Lin Fong's tone. Seeing that it was still early, Xiao Chen agreed. Lin's clinic is a two-story building. The outside is an antique building, and there's a plaque at the door that reads Lin's Traditional Chinese Medicine. There's also a brief introduction to the classical prescription schools written in small seal script below. The Lin family has been practicing medicine for generations and is very famous in Jiangxing. In particular, Lin Fong's grandfather was known as the king of medicine and was famous for his prescriptions. Lin Fong is actually extremely talented and is going to take over the Lin's clinic in the future. Xiao Chun, master, is truly an expert. After talking with him for an entire afternoon, I felt like a new world had opened up to me. Lin Fong was still excited, because the Taoist priest's insights into medicine and numerology were something he had never heard of before. Wait, Master accepted you as his disciple? Xiao Chun asked in surprise. The Taoist priest doesn't accept disciples, and he is only a nominal disciple. How could this guy be accepted as a disciple right away? Well, that's not the case. My master only taught me some medical skills and theories and didn't allow me to call him master, but I recognize him as my master from the bottom of my heart. Lin Fong smiled awkwardly. He doesn't accept disciples. Xiao Qin smiled. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I recognize him as my master in my heart. Lin Fong said excitedly. I was really a frog in the well before. Thank you, Xiao Chun, for introducing my master to me. Yes, the former Lin Fong was young and promising. He started learning medicine at the age of 6, was able to identify all medicines at the age of 10, and had read all the medical classics at the age of 12. He was able to practice medicine independently at the age of 16. After graduating from the Provincial University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, he inherited his family's business and applied Lin's classical prescriptions to the extreme. So he had a bit of arrogance, but after meeting the Taoist priest, his arrogance completely disappeared without a trace. He pulled Xiao Chen aside and kept talking about the things in the medical book that his master had given him, and he couldn't stop at all. Dr. Lin, is Dr. Lin here? As bursts of crying were heard, a woman rushed in holding a child. She cried heartbreakingly. Dr. Lin, my child is in a coma, and he's been taking your heart-protecting pills. I ran out of medicine today and suddenly fell into a coma. Dr. Lin, help me. Don't worry, my grandfather's not here right now. I will handle it. Lin Fong stood up and turned to get the silver needle. Dr. Xiaolin, my child will be fine after taking medicine. Please give me the special heart-protecting pills made in your pharmacy. The woman cried, I beg you, please hurry up. Chapter 100. This is a medical dispute. But I have to check on the child first. Lin Fong was confused by this scene. No need to look at it. It was the same last time. Human life is at stake, Dr. Lin. I beg you to get the medicine quickly. My child has a heart disease. The woman cried sadly. The effect of taking your medicine is very good. I beg you to hurry up. Wait a minute. I'll get the medicine first. Lin Fong hurried in to get the medicine. The Baoxin pills made from Lin's traditional Chinese medicine formula are particularly effective in treating heart disease, especially for congenital heart disease, which can be fatal when it attacks. Take 2 pills and then put 1 pill at the root of the tongue. The effect will be immediate. Moreover, the child's condition is critical, so we should use medicine to save his life first and then slowly treat him. Seeing him coming out with the medicine, Xiao Chun had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He blurted out, Lin Fong, Chinese medicine's observation, smell, palpation, and questioning. Have you done all of them? Lin Fong was stunned. Xiao Chun rushed over and said in a deep voice, let's take a look at the child's condition first, and then decide whether to give him medicine or not. How can you be sure that the child has a heart problem? What if your medicine is not suitable for the disease? Xiao Chun remembered that in his previous life, Lin's traditional Chinese medicine encountered a medical dispute. The cause was a woman holding her child and crying to seek medical treatment. The situation was urgent, so Lin Fong took out medicine directly to save his life. But unexpectedly, the child in the woman's arms had already died and was a corpse. The result is predictable. Lin Fong, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, was blackmailed, and the woman insisted that the child was killed by Lin Fong's treatment. The incident caused a big stir, and some bad media at the time led the trend, saying that the Lin family had killed someone due to the treatment. The Lin family lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and even their signboards were destroyed. Lin Fong was deeply shocked and completely depressed afterwards. He was expected to inherit his family's traditional Chinese medicine, but he changed his career, and a very talented traditional Chinese medicine practitioner fell into decline. Now that Xiao Chun has encountered this, He cannot let the tragedy happen again. Dr. Kobayashi, my child's condition is very critical. Please give me the medicine quickly. The woman knelt on the ground with a plop. She held the child in one hand and grabbed Lin Fong with the other. He has been taking your medicine. If you don't give him the medicine, it will be too late. Wait. Lin Fong reacted and supported the woman. I want to see the child first. I have to do the basic inspection. Otherwise, I would not be able to judge your child's current condition. Rashly using medication could lead to serious consequences. My child is almost dead. Can't you use medicine first? The woman screamed madly. Aren't you doctors supposed to save lives? Medicine, give me medicine. The hysterical screams made Lin Fong feel something was wrong. He said in a deep voice, if you are really anxious, put the child down and let me see him. If you continue like this, the child will only be in greater danger. The woman said nothing. She stood up, picked up the child, and left. Stop her. This woman is not right. Xiaoming shouted. Stop, kids, stay here. Lin Fong also realized that something was wrong. He rushed over and stopped the woman. Several masters and apprentices from the Chinese medicine clinic also rushed over. Let me go, let me go. If your hospital doesn't treat me, I'll go somewhere else. The woman's eyes were bloodshot and she looked scary. Let me see the child. Lin Fong stretched out his hand. No. The woman held the child tightly in her arms. Lin Fong waved his hand and several people came forward and held the woman down. He felt that the woman was not in a right mental state and might hurt the child. Let me go. Someone come. Someone is trying to steal the child. Someone is trying to steal the child. The woman tore and bit, struggling desperately on the ground. Fortunately, there were many people here and they pinned her to the ground so that she couldn't move. Lin Fong then took the child from her arms, only to find that the child was wrapped tightly with his face covered. He lifted the cloth and reached in, but his tentacles were stiff and there was no suction at all. Lin Fong's hands and feet were cold at this moment. Lin Fong, how is it? Xiaoming asked. The child is dead. Lin Fong said with a dull look in his eyes, stuttering. Call the police. Xiaoming raised the phone in his hand. Lin Fong calmed himself down and put down the child's body in his hand. Looking at the baby's body, his face was pale and he was afraid that he had been dead for at least a day. The police arrived at the scene, followed by the medical examiner. The woman was mentally ill and bit, punched and kicked the police officers, and was eventually put into a police car. The child's body was also taken away, and a police officer was on the scene to inquire about the situation. Lin Fong sat on a chair and answered questions. His eyes were dazed, and he seemed to have lost his soul. Preliminary investigation shows that this woman had taken drugs. The cause of death of the child still needs a forensic autopsy. The police said, come with us to take a statement. Okay. Lin Fong nodded. Those who run medical clinics must be especially careful. Some medical troublemakers will do anything for money. The police officer warned again. Lin Fong nodded and said to Xiaoming gratefully, Xiaoming, I'm going to take the statement. Thank you so much for reminding me today. Go ahead. I have to go back too. You can treat me some other day. Xiaoming smiled slightly. Okay, of course. Lin Fong nodded. Early the next morning, when arriving at the classroom, Song Zian handed Xiaoming a bag. This is for you. Song Zian's cheeks flushed, as if she had mustered up a lot of courage to make the decision. What is this? Xiaoming asked curiously, and was about to open the bag. Don't open it and look at it. This is the scarf I knitted. Wait until you get home and look at it. Song Zian almost buried his head in the desk. It was her first time learning to knit a scarf, and it was quite ugly, but she knitted it herself. Is that so? Well, I'll take a look at it when I get home. Xiaoming put the things away with a smile. I love so much. You said you like it without even watching it? Song Zian was delighted. I like everything you give me. Xiaoming said seriously. After hearing what Xiaoming said, Song Zian was really delighted. Then Xiaoming said, I have something for you too. As he spoke, he took out a piece not made of red rope. The red silk threads are closely intertwined, and a Fu character is woven in the middle with a yellow silk rope. A small piece of peachwood was hanging below. Oh, Xiaoming, did you make this? Song Zian took the piece knot with a look of surprise. I held it in my hand and looked at it over and over again and couldn't let it go. Yes, I learned it when I was doing handicraft with my grandma at home. Xiaoming said with a smile. This piece of wood is peachwood. I got this from the Taoist master. It is said to ward off evil spirits, ensure safety, and bring good luck to people. Do you like it? I like it. I like it very much. Thank you, Xiaoming. Song Zian hugged the piece not tightly to her chest. with smiles in her eyes. Seeing Song Zian's happy expression, Xiao Chen's heart also improved. It seemed that there was some kind of empathy between him and Song Zian. Song Zian, you don't know that you are a ray of light in my once dark life. Thank you for taking care of me when I was most helpless. If we can be together in this life, I will give you everything I have. Chapter 101. You are a ray of light in my dark life. Xiao Chen's phone rang, and he quickly got up and went out to answer it. As soon as he left, Su Dachui's fat face with a hint of meanness came over and said, Student Song, are you guys together? Ah, what are you talking about? We just gave each other small gifts. Song Zian said angrily. But Su Dachui's words made her extremely happy. Only couples give small gifts to each other, and they're all hand-woven towel ropes. Su Dachui Chukka. Okay, stop talking. Song Zian frowned, but secretly put away the peace locket in his hand. It has increased. Xiao Chen's money has really increased. The call was from Li Yuan, and on the other end of the phone, he was almost yelling like crazy. What has increased? Xiao Chen was a little puzzled. The stock you mentioned, Zhong Yuan chip, has been hitting the daily limit for 2 consecutive days yesterday and the day before yesterday. Li Yuan was extremely excited. We bought it at the very bottom. In addition, Zhong Yuan chip announced that it has developed chips suitable for mid to high-end mobile phones and has achieved mass production. There will be a big stock market boom in the future. We'll be rich this time. This? I thought it was something else. Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Chun, I'm so excited now. I want to call Zhang Ziong and let's get together in the evening. You must come. Li Yuan was so excited that he spoke incoherently. Okay, see you tonight. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. The stock surge was expected, and it continued to rise wildly over the next half month. But then there will be a wave of decline. After all, it is not easy to make money in the stock market. He has instructed Li Mingyu to plan surrounding industries. When the time comes, he will sell all the stocks and then switch to surrounding industries. After school in the afternoon, Xiao Chun met Wu Zitzong, Li Yuan, and others in a hotel. Great. I told you to follow me and invest. You will never go wrong. Wu Zitzong was full of admiration. Yes, Xiao Chun, you are amazing. Li Yuan was still excited. I've been playing stocks for several years. I didn't lose much, but I didn't make a lot either. The profits you brought me in the past few days are as much as my total profits in the stock market in the past few years. Tell me the truth. How did you know that the stock of this company would rise sharply? How did you know that they succeeded in researching chips? Intuition. Xiao Chun simply uttered 2 words in response. Intuition? I don't believe it. You must have inside information. Zhang Ziong obviously didn't believe it. He thought hard. Then he suddenly realized something and said in a firm tone, Xiao Chun, you have traveled through time. That must be it. Xiao Chun was taken aback. Although it was just a joke, it was a serious joke. He quickly said, in fact, there was news that this company had stockpiled a lot of raw materials for chip production. We have also expanded into surrounding industries and acquired several semiconductor companies. From some clues, it's not difficult to tell what they are going to do. Is there such news? Why didn't I notice it? Li Yuan was a little surprised. He immediately shook his head and said, forget it. I won't dig up these news anymore. After all, Xiao Chun is a professional. If we follow Xiao Chun, we will all have meat to eat. We won the first battle. We will withdraw our funds in half a month and invest in its surrounding industries. Don't worry, your principal will double within a month. Haha, then we really have to toast Xiao Chun. Several people laughed. Just as a few people were having dinner, there was a knock on the door of the box. It was Chun Chao whom they had met last time. He was holding a bottle of wine and had a surprised expression on his face. Hey guys, what a coincidence. Hey Mr. Chun, why are you here? Wu Zitzong stood up. The owner of this hotel is my cousin. He said he saw you having dinner with Mr. Wu, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Li just now, so I came to take a look. Chen Chao was also very good at dealing with people. He poured a glass of wine and said, I'd like to offer a toast to you all. Mr. Chun, you are so polite. Xiao Chun stood up and said, a few brothers and I just finalized some investment, so we came here to celebrate. Aha, Brother Xiao's investment is definitely not an ordinary investment. Brother Xiao, I know your father very well. We have been friends for more than 10 years. Chen Chao laughed and said, we are here to sign a contract today. I have a marketing project that I need him to do. Are you talking about Shia Yian, huh? Xiao Chun was stunned. The last time he met Chen Chao, Zhao's father hit aside, so he didn't see the other person. So Chen Chao's words today left him a little confused. Yes, Chen Chao laughed and said, we will become more familiar with each other in the future. Brother Xiao, you are really amazing. You are so young, and you can have your own career. Hey, my son is about the same age as you. If he had 10th of your ability, I would have to burn incense to my ancestors. How do you know I'm his son? Xiao Chun looked a little strange. He said so. He even showed me your family photo. Chen Chao was stunned. Looking at Xiao Chen's expression, something seemed to be wrong. He said I was his son, and then you signed a contract with him? Xiao Chun felt speechless. Yes, you can't just recognize a random son, right? Chen Chao asked cautiously. He didn't recognize me randomly. In terms of blood relationship, I am his son. Xiao Chun shook his head. But Mr. Chun, you don't know that I've severed my parent-child relationship with him. Severing the parent-child relationship? This. Chen Xiao was completely dumbfounded. No wonder Xiao Yuanhe hid aside when Xiao Chen came out. So this was the reason. Now this matter has become a bit embarrassing. He didn't know why the relationship between the Xiao father and son was so strained, but since Xiao Chun said so, it meant that the relationship between them had reached the point where they were incompatible. That bastard Xiao Yuanhe is really shameless. He also swore that Xiao Chun was his son and could introduce him to the big boss. The result? People just ignored him as their so-called father. Okay? Yes, there are some things in my family that are hard to explain. Xiao Chun said, so there's no relationship between him and me. Mr. Chun, please don't let him cheat you again. This is because of this incident. Chen Chao showed an awkward smile on his face. Old Chun, it's okay, as long as the matter is made clear. Wu Zitzong said with a smile, but you have to keep your eyes open in the future. Brother Xiao is not an ordinary person. There are many people who use his name to swindle people. Yes, Mr. Wu is right. Chen Chao quickly poured a glass of wine and raised a glass. This glass of wine is for me to apologize to Brother Xiao. I am really sorry. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, then toasted everyone in the room one by one, and then walked out with an embarrassed look on his face. Xiao Chun, what the Xiao family did is a bit unfair. Zhang Xiang knew about the situation of Xiao Chen's family. He said indignantly, they treated you like this, and now they're using your name to do things. Are there people like that? Chapter 102 Xiao Yuanhe. Do you have any shame? Borrowing your son's name to deceive people? It's okay, just block his way. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. He had no intention of pampering the Xiao family. Since they were shameless, don't blame him for being rude. If Xiao Yuanhe continues like this, he guarantees that he will successfully destroy the Xiao family's broken company. After Chen Xiao went out, he felt so embarrassed that he wanted to slap himself. He walked away while cursing. Xiao Yuanhe, you actually dared to lie to me, you bastard. Is your character trustworthy? He arrived at the box angrily and found Zhao's father already waiting there. Mr. Chun, you are here. Look, I have already prepared the contract. Please take a look. If there is no problem, we can sign it. Seeing Chen Chao coming in, Xiao Yuanhe quickly stood up and handed over a contract with both hands. Chen Chao suppressed his inner anger. He took the contract and sneered. Old Xiao, you said you would let your son introduce me to Mr. Wu. Do you remember this? I remember. Of course I remember. Don't worry, Lao Chun. This is just a small matter. I'll ask him to contact Mr. Wu later. Father Zhao's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to suppress his inner uneasiness. I just saw Xiao Chun and Mr. Wu coming here together. How about you give him a call? Chen Chao raised his eyebrows. At this time, this guy is still pretending? I will expose you. He is here? Father Shiao was surprised. Yes, give him a call. Chen Chao put the contract in his hand on the table. He is having dinner with Mr. Wu today. They have important matters to discuss. Let's do it another day. Father Zhao's eyes rolled. You don't have to do it today. Just ask your son to come to our box. I want to see if you can invite him. Chen Chao sneered. Mr. Chun, let's sign the contract first and talk about other things later. Xiao Yuanhe, how long are you going to keep pretending? Chen Chao was angry and slammed the table. I've already found out everything. Xiao Chun has severed the father-son relationship with you a long time ago. I just ran to his box to make a toast. Do you know how embarrassed I was when I mentioned these things? Mr. Chun, don't be angry. Just listen to my explanation. The cold sweat on Father Zhao's forehead dripped down. He didn't expect the truth to be exposed so quickly. His original intention was just to use Xiao Chen's power to make things easier for himself. But he didn't expect that he would end up making things worse. The other party knew so quickly that he and Xiao Chun had already severed their relationship. What do you want to explain? Xiao Yuanhe, you are really amazing. Haha, now you have fallen to the point of using your son's name to attract investment. Chen Chao laughed out of anger as he spoke. I won't sign the contract, and you don't have to come to me again in the future. Mr. Chun, We had a good discussion before. Father Shiao was anxious. Did you have a good conversation? Xiao Yian, don't you feel embarrassed at all when you say this? Qin Chao pointed at him and said, what's the difference between you and a swindler now? I would have to be blind to trust you. I'm just telling you now that there's no chance of cooperation. Don't bother me again in the future. Qin Chao said this and turned to leave. Zhao's father stood there helplessly. Also, Xiao Chun is very good. To be honest, if my son could be even 1/10 as good as him, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Before leaving, Qin Chao said, I've also seen your youngest son. Haha, he's full of schemes and pretends to be weak. He's not even a man. Why are you pinning your hopes on him? It really makes me laugh to death. You. Father Shiao looked at Qin Chao angrily. He was very angry when the other party said that to Xiaoming. Qin Chao didn't say anything more. He slammed the door and left. He sat down on the chair, somewhat weakly, feeling very angry. Xiao Chun and the others had almost finished eating and were chatting. Zhang Ziang was flipping through his phone when he suddenly came across a video. He couldn't help but be surprised. Xiao Chun, look, you're on the hot search in the city. Where? Let me see. Xiao Chun's heart trembled and he picked up the phone. Sure enough, the hot search in the city was about Xiao Chun, who ranked first in the city's unified examination, peeping at girls taking a bath. A single mother was detained for seeking justice for her daughter. First in the city, eye-catching words like theft and single mother instantly aroused people's interest. When I opened a video, I saw Xiaoming standing in front of the camera, crying. Xiao Chun, my mother has been detained and I have been fired. I beg you to let me go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have exposed you. You have the support of the school and the education bureau. Ordinary people like us have suffered injustice and have no choice but to endure it. The expressive performance, coupled with the specially applied makeup, made her look pitiful, weak, and helpless. The comment section almost exploded, with all the keyboard warriors who didn't know the truth attacking one-sidedly. Too lawless. Can you do whatever you want just because you have good grades? He peeped at a girl taking a bath. The school covered it up, and he even used his connections to have the mother detained. At Jiangqing police, give the girl justice. Are they useful? They're just a bunch of snakes and rats. Nowadays schools only care about good grades and don't care about character. What's the meaning of education? The popularity was still rising at a visible speed and soon dominated the local news. Okay, it's finally here. Xiao Chun slapped the table excitedly. Xiao Chun, what's going on? Li Yongyuan said solemnly. If this matter is not handled properly, it will affect you. Yes, you still have to participate in the competition. It's not okay for something to happen at this critical moment. Wu Zitzong also became serious. Someone is throwing dirty water on me. Xiao Chun said, I'm also taking this opportunity to find out who's behind this. Xiao Chun, I know someone in the public opinion department. Please calm down the heat for now. Zhang Ziang said, no, brother Zhang, please do me a favor. I will be subjected to cyberbullying in the next few days, and I'm afraid it will affect my grandma. Xiao Chun said, please arrange a place for me to live and let my grandma stay for a few days. It must be quiet. It's okay. I have a villa in the healthcare area. Just let Grandma Wu go there. I'll take the old lady there later. Zhang Ziang said, okay, let's let this happen for a few days. I need to hire a lawyer. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment and said, cut the Gordian knot and file a lawsuit quickly. Leave it to me. I'll introduce you to a lawyer. Li Yongyuan also said, I know friends in the media circle. I'll ask them to check and see that the video was released by Changjiang Culture Media. I'll get back to you later. I know someone in the court. If you want to go through the litigation, I'll ask my friend to find a way to fast-track you. Wu Zitzong said, otherwise it will delay your competition. Thank you all. The teacher contacted me. I will go back to school to deal with it first. Okay, we'll contact you anytime. Several people nodded, got up, and left. As soon as he went out, a figure ran over and slapped Xiao Chun in the face. At the same time, a scream was heard. Xiao Chun, you rubbish, how could you do such a thing? Xiao Chun was thinking about something and was caught off guard and almost didn't react. He quickly dodged, but was still scratched on the cheek by the other person's nails. Several bloodstains appeared on his face, burning with pain. He looked up and found that the person coming was Zhao's mother. Chapter 103. Xiao Chun was cyberbullied. Her face was livid, her expression was extremely ferocious, and her chest was heaving. Obviously, she was very angry. Just now, she was shopping with a few other ladies, and they mentioned their son's grades. She boasted that her eldest son, Xiao Chun, ranked first in the city's unified examination, and her second son was in the top 30. However, before he could finish showing off, he saw a video of Xiao Chun stealing a woman taking a bath. Showing off between women is a shura field in itself, and several mothers talked about this matter in a sarcastic manner. Just after exiting the mall, I happened to see Xiao Chun coming out of the hotel next door, and this scene just happened. What are you doing? Are you okay, brother? Zhang Xiang and others hurriedly stopped him. It's okay, just a minor injury. Xiao Chun wiped his face. There was no bleeding, but the skin was scratched. He looked at Zhao's mother coldly, only to see that Zhao's mother had lost all her self-control and acted like a madman. Trash, waste. I should never have given birth to you. I must be crazy to be proud of you. Mother Xiao was venting her twisted emotions, and she looked abnormal. TSK, the daughter of the Qin family, who always boasts of being from a good family and a scholarly family, actually has this side of her. It really opens my eyes. Xiao Chun sneered. Look at you, what's the difference between you and a madman now? Xiao Chun actually has no feelings for his mother. Even though he had longed to fit in before, he always felt that Zhao's mother had a strong hatred for him. It is impossible to conceal your hatred for someone. There is no doubt that you feel disgusted and want to die immediately. Xiao Chun didn't know why she had such a strong hatred for him, but his impression of this mother was not even as good as that of Shia Yian and her sister. Shut up, you useless piece of shit, pervert. How could I give birth to a son like you? Zhao's mother screamed hysterically. How could you do such a shameful thing? You have completely disgraced me. Then just go die. Xiao Chun said casually. If you die, won't it be over? You don't have to look at me with disgust, and you don't have to look at the eyes of the people around you. You shut up. Zhao's mother's face turned pale. Haha, giving birth to a son like me is a stain on your life, right? Xiao Chun sneered. You are such a self-righteous person, but your son did such a shameful thing. Is this a failure of your education? Xiao Chun. Zhao's mother seemed a little abnormal. Xiao Chen's words hit the nail on the head and almost tore her heart out. Okay, brother Xiao, let's go. Wu Zitzong saw that Zhao's mother seemed a little abnormal. She was afraid that if Xiao Chun continued talking, she would be really angry to death, so she quickly persuaded Xiao Chun to leave. Zhao's mother sat down on the ground, holding her chest and breathing like a mad beast. She didn't react for a long time. What's wrong with you? Father Shiao came out and was surprised to see his wife's appearance. He hurriedly supported him. Die, that bastard deserves to die. Zhao's mother roared. Don't get excited. Calm down. Your illness cannot be agitated. Father Shiao quickly called 120. Hello, my wife is not feeling well. She has bipolar disorder. Yes, she is at Nandu Road. Secretly, someone secretly filmed this scene. When Xiao Chun arrived at school, he was taken to the principal's office by Su Xiao. The school leaders are all here, and things on the internet are fermenting very seriously. Xiao Chun, you don't need to feel any psychological pressure. Those who are innocent will be innocent. Li Zhen said seriously. The school will bear the pressure. You just need to concentrate on reviewing and preparing for the competition. Thank you, principal. These things have no impact on me. Xiao Chun said. The school doesn't have to do anything for me. I can handle my own affairs. Xiao Chun, this is not your own business. The dean of studies said, your personal reputation is closely linked to the school. Although Tongfang High School is not a key school, we must be fair and just to every student. Thank you, Director Huang. I know. I have contacted a lawyer and will file a lawsuit against Changjiang Culture Media and Xiaoming. Xiao Chun said, I will not let these things affect my reputation or the reputation of the school. Those who are innocent will be innocent. Well, Xiao Chun, we will first negotiate with Changjiang Media and ask them to release a clarification video and apologize. This is obviously a malicious hype incident. Li Jin stood up. Thank you for your concern, principal, and all the leaders. I won't let you down. Xiao Chun stood up and bowed deeply to them. Principal, Director Huang, something bad has happened. Someone has sent a wreath to the school. Just then, the guard rushed in hurriedly. Who sent it? Director Huang frowned. A lot of people sent about 30 or 40 of them. The guard panted. These are all for Xiao Chun. Go and take a look. Li Zhen frowned slightly. He knew how serious cyber violence could be once it fermented. There was a row of wreaths at the school gate. It attracted countless students to watch. Written on the elegiac couplet were Xiao Chen's name, as well as other eye-catching words such as peeping Tom, pervert, and scumbag. The people from the courier company were still waiting for Xiao Chen's signature. I require you to show me the shipping information of these people. Xiao Chun found the courier. I can't show this. I'll just deliver it. Just sign for it. The people from the courier company used a small truck to pull the wreaths, took out a list, and asked Xiao Chen to sign. First, real names are required for express delivery. Second, I'm being bullied online, and I want to collect evidence to sue the bullies. Xiao Chen said, if you can't provide the sender's information, I will sue your courier company. I'm just a courier. Why are you making things difficult for me? The delivery man was unhappy. Okay then, joint transport in the same city, right? I'll let my lawyer contact you. Xiao Chen said directly. Hey, you guy, okay, I'll contact the station master. The courier said helplessly when he saw that Xiao Chen was difficult to deal with. Principal Li, please keep these wreaths safe. I have contacted a lawyer who will help me with the lawsuit quickly. Xiao Chen said. Okay, Xiao Chen, if you need anything, just contact me directly. Director Huang, please contact the person in charge of Changjiang Cultural Media, and we can meet to talk. Li Zhen Nudda. Go away. Everyone go to class. What's there to see? Director Huang frowned and drove the students away. Also, there may be a lot of troubles in the next few days, so I won't go to school for now to avoid causing trouble to the school. Xiao Chen said. Okay, review well at home. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll ask the teacher to come to your house and help you solve it. Li Zhan said after thinking for a while. Thank you, Principal. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and went back to the classroom to pack up. It's time for the get out of class to end. Seeing Xiao Chen coming back to pack up his things, everyone's eyes fell on him. The scene that happened in school a few days ago had already spread throughout the school. But no one expected that things would escalate, so the sounds of whispers were inevitable in the classroom. Chapter 104, How About We Live Together? Song Zian was not in the classroom. Xiao Chen felt a little regretful and wanted to say goodbye to her. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see her for at least the next 2 or 3 days, so he sorted out the materials that needed reviewing. Then he thought about it and put a book on Song Zian's desk. Then take the study materials and leave. Xiao Chen, wait a minute. Just as he was about to go downstairs, Song Zian rushed down. She was still holding a cell phone in her hand, and it was obvious that she had just made a call. You're here, and I want to tell you that I won't be coming to school these few days. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Did the principal suspend your classes? I'll go talk to the principal now. Song Zian said as he pulled Xiao Chen to find the principal. No, I might get into trouble these days, and it might affect the order of the school. Xiao Chen stopped her, so I took the initiative to suggest that you review at home these few days. It's okay, it will be over soon. But the things on the internet have been fermenting. How could Xiaoming do this? She is really willing to do anything to become famous. Tears welled up in Song Zian's eyes. Hey, don't cry. Xiao Chen panicked and quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe her tears. I promise that in 3 to 5 days, everything will be settled. Didn't I tell you before that someone has been trying to get me? This is a good opportunity to find out who is behind this. Then what are you going to do? Song Zian asked anxiously. Just sue them. Don't worry, I have already hired a lawyer to collect relevant evidence and go through the fast-track litigation process. Xiao Chen comforted her and said, it won't affect my competition, but the litigation process takes too long, and public opinion is very unfavorable to you. Song Zian calmed down and thought about how to help Xiao Chen. Public opinion cannot affect the fairness of the law. Besides, what Xiaoming did was just hype. I will also collect evidence and reverse public opinion at the appropriate time. Xiao Chen said, I'm not here for a few days, so study hard. If there's anything you don't understand about physics, leave it blank for now, and I'll explain it to you when I get back to school. Xiao Chen. Song Zian looked up. Cyberbullying is terrible. The place where you live may not be safe. Well, you come home with me and stay at my house for a while. Live in your house. The words living together instantly popped up in Xiao Chen's mind. So the look became ambiguous. What are you thinking? Live at my house first. It's not what you think. Song Zian's face turned red instantly. She also seemed to feel that it was inappropriate for a girl to take the initiative to invite a boy to live at home with her. I didn't think anything. You're the one who thought it wrongly, right? Xiao Chen's eyes were full of sly smile. Xiao Chen, it's already this time and you're still teasing me. Song Zian stomped her feet in anger. Okay, no more jokes. You don't have to worry about me. I'll take care of these things. Xiao Chen smiled and said, keyboard warriors are just a little stupid, not all bad. When they find that their IQ has been rubbed to the ground, they will become even more angry and attack the people who are leading the trend. Let's wait and see. After Xiao Chen left, Song Zian bit her lip, picked up her phone, and called her grandfather. Grandpa, Xiao Chen is in trouble. We have to help him. I already know about the matter. Song Yuming's voice came from the other end of the phone. I'll ask your uncle to use his connections to get the court to handle this case as soon as possible. The case will be accepted within 3 days, and the trial will begin as soon as possible. But the final result is not something that anyone can influence. It all depends on whether this kid is tough enough. I believe him. Song Zian said only one sentence and hung up the phone. When I got home, Grandma had already been picked up by Zhang Ziang. Xiao Chun called his grandmother and made up a random excuse to ask her to stay there for a few days without any worries. The lawyer introduced by Li Yongyuan also called, chatted for a while, and then added WeChat. Professionals are indeed different. I contacted them at noon, and they have already sorted out the relevant evidence and drafted a lawyer's letter. At Lawyer Wang's request, Xiao Chun opened the People's Court online service on WeChat mini program. Then take photos of the evidence you prepared early and upload them, and write the cause of the incident clearly. Next, I just waited. When I woke up, it was already night. Xiao Chun turned on a cell phone and saw dozens of missed calls and hundreds of text messages. Most of these messages are insulting and threatening. It seems that his identity information has been leaked. It doesn't matter. I pulled out the SIM card and replaced it with a new number that I had prepared long ago. I used WeChat to verify and rejected everyone's friend requests. He was very familiar with the methods of cyberbullying and had experienced them in his previous life. After all, the Xiao family has 2 sons. Xiaoming is glamorous and a genius in investment. He himself took drugs, drove recklessly, and beat up traffic police. He was simply a negative example. Xiaoming also deliberately exposed these things on the internet. The cyber violence he suffered in his previous life was much worse than this. However, just after changing the SIM card, Song Zian forwarded a video on WeChat. Xiao Chun, you have scandals again. Open the video. Isn't this what happened when I met Zhao's mother at noon? It was filmed by someone, and in the video, Zhao's mother looked angry and indignant, and she was very disappointed with her child. The malicious words spoken against Xiao Chun were taken out of context and posted online by someone with ulterior motives, and the news that Xiao Chun had severed ties with his parents also spread online. So a new wave of cyber violence came in an overwhelming manner. Oh my God, how can you talk to your own mother like that? Scumbags are born that way. Haha, what's the point of such a person having good grades? He would be a scourge to society. He is indeed trash. Even his biological parents were so disappointed that they severed ties with him. At the same time, news about Xiao Chun beating his younger brother and cheating in exams was spread wildly on the internet. The storms came one after another, and some people even suggested cutting Xiao Chun into pieces. Xiao Chun sent a message back. Who took this photo? It's too much. It makes me look so ugly. Do you know how to use the camera? Song Zian replied with a string of ellipses. Then he sent a helpless expression. It's already this hour, and you still care whether you look handsome in the photos? Aren't you worried at all? There's nothing to worry about. Don't worry. I eat well and sleep well now. I'm just afraid I can't live here anymore. I'm afraid those keyboard warriors are going to throw bricks at my house. Xiao Chun replied. I'll pack my things first and find a hotel to stay for a few days. Then go quickly and message me if you have anything. Song Zian replied. It was indeed impossible to live here. Xiao Chun stretched, packed a few clothes, put them together with his study materials into his backpack, and turned around to walk out the door. I found a 5-star hotel to stay in, for no other reason than that 5-star hotels would not disclose their customers' information at will. Don't underestimate the power of human flesh search. If you stay in a motel, your information may be leaked the moment you turn around. Chapter 105. Xiaoming. Are you really shameless just for the sake of traffic? As soon as I checked in, Zhou Jun called me. Brother, what's going on with you? Brother Zhou, that woman wants to become an internet celebrity, and she teamed up with a media company to hype this matter. Xiao Qin said, it's no big deal. Let them make a fuss for a few days. Are you really okay? Do you want to come to my house and stay for a few days? Zhou Jun was worried. It's really okay. Thank you, Brother Zhou, but I may have to trouble you to issue a notice in a few days to announce the results of the investigation into Xiaoming and her mother. Xiao Chan said with a smile. These are all small matters, don't worry. Zhou Jun said, do you need anything? Speaking of this, I really need to borrow something from Brother Zhou. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment. I'll send it to you on WeChat later. Okay, send it to me. So Yun responded directly. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chun sent his needs to Zhou Jun. After Zhou Jun received the news, he was a little surprised. Brother, I really don't have these things you have, but I can borrow them to see. Okay then. Thank you for your help, Brother Zhou. Xiao Chun replied. It's a small matter. I'll have someone send it to you after I borrow it. So Yun answered carelessly. Xiao Chen lay on the bed in a five-star hotel and registered a short video account for himself. He posted a short video. I am Xiao Chen. Everything on the internet is slander. Please follow my account. I will clarify it in due time. After posting the status, he rejected all messages, then picked up the test paper and started doing the questions. No matter how hard you fight with the green tea girls, you can't lose any results. After finishing most of the papers, I picked up my phone and saw that my account had gained 30,000 followers in less than an hour. If this trend continues, we'll be able to go live and beg in the future. Just as I was about to put down my phone, a live broadcast of a hot topic in the city popped up. The ID number is Helpless Ming Ming. Xiao Chen clicked it and saw, wow, isn't this Xiaoming Ming? Xiaoming Ming was broadcasting live. She had makeup on that looked a little haggard and was wearing ordinary clothes. The red hair she dyed before has now been dyed black and straightened, changing her previous image of a little gangster. She now looks like a good girl. And she was complaining about Xiao Chen's evil deeds in the live broadcast room. Xiao Chen is a jerk. He is a bully in school. He made friends with people in society and intimidated his classmates. Many students with excellent academic performance were forced to drop out of school by him. And he has peeped at girls taking showers and even going to the toilet more than once. But because he had good grades, the teachers and school leaders protected him, so he became more and more unscrupulous. As Zhao Mingming spoke, she wiped away tears from time to time. Her pitiful image and tearful accusations made her instantly become a helpless and pitiful victim. In her words, Xiao Chun is a pervert and scum who bullies classmates, peaks, and harasses girls. The popularity of the live broadcast room has reached over 100,000, and some people even pointed out in the comment section that they are also students of Tongfang High School. Saying that Xiao Chun also steals girls' underwear makes him a complete pervert. It was obvious that these accounts were trying to stir up trouble, making Xiao Chun laugh and cry. The comment section of the live broadcast room was filled with curses. We all support you, host. You are the first one to stand up bravely. Xiao Chun must be sent to jail. He is so abominable. Of course, there are still rational netizens in the comment area. Anchor, do you think there is evidence for all this? I'm just sitting in the front row eating melons. My IQ has been criticized by the internet a few times. This time I won't take sides and wait for the follow-up. What evidence do you want? The anchor bravely stood up, and that's the evidence. That is, you can be a coward, but please don't laugh at those who bravely stand up and speak for women. Rational speeches were quickly drowned out by violent comments. Several sports cars appeared on the screen, followed by two carnivals. While thanking these enthusiastic netizens, Zhao Mingming cried about her tragic life experience. A gambling father abandoned her and her daughter. Her mother worked hard to raise her, and then when she stood up for her, she was kidnapped for no reason. As a result, the gifts on the screen were given more vigorously. In more than an hour of live broadcast, tens of thousands of gifts were given. Xiao Qin couldn't help but admire what he saw. Women really have a talent for acting, especially people like Zhao Mingming, who can make money just by crying and acting pitiful. I admire her, really admire her. But you may be proud of yourself. The more proud you are now, the worse you will fall later. Not wanting to be humiliated by the comments in the comment section, Xiao Qin logged off and continued working on his paper. The next day, Xiao Qin received a call from Principal Li Zhan. Xiao Qin, we have already made representations to Jiangsheng Culture Media Company, but their attitude is very bad. The school has warned them that if they continue like this, we will sue them. In addition, I have already explained your case to the Education and Sports Bureau and submitted relevant evidence. The leaders of the Education and Sports Bureau also took it very seriously and held a meeting overnight to study your case. Don't worry about the competition. You won't be disqualified. Thank you, Principal Li. I have submitted a lawsuit application and I should have some feedback within 3 days. Xiao Chun was very grateful to Li Zhan, and I don't intend to sit still and wait for the heat to increase. I will fight back at the appropriate time. Well, don't feel pressured. Li Zhan felt relieved when he saw Xiao Chen's stable mood. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chun couldn't help but smile. Li Zhan was worried that he had psychological pressure and would not perform well in the competition. But this kind of scene is a small scene for him. As a man who has lived a second life and has experienced death, why would he be afraid of cyber violence? I asked the hotel to send me breakfast in the morning, then I put on a mask and went out for a walk. Behind the hotel is a wetland park facing the river. After strolling along the river for half a circle, there were many people doing morning exercises in the park. When Xiao Chan was jogging along the track by the river, he heard a cry for help from the front. Someone fell into the water. People doing morning exercises gathered towards the place where the accident happened, and Xiao Chun hurriedly followed. I saw a young mother jumping into the water like crazy, rushing toward a little boy in the river. It can be seen that this is a mother and son, and the mother can't swim. She struggled desperately, grabbed the child, and tried her best to lift him out of the water. The water was flowing fast at this location, and the more she struggled, the further she was from shore. Hey, is there anyone who can swim? Come and save him. Call 119 quickly. The group of people on the shore were anxious, but no one could swim. Without saying a word, Xiao Chun took off his shirt, pushed through the crowd, and dived into the water. Whether before or after his rebirth, he always paid great attention to fitness, especially in swimming. If he participated in the competition, he would at least get second place or something. Chapter 106. What else can the Xiao family do besides standing on the moral high ground to accuse? He swam to the middle of the river, reached out to support his panicked mother, then used his other hand to paddle the water and slowly swam towards the shore. The worse a person is at swimming, the more panicked he or she becomes in the water. Especially when someone goes down to rescue, they'll be grasped tightly as a life-saving straw. The same went for this mother. She held the child in one hand and tightly grasped Xiao Chen's arm with the other, which affected Xiao Chen's performance. The rushing and cold river water poured in gulps, so much so that Xiao Chen, who was a good swimmer, had to drink several gulps of water. Fortunately, when he was almost reaching the shore, someone handed him a bamboo pole for survival, and Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed it. A group of people on the shore worked together to drag the three people up. Sitting down on the shore, Xiao Chen wiped the water off his face. I really exhausted myself just now. If my swimming skills were not good enough, I would not dare to go into the river to save people. The mother and son were fine. They were just frightened and drank a few gulps of water. The mother hugged her child and cried heart-wrenchingly, even forgetting to thank her savior. Xiao Chen was at the center of cyber violence, so he didn't want to get involved. He picked up his clothes and left quietly. I went back to the hotel and changed my clothes, and then I realized that I forgot to take out my cell phone when I was saving the man. That secondhand Xiaomi phone has been with him for several years, and it's time to change it. I packed my clothes, put on a mask and sunglasses, ran to the nearest shopping mall, found a Xiaomi counter, and picked out a Redmi phone with good value for money. Just as I finished paying and was about to leave the mobile phone store, Xiao Qian's voice came over. Xiao Chun. Turning around, it was indeed Xiao Qian. She walked forward and grabbed him angrily. Xiao Chun, you made Mom so angry that she got sick and was hospitalized. Did you know that? And what's going on with the things on the internet? How could you do such a thing? Don't evade it. Explain your problem clearly. Let go. Xiao Chun pushed Xiao Qian away with his backhand. He really wondered if he was unlucky as he kept running into the Xiao family wherever he went, and he was wearing sunglasses and a mask so tightly covering his face. How did Xiao Qian recognize him? You'd better give me an explanation. Xiao Qian gritted her teeth and said, I felt that I had wronged you before, and I felt that I owed you. But you are such a person. You even made your mother sick. She is sick because she has bipolar disorder. She blames me for her illness. Xiao Chun frowned. Do I need to explain to you? Who are you? It's been spreading all over the internet. Besides, would that girl disregard her own innocence and publicly accuse you? Xiao Qian said angrily. Do you know why I look down on you, Xiao family? It's because as long as it involves me, you will never care about the truth. Xiao Chun did not hide his disgust for her at all. You can only accuse me from the moral high ground. This kind of prejudice will never change. If you have a clear conscience, why do you wrap yourself up so tightly? Xiao Qian was a little angry. You should stand up and prove your innocence. If you do this, it only shows that you have something to hide. The Xiao family is really different. You guys are simply showing off your indifference to others. Xiao Qian was so angry that he laughed. You know what, Xiao Qian? I sent my grandma somewhere else, and the glass of the place where we live is now smashed, and paint is splashed on the door. There's no difference between cyberbullying people and thugs. So do you think I should stand up now and accept those people's insults? Accept those people's cyberbullying? If you don't actively solve the problem, how far are you going to let things develop? Xiao Qian was stunned. She has never experienced cyber violence and has no idea how terrible it is. How do you know I didn't actively solve the problem? But solving problems requires brains, not going out and getting scolded. Xiao Chun said coldly. You'd better pray that you don't have to go through these things. Because if you go through these things, I guarantee you won't be able to handle the pressure and commit suicide the next day. Also, if you have never experienced the suffering of others, you should not stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at others. Xiao Qian calmed down and said, "Come back with me." "Why should I go back with you?" Xiao Qian really felt that this woman was mentally ill. "You made your mother so angry that she was hospitalized. Shouldn't you go see her and apologize to her?" Xiao Qian said angrily, "She is still your mother no matter what. She carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. You need to repay her kindness for your whole life." "Really? Then why don't you ask me why I argued with her?" Xiao Chun took off his mask, revealing several obvious scars on his face. He pointed at the scratches on his face, his tone somewhat sharp. "When I was being bullied online, she didn't try to find out what happened, but attacked me personally, insulted me, beat me, and said I had brought shame on her. Yes, I was born after she carried me for 10 months, but she did not hide her disgust for me at all. I have repaid everything I owe to your Xiao family. It was my kindness that I did not call the police to arrest her immediately. And you'd better disappear from my sight, otherwise I don't mind making you unemployed right now." Xiao Chun has the ability to make her unemployed, and it only takes a phone call. Xiao Qian was scared. She was like a deflated ball. She just looked at Xiao Chun with disappointment on her face. "Why are you like this now?" "Very disappointed, right? I'm no longer the Xiao Chun who allowed you Xiao family to manipulate me and try to please you carefully." Xiao Chun smiled. "I have learned to fight back. You can no longer use me as you please. Please stop lecturing me. You don't deserve it. In this world, the only person who can teach me a lesson is my grandma." Xiao Qian glanced at her indifferently. Then he put on a mask and left. Xiao Qian really had no other choice but to stamp her feet in anger. "Xiao Qian, what's wrong with you?" Just at this moment, Shia Yian came over carrying some things. I saw Xiao Chun, and I asked him to go home, but he was so arrogant. Xiao Qian said angrily. "What did you say?" Xiao Yian asked. "I just asked him to go home and apologize to Mom. Mom was so angry that she was hospitalized." Xiao Qian said angrily. As a son, he shouldn't quarrel with Mom no matter what. Isn't this also his disappointment in us, his family? Xiao Yan's expression was complicated, and she murmured, "Have you ever thought about what if he was really wronged in these things?" "Impossible. That girl looks so pitiful. How could she use her innocence to frame Xiao Chun?" Xiao Qian said firmly. "It's best not to jump to conclusions before something happens. Have you forgotten how much we misunderstood him before?" Xiao Yan said dimly. Chapter 107 Su Muyu. Why are you still haunting me? Xiao Qian stopped talking. Yes, didn't she have many misunderstandings about Xiao Chun in the past? This is also the reason why Xiao Chun now dislikes his family, because he does not receive any love at home. As soon as Xiao Chun returned to the hotel, Zhou Jun contacted him and said that the things he wanted had been delivered. A policeman drove a police car to deliver something to Xiao Chun, which was a very secretive filming equipment. Moreover, these devices can be directly connected to mobile phones via Bluetooth and can play recorded images in real time. Xiao Chun, this is the instruction manual. It's very simple and easy to understand. We don't have these devices in our bureau. Director Zhou went to the headquarters with a stern face to borrow them, said the police officer. I know. Thank Director Zhou for me. Xiao Chun knew how great this favor was. These things are professional recording equipment, and one set is estimated to cost hundreds of thousands. Moreover, not everyone can borrow it. Zhou Jun had to make countless promises and use many favors to get it. After explaining a few things, Xiao Chun sent the police officer away and then began to read the instructions. Just when I was halfway through, I heard a knock on the door. Xiao Chun thought it was a waiter, so he opened the door. However, he was a little dumbfounded the moment he opened the door. The person standing in front of him was not a waiter, but Su Muyu in a white long dress. Xiao Chun's brain was still on the instruction manual, and he didn't react for a while, until Su Muyu took the initiative to speak. Why? Don't you invite me in to sit down? Why are you here? Xiao Chun was stunned for a moment before he reacted. This long dress was what she wore when she first went to the Su family. At that time, she was wearing a white dress, as pure as a fairy from the world. The flowing white dress and long hair instantly made her the unforgettable white moonlight in Xiao Chun's heart. However, when he saw the dress again, his heart was as calm as a dry well, without a ripple at all. Xiao Chun, do you want to escape? Such a big thing has happened. Can you escape just because you want to? Su Muyu glanced at Xiao Chun. How do you know I live here? Xiao Chun asked after he came to his senses. This hotel belongs to my family. If you don't stay at home, you must go to a hotel. My family owns 5 hotels, so your name can be easily found. Su Muyu said this and walked in on her own. Why are you investigating me? Xiao Chun frowned, somewhat puzzled. I don't mean anything else. I just came to see you and ask about your situation. Su Muyu said in a flat tone. This has nothing to do with you. Xiao Chun said lightly. Su Muyu did not respond to Xiao Chun, but just looked up and glanced at him. Is what is circulating on the internet true? It's true. I'm a pervert and a shameless villain. Xiao Chun smiled. Have you figured it out? If you're clear, leave. I have things to do. Xiao Chun, can you talk to me normally? Su Muyu frowned. I'm concerned about you. Care about me? Xiao Chun's expression was a little funny. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Miss Su, do you know what you were saying? I just think you wouldn't do something like that. Su Muyu said softly. You were framed, right? It's not important. I don't need your concern. I can handle my own affairs. Xiao Chun said, but I still want to thank you for your concern. But don't do this again in the future. You should focus your care on your brother Xiaoming. He needs it more than I do. Su Muyu was a little angry. She was actually trying to show goodwill to Xiao Chun. But Xiao Chun's response was always stiff, which made her very angry. She calmed herself down and said, Xiao Chun, I can help you. No, please don't help me. Xiao Chun rejected her directly. I said I can handle it myself. I just ask you to leave me alone for a few days and stop digging me out all the time. As a 5-star hotel, do you really not protect the privacy of your customers? I want to file a complaint against you. You. Su Muyu was really choked. She calmed down and said, this room is too small. I'll upgrade you to a suite. Indeed, the 40 square meter room in a 5-star hotel did not seem very big to Su Muyu. Let's not talk about it. Xiaoming knows about what I'm doing here, right? Xiao Chun asked. He knows. He was there when I checked your information. Su Muyu said. Then I have to leave quickly. Xiao Chun turned around and packed his things. What do you mean? Su Muyu frowned. Xiaoming is your brother. He is not a beast. Let's make a bet, Miss Su. Xiao Chun said as he packed his things. If I don't leave, this place will be besieged by netizens. What do you mean? Do you mean Xiaoming will leak your information? Su Muyu was slightly stunned, then shook his head. Impossible. He is not that kind of person. Aha. Miss Su, you're the daughter of the Su family, the apple of their eye. No one has ever competed with you since you were a child. Xiao Chun smiled. So you have no idea how dangerous this society is. How about this? Let's make a bet. Xiao Chun simply packed his clothes and study materials into his bag and changed his shoes. What bet? Su Muyu asked. Let's bet on whether the news that I live here will be leaked within half an hour. You know, I'm being bullied online right now. If the news gets out, there will be a lot of bored people coming here to look for me. I don't believe Xiaoming would do this. Su Muyu shook his head. Then let's wait and see. Xiao Chun put on his bag. Where are you going? Su Muyu chased after him. Let's stay in another hotel. Miss Su, please don't follow me. Xiao Chun stopped, speechless. I just want to help you, nothing else. Su Muyu stopped and asked, why are you so resistant to help from others? It's not that I resist, but in this world, the only person who can help yourself is yourself. Besides, if you want to save others, you must first save yourself. Xiao Chun looked at Su Muyu, and the scene of Su Muyu jumping off the building in despair emerged in his mind. He felt a little sorry about this, as she was originally a favored girl and had a smooth life ahead of her. She broke free from the shackles of marriage and achieved her own success. However, in the end, she met with the murderous hands of Xiaoming, and this beautiful girl died. Xiao Chun retreated. Don't follow me again, otherwise I will be rude to you because I don't trust you. Su Muyu paused. She watched Xiao Chun take a few steps back, then quickly turn around until he disappeared from her sight. Her hands were fiddling with the piece not in her hands, and she felt extremely conflicted. After a while, she decided to stay and see whether the news of Xiao Chun's presence here would leak out. Chapter 108 Xiaoming. It was you who leaked the news. Sure enough, within less than half an hour, netizens came one after another to cause trouble. Some people tried to persuade the front desk, and some even organized a riot in the hotel. They had only one request, which was to ask the hotel to hand over the big devil Xiao Chun. Miss Su, what should we do now? The hotel manager ran over and asked. The hotel is owned by the Su Group. Since Su Muyu is here, she is the top management of the hotel. The manager will definitely come over to ask her opinion. Call the police and demand that the people leading the riot be punished according to the public security management regulations. Su Muyu clenched his fists tightly, said this, and turned away. The news was leaked as expected. Apart from her, only Xiaoming knew about Xiao Chen's presence here. She was unwilling to believe that the news was really leaked by Xiaoming. If he really leaked it, then she would have to face up to her relationship with Xiaoming. But before she went out, she received a call from Xiaoming. Sister Su, I'm sorry. Xiaoming cried. I was worried about my brother, so I wanted to come over to see him. But I didn't expect that I was also being noticed, so the news that my brother was here leaked out. What should I do now? Su Muyu stopped and said, It's not your fault. I will take care of it. After hanging up the phone, she was obviously relieved. Xiaoming called on his own initiative, which proved that he was not what he thought. After leaving the hotel, Xiao Chun called Song Zian. Xiao Chun, where are you? How are you now? After receiving Xiao Chun's call, Song Zian immediately became anxious. Why can't I get through to you on the phone? I was so worried. I changed my card, and my information was leaked. If I didn't change my card, my phone will be flooded with calls. Xiao Chun said helplessly, I want to ask you for a favor now. What can I do for you? Song Zian asked hurriedly. I need you to use your ID card to help me book a room. My ID card was found out when I registered it. Xiao Chun said, That's no problem. Where are you? I'll pick you up. Song Zian sat up immediately. No need to pick me up, just register the room card for me when you open a hotel. Xiao Chun said, Send me the location and I'll go over. Then let's go to Shuangyue Bay Junlan Hotel. Song Zian said without hesitation. Oh my god, this is the most high-end hotel in Jiangxing. Xiao Chun was surprised. The room rate was several thousand a day. It's safer to go high-end. It's okay, it's run by my relatives. I'll ask them to give you the most favorable price. Song Zian said hesitantly. Okay, I'll take a taxi there first. Xiao Chun hung up the phone, put on a mask, hailed a car, and rushed to the hotel. Song Zian immediately asked someone to arrange a hotel. Junlan Hotel is actually the Song family's property. It is located in Shuangyue Bay Resort and faces Chilan Lake. In order to avoid being exposed, she also registered with her ID card. When Xiao Chun arrived, she was already waiting in the hotel. Xiao Chun, this is the room card. She handed over a room card. Room 888 on the top floor. Xiao Chun's hands shook violently as he took the room card. Miss, that's the presidential suite. It must cost tens of thousands a night? Are you trying to attract business for your relatives? Indeed, the presidential suite of Junlan Hotel is 320 square meters. The living room, bedroom, study, dining room, and other facilities are all complete. It is said that the presidential suite of Junlan Hotel was last opened when an international star stayed there. It's not that expensive. We'll give you a 10% discount. My dad has already made arrangements with relatives, and they said the room is empty anyway, and it's not good to leave it idle. They need to move in to attract more people. Song Zian said, What does your father do? Xiao Chun became even more suspicious. She said her family was in finance, but Xiao Chun didn't ask in detail. A relative of a financial professional who owns a hotel, and then Arata Hotel? I'm a loan shark and I know a lot of people. Song Zian lied without blushing or breathing hard. Okay. Xiao Chun nodded and followed her to the room. Xiao Chun had never stayed in such a luxurious hotel in his 2 lifetimes. The sofas imported from Italy, the chandeliers worth millions, and the extremely sophisticated decorations all exude luxury. Xiao Chun stared at Song Zian and saw that she was very familiar with the place, as if it was her own home. Song Zian. He spoke. Huh? What's wrong? Song Zian, who was pouring water, turned around and asked. By the way, is your real identity a rich lady? Did you come to this ordinary high school in Tongfang just to experience life? Xiao Chun took a long while to answer. Is this hotel owned by your family? What are you talking about? My dad is a loan shark. Song Zian was so scared that his face turned pale. Was his identity going to be exposed? Haha, that's what's written in novels. Xiao Chun laughed. Song Zian finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this bastard was just teasing him. She glared at Xiao Chun and said, You are still in the mood to laugh now? Do you know what it means to be scolded? I know. Let them jump around for 2 days. I'll make them shut up soon. Xiao Chun looked indifferent. You really don't care at all. I watched Xiaoming's live broadcast last night. Song Zian poured a glass of water and handed it to Xiao Chun. Her pretending to be pitiful is really abominable. And now she is just using this hot topic to hype herself up and become an internet celebrity. How come those people who just watch the show can't see that? That's normal. Xiao Chun smiled and said, After all, the other party's hype was too successful, and women are more likely to gain sympathy and attention. There are too many bad tendencies in this society. Sooner or later, we must eradicate this evil trend. Song Zian said speechlessly. Okay, do you have any questions you want to ask me? If so, I'll explain them to you on the spot. I have to deal with green tea in the next 2 days, so I'm afraid I won't have time. Xiao Chen said. Yes. Wait a minute, I'll look for it. Song Zian took out the photos taken on WeChat and began to study them with Xiao Chun. During the period, waiters came back and forth several times from time to time to deliver fruits, coffee, and snacks. Finally, Song Zian became impatient. Can you guys stop coming in so often? Can't you see we are giving a lecture? We'll call you if we need anything, okay? I'm sorry, miss. We will take care of it. The waiter smiled in a service-like manner, then bowed and walked out. Finally, after finishing a few big questions, I looked at the time and it was already noon. Okay, let's stop here for today. Xiao Chan said, you have to go back to school in the afternoon, so hurry up and eat something before going back. Okay, I'll ask the hotel to send some food. Song Zian then pressed the call button on the landline and ordered 2 meals. What surprised Xiao Chun was that the meal in the presidential suite was a Western-style meal. French oysters, beef Wellington, truffle pasta, and pumpkin soup. Moreover, the chef's level is very good, not like the idiots in some pseudo-Western restaurants. Chapter 109 Song Zian, I increasingly feel that you look like someone from a wealthy family. A foreman delivered the meal himself and then walked out. As soon as she left, the housekeeping manager came over and asked, how is it? Are the people inside satisfied? He didn't say, but he should be satisfied. What's the matter, manager? Who are those 2 people inside? The waiter asked curiously. The manager asked them to take turns serving in the morning, bringing tea and snacks, which made her curious. You don't know? That girl is a young lady. How can you be a foreman? The manager was speechless. Miss? Which young lady? Oh my God, could it be Miss Song? The foreman covered his mouth in shock. Of course, Mr. Song called me to pay attention to it. The manager said, if we don't serve this master well, you and I will be laid off. Oh my God, who is that boy? He can stay in the same room with the lady for a whole morning. No wonder Mr. Song is so anxious. The foreman was filled with gossip. I don't know, but judging from the situation, he's most likely my future son-in-law. Bah, don't talk nonsense. Stop gossiping and get back to work. He cut most of his steak and gave it to Xiao Chun, leaving only a small bite of the pasta. Only then did Song Zian start to eat with satisfaction. She doesn't eat much, but she follows all the Western dining etiquette and is very calm in every move. She doesn't look like one of those socialites and internet celebrities who deliberately try to learn Western table manners and whose movements are clumsy. Do you often eat Western food? Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask. Not too often. My aunt runs a Western restaurant, and I go there often, so it seems like I'm familiar with the place. Song Zian forked up a steak and put it in his mouth. When the matter is over, I will treat you to a meal. Why do I feel that? Your relatives are all very powerful. I really suspect that you are the daughter of a wealthy family. Xiao Chan said with some doubt. Ahem, I want to, but I'm just not that lucky. Come on, eat quickly. I have to go back to school after I finish eating. Song Zian coughed twice to hide his panic, then grabbed the dinner knife, picked up the remaining half of the steak, and took a bite. This scene shocked Xiao Chun. How could it be so different from the image just now? After finishing his meal in a hurry, Song Zian left, as if escaping. If she stayed with Xiao Chun any longer, she was afraid that she would be exposed. Xiao Chun was not idle either. He picked up the equipment borrowed by Zhou Jun and started to study it, then took a look at the short video account. Wow, it's only been a short time since I last checked, but the number of followers has already increased to 150,000. Moreover, there are 999 plus blocked messages, which may be tens of thousands. Of course, there was no need to read them. Most of these messages were insults, and he was too lazy to read them, so he just cleared the messages. Now I live in the presidential suite, eat Western food, and enjoy life. No one can affect my mood. Chengjiang Culture Media Company. A Bentley stopped at the door of the company, and then the security guard at the door carefully opened it. Then Xiaoming walked down from above. After just 2 days of not seeing her, her image has changed dramatically. She wears sunglasses, a mink coat, and carries an LV bag that must be worth tens of thousands. She also wore a necklace around her neck, sprayed expensive perfume, and applied expensive lipstick, and the jewel rings on her fingers were almost blinding. She's now a hot figure in Chengjiang culture and has attracted nearly 1 million fans in just a few days. Moreover, her topic is a hot topic right now, and her fans are increasing rapidly. With 2 live broadcasts every day, he earns tens of millions of dollars by gaining sympathy, playing the victim, and receiving tips, plus selling goods. Hey, Sister Ming Ming is here. Hurry up, elevator. As soon as she entered the company, a group of people ran around to serve her, and she didn't even have to press the elevator button. Xiaoming is enjoying her current life very much. She even feels a little elated. It's time to start the live broadcast, so she has to take off all the jewels and jewelry on her body and put on some messy makeup. Only in this way can you get more rewards. Sister Mingming, Mr. Zhang is looking for you. As soon as she sat down, someone came over. Zhao Mingming got up and went to Zhang Liang's office. Mr. Zhang, you called me? Zhao Mingming was very grateful to Zhang Liang, because these few days she finally saw what a rich life is like. She goes to high-end places every day, drives luxury cars, carries brand-name bags, and uses luxury goods. She has been deeply involved in it, and now she will do whatever Zhang Liang asks her to do without hesitation. Xiao Chun is going to sue us. Zhang Liang pointed to the two lawyers' letters on the table. He wants to sue us. Zhao Mingming's voice suddenly raised. She picked up a lawyer's letter with her name on it in a panic, looked at it for a few seconds, and then said in a panic, "What should I do, Mr. Zhang? Is he really going to sue us?" "Don't panic." Zhang Liang smiled slightly. "Our company has legal affairs, and the lawyer team is relatively strong. Xiao Chun is just a high school student. What kind of waves can he make? You just need to focus on your live broadcast, and let me handle the rest." "That's good." Zhao Mingming finally breathed a sigh of relief. "However, we can use him to create more hype and push the popularity to a higher level." Zhang Liang chuckled. "How do we do it specifically?" Zhao Mingming was delighted. "Ask him out to discuss the coordination. Try to irritate him and make him say something harsh." Zhang Liang said, "We will install surveillance cameras in the office to record his conversations. When the time comes, we'll edit it so that it looks like Xiao Chun is running over to threaten you." "Good idea." Zhao Mingming's eyes lit up. By then, more people will pay attention to it. Xiao Chun will definitely be doomed this time. "Yes, or we can ask him to cooperate and give him some appropriate benefits, and the hot spots will remain high." Zhang Liang said, "Let's contact Xiao Chun now and ask him to come to our company. If this hot topic can be successfully hyped up, you will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life." "Okay, I'll follow Mr. Liang's instructions in everything." Zhao Mingming's eyes lit up. In the afternoon, Xiao Chun received a message from the principal saying that Zhao Mingming wanted to invite him to the company for a talk. Xiao Chun knew exactly what these people were planning. Besides, this matter has been going on for several days, and it's time to put it to rest. When they arrived at Zhao Mingming's company, Zhang Liang came to greet them personally. "Xiao Chun, I'm Zhang Liang, the boss of Chengjiang Media. Did you ask me to come to the company?" Xiao Chun asked. "That's right. We need to have a good talk." Zhang Liang smiled slightly. "But before we talk about things, I have to promise that you can't record or videotape, and you have to hand over your phone." Xiao Chun handed over his phone, and Zhang Liang said, "I have to make sure you don't have a recorder on you. So, I'll have someone search you. I have handed over my cell phone. If you make other excessive demands, then there's nothing to talk about." Xiao Chun said. "Xiao Chun, why are you so arrogant? Now you're begging us. If the heat is not reduced, you will never be able to hold your head up in your life." Zhao Mingming on the side said in an arrogant tone, "Say less." Zhang Liang frowned. Zhao Mingming was too stupid. Did she forget everything I told her to do? Chapter 110. Being a man must have a bottom line. Zhao Mingming had no choice but to shut her mouth obediently. Zhang Liang smiled and said, "Okay, Xiao Chun, I believe you. Let's go into the office and talk." Xiao Chun then put down his phone and followed Zhang Liang to the office. Asking Xiao Chun to sit down, Zhang Liang said with a smile, "Xiao Chun, your matter has become quite serious now. You don't want to make things get more heated, right? Have a good talk with Mingming. Tell me what you want." Xiao Chun sat down and glanced at a bag on the table. Although the bag was placed there casually, with his experience, it was not difficult to tell that there was a camera inside. The camera was hidden very well, and it just captured the angle at which he was sitting. It seemed that Zhang Liang and Zhao Mingming had bad intentions. "Xiao Chun." Zhao Mingming gathered her emotions and said with a pitiful look, "Please let me and my mother go. I will never dare to go against you again. Your mother is in a drug rehabilitation center because of drug abuse, and the procuratorate is suing her for defamation. What does this have to do with me? I'm just a high school student. How can I influence the court's decision?" Xiao Chun sneered inwardly. Using this trick against him? Who are you looking down on? "Xiao Chun, if you don't agree to me, the cyberbullying will continue. You won't be able to go to school or take part in competitions, and your life will be ruined." Zhao Mingming said the cruelest words in the most pitiful tone. "You don't want your life to be like this. do you? You will end up in trouble if you go against me. Zhang Liang was looking forward to Xiao Chen's performance. Normally, Xiao Chen would be cyberbullied for a few days. And hearing such words, you will definitely be furious, right? However, to his disappointment, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, and he didn't even look at Zhao Mingming. Zhao Mingming, it will be boring if you play this trick on me. Xiao Chen took the bag from the table and took out the camera from it while Zhao Mingming was stunned. Zhang Liang, you let Zhao Mingming irritate me, and then I'll threaten Zhao Mingming with harsh words? You edited the video and took it out of context to attract more traffic. Xiao Chen placed the camera on the table, smiled, and shook his head. The routine is too old-fashioned, boring. Xiao Chen, you are quite smart. Zhao Mingming's face gradually became ferocious. But being smart is useless. Now, if I say a few bad words about you during the live broadcast, you will be drowned in the saliva of the internet. So, why did you call me here today? Xiao Chen ignored Zhao Mingming and glanced at Zhang Liang. Haha, Xiao Chen, you're pretty good. Seeing that this trick didn't work, Zhang Liang laughed and walked to the opposite side of Xiao Chen. I asked you to come here today just for cooperation. You've seen that Mingming has been very popular these days, and her products have sold tens of millions of yuan. She was just a poor high school student a few days ago. But now you see her wearing designer clothes and driving luxury cars. Do you want to be like her? I do want to, but I wouldn't, you bastard. Xiao Chen nodded. As long as you cooperate with me, I guarantee that within 3 days, you will be as good as her. Zhang Liang was very satisfied with Xiao Chen's performance. High school students are still children after all. How can they resist the temptation of money? Then tell me how I make money. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Traffic, your own traffic is money, and I can turn this money into cash. Zhang Liang pointed at Zhao Mingming and said, take advantage of Zhao Mingming's popularity as a woman and shoot a few videos of you threatening her. Once they are released online, they will immediately become a hot search. Then I will continue to be a bad person. Xiao Chen sneered. I was clearly wronged. Zhao Mingming and her daughter took money from others to frame me. Their purpose was to ruin my reputation and prevent me from participating in the physics competition. I was even expelled from school and couldn't even take the college entrance examination. Not only did I not clear myself up, but I also had to cooperate with you to throw dirty water on myself. Black and red are also red. I can give you 30% more of the money after the traffic is monetized. What is the purpose of your study? Zhang Liang said proudly. Is it to work hard for more than 10 years and continue to work for others after graduation? Listen to me. I promise you can earn more money in half a year than you can earn in your entire life. Isn't that good? Zhang Liang's cell phone suddenly rang. It was his assistant calling. He was in high spirits and hung up the phone. In our situation, only cooperation can lead to a win-win situation. Before he finished speaking, his phone rang again. He picked up the phone impatiently and yelled, let's talk later if you have anything to say. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. How about it? Give it some thought. So, you admit that you teamed up with Zhao Mingming to frame me? Xiao Chen asked. How can this be a frame-up? This is copywriting, it's hype. Zhang Liang spread his hands. We in the media industry need to seize any hot spots and monetize the traffic. You have to believe that I am professional. Zhang Liang said proudly. I've hyped up hot topics many times before, and they were all very successful. Hype? Use self-media just for traffic, dare to say anything, dare to make up any rumors. Xiao Chen sneered and pointed at Zhao Mingming. Her mother gambled, took drugs, and borrowed money at high interest rates. She was forced into a corner by debt collectors. She was a student, so she dyed her hair, went to bars, cheated bar patrons, and stole other people's things. For money, they framed me and tried to ruin my life. You know the truth, but instead of clarifying it, you made her into a pitiful victim. Do you still have any bottom line? What's the bottom line? When it comes to making money, there's no shame in going overboard. What about you? Have you thought it through? Zhang Liang laughed. I have thought it over. I will not cooperate with people like you. I have already asked a lawyer to submit a lawyer's letter to you. You just wait for the court summons. Xiao Chen, are you serious? We have a professional team of lawyers, and my connections are not something a high school student like you can compete with. Zhang Liang's face darkened slightly, and he threatened directly. If you don't consider yourself, you have to consider your family. I heard that you grew up in the countryside with your grandmother, and she relied on farming a few acres of land to support your studies. If she was implicated in this matter, wouldn't your conscience hurt? Are you threatening me? Xiao Chen sneered. He pointed at Zhang Liang and said, you made a big mistake. You can hype and frame me without any bottom line. But you can't threaten me with my grandma, because she is my only relative. You and Zhao Mingming must both go to jail. Xiao Chun, what do you have to oppose us? Zhao Mingming said with disdain, I have nearly 2 million fans now. As long as I act pitiful on the phone and say you're threatening me, do you think someone will come to your house to cause trouble? Hey, threatening me? Your fans sympathize with you and support you. But what are fans in your eyes? The gun in your hand. Haha, those idiots, they believe everything I say. They deserve to be used as a gun by me. Zhao Mingming became more and more proud as she spoke. Now I go out in a Bentley, use LV bags, and all the luxury goods are given by them. Aren't they fools? Bang, bang, bang. There was a rapid knock on the office door, and at the same time the assistant's anxious voice came. Mr. Zhang, please come out for a moment. It's urgent. Open the door quickly. What are you arguing about? What's the emergency? Can't you handle it yourselves? Why do I support you guys? Zhang Liang was interrupted and was very unhappy. He reached out and opened the door. The assistant rushed in panic. Live broadcast. Xiao Chun is live broadcasting. Chapter 111 Xiao Chun is live streaming. Your faces are exposed on the internet. Live broadcast. Zhang Liang was surprised. Impossible. He doesn't even have a mobile phone. How can he broadcast live? Really? Look quickly. This is his live broadcast room. The number of viewers has exceeded 300,000. He just broadcast all the scenes in the office live. The assistant took out his cell phone with trembling hands. Sure enough, a video with the ID Xiao Chun wanted to clarify was broadcast live. The picture in the live broadcast room was exactly the picture of their office. At this moment, the live broadcast room had exploded. Zhao Mingming, go to hell. Chengjiang Culture Media, go to hell. You framed an innocent person who is the top student in the city. Are you going to ruin his life? How can a child raised by a drug addict have good character? I felt like my brain was being rubbed on the ground again. I will never trust people who seek sympathy online again. Zhao Mingming is from our Tongfang High School. She smokes, drinks, and hangs out in bars every day. She's a little gangster. Did those idiots believe her tears online? We demand that the Cyberspace Administration of China conduct a thorough investigation of Changjiang Media and give the public an explanation. The overwhelming amount of information almost filled up the live broadcast room. Xiao Qin turned around and looked at Zhang Liang and Zhao Mingming. The live broadcast also happened to turn to the pale faces of the two people. Sorry, this is professional equipment and there is no filter. You two don't look very well. We must go to the hospital later. Xiao Qin laughed. The equipment Zhou Jun borrowed was more professional than he imagined. It has a built-in live broadcast function, and the camera is only the size of a button but has hundreds of millions of pixels. The pores on their faces were clearly visible in the photo, and their expressions were as pale as paper and looked extremely ugly. Xiao Qin, Zhang Liang pointed at Xiao Chun and felt like he was about to have a heart attack. As a professional who relies on hot topics to attract attention, he knows how serious the consequences will be. If he were finished, the company would be finished too, and, judging from Xiao Qin's attitude, it seemed that he was not going to let them go. Mr. Zhang, what should we do? Zhao Mingming panicked. The facial expressions of the netizens she just used were clearly broadcast live. Her image collapsed in an instant, and she would become a rat crossing the street, and everyone would shout and beat her. The more Xiao Chun was cyberbullied these days, the more miserable she became afterwards. We are from Municipal Public Security Bureau. Just then, several policemen walked in. One of them showed an arrest warrant. Zhang Liang, head of Chengjiang Culture Media Company, is suspected of repeatedly using online hotspots to hype up things and create conflicts and confrontations. This has seriously violated public order. We will arrest you according to the law. You are wrong. I am a legitimate businessman. I am a legitimate businessman. Zhang Liang howled, but two policemen came forward and twisted his hands. With a click, a pair of handcuffs were already on his hands. A legitimate businessman? Someone paid you to criticize the financial market not long ago, didn't they? Those people are foreign forces. This is a crime of espionage. The leading police officer said in a serious tone, please explain your problem clearly. Without actual evidence, will we directly issue an arrest warrant? Xiao Chu, it's you. Zhang Liang looked at Xiao Chun in horror. At this time, Xiao Chun had already turned off the live broadcast. He smiled and said, yes, I asked my friend to check it. I didn't expect you to be so careless. You're a high school student. How is that possible? I don't believe it. Zhang Liang yelled. Thank you. You really treat me as a high school student. Xiao Chun laughed. Zhang Liang was dragged out while howling unwillingly. The company suspended operations, and all employees waited for investigation. Of course, if the boss is gone, there's no point in doing business. Xiaoming, Zhang Liang went in before you. You just wait. It will be your turn soon. Xiao Chun turned his head. Xiao Chun, I was wrong. Give me a chance, and I will do whatever you ask me to do. Zhao Mingming panicked. You should be thankful that you have only been in the company for a short time, and the past events have nothing to do with you. Xiao Chun said coldly. And spreading rumors and accusing me is just like your mother, which is also a crime of defamation. Don't worry. You will be released after 3 to 5 years at most. As an adult, you must pay the price for your actions. After Xiao Chun finished speaking, he walked away, completely ignoring Zhao Mingming's screams and cries behind him. After going out, Xiao Chun let out a long sigh. Although these few days were short, they were also quite torturous for him. Let Zhou Jun interrogate him later to find out who instructed Zhang Liang to do this, and follow the clues to see if we can find the person behind the scenes. If possible, Xiaoming can be sent in this time, but this kid has always been cautious in doing things, so we can't hold too much hope. Public opinion reversed, and the internet exploded again. A public account of Jiangsheng current affairs spread the story of Xiao Chun rescuing a boy who fell into the water yesterday morning, and it was soon recognized as Xiao Chun. The public opinion on the internet suddenly reversed, and Xiao Chun's account gained followers rapidly. I said, Xiao Chun doesn't look like a bad guy. Are those people slapping him in the face? What if this drowning was also his hype? Hype? They're just doing good things, okay? In response to the suspicion of hype, another surveillance video was released. It was the footage of Xiao Chun in the hospital rescuing a boy who was hit by glass. He saved people and donated blood voluntarily. After donating blood, he even became unsteady on his feet. People who like Xiao Chun started to criticize him. Is there anyone using their own blood to hype something? If so, I will admit it. That's right. Our Xiao Chun has the best character. Then he can't make his mother angry like that, right? Some haters were still not convinced, and they dug out the video of Xiao Chun making his mother so angry that she was hospitalized. Who would do this to their own biological mother? There's something wrong with his character. Faced with those who insisted on holding on to Xiao Chun's flaws, some netizens naturally gave him a lecture. Zhang Liang said that Xiao Chun grew up with his grandmother. Did his parents ever discipline him? That is, his mother seems to have mental problems, and when her child is in trouble, she doesn't solve the problem immediately, but beats him and blames him. How would you face such a relative? A group of online trolls were completely speechless and disappeared without a trace. That afternoon, Xiao Chun recorded a video and posted it on a short video platform. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Chun, the original owner of this peeping incident. I am very sorry for taking up so much public resources. I will give a brief explanation of the next direction of this matter. First, I have contacted a lawyer to sue Zhang Liang, the head of Chengjiang Culture Media, and Zhao Mingming, who framed me. Secondly, I will prosecute the 32 people who cyberbullied me and sent Rees to the school for conspiracy to cyberbully and insult. The lawyer's letter and court summons will arrive at my door soon. Please check them carefully for those who have sent Rees to me. Chapter 112, There is truth in everything in the world. I believe that everything in this world has its truth and essence. My move is to warn those who do not know the truth, but use the internet to vent their feelings. The internet is not a lawless place, so please be careful and protect it. This matter should be brought to a close. After posting this message, I will cancel this video account and return to normal life. Thank you, everyone. Xiao Chun bowed slightly and turned off his phone. After sending this video, someone would forward it, so he canceled the account immediately. This matter is over, and he doesn't make money from fan economy. Being an online celebrity selling products, he has no ambition to do that. Now he just wants to return to his normal life. He is the one who will build a wealthy Xiao family in the future, and he has a longer-term track to go. As for Xiaoming, we'll see what he can find out later. But this guy is very careful. Xiao Chun was looking for an opportunity to kill him directly, or at least give him a life sentence. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would not have acted so easily. A lifelong enemy is not so easy to deal with. In the hospital, Zhao's mother has recovered and will be discharged in the afternoon. The matter of Xiao Chun has come to a conclusion. It was the mother and daughter who framed Xiao Chun. Zhao's father advised, "You should be calmer in the future and don't act impulsively." Haha, I'm impulsive. Zhao's mother's anger rose, and she shouted, "From childhood to adulthood, he has never made me worry. Why can't he be as considerate as Mingming? Why can't he be as kind and obedient as Mingming? But after all, he didn't live with us since he was a child, so it's understandable that he's not close to us, said Zhao's father. Shut up, I don't allow you to speak for him. Zhao's mother said angrily. Is also our child. Father Shiao said this after a long time. Child? He's not one, he doesn't deserve it. Zhao's mother's eyes suddenly widened, and she said sternly, Mingming is my only child. Shia Yian, her voice gradually became hoarse, and she held Zhao's father's hand tightly, her nails digging into it. We only have one child, eh? Father Shiao was silent. Seeing her like this, he didn't dare to provoke her anymore. He quickly said, I obviously came to see you. Don't be like this. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother was stunned. She quickly let go of Zhao's father's hand, then took out a mirror and fixed her makeup. She has to maintain her image in front of Xiaoming. She will always be that gentle and considerate mother, and she cannot let Xiaoming see her crazy side. The construction of Song Yunming and Zhang Hongji's villas started on the same day. There are only 88 villas in Nanshan, and Hongji Real Estate is developing this project just to break even. Whether in terms of materials, design, or garden landscape presentation, is top-notch in the industry. Hongji Real Estate developed this project for no other reason than to raise its profile in the industry. As the creative consultant for these two villas, Xiao Chun was also invited to the scene. The groundbreaking ceremony was lively, and the two old men were very happy. Xiao Chun, what do you think of the environment here? Zhang Xiang took Xiao Chun for a walk around the community. It's a great place, overlooking half the mountain and half the river. Xiao Chun stood on the observation deck high up in the community. The mountains and the river are in sight halfway down mountain. Nanshan Villa is worthy of being the ceiling of Jiangsheng villas. Standing on the observation deck can make people feel heroic. How about you get one too? Zhang Hongji laughed, and he and Song Yunming walked over from behind. I can't afford it. The cheapest one here costs more than 300 million. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. The money has not been taken out of the stock market. According to the current investment, at least tens of millions have been earned, but it is still far from the goal. Don't worry, if you want to buy it, I'll give it to you at the lowest cost price. Zhang Hongji smiled and said, or I'll just give you a set. Give it to me? Mr. Zhang, you must be kidding. Xiao Chun said with a smile. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Zhang Hongji said seriously. As long as you are willing, I will give you a set right away. There must be conditions. Xiao Chun looked at the old man warily. This old man was a very shrewd person. Giving him a villa for free? He didn't believe it. There must be conditions. I have a granddaughter who is 3 years older than you. She is studying abroad and will be back soon. Zhang Hongji said meaningfully. If you can get along with her, I will give her to you for free. Oh my God, is there such a good thing? Xiao Chen's first reaction was that the old man's granddaughter must be ugly. Is she so ugly that she needs to give a villa worth hundreds of millions as a dowry? Mr. Zhang, stop joking. Zhang Xiang on the side was shocked. Grandpa, my cousin is studying in France, and the people who are pursuing her are lining up all the way to Paris. Are you going to promise her to Xiao Chun? Then I will have to call Xiao Chun my brother-in-law when I see him in the future. Shut up. If you want to show some courage, I don't have to wait until I'm old to retire. Zhang Hongji glared at Zhang Xiang. Then he said with a smile, what do you think, Xiao Chun? Think about it. What are you considering? Song Yunming on the side was unhappy. In order to tie up Xiao Chun, you even pushed your own granddaughter out? Have some shame. Well, I don't have a granddaughter. Otherwise, I would even hand over the company to you. Old man Zhang smiled and looked at Song Yunming with ill intention. I don't want to bother with you. Xiao Chun, don't listen to him. His granddaughter is several years older than you. Song Yunming glared. A girl who is 3 years older than you is bound to bring you gold bricks. Zhang Xiang added promptly. Yes, that's right. A girl who is 3 years older than you is the one who brings you gold bricks. Zhang Hongji laughed. I also have a granddaughter. Song Yunming couldn't let himself be outdone by Zhang Hongji. He pulled Xiao Chun to his side. She's the same age as you. And pretty. I'll introduce her to you later. Mr. Song, goodbye. I am a self-taught person. How can I dare to think about it? Let's just joke about it. Xiao Chun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Chun, this old man has bad intentions. He wants to tie you up and take you to the Zhang family, and then make you do hard labor for them for the rest of your life. Song Yunming pulled Xiao Chun and left. Come on, let's go over here and take a look at my house. Without saying anything, he pulled Xiao Chun away, leaving only Zhang Hongji and his father. This old man doesn't even dare to reveal the identity of his granddaughter. What's wrong with me introducing my granddaughter to Xiao Chun? Zhang Hongji was a little unconvinced. Grandpa, what's going on? Do you really want to introduce my cousin to Xiao Chun? Zhang Ziong asked in confusion. Seriously, but old Song has the upper hand. This old man's granddaughter has a very good relationship with Xiao Chun. Zhang Hongji sighed. People like Xiao Chun will definitely be a great help to the Song family when they grow up in the future. Then why does Song Zian hide his identity? Zhang Ziong asked. This old man is a thief. He wants to investigate Xiao Chun. After all, the Song family is a loan shark and has a large fortune. Zhang Hongji shook his head. He is afraid of Xiao Chun's ability. He is afraid that Xiao Chun will know Song Zian's identity too early. Who knows? In the future, the Song family may have the surname Xiao. Chapter 113. Can't you bear this little bit of grievance? So this old man both likes Xiao Chun and is wary of Xiao Chun, right? Zhang Ziong understood. Yes. In fact, I would be equally conflicted if I were in your place. After all, the eldest daughter of the Song family will most likely marry in the future, which will help the Song family to take a step forward. Zhang Hongji laughed and said, so he won't make a decision easily before he is sure of Xiao Chen's ability and ambition. I see. No wonder Song Zian has been hiding his identity. Zhang Ziong suddenly realized. Song girl definitely doesn't have that much in mind. The old man frightened her, saying that Xiao Chun hates the rich. This scared the girl into getting along with Xiao Chun as an ordinary person. Zhang Hongji smiled and said, let's go and take a look at the construction site. The groundbreaking ceremony for Song Yunming's villa has been held, and workers have now moved in and started working on the basic water and electricity. Bai Wei personally went to the site to direct the work and ran between the two construction sites. Although she was tired, she was also very happy. Because of the design of these two villas, she has become a top designer in the industry. In the future, she will be able to become a partner, senior partner, and chief designer of Jingyan Design, and year-end bonuses are beckoning her. She watched the scene, noted some flaws, and came back to fix them. After all, the designs of these two villas have caused a sensation in the entire Jiangxing design community, and she must pursue perfection. Sister Bai, I'm busy. Xiao Chen walked in. Yes, there are many problems on the first day of work, and I need on-site coordination. Bai Wei said with a smile. Yes, we just need to slow down the progress of the project later. Xiao Chen nodded. While the two were chatting, Xiao Qian ran over wearing a safety helmet and holding a pile of documents. Teacher Bai, here are the drawings you wanted. Why are you here? Bai Wei was also surprised. Hasn't Xiao Qian been transferred to logistics? Xiao Qian doesn't like his sister very much. Why is she so annoying? Xiaoli is sick today. I used to be your assistant, so I was seconded here for a day. Xiao Qian said nervously. You can go back now. Bai Wei took the drawing from her hand and said mercilessly. Teacher Bai. Xiao Qian's tone suddenly became pitiful. Everyone in the company is out on field work. There is no one available. If I leave, there will be no one to help you record. I can record myself. I started out as an intern. Why do you think that after holding a mouse for several years, I can't hold a pen anymore? Bai Wei said in a cold tone. No, that's not what I meant. Xiao Qian shook her hands repeatedly. I'm just worried that you'll be tired. No need. Go back to the company and take care of your logistics. Bai Wei said lightly. Xiao Qian was helpless. She looked at Xiao Chun, hoping that Xiao Chun could say a few words for her. However, Xiao Chun was communicating some details with the workers and ignored her. Xiao Qian's heart ached violently. At this moment, she felt extremely frustrated and helpless. She's my younger brother. They're related by blood. Why didn't he say a word when she needed help the most? As long as Xiao Chun says a word, Bai Wei will definitely take it seriously. Seeing that Xiao Chun didn't say a word, she had to leave silently. Xiao Chun, I was invited by the Municipal Design Institute to participate in the design of the new district's urban planning. Bai Wei said, this design will be a landmark twin tower in the center of a new district if the design is adopted. Then the construction of the future twin towers will be based on our plan. I would like to invite you to take on the challenge together. Are you talking about the area near Huanyu Village in the East District? Xiao Chun remembered the landmark building of Jiangxing New District in his previous life. The Lanting Twin Towers, one high and one low, complement each other and are the landmarks of Jiangxing New District. It is also the core residential area of the entire Jiangxing New District. It is said that a well-known domestic feng shui master was invited to conduct repeated divinations. It's just that due to some design and feng shui conflicts, it has been delayed in being finalized. Therefore, we invite famous designers from the society to participate in the design. Bai Wei majored in architectural engineering and had a first-class construction engineer qualification certificate. So, she was also among the invited guests. Yes, are you interested? It is said that the Architectural Institute has been unable to finalize the design due to some feng shui reasons. Bai Wei smiled and said, I would like to invite you to design it together. If the draft is approved, your name will be on it. Okay, send me a copy of the qualification and I'll take a closer look when I get back. Xiao Chen nodded. He was also a little excited. After all, this was a landmark building. Just think about it, the construction of a new district and the landmark building in the core area were designed by you. This is also something to be very proud of. After staying at the construction site for a while, Xiao Chen was about to go back. As soon as he left the community, Xiao Qian, who had been waiting by the side, called him, Xiao Chen, didn't you see me? I see. Xiao Chen stopped and said, but I don't want to pay attention to you. Xiao Qian's eyes were slightly red. She was really aggrieved just now. Her work was not going well, and design was also her dream. She felt that she shouldn't be kept in the logistics department like this. What made her even more disappointed was Xiao Chen's attitude, which was cold and without any empathy. Just now, if you had said one word, teacher Bao would have taken me seriously. Why did you turn a blind eye to it? Are you kidding me? Xiao Chen glanced at her and said, why should I say something for you? I'm your sister. We are blood relatives. Shouldn't we help each other? Xiao Qian was very angry. Why are you so cold-blooded? Don't you have any warmth in your heart? Don't bring up blood relations. When I was being cyberbullied, you Xiao family members either started fighting as soon as you met me, or you accused me from a high position. Xiao Chen sneered. You think I'm a bad person? Has anyone ever thought that I was wronged? Has anyone come forward to help me? I looked for you, but I didn't understand the situation at that time. Xiao Qian was speechless. Really? You don't understand the situation, so you arrogantly accuse me? Xiao Chen spread his hands and said, don't talk to me about the deep love between siblings. We don't have such a thing. And your parents' signatures are on the severance certificate. How does that have to do with anything? Do you feel wrong? Why did you come to me to cry? Is it because I have the ability, but I don't help you? Don't you feel ashamed? Everyone has to walk their own path. Xiao Qian was completely furious. You don't have to humiliate me like this. I will resign when I get back. I will have better development after I leave Jingyan. Just wait for me. If I were you, I would have resigned long ago. Why am I still hanging around here shamelessly? Xiao Chen sneered and turned away. This is really funny. How you do, or what kind of situation you are in has nothing to do with me. What does it mean that you deliberately come to tell me? Do you still expect me to empathize with your joys and sorrows? Chapter 114. Bad luck? Come, I will change your fate for you. The next day, Saturday, I made an appointment with Song Zian to go to the Taoist temple together. The Taoist name is Su Ruo, and his secular name is Zhang Huaigu. Since the Song family secretly provided funding, the Taoist temple has been completely transformed, and even the incense became more prosperous. After Xiao Chen arrived, he mingled with the children, while Song Zian ran to the statue to draw lots. The three pure ones are enshrined in the main hall of the Taoist temple. Song Zian burned incense, kowtowed, and then drew a fortune. Miss, what fortune do you want? The Taoist asked with an amiable smile. Please. Song Zian was a little embarrassed. Originally, he wanted to pray for a marriage, and the other half he was looking for was naturally Xiao Chen, who mingled with the children outside the palace. But the Taoist priest is Xiao Chen's master, so she couldn't say it. Haha, just keep what you want in your heart. It won't work if you say it out loud. The Taoist priest laughed and motioned for Song Zian to draw the lot. Song Zian put his hands together, with his left hand covering his right hand, pinching the Ziwu seal inside and forming the Tai Chi diagram outside. This is the Taoist bowing gesture, used when praying to gods. Xiao Chen taught her this. She really didn't know it before, she just put her hands together, but that is Buddhist etiquette. After the worship, a lot was drawn. Then she handed it to the Taoist priest, who took a look and shook his head slightly, a bad sign. Song Zian was extremely discouraged. Does this mean it's a bad omen? It's okay, try again. The Taoist priest smiled. Okay, thank you, Taoist priest. Song Zian smiled and drew another lot. Next, the Taoist priest threw the sign casually. Master, why are all the fortunes bad? Can it be that my wish cannot come true? Song Zian was about to cry. It doesn't matter. The Taoist priest took the fortune stick from her hand, took out a top-notch fortune stick, and handed it to Song Zian. I will change your fate for you. Is it possible? Song Zian was stunned. Why not? The Taoist priest smiled and said, Taoism emphasizes being natural and spontaneous. You come to my Taoist temple to draw lots, and what you ask for is what you want, what you think, and what you wish for. If you draw a bad lot, I will only advise you to let it go without solving the problem. Then what God are you praying to? And if I don't solve it for you, what's the difference between me and those fat, big-eared, bald donkeys? But Song Zian wanted to say something. Don't worry, you and Xiao Chan will have a bright future. The Taoist priest gave her a reassuring look. Ah, Taoist priest, you know what I'm asking for? Song Zian was dumbfounded. What you want in your heart is nothing but marriage, and your ideal partner is right in front of you. The Taoist pointed outside. Outside the hall, Xiao Chan was sweeping the floor seriously with a broom. Song Zian's thoughts were exposed, and her face turned red. Then she was a little uneasy. I drew the bad lot twice. I have already changed your destiny, don't worry. The Taoist priest made an okay gesture. Thank you, Taoist priest. Song Zian ran away with a smile on his face. The Taoist priest watched her run away with a smile, then sat down again and picked up his phone to watch TV series. Well, the thunder method in this movie is too fake. The real thunder method is not like this. Song Zian went to distribute stationery and snacks to the children. The Taoist temple had sponsorship and was very popular, so these children were also placed in school. Xiao Chen looked at the newly renovated Taoist temple and walked around. However, he ran into Su Muyu head-on. Su Muyu responded absent-mindedly, sending messages on his phone nonstop, as if something was wrong. Xiao Chen. She looked up and saw Xiao Chen. She was delighted and put down her phone. Why are you here? Are you here to burn incense as well? There's no need for me to report what I do to you, right? What are you doing here? Xiao Chen was a little puzzled. She saw that her expression was a little surprised. What did this mean? Where did the unruly look of this woman in her previous life go? Please recover. I am not used to you being like this. The day before yesterday, I accompanied Xiaoming to bury a kitten and pass by here, so I came here specially today to play. Su Muyu said, I have to confirm the design of the twin towers in the new district this afternoon. I specially invited an architect today. If our design can win the bid, it will be of great help to Su's layout of the new district development. She shared her recent status with Xiao Chan, as if she was an old friend whom she hadn't seen for a long time. You don't need to tell me what you were busy with, right? Xiao Chen was a little puzzled. Has she changed her personality? I just want to chat with you. Su Muyu stopped talking suddenly. She didn't know why she was like this. When I see Xiao Chen, I want to talk to her, share my work, and even my life. What's wrong with her? You want to bid for the Twin Tower design project? Xiao Chen asked. Is the architect you invited named Lu? Lu Qinghe, a very famous architect. He remembered that in his previous life, the Su group also hired this architect and submitted a design draft. However, who would have thought that all the designs of this famous architect were suspected of plagiarism, and he was even accused by his students of stealing his original designs. The final outcome of the Su family is predictable. They were kicked out directly, and afterwards the Su group hardly got any of the hundreds of billions of dividends from the construction of the new district. Yes, the design master Lu Qinghe is a national first-class architect. He has designed many bridges and landmark projects. I invited him here. Su Muyu said. Master Lu, very good. Xiao Chan gave a thumbs up, not hiding his sarcasm at all. Xiao Chan, do you think there's a problem? Su Muyu froneth. She still remembered the last time she went to the King of Tribes. So I told Xiao Chen all this because I wanted to hear his opinion. Sister Su, I have bought the incense. Let's go to burn the first incense today. At this moment, Xiaoming came over happily with some incense burners. Brother, when Xiaoming saw Xiao Chen, a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. But he still asked in a surprised tone, how did you know we were coming here? Did you come here to create a chance encounter with Sister Su? The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. Can't this grandson just be a normal passerby? The Taoist temple is his home. What does his coming to the Taoist temple have to do with Su Muyu? But the annoying thing is, looking at Su Muyu's suspicious expression, it seemed that he believed it a little. Not wanting to pay any more attention to the two, Xiao Chan turned around and left. Brother, why are you ignoring me? If you don't want to see me, I'll leave and give you and Sister Su a chance to be alone. Xiaoming pouted and said aggrievedly. Xiaoming. Xiao Chan turned around, unable to bear it any longer. Can't we just be normal passersby? Why do you have to force me to slap you? Xiaoming was startled and shrank his head, fearing that Xiao Chan would slap him. After all, Xiao Chan really didn't indulge him a few times before, but thinking about Su Muyu behind him, he felt more confident. Brother, please don't be like this. You've been cyberbullied these days. We are all very worried about you. Chapter 115 Xiaoming, you deserve this beating. When Xiaochen mentioned this, he glanced at him and said, thank you so much. The people who bully me online have been educated by the law. He moved closer to Xiaoming, but the person behind the scenes hasn't shown up yet. However, with the police's means, we should be able to get something out of Zhang Liang. Who is that Xiaoming? It can't be you, right? Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Xiaoming looked confused. Xiaochun, everyone is concerned about you. Xiaoming has worried about you more than once. Can you please stop being like this? Su Muyu fronit. He's worried about me? Have you verified what I asked you to verify last time? Xiaochun sneered. Xiaoming was concerned about you and followed you to the hotel, but he didn't expect that the Xiao family would also be followed by netizens, so your story in the hotel was leaked. Su Muyu said, it's really not his fault. No evidence. Xiaochen rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Brother, don't leave yet. It's not your fault for peeping, but you made Mom so angry that she had to be hospitalized. You should go back to see her. Xiaoming stopped Xiaochen again. After all, she went through a lot of hardship to give birth to us after carrying us for 10 months. She just misunderstood. Misunderstanding. Xiaochen pointed at the claw marks on his face that were still clearly visible. If it weren't for my quick reaction, I'm afraid I would be disfigured now. Can such a big thing be explained away as a misunderstanding? How about I beat you up and then tell you it was a misunderstanding? If beating me up can make you vent your anger, then you just beat me. Xiaoming saw Taoist master Su Ruo approaching from a distance out of the corner of his eye. Then he closed his eyes and acted as if to say, go ahead and do it. Su Muyu, you see, this is what he asked for. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows, then kicked Xiaoming. Plop! Xiaoming fell to the ground. The kick was not powerful enough. Xiaoming screamed and rolled on the ground a few times. Before he could struggle to get up, Xiaoming punched him in the face again. Bang, blood gushing out. He howled like a pig being slaughtered. Su Muyu on the side was surprised and quickly stopped Xiaochun. Xiaochun, stop it now. Xiaochun then stopped and shook his numb hands. He had punched hard just now and his hands were numb. Su Muyu helped Xiaoming up, only to see that this guy's face was covered in blood. He was covering his nose with a twitching expression. Xiaochun, why don't you play by the rules? The Taoist priest has already come over. Why does he still dare to take action? Do it in front of his master? Does he understand what it means to respect teachers? He forced himself to suppress the pain on his face and smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. Master, my brother didn't hit me on purpose. He's just in a bad mood. It doesn't matter to me. As long as my brother can vent his anger, it's fine. He said nice things on the surface, but secretly he was complaining. However, the Taoist priest glanced at Xiaoming, then said, oh, and looked as if he had suddenly realized something. This confused Xiaoming again. He said cautiously, Master, please don't be angry. My brother really didn't mean it. I'm not angry. The Taoist priest looked confused. Why should I be angry? But Xiaoming's face twisted and twitched. Brother took action in the quiet place of the Taoist temple. Oh, you mean that? The Taoist priest said with a smile. It doesn't matter. It's because you made him angry. If he doesn't beat you up and can't get rid of the hatred in his heart, it will be equivalent to destroying his Tao heart. If your mind is not stable, you won't be able to do anything well. So he beats you up, and you get rid of the foul air, and you become sober. Isn't that good? Xiaoming stared at the Taoist priest in a daze. He felt thunder rumbling above his head. What kind of bullshit logic is this? Does that mean he deserves the beating? Young man, you have to be reasonable. Just now I heard that it was you who asked him to take action, right? The Taoist priest patted Xiaoming's shoulder. You are a smart, sensible, kind, and obedient child. If you are beaten, it will make someone clear-minded. This is also a good deed. Infinite life and blessings. The Taoist priest stretched out his voice and then staggered away. The muscles on Xiaoming's face were twitching and he was roaring in his heart. Is there a normal person here? Going to my master to complain about me? What are you thinking? Xiaochen felt funny. The Taoist priest was well known for being protective of his protégés. And as he was already quite old, Xiaoming's little tricks were almost written all over his face. Do you really think everyone will fall for your tricks? After giving Xiaoming a look of idiocy, Xiaochun turned and left. Sister Su, Xiaoming said in a wrong voice. Go to the bathroom over there and wash up, then we'll go back. Su Muyu said. Okay, sister, don't blame brother. Xiaoming wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Su Muyu. Xiaoming, since you know he doesn't like you, Why don't you stay away from him? Xiaoming was stunned. He looked at Su Muyu in disbelief, but Su Muyu had already turned around and left. The backyard of the Taoist temple is where the children live. Su Muyu was about to leave when she heard a familiar voice. Okay, that's it. I'll bring more to you another day. Everyone will have a share. Then Song Zian left from the backyard and waved goodbye to the children. She turned around and met Su Muyu's gaze. They were both stunned and stared at each other for a while. Why are you here? Did you come here with Xiao Chun? Su Muyu asked. Yes, we will come here to help when we have time. Song Zian said. Goodbye, sister. A child waved to Song Zian. Goodbye. Song Zian's eyebrows curved and she smiled sweetly. These children. Su Muyu was a little dazed, looking at the children in the backyard. They're all orphans, taken in by the Taoist priest. Song Zian was curious. What are you doing here? I was just passing by. Su Muyu was a little disappointed. You have a really good relationship with Xiao Chun. Song Zian ignored her and was about to go find Xiao Chun, but Su Muyu's expression suddenly changed and she stopped Song Zian. Wait a minute. What? Song Zian looked back in confusion. Can you let me see the piece not hanging around your waist? Su Muyu's heart was beating wildly. Her eyes were fixed on the red piece not hanging around Song Zian's waist. This is almost exactly the same as her piece knot. But the difference is that the middle is decorated with yellow silk thread to form a Fu character. There is also a piece of wood hanging below with words engraved on it. This one, Song Zian took off the piece knot and waved it in front of her. Who gave you this? Su Muyu was certain that this piece knot and his own were made by the same person. What made her jealous was that Song Zian's was more exquisite and attentive than hers. Xiao Chun gave it to me. Is there a problem? Song Zian was a little puzzled. Chapter 116, this piece, knot, is the same as mine. Xiao Chun gave it to you. Su Muyu's expression changed slightly, and she blurted out, How is this possible? Her hands tightly clenched her piece knot, and something in her heart seemed to collapse at that moment. Ever since the car accident 3 years ago, when she had this piece knot in her hand, she regarded this piece not as faith and courage. Whenever she lost confidence, she would take it out and read it. Be it a genius, a top student, or the Princess of Jiangcheng, these titles all come at a price. Her family had too high expectations of her, and she was just a girl. Whenever she was on the verge of collapse, she would take out this piece knot and look at it. And this piece knot will also give her confidence at this moment. She only found out today that this piece knot was made by Xiao Chun. However, the piece knot was exactly the same, and the one in Song Zian's hand was even more exquisite than the one in hers. How is it impossible? When Xiao Chun and his grandmother lived in the countryside, life was very difficult. His grandmother would make handmade things like piece knots and sell them. Song Zian said, This is purely handmade. It is different from the assembly line products bought on the street. After she finished speaking, she put away the piece knot, turned around, and jumped away. Su Muyu took out his piece knot and held it tightly in his hand. The doubt in my heart was magnified again. After returning, Xiao Chun sorted out the information given by Bai Wei. Then I did some analysis on the location of the Twin Towers and the feng shui of the surrounding area, incorporating some of the design concepts that I had studied before my rebirth. Because the Twin Towers are located in the core area of the new district, but there's a mountain directly to the east. Coupled with the roads on both sides of the mountain, they form a sickle-shaped evil, which is extremely bad from the perspective of feng shui. Therefore, the Design Institute took a long time to finalize the design. Finally, several masters of Yixue were invited to the scene to coordinate together, and it was finally completed. Of course, this caused the project to be delayed for several years, and the losses caused were enormous. After distributing the information, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, I received a call from Lin Fong, asking him to come out and talk. Just as I was about to go out, I heard talking and laughter coming from the yard. When I went out, I saw Shia Yian coming to see Grandma again, carrying a lot of things. Xiao Chen was used to it, since she would come here every now and then anyway. And he was also very nice to Grandma, just like he was keeping her company to relieve her boredom, as long as she didn't bother him. Xiao Chen, come back for dinner tonight. I bought a lot of vegetables, including a grouper. Xiao Yian shouted when she saw him. Grandma, my friend asked me to go out, so you don't have to wait for me to eat in the evening. Xiao Chen ignored her, said hello to his grandmother, and went out. Xiao Yian sighed, lowered her head, and packed her things. Grandma, Xiao Chun, he still won't forgive me. Yin, if it were you, and you suffered so much injustice for no reason, would you forgive easily? Grandma Wu sighed. Don't even think about him coming home and reuniting with the family. Your mother has never liked him. Can't you see that all? Shia Yian was speechless. Yes, if it were her, how could she easily forgive her family? These days, she has carefully learned about Xiao Chen's past. If it were her, she would have been cursed as a disaster since birth and exiled to the countryside to live with her grandmother. What will happen to her if she doesn't get the love of her parents and the care of her sister since childhood? If she returned home, full of expectations, eager to integrate into this family that originally belonged to him, but was targeted and framed. If it were her, treating her family members with care, even afraid to speak in a harsh tone, but in the end, all she got in return was a ruthless cold shoulder. How could she easily forgive? Yin Yin, there is no hatred without reason in this world. Grandma Wu sighed. So don't complain about anything. Only sincerity can be exchanged for sincerity. Xiao nodded silently. Yes, she was wrong, so she could only use her sincerity to exchange for sincerity. Even if Xiao Chan gave her the cold shoulder many times, she would not complain. Lin's traditional Chinese medicine. This time, Lin Fong's grandfather came out to meet Xiao Chen in person. Xiao Chen, thank you so much for what happened last time. If you hadn't reminded me in time, I'm afraid our Lin family would have been in big trouble. Mr. Lin is over 70 years old with white hair. He wears a Zhongshan suit and looks quite free and easy. Mr. Lin is known as the king of medicine in Jiangxing. He is the descendant of a family of traditional Chinese medicine and is an expert in the use of traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions. And now he is very polite to Xiao Chun. You know, this old man is quite arrogant. Even the mayor of Jiangshang has to make an appointment to see him. You're welcome, Mr. Lin. I also noticed that something was wrong with that woman. Chinese medicine is about inheritance, and I can't just watch the inheritance being trampled upon. Xiao Chan said with a smile. Okay, my Lin family will remember your kindness. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Old Lin nodded. Thank you very much, Mr. Lin. Xiao Chen's expression was stern. Although the Lin family is only a family of traditional Chinese medicine, the influence of Mr. Lin is not small. The Lin family is one of the Jingfeng school among the 12 schools of traditional Chinese medicine, and the 12 schools of traditional Chinese medicine all have the same origin. Not only in Jiangsheng, but also in Yinjing, Jinling, and Modu, there are connections everywhere. This promise is no small undertaking. At this time, Lin Lao's disciple came over and said, Lin Lao, there is someone outside seeking medical treatment. We have stopped seeing patients at this time. Let them come back another day, said Mr. Lin. I told you, but this person said they were introduced by Miss Su and asked you to go out and take a look. The Lin family and the Su family have a good relationship. After hearing that it was Su Muyu who introduced him, Elder Lin turned his head and said, Lin Fong, go and take a look. Okay, Grandpa. Xiao Chun, please leave. Wait for me outside for a while. I will go to eat after I finish seeing this patient. Lin Fong turned his head. Xiao Chun nodded, turned around to say goodbye to Mr. Lin, and then went out with Lin Fong. My son and Miss Su Muyu have a very good relationship, like siblings. She asked me to come and see Elder Lin. Go, and tell her again. Inside the clinic, Zhao's mother was seen sitting in the consulting room, emphasizing her identity to a disciple of the clinic. The disciple was just an apprentice. He explained helplessly, my senior brother has already passed the message. But Dr. Lin's appointments must be made by appointment. He only sees 30 patients a day. This is the rule. No one can come without him. But the woman in front of him didn't look like someone who would make trouble, but she just wouldn't leave. Why, Mr. Lin doesn't even give Miss Su face now. Zhao's mother's tone was somewhat gloomy. Do you want me to call Miss Su now? I'm sorry, my grandfather is old. There are only 30 patients a day, and he's resting now. Lin Fong came up and said, Madam, I'm here to diagnose you. You can't do it. Ask your grandfather to come out. Zhao's mother knocked on the table, but when she saw Xiao Chun coming out with Lin Fong, she stood up suddenly. Chapter 117, she has bipolar disorder. Why are you here? Xiao Chun frowned, feeling speechless. I'm afraid that his past and present life are all tied to the Xiao family, right? It seems that unless I move to another city, I will inevitably be connected to these people from the Xiao family. Lin Fong, I'll wait for you outside. Xiao Chun ignored his mother and turned to walk out. Stop, Xiao Chun. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Zhao's mother stood up with a bang. If you talk to me, do I have to respond to you? Who are you? Xiao Chun turned around and glanced at her. He got along well with everyone in the Xiao family, except her. Moreover, among the Xiao family members, Xiao Chun disliked her the most. because her hatred for Xiao Chun was almost undisguised. In her previous life, she had exploited Xiao Chun like a vampire. She hated herself because the way she looked at herself was not as gentle as a mother looking at her child. Instead, it was filled with endless disgust. Xiao Chun, why did I give birth to someone like you? Mother, Xiao, gnashed her teeth in hatred. Bastard, right? Xiao Chun smiled and completed what Zhao's mother said. You. Mother Xiao was shaking with anger and roared in her throat. Do you think of me as your biological mother? No, you don't deserve it. Xiao Chun sneered. Don't use the fact that you are my biological mother as an excuse in the future. It's been so long since we broke up. Don't you have any memory? Do you want me to show you the blood letter? Xiao Chun. Zhao's mother almost screamed. She was breathing heavily and was about to have another attack. Don't get excited. Xiao Chun, please say less. Madam, were you feeling unwell? Let me take a look. Lin Fong was surprised. Although he didn't know what had happened between the mother and son, seeing her become like this, he quickly helped her sit down. Then he stretched out his hand to feel her pulse, but just holding her wrist, Lin Fong's brows were tightly locked. Strange, her pulse is. Stress-induced bipolar disorder is said to be a condition acquired during childbirth. Xiaoqin shrugged and walked out. Lin Fong quickly took out the needle, inserted it into several of her acupuncture points, including Bai Wei, Sidu, Shinmin, etc., and then gently moved the tail of the needle. These acupoints can calm the wind, refresh the brain, raise yang, and consolidate deficiency. Zhao's mother's breathing gradually calmed down, and her eyes became clear again. But her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and she had no strength in her body. Ma'am, in your situation, don't let yourself get too emotional in the future. Putting down the needle, Lin Fong said dryness is caused by emotions, and depression is caused by the 7 emotions. If you don't have time, practice Tai Chi and 5 animal exercises. It will help your condition. It took a long time for Zhao's mother to recover. She stopped looking at Xiao Chun and whispered thank you to Lin Fong in a low voice. No need to thank me. Miss Su is my friend, and so are you. Xiao. Lin Fong paused and said, pay more attention to managing your emotions in the future. When Xiao Chun was mentioned, there was some hatred in Zhao's mother's eyes again, and Lin Fong frowned. How deep is the hatred between mother and son? Why does she hate her son so much? I'm here to find your grandfather. Zhao's mother calmed herself down. My grandfather is not seeing patients today, and his appointment is scheduled for half a month later. Lin Fong said, Miss Su introduced me here. You are his grandson. Since you can make me better so quickly, he must be able to cure it completely. Zhao's mother was not giving up. Lin Fong frowned and said, my medical skills were all passed down by my grandfather. I dare not say that I am 100% as good as him, but I am still 70% as good as him. And if you don't manage your emotions well, not to mention my grandfather, even if the gods come, it will be useless. You really don't even give face to the Su family? Zhao's mother was a little unbelievable. Her illness has been recurring more and more frequently recently, and the Lin family, a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, may have a way to treat it. So she came with the attitude of giving it a try. Knowing that it was difficult to log in to Mr. Lin's account, she brought up Su Muyu. But what she didn't expect was that Su Muyu's name didn't work very well here. Andy, you have to understand one thing. We have a good relationship with the Su family, and I'm also friends with Miss Su. Lin Fong's face looked a little unhappy. But it's just some friendship. The Lin family is not a vassal of the Su family. Don't even mention you. Even if the head of the Su family comes in person, my grandfather may not see him. So you should go back. Prescribe her a prescription of ginseng decoction and let her go back. Lin Fong turned his head and said to a waiter, okay. The guy turned around and went to get the medicine. I have something else to do, so I can't keep you company. Also, try to manage your emotions, otherwise, even gods can't help you. Lin Fong glanced at her, said this, and left. Zhao's mother sat there in a daze, gritting her teeth in anger, but there was nothing she could do. Xiao Chun, is this really your biological mother? Lin Fong asked uncertainly in a restaurant. In terms of blood relationship, it is true. Xiao Chun spread his hands helplessly. But our relationship, you just saw it. I saw it. I was a little shocked. Lin Fong was speechless. But looking at her condition, it seems that it is not normal. It's definitely not normal. She has bipolar disorder. Xiao Chun said, and she thinks it's all my fault. This has nothing to do with you. It should be caused by postpartum depression. Lin Fong thought. It should be that you have been too stimulated and hurt your 7 emotions. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chun didn't want to talk about this. Well, yes, but if her condition is allowed to continue, I'm afraid another situation will arise. Lin Fong said seriously. What's going on? Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. A new personality has been derived. Lin Fong said, that is schizophrenia, which is extremely uncontrollable. Xiao Chun paused. Second personality? Yes, what I'm curious about is, what kind of stimulation did she experience that made her illness so serious? Lin Fong asked. My brother and I are twins. According to the Xiao family, I absorbed too much nutrition when I was pregnant, which caused my brother to be underdeveloped. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, on the day we were born, my brother was sent to a critically ill hospital and was rescued. But she thought he was dead at the time, which led to her illness. It's not that simple, because your brother is not dead. Lin Fong shook his head. And even if your brother is sent to a critically ill hospital, he will be back in half a month at most. Half a month won't allow her condition to develop to such a horrible degree. The only possibility that could cause her to be in such a serious state is that she really has lost a child. Moreover, in the medical classics that Master gave me, there's a concept called the mysterious pulse, which means that a person's pulse is like the growth rings of a tree. All the information about a person since birth can be diagnosed from the pulse. What diseases a person has had, how many children he has had, and even his birth, aging, illness, and death can all be seen from his profound veins. I just checked her pulse and found that her profound veins showed the signs of losing a child. Chapter 118, What is the Truth? She was hurt by worry, hurt by thought, hurt by sadness, and hurt by heart. This is called imbalance of yin and yang in her body. Xiao Chen's brain buzzed, and he felt a chill down his spine. According to Lin Fong, unless one of the two brothers died, it would not cause Zhao's mother such great grief that she would suffer from bipolar disorder. However, he was fine, and Xiaoming was just weak. What was the reason that made her become like this? To the extent that her condition was getting worse? What exactly happened back then? Why did she hate herself so much? Everything seemed to be a mystery. Xiao Chun. Seeing Xiao Chun in a daze, Lin Fong woke him up. Are you okay? I'm fine. I was just distracted by something. Xiao Chun shook his head and recovered his composure. I have only learned the basics of Xianmai, so what I say may not be accurate. Okay, let's not talk about these things for now. Let's take a look at what to eat. This Western restaurant is very good. Lin Fong handed over the menu. French? I can't understand it. Is there a Chinese menu? Xiao Chun said helplessly. Sorry, sir, we don't have a Chinese menu. A waiter said with an air of superiority. Yes, this French restaurant is very upscale. Seats must be reserved in advance, and those who come to dine are all upper-class people. So the waiters also developed the habit of being superior, and she looked at Lin Fong and Xiao Chun, one of whom was a student. After Lin was released, he did not change his clothes and was wearing a white Tai Chi suit. Their outfits weren't even as valuable as her uniform. She doesn't look like someone from the upper class at all, so her tone is condescending and even disdainful because she has an air of superiority. No need for a menu. Seared sole, French snails, and... Before Lin Fong could finish his words, he was interrupted by the waiter very politely. I'm sorry, sir, we don't have Chinese dish names here. You have to order in French. So what you mean is that we can't eat here because we don't understand French? Xiao Chun was a little unhappy. The people who come here to eat are all from the upper class, and they generally know French. The waiter said the most disdainful words with a professional smile. If you two really don't know how to cook, please turn right. The food stalls over there don't need French menus. What's your attitude? Lin Fong was angry. This was indeed his first time at the restaurant, and he was using the premium dining card of one of his patients. But he didn't expect that the waiters here would be so arrogant. Our service attitude is in accordance with the standards. If there is any inadequate service, please complain. Complaint, huh? Fine, I'll complain about you now. Lin Fong called out. Where's your manager? I'm sorry, our manager only receives high-end customers and generally won't deal with card-borrowing customers. The waiter said neither softly nor harshly. Xiao Chun stared at the waiter and laughed out of anger. Are you the manager's relative? Otherwise, how dare you serve customers with such an attitude? He's just a waiter. After spending so much time in high-end places, he automatically becomes a substitute. Please order your meals, both of you. If you don't want to eat, please leave. We are very busy here, said the waiter. Xiao Chun. At this moment, Song Xian's surprised voice came. She was also holding the arm of a woman with an excellent temperament. This woman had a noble temperament, and her features were somewhat similar to hers. It is not difficult to see that this woman is her mother. Are you here to eat too? When Song Zian saw Xiao Chun, he let go of his mother, ran to Xiao Chun, and asked excitedly, "Yes, is this your mother?" Xiao Chun said with a smile, "Yes, Mom, this is Xiao Chun, my classmate." Song Zian winked at Song's mother. "Hello, I am Zian's mother." Mother Song said with a faint smile. "Hello, Annie, I am Xiao Chun, Song Zian's classmate." Xiao Chun hurriedly greeted politely. He was still wondering, didn't Song Zian say that her family was a loan shark? No matter how you look at her mother's temperament, she doesn't look like the kind of person who works for a loan company. She looks a bit like the mistress of a wealthy family. "Xiao Chun, this is my aunt's restaurant. You should tell me in advance that you are coming to eat so that I can reserve a table in advance." Song Zian said with a smile. "Forget about reserving a table. Your aunt's restaurant has really high requirements." Xiao Chun said helplessly. "We who don't understand French can't even order food. That's impossible. There's a Chinese menu here." Song Zian was stunned. "Yes, this distinguished waiter told us." Xiao Chun pointed at the waiter. "She told us that this place is for the upper class, and people like us who are not from the upper class would not be welcomed." "Who said that?" Song Zian's expression changed, and she looked at the waiter. Song Zian often goes to this restaurant, and this waiter is indeed a relative of Song Zian. But no matter how arrogant she was, she wouldn't be so arrogant as not to even recognize her boss's niece. "Miss Song, this is all a misunderstanding," she stammered. I'll order food for the two gentlemen right away." "No need for that. You should go and serve those distinguished guests. Xiao Chun is not the kind of person who repays evil with kindness. Go to the finance department to settle your salary, and you don't have to come to work tomorrow." Song's mother glanced at the waiter and frowned. "This is the third time you have been complained by a customer this month. Our restaurant puts customer service first. If you can't serve them, then find another job." The waitress looked pleading, but Song's mother had no intention of giving her a chance. "Leave now. Also tell Manager Lee of this restaurant that if he inserts his relatives into the company again, he should resign." The waitress was shocked. Her uncle was the manager of the restaurant, so she dared to behave like that. Because she was not afraid of complaints at all, but she never expected that she would hit a wall this time. She didn't dare to refute, so she could only bow and apologize, then leave in shame. "Mom, I want to have dinner with my classmates." Song Zian asked her mother with a giggle. "Go ahead. I'll go find your aunt." Mother Song smiled faintly and turned to leave. "Hello, I'm Song Zian. Are you Xiao Chen's friend?" Song Zian sat next to Xiao Chun and said to Lin Fong, "I'm Lin Fong, the successor of the Lin family's classic prescriptions." Lin Fong quickly handed over a business card. "Lin's traditional Chinese medicine? Oh my God, the descendant of the king of medicine." Song Zian exclaimed after taking the business card. "That's my grandpa," Lin Fong said with a smile. "Oh, you're Mr. Lin's grandson? He has diagnosed my illness before." Song Zian said. "Really? Then we are so destined to meet." Lin Fong asked in surprise. "Xiao Chun, I'm familiar with this place. Let me recommend some dishes to you." Song Zian said, "I'll pay the bill today, as an apology to you on behalf of the waiter just now." Chapter 119. Song Zian. "Is your family really just a moneylender?" No. Today's the one for me," Lin Fong said quickly. "I'll pay for it. I can get you a very discounted price." Song Zian said with a grin. "Yes, her aunt's restaurant has great prices," Xiao Chan said with a smile. "And her family is a loan shark, so they don't need to worry about the meal." In this case, Lin Fong will not argue anymore. After ringing the bell to call the waiter, Song Zian ordered, "Old rules, you know." "Okay, miss, please wait." The waiter nodded with a smile. "Song Zian, tell me the truth. Is your family really a moneylender?" Xiao Chen wondered, "Do all your relatives run such high-end businesses?" "Yes, they made their fortune by lending money, and then some of my relatives changed their careers," Song Zian said seriously. "Well, it's unbelievable," Xiao Chun said helplessly. He clearly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The food came quickly, and the group chatted while eating. Since they were of similar age, they could always find a lot to talk about. When the meal was almost over, a woman in the restaurant hurriedly picked up her bag and was about to go out. "Aunt, where are you going?" Song Zian hurriedly went to greet her. This is her Aunt Song Li. She seems to be in a hurry, as if she has something urgent to do. "Zian, I can't accompany you today. Something happened to your cousin. Now the doctors in the hospital are helpless," Song Li said anxiously. "What's wrong?" Song Zian was surprised. They said he was too frightened. Now he's in the hospital with a high fever, talking nonsense, and even in shock. Song Li wiped her tears anxiously. The hospital consultation couldn't find a cause. I'm about to contact the experts in Yinjing urgently. Auntie, don't worry. I am Song Zian's classmate, and this is my friend, the successor of Lin's Jingfong. Xiao Chun pulled Lin Fong out. Maybe we can help. Lin Fong? Are you the little medicine king? Old Lin's grandson. Song Li was overjoyed. Yes, don't worry. Tell me about his situation and maybe I can give it a try. Lin Fong nodded. Lin Fong comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and is also a medical genius. He is most interested in difficult and complicated diseases, especially since he has recently received medical advice from Taoist priest. His ability has improved by leaps and bounds. This was just a coincidence, so why shouldn't he go? Dr. Lin, this is the case. My child doesn't study hard and insists on being an adventure anchor. Song Li had a worried look on her face. The day before yesterday, I went to Fenggunga in the suburbs with my classmates to live broadcast in the middle of the night. After he came back, he slept for a day and night. We thought he was tired and didn't take it seriously. Who knew he started having a high fever and talking nonsense yesterday? We rushed him to the hospital, but his condition got worse and worse. Now the experts have consulted, but they can't give a clear answer. What should I do? How can you go to a place like Fenggunga? Lin Fong was surprised. That place is a famous ghost dish. And not far from that place was a mass grave during the Republic of China period. Dr. Lin, do you mean that he is possessed by evil spirits? Song Li was surprised. No, there is no such thing as being possessed by evil spirits in traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Fong waved his hand. But places like funeral homes and cemeteries, because there are too many deceased people, will breed negative energy. According to traditional Chinese medicine, staying in places with heavy yin energy for a long time will cause the imbalance of yin and yang in the human body. Besides, he went there in the middle of the night, so the consequences would be more serious. This situation should be the cause of panic disorder. Andy, go and see him first. No matter how good a doctor is, he can't do anything without seeing the patient. Xiao Chun said. Okay, let's go quickly. Thank you. Song Li did not dare to delay and quickly took a few people into the car and rushed to the hospital. Rinli Hospital is one of the best private hospitals in Jiangxing. It was a separate ward, and a boy of about 15 or 16 was lying on the bed. He was Song Zian's cousin Duan Wei. He is now lying on the hospital bed. The air conditioner in the room has been turned to the highest temperature. Everyone who goes in is sweating all over their forehead. But he was wrapped in a quilt. His face was pale, and he was shivering. At the same time, the attending physician and several experts are discussing treatment plans. Seeing Song Li coming, the attending doctor hurried over and said, Ms. Song, your son's condition has changed. I suggest you transfer him to another hospital immediately. Transfer to which hospital? What hospital? What's wrong with him now? Song Li was shocked. You'd better go and take a look yourself. The attending doctor said helplessly. Song Li ran over quickly. What's wrong with you? I'm your mother. Don't come over. Duan Wei suddenly roared. He sat up suddenly, wrapped himself in a quilt, and huddled in the corner, all while screaming, Don't touch me, don't touch me. I'm your mother. What's wrong with you? Song Li stopped quickly. Wei, I'm your cousin, don't be afraid. Song Zian held her aunt, looking nervous. However, Duan Wei suddenly knelt on the bed with a plop, and his voice changed. Master, I am just a singer, please spare me. How about I sing a song for you? He then began to sing in a long, operatic voice. Chuin Xiang, how can you know how beautiful spring is if you haven't been to the garden? It turns out that all the colorful flowers are left to the broken wells and dilapidated walls. The long opera tune actually brought out the twists and turns and sorrows of the Republic of China tunes. Don't scare your mother. Song Li was so scared that she started crying. She asked in a sobbing voice, What's going on? Xiao Chun, my cousin, is possessed by evil spirits? Song Zian was also frightened and pale. Yes, a freshman in high school, who is usually uneducated, likes to live broadcast his adventures. Go to the famous Ghost Valley and spend a night there, and suddenly you can sing songs when you come back? Isn't this a ghost possessing him? What is Xiao Chen singing? Lin Fong was also confused. Kunku Opera, Peony Pavilion. Xiao Chen listened and said, It's not bad. Okay, you find a way to hold him down, and I have to perform the acupuncture. Lin Fong carried silver needles with him, and he quickly took out the needle bag and spread it on the table. What's going on with him? Xiao Chun asked in astonishment. He was infected with seasonal pathogens, and he has damp heat inside. He was also frightened, and the imbalance of yin and yang caused him to suffer from wind shock. Lin Fong took out the silver needle. You hold him down, and I'll give him acupuncture. Okay. Xiao Chan rubbed his hands ready to go. Wait a minute, who are you? The attending physician felt like he was in trouble. At least there are several experts here, and he's also a famous internist. What's wrong with these two young people? Do they take these people seriously? Lin Fong, my grandfather is Lin Tianfong. Lin Fong raised his head with a bit of pride. The successor of the Jing Fong school? An expert looked at Lin Fong in surprise. That's right, Lin Fong said. It's too late, help quickly. Xiao Chan seized the opportunity, pounced forward, and pinned Duan Wei down. Chapter 120. Master is keeping something secret? Hurry, go and help. The attending doctor quickly ordered his assistant. A group of people rushed forward and tried to hold Duan Wei down. However, this boy was incredibly strong. He struggled and screamed, looking just like a decent woman being raped by a group of big men. The group of people couldn't hold him down. Even if I pressed it down, he struggled so hard that the acupuncture couldn't be performed. Do you have red chopsticks? Xiao Chun turned around and shouted with an idea. I'll go find it. A nurse ran out quickly. A moment later, a pair of red chopsticks were brought over. Xiao Chun took the chopsticks, asked someone to hold Duan Wei's hand, and then pinched his middle finger. After this pinch, Duan Wei actually calmed down. Lin Fong quickly inserted needles into several acupoints, including Yintang, Higu, Taichung, etc. After a few injections, Duan Wei broke out in a cold sweat and fell on the bed with a thump. All right, let go. Lin Fong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned his head to ask, Xiao Chun, how did you think of using chopsticks to pinch your middle finger? It's a method of exorcism mentioned in the book that Master gave me. Xiao Chan explained. In his case, he was infected by the evil spirit of the time and was frightened. Also, if you stay in a cold place overnight, there will be dampness in your body. Using chopsticks to pinch your middle finger can, to some extent, dispel the dampness and suppress it. It also has the function of regulating the yin and yang energy in the body, so I'll give it a try. Oh my God, why is what you learned different from what I learned? Lin Fong was dumbfounded. No, Master is keeping it to himself. You read serious medical books, and I read some Taoist classics. How can they be the same? Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. Dr. Lin, is my son okay? Song Li asked cautiously. Let me take a look. Lin Fong quickly reached out to feel his pulse, and after a moment he said, It's okay, the fever has started to subside. Thank God. Song Li relaxed and almost fell to the ground. Song Zian quickly supported her. After a while, Duan Wei finally woke up and looked at the people in the room with a confused look on his face. Mom, what are you doing? Why are there so many people in the room? Are you awake? You scared your mother to death just now. Song Li wiped her tears. Duan Wei, don't you know what happened just now? Song Zian asked curiously. I don't know. Duan Wei shook his head blankly. It's okay. I recorded it for you and will help you recall it later. Song Zian gritted her teeth and said, If you dare not study hard and run around outside again, I will show you how I will deal with you. Duan Wei was so frightened that his head shrank, and he didn't even dare to fart. I'll prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions for you. You can ask someone to go to Lin's Chinese medicine clinic to get the medicine. Take it for a few days to calm your mind. Seeing that he was indeed fine, Lin Fong quickly wrote a prescription. The way he looked just now, really, wasn't he possessed by evil spirits? Song Li asked cautiously. Of course not. His condition just now was an illusion caused by the imbalance of yin and yang energy. Lin Fong explained. It's just like what happened in Yunnan after eating poisonous mushrooms. Even poor students can pass the exams at the level of top students. He must have heard the songs he sang somewhere before. He had hallucinations after he became ill, and the impression was very deep, so he sang them. Thank you, Dr. Lin, and thank you, Xiao Chun. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would have done today. Song Li was extremely grateful. It's okay, Annie. It's my duty. Xiao Chun smiled. It's getting late. I'll have someone take you back. Song Li said, You're welcome to visit us often in the future. No need. We can go back by ourselves and let the child have a good rest. Lin Fong waved his hand and went out with Xiao Chun. Oh my God, Master has a lot of good books. After leaving, Lin Fong's eyes lit up. It seems that in the future, I will need something else besides medical books. If you could digest it, go get it. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Why don't you learn how to draw talismans? It is said that talisman water can cure diseases. Really? That's impressive. By the way, who is Xiao Chun's master? How old is he this year? Lin Fong asked curiously. I don't know about that. I only know his surname is Zhang Huaigu, but I don't know who his master is. Xiao Chun shook his head, and he has always looked the same and has hardly changed. Is your common surname Zhang? Lin Fong stroked his chin. And the rules of the youth temple seem to be Zhengyi. Where did you learn from? Don't worry about it. There are many Zhengyi sects with the surname Zhang. Xiao Chan said, since Master didn't mention the Chuanjin Jade Emperor Temple, the Dragon and Tiger Shanqing Palace, and the Tiantra Mansion, he must have his reasons. Yes, I will go to the temple tomorrow and ask him to teach me more. Lin Fong nodded. 2 days later, Friday, Ministry of Urban Construction, Design Institute, Bai Wei was waiting in the conference room. The landmark building she designed has been submitted, and the review results will be announced today. The landmark plan she designed based on Xiao Chen's ideas was shortlisted as expected. Today's judging will be to come up with a final result among the top 30 works. She seemed excited when she thought that her work might become a landmark building. Number 33 Bai Wei, please come to the office. A staff member called. Bai Wei was delighted and quickly stood up and went into the office. There were several experts from the Design Institute sitting in the office. They had evaluated the top 30 works and finally selected 3 plans, one of which was Bai Wei's. Huang Tao, the design director who is in his 60s, is looking at Bai Wei's design drawings while holding his reading glasses. Ms. Bai, you are the gold medal designer of Jingyan Decoration? Do you also have a first-class construction engineer certificate? Yes, Mr. Huang. My major is architectural engineering. Bai Wei replied. We like your design proposal very much, but there are some parts that we need you to explain. Huang Tao looked up. The plan I designed is good, but the design concept was provided by someone else. Mr. Huang, you need him to come over to know what you want to know. Bai Wei said with a smile. Is it the one called Xiao Chun? Huang Tao saw the signature on the design draft. Yes. Bai Wei nodded. Okay, then let him come over. Huang Tao nodded. Bai Wei bowed and walked out, then quickly called Xiao Chun and asked him to come over. Xiao Chun knew the purpose of her call, so he took a leave and ran to the Design Institute. As soon as I got off the car, I met Su Muyu, who also got off the car. She came in with a man in his 40s carrying a briefcase. Xiao Chun, why are you here too? Su Muyu was stunned. What you are here for is what I am here for, Xiao Chun said. You also participated in the design bidding for the Twin Towers. Su Muyu froneth. Yes, I participated. I came up with the ideas and others designed them. Xiao Chun nodded. Ah, Miss Su, are today's high school students so amazing? The bald man with Bai Wei couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 121, do you know what design is? Do you know what architectural design is? How dare you say you can come up with something creative? Who is this? Xiao Qin looked at the man. This is Lu Qinghe, a nationally renowned architect. I invited him from Jinling. Su Muyu said, our Su family wants to participate in the design bidding and win the project of the Twin Towers. It turns out to be Teacher Lu. Miss Su has a good eye. Teacher Lu is a well-known architectural designer in the country. Xiao Chan complimented. Many of the landmarks and bridges he designed are simply benchmarks in the industry. You asked Mr. Lu to come out. This time, the design plan must be his. Young man, are you good at talking? Xiao Chen's flattery made Lu Qinghe feel proud. He held up the briefcase in his hand and said, Time is tight. I didn't make it in time to submit the manuscript before the call for submissions. But once my design is out, everything else can be put aside. Yes, Teacher Lu is right. Teacher Lu, please go in first. Xiao Chan took a step back and politely let him go in first. He was too lazy to argue, because if he argued with an idiot, he would seem a bit stupid too. This IQ-filled confident work plagiarized the designs of several landmarks. Moreover, he would be identified on the spot, the matter would become a big fuss, and in the end the Su family would end up in disgrace. If Xiao Chan in his previous life knew about this, he would have run to remind Su Muyu. But this time, he would not do such a stupid thing. He would be happy to see Su Muyu hit his head against the wall a few more times. Seeing that Xiao Chan rarely argued with her, Su Muyu found it a little unbelievable. Seeing that Lu Qinghe had already gone in, she didn't say anything and hurriedly followed him in. Xiao Chun, Mr. Huang from the Design Institute has some questions and needs to consult you. Bai Wei saw Xiao Chun coming in and hurried to greet him. Let's go in. Xiao Chun nodded. He knew what Huang Tao was going to ask. After all, this landmark building stumped many people in the last life, as it had to take into account both aesthetics and feng shui. Although the idea he gave solved the problem perfectly, some details still need to be clarified. When I walked into the office, I saw Lu Qinghe was already there. After all, famous domestic architectural designers even enjoy subsidies from the State Council. The Design Institute attached great importance to Lu Qinghe's arrival, and they took his design plan and started studying it on site. Lu Qinghe, on the other hand, sat there steadily, looking very confident. After more than an hour of professional survey and review by the Design Institute, it was finally confirmed repeatedly. Huang Tao finally adjusted his glasses and raised his head. Engineer Lu, we have just had a preliminary discussion on your plan. Well, how is it? Lu Qinghe sat up straight. Is there anything that needs to be adjusted? That's not the case, but Engineer Lu, your proposal is not suitable for our project. Why? What's wrong with my plan? Lu Qinghe exploded. Mr. Lu, don't get excited. The proposal is good, but it doesn't fit our actual situation. A young designer stood up and said with a smile, the reason why we are soliciting proposals from the public this time is because of the high cost of the design. It's because some areas are difficult to take care of, so we want to pool everyone's wisdom and strengths. Shut up. You're not qualified to talk to me. Lu Qinghe pointed at the young designer and asked Huang Tao, are you the chief engineer of the Design Institute? Yes, I am responsible for this plan. Huang Tao nodded. I came up with this plan after field investigation and staying up all night for several days. It meets all the requirements of your recruitment. What makes you say it's not suitable? Engineer Lu, Huang Tao said with a smile. Xiaoli has already said that the situation this time is a little different from the past. The plan is good, but it is a little inappropriate for this landmark building. I need to point it out to you. Lu Qinghe slammed the table. First of all, your proposal has a round tower, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, and the two buildings are staggered for aesthetics. Xiao Chun, who was getting impatient, spoke up. Moreover, the arc in the pattern will form a scissors curse. This landmark building itself is facing the mountain to the east, forming a sickle-shaped impact, which is difficult to resolve. What are you trying to do by colliding with the two evil spirits? Where are you from? Is it your turn to speak now? Lu Qinghe was angry. He recognized Xiao Chun and said, you are a high school student. Do you have a right to sit here and tell me what to do? Xiao Chun, could you please stop making trouble? Su Muyu froneth. She thought Xiao Chun was making trouble. I'm not interested in causing trouble. Mr. Huang asked me to come here to understand some details of my plan. Xiao Chun said helplessly. In the end, you cut in line and wasted nearly 2 hours of my time. I'm still a student. I still have to go to school, okay? Besides, Mr. Lu's design itself has problems. If the Design Institute doesn't adopt it, can he force it to be adopted? Shut up. It's not your turn as a student to speak. Get him out of here. Lu Qinghe was about to curse. Engineer Lu, this young man is talking about the problems in your design. Huang Tao knocked on the table and frowned. But do you know what the bigger problem is? There are at least a dozen places in your design draft that plagiarize architectural styles from home and abroad. There are at least 3 of them, all of which are drafts from our Jiangcheng Design Institute. As soon as these words came out, Lu Qinghe's face suddenly fell. He still argued. What nonsense are you talking about? Who am I to plagiarize? We have compared your design draft and the parts that involve plagiarism, and will report it to the National Academy of Engineering. Huang Tao said seriously. As for how to deal with it, let's wait for the final solution of the Academy of Engineering. Lu Qinghe, who had been trying to put pressure on others, was completely panicked. He quickly walked up to Huang Tao and whispered, President Huang, this is not something that needs to alarm the Academy of Engineering. Why not? Every project in China is very rigorous. Huang Tao said seriously. And you are also a well-known engineer. You represent not only yourself, but also the face of the country. If a work by someone like you is really built, it will not only be your own face that will be lost. Lu Qinghe looked a little embarrassed. He still didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. He was used to being high and mighty and said with some displeasure, it's just a few creative references, very common things. It shouldn't be elevated to a high level, right? You still think this is normal? Huang Tao was speechless. He pointed at Lu Qinghe and said, get out of here right now. People like you don't deserve to stay in the Design Institute. Get out and don't force me to curse. Chapter 122. Must people be scolded out? Lu Qinghe's face looked a little ugly, but there was no point in him staying here, so he had to turn around and leave. Teacher Huang, there must be some misunderstanding here. So Muyu froneth. Lu Qinghe was introduced by one of her senior classmates, and he spent a lot of money to get here. The original intention was to invite him to bid for the design of the Twin Towers. Firstly, because he was well known, and secondly, because he represented the strength of their Su family. But unexpectedly, the result was counterproductive. This so-called senior construction engineer turned out to be a fake. What she didn't expect was that the thing she paid him a huge sum of money to design was actually found out to be plagiarized by someone else. There is no misunderstanding. His design itself does not conform to our concept and cannot solve the problem of sickle evil. How can he give me a whole pair of scissors evil? Huang Tao also got angry as he spoke. Two evil spirits fighting against each other? Are they trying to bring Jiangsheng down to earth? Mr. Huang, don't be angry. This is Xiao Chun. He provided my design concept. Now he is here to explain some details to you. Bai Wei stepped forward and advised in time. Okay, your name is Xiao Chun. Are you really a senior high school student? Huang Tao's expression finally relaxed. He said with a smile, it's amazing. Your design concept solves all the problems we face. Mr. Huang, thank you for your praise. I just happen to know a little about this. When Sister Bai approached me, I gave her a design idea. Xiao Chun smiled and said, if you have any questions, you can ask me directly. Su Muyu on the side was stunned. She knew that Xiao Chun came to the Design Institute to participate in the competition, but she didn't know that Xiao Chen's design concept was actually recognized by the Design Institute. And judging from Huang Tao's expression, he will most likely decide on Xiao Chen's draft as the final design plan. She clenched her fist so tightly that her fingers turned blue. But it was too late to say anything now, so she took a deep breath, turned, and left the office. In the office, I chatted with Huang Tao for more than an hour before the conversation ended. The recorder on the side organized what Xiao Chun said into a document, recording in detail the concept of the Twin Towers building. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Huang Tao slapped his thigh and said, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have thought that the sickle evil facing the core building would be resolved in this way. Not only does it resolve the problem, it also maintains the beauty of the building. Xiao Chun, you really helped us a lot. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for your recognition. It's mainly because Sister Bai has a strong talent for design. Otherwise, if someone else had it, even if I had the idea, I wouldn't have been able to design a perfect building. Xiao Chun said modestly. You are so modest. Xiao Chun, you don't know that this thing has troubled us for a long time. Mr. Huang sighed and said, national-level new district planning must be designed based on the foundation of Yixue. These things are not completely superstitious, but they have a better meaning for social development. Okay, thank you. We will work overtime today and notify you after the plan is finalized. Thank you, Mr. Huang. We'll leave first. Bai Wei nodded. After leaving the house, Bai Wei could no longer suppress the joy on her face. Xiao Chun, this time our plan should be set in stone. The Twin Towers are 2 office buildings, the face of the new district. With this work, I will have confidence wherever I go in the future. Congratulations, Sister Bai. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Congratulations to you as well. You are really my lucky star. Bai Wei said with a smile. Are you free? I'll treat you to a meal. Xiao Chun was about to answer when someone at the door called out. Xiao Chun, are you done? Su Muyu. She hadn't left yet and was standing at the door, as if waiting for him. Well, I'll treat you to dinner another day. You go ahead and do your work. Bai Wei smiled faintly, then left with her bag. The two women glanced at each other as they passed each other. Su Muyu was definitely better in terms of figure and appearance, but at the age of 19, she did not have the mature charm of Bai Wei. What's the matter? Xiao Chun walked to the door helplessly. So you like mature women? Su Muyu's tone was sour. What nonsense are you talking about? Sister Bai and I are partners. Xiao Chun looked at her warily. Besides, what kind of woman I like is none of your business, right? Su Muyu frowned. She realized that her tone just now might be a little inappropriate. She changed the subject. You have been participating in the bidding for the Twin Towers in the new district? Yes, Sister Bai came to me a long time ago, and I gave her some design ideas. What's wrong? Xiao Chun asked. Why didn't you tell me you knew all this? Su Muyu was so angry that his teeth were itching. Don't you know that the construction of a new district involves a market worth hundreds of billions of yuan? And our Su family is going to take up a large portion of the market share? Now that we have failed in the design bidding, how can we open up the situation in the future? Xiao Chun was somewhat speechless. Failure in the bid will not affect your project performance. And what does this have to do with me? Su Muyu stared at Xiao Chun angrily. At this moment, she no longer looked like the princess of Jiangxing. It seems like she's throwing a tantrum in front of the boy she cares about. Of course, Xiao Chun would not indulge her little temper. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll leave first. I'm still busy. Stop. Su Muyu stopped him and ran in front of him. I have something I want to ask you clearly. If you want to ask, hurry up. Xiao Chun glanced at his watch. I'll give you 5 minutes. Are you so unwilling to talk to me now? So Muyu Fronith. Xiaochen was not like this before. Although they had only met a few times, he would definitely obey his words. Even if she asked for the stars in the sky, Xiao Chan would find a way to get them. However, Xiao Chan now suddenly seemed like a different person. He opposed her everywhere and avoided her, treating her like a ferocious beast. Do you want to hear the truth? Xiao Chen glanced at her. Yes. So Muyu nadi thibidi. The truth is, I really don't want to deal with you. Xiao Chan decided to let it sink in. Because you're arrogant and you don't have much brains. You are so self-righteous that you never care about other people's feelings. More importantly, we are not from the same world. The gap between you and me is too great. There is no need for us to get so close. What else? Su Muyu stared at Xiao Chan. You didn't say the most important point. Of course, the most important point is that you are Xiaoming's good sister. He likes you so much and hates me so much. Xiao Chan smiled. If we get too close, your good brother will not only be jealous and angry, but will also try to frame me. So even if it's just for my own protection, I want to stay away from you. Do you understand? Sure enough, Su Muyu sneered, and then said, Xiaoming is not what you think. And I think there's a misunderstanding between you two brothers. Chapter 123. You are a kind person, but you don't have much brains. Believe me, no one knows him better than me. Xiaochen smiled. Su Muyu is not a bad person. It was normal that she looked down on me in the previous life because the gap between us was too big. Secondly, Xiaoming is like the protagonist, while he himself is the image of a vicious male supporting role. But in this life, he instinctively wanted to stay away from Su Muyu, but she would come to him from time to time, which made Xiao Chen speechless. Xiao Chun, the misunderstanding between you two will definitely be cleared up. Su Muyu lowered her eyes and said faintly, but you have to change the way you are now. What's wrong with me now? Xiao Chun felt a little funny. I'm living a good life now. As long as Xiaoming doesn't come to disturb me, no one can affect me. Why do you think I'm not doing well? Because you have no family affection, don't you desire these? Su Muyu asked. Haha, you're right. I really don't desire that. Whoever wants their bullshit family affection can have it. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chun sneered. Time is up. I'm leaving. Xiao Chun. Su Muyu stepped forward, stood in front of Xiao Chun, and then she took out a peace knot. Under Xiao Chen's somewhat puzzled gaze, she raised the peace knot in her hand. Xiao Chun, have you seen this? Xiao Chun thought to himself, of course I have seen it. This is originally my thing, okay? Seeing Su Muyu's expectant expression, he nodded. I have seen it. Have you really seen it? Su Muyu's face showed surprise and joy. Of course, the peace knot is everywhere on the street. Oh, by the way, I used to make this with my grandma. Xiao Chun said, we also sold them in the market in town. What's wrong? Have you seen this in my hand? Su Muyu's breathing stagnated, as if she did not expect Xiao Chun to answer like this. I made this up, Xiao Chun said. Maybe someone bought it. It's worthless anyway. Why do you keep it? This peace knot is very important to me. Su Muyu looked directly at Xiao Chun. After I had the car accident that year, I was about to faint. But someone saved me in the haze and told me to hold on and it would pass. She held up the peace knot in her hand and said, I always thought that this peace knot was left to me by the kind-hearted person who saved me. Wasn't the person who saved you your good brother Xiaoming? Why don't you go and ask him and find out? Xiao Chen said. He has never seen this thing. So Muyu Fronith. It doesn't matter. What matters is that he is your good brother. Xiao Chen spread his hands and said, it's enough that he can satisfy your spiritual needs. There's no need to worry about who this peace knot belongs to. Maybe it was just something that was accidentally dropped by an insignificant passerby. It's okay. I'll leave first. You can think about it slowly. Xiao Chun turned around and left without even looking back, leaving Su Muyu standing there in a daze. Is it not important? However, this peace festival is very important to me. Many times when I couldn't hold on any longer, it encouraged me and told me to hold on. It would pass. It is the belief that supports me to keep working hard. Xiao Chun, you must be hiding something from me. Why don't you tell me the truth? She held the peace knot tightly in her hand, looking at Xiao Chun, who didn't even turn his head back, feeling a little sad in her heart. She didn't know why she cared so much about Xiao Chun, whom she once hated, but she knew that she and he were drifting apart. When Xiao Chun returned to school, he was called away by the head teacher. In the office, Su Xiao placed a pile of leave requests in front of Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, look, in less than 2 months, you have asked for leave more than 10 times. Lydia, Su said angrily. It's good that you have good grades, but now is the 3rd year of high school. It's the sprint stage. Besides, the physics competition will be held in 2 weeks. It's related to your future. Can you pay attention? Xiao Chun smiled awkwardly. He had indeed taken too much leave recently. Study, teach us so. I've been a little overwhelmed lately. But don't worry, I won't delay my studies. And I've already prepared for the physics competition. I'll definitely be admitted, so don't worry. It's good that you have confidence, but this concerns your future. You must not take it lightly. Social advised earnestly. I know. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su. Don't worry, I will be fine. Okay, go to the classroom. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, there was no problem with Xiao Chen's grades, but she was afraid that this boy was too proud because of his youth. After all, the physics competition is just around the corner, and nothing can go wrong at this critical moment. Xiao Chen's cell phone rang. He opened it and saw a message from Wu Zitzong. Brother, I have a new supermarket that is about to open. You must come over this afternoon. Teacher Su. Xiao Chen spoke cautiously. If you have something to say, just tell me. It would be best if you realize you are wrong, Su Xiao said. I need to take a leave this afternoon. Xiao Chen. Lydia Su was almost choked by the water. It turns out that this boy didn't take what she said to heart. Although she was angry, she still approved Xiao Chen's leave application. Teacher Su, if I am admitted to the university half a month later, does that mean I don't have to go to school at all times? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. If you can be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, you don't have to ask me for leave, and you don't have to attend classes. Su Xiao rolled his eyes at Xiao Chun. Okay, don't worry. Just for this, I will definitely be admitted successfully. Thank you, Teacher Su. Xiao Chen smiled and ran away with the leave note. The newly opened supermarket by Wu Zitzong is a commercial complex. Below is a supermarket, and above is a comprehensive shopping mall that integrates catering, shopping, and entertainment. Although it is not the largest in scale, it fills the gap of large-scale commercial in the Northern District. Haha, Brother Xiao, what do you think of my place? Wu Zitzong was in a very good mood. It's pretty good, whether it's the location or the target customer group. It fits the situation in the North District. Xiao Chun gave a thumbs up and said, Brother Wu, you are the kind of person who is born to be an investor. Thank you for the compliment, brother. I have accumulated some connections in Jiangchang over the years, so I can seize the initiative in some things. Wu Zitzong sighed. When it comes to investment, it has to be you. The money you invested in the stock market before must have multiplied several times, right? At least 3 times. Xiao Chun stretched out 3 fingers. Okay, it really comes down to you, brother. Wu Zitzong nodded repeatedly, smiling from ear to ear. You are really amazing, brother. Don't forget me when you have the opportunity to make money in the future. Chapter 124. Xiao Chun, do you want to know the truth? Don't worry, I will never forget Angkor Wu. By the way, how is Angkor Wu's health? Xiao Chun asked. I've gone for follow-up checkup. I recently quit smoking and drinking, and my eating habits have also improved. Wu Zitzong said with a smile. The follow-up checkup showed that there's not much of a problem. Then Angkor Wu, please be more careful. Xiao Chun nodded. Come on, brother, let's go to the office. After taking Xiao Chun for a walk outside, Wu Zitzong was about to go back to the mall. Xiao Chun. At this moment, Xiao Yuan's voice came. Xiao Chun frowned and looked back. Sure enough, he saw Xiao Yuan standing aside, as if he had come to find him on purpose. I didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but then I thought I might as well be frank with him this time and explain everything to him. Wouldn't it be better to let him stop harassing me in the future? Thinking of this, he said to Wu Zitzong, Brother Wu, you go in first. I'll take care of something and come back soon. Okay, brother, contact me if you have anything. Mr. Wu Zi glanced at Xiao Yuan, then went to the mall by himself. What are you doing? Xiao Chun looked at his father, not hiding his inner disgust at all. Let's find a place to sit down and have a good chat. Father Shiao looked at Xiao Chun for a while, then sighed. Xiao Chun instinctively wanted to refuse, but he continued. Don't you want to know what happened after you were born? Xiao Chun frowned. Yes, this was something he urgently wanted to know. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. There is a cafe in the mall. Father Shiao nodded and went to the coffee shop with Chechen. The cafe was newly opened today, so there weren't many people in it. The two of them found a quiet corner and sat down. After ordering a cup of coffee, Father Shiao took a sip, put down the cup, and said with a smile, It seems that we, father and son, have never sat together to drink coffee like this before. I think it's better for us to talk about business. Xiao Chun stirred the cup in his hand and said coldly, Tell me the reason. What do you want to know? Father Zhao's voice was heavy. This is what happened to me. What happened after I was born 18 years ago. Xiao Chen asked. You should know all these things. Father Shiao said, your brother was weak after he was born and stayed in the intensive care unit for about 10 days. You were full term and strong, so we thought you were taking away too much nutrition. Don't tell me these meaningless lies. Xiao Chan said coldly. These are just excuses you made up. Even if nothing else, your wife's hatred for me alone shows that things are not that simple. Father Shiao was silent for a moment. After a moment, he smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. We are a family. You have grown up, and Xiaoming has grown up too. Let's just let go of what happened in the past, and let our family live happily together in the future. Isn't that good? No, I used to have illusions about you. I thought we were a family, and you would accept me sooner or later. Xiao Chun sneered. But later I found out that it was not the case. Your wife hates me, even to the point that she wishes I were dead. This is not the emotion a mother should have towards her son, so I came with you today to get the truth. What you know is the truth. I mainly want to have a heart-to-heart talk with you today. No need. Xiao Chun shook his head. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I'm too lazy to check. It's impossible for me to go back. I finally escaped from the sea of suffering, and you want me to go back and dive into it again. He stood up and looked directly at Father Shiao. Besides, your lies about me taking too much nutrition may have fooled me in the past, but now these words are simply a joke to me. Your wife's illness didn't become this serious in just 1 or 2 days. And one of the 2 sons she gave birth to should have died, right? Who told you that? Father Zhao's face suddenly changed. He said angrily, Xiao Chun, whether you are willing to admit it or not, you are our son. We gave you your life, and your body is filled with our blood. His voice was a little low and a little hysterical, and the suppressed roar was full of unwillingness. The Xiaochen in front of him was the son who once obeyed him in everything. Moreover, he was the one who kicked him out of the house, but now he is eager to win Xiaochen back. However, it was too late. Xiaochen was growing very fast, and it wouldn't be long before he would surpass the family business that he had worked hard for decades to build. So, I gave you 300,000. Xiaochen spread his hands and said, because you couldn't hold back your shutter, I made 400,000. Even being a gigolo doesn't make as much money as you do. What else do you want? Xiaochen. Father Zhao's eyes were red. He was really irritated by these words. He would never allow his son to say such outrageous words to him. You haven't answered my question yet, and you haven't solved the doubts in my heart. Xiaochen said coldly. Tell me, am I your biological son? You are. Whether you believe it or not, you will always be my offspring. Father Shiao laughed. He was a little crazy. Even if you are unwilling, this is an ironclad fact. Xiao Chan stared at Father Shiao, and after a while he shook his head in disappointment. Xiao Yuan, huh? If you tell me the truth, I will look up to you. But now it seems that I was overthinking it. So you're still as shameless as before, haha. If that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. He reached out and put down 20 yuan, waving to the waiter. Check out. Sir, your total consumption is 50 yuan. The waiter ran over and said, I still have a voucher. 20 yuan plus a 5 yuan voucher is just right. As for the other cup, you can ask whoever ordered it for payment. Xiao Chun said lightly. Father Zhao's face was a little distorted. He understood that Xiao Chun was humiliating him. Xiao Chun went to the service desk and scanned out his voucher. Then he turned his head and looked at Zhao's father. If you don't tell me, I'll check it myself. I believe that one day the truth will come out. Xiao Yuanhe, you'd better pray that I'm really your son. Otherwise, I will not only destroy the Xiao family with my own hands, but also send you to prison with my own hands. Xiao Yuanhe shuddered and looked at Xiao Chun in astonishment, with an intense sense of uneasiness filling his heart. After leaving the coffee shop, Xiao Chun felt a little confused. He had just tricked Xiao Yuanhe, but he didn't see anything from Xiao Yuanhe's expression. Lin Fong's words that Zhao's mother looked like she had lost her son made him doubt whether he was their biological son. Because her hatred for herself was so obvious and so strong, no mother would hate her son so much. But if they are not your biological parents, then who are your biological parents? Why did he become their son by accident? What exactly happened back then? All the mysteries are waiting for you to solve. Chapter 125 Xiao Yian. I want to draw a clear line with the Xiao family. Since Xiao Yuanhe didn't want to say anything, he forced Xiao Yuanhe to speak up. Xiao Chun. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, and Xiao Yan was standing behind him. Aren't you always with Grandma? What are you doing here? Xiao Chen asked. I came to see you. Xiao Yan looked a little unnatural. Are you here to see me, or have you been following me? Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and sneered. Xiao Yan's acting was so poor that he could see through her tricks at a glance. I just want to talk to you. Xiao Yan sighed. I know you hate me now, even hate me, but Grandma said that only sincerity can be exchanged for sincerity. So I believe that one day, I will be able to impress you. If you have time, you should pay attention to the Xiao family's company. Xiao Chan raised his head. Why? Xiao Yan was stunned. Because the Xiao family is going bankrupt. Xiao Chen said coldly. Xiao Chun, what are you going to do? Xiao Yan was shocked. Are you going to attack your family's company? Why would you do this? Xiao Yan was really shocked. She knew that Xiao Chun was resentful, but she didn't expect that the resentment in Xiao Chen's heart would be so great. He is actually going to take action against his family's company? Although Xiao Chun is only a high school student now, she believes that Xiao Chun has the ability to do so. Because after leaving the Xiao family, Xiao Chun is no longer the same person as before. Because Xiao Yuanhe is hiding something from me. Xiao Chun said coldly. Since he won't tell me the truth, I will make the Xiao family disappear from Jiangchen. What exactly happened to Xiao Chen? Can you tell my sister? If you don't want it to hurt you by accident, then leave the Xiao family. Xiao Chun said lightly. Xiao Yin looked at Xiao Chun, and after a moment, she seemed to have made up her mind. She nodded and said, Okay, I'll leave the Xiao family. I will go home immediately, resign from all positions in the Xiao group, and move out of the Xiao family. Do you want to draw a clear line with the Xiao family? Xiao Chan was slightly shocked. He originally thought that Xiao Yin would protect the Xiao family, but now it seems that he was overthinking. Ever since she tore up that photo last time, Xiao Yin has completely changed. She is no longer the white-collar worker who wears a capable uniform and is active in the workplace. Instead, she has become a girl who is indecisive and worried about gains and losses. She is 10 years older than herself and assumes the role of the eldest sister in the family. Xiao Chen didn't know why she suddenly changed so much, but he still couldn't accept her. Yes, I believe you must have your reasons for doing this, so I will draw a clear line between myself and the Xiao family. Xiao Yan looked serious and didn't seem to be joking. Stop kidding. Can you abandon your parents, your brothers and sisters? Xiao Chun smiled. You have lived with them for 28 years, and I have only been with you for half a year. Can't you tell which is more important? Xiao Chun, I know the difference very well. I have missed it many times before, so I don't want to make the same mistake again. Xiao Yin shook her head. I will draw a clear line between me and them. But if you tell me the reason, I can help you. You don't need to know the reason. This is my own business, and I have to do these things. Xiao Chen's expression was a little cold. Okay, I won't ask why. I will go home right away and move out of the Xiao family. Xiao Yan nodded and turned away. Xiao Yan. Xiao Chen called her, looking a little confused. Why did you become like this? This is what the Xiao family owed you in the past, and it's also what I owe you. Xiao Yan said softly. I know you won't forgive me for a while, but I can wait, even spend my whole life waiting. I believe that day will come. Let me ask you something. Xiao Chan pondered for a moment. In which hospital were Xiaoming and I born? What were you doing at that time? Xiao Chan wanted to find out the truth. If he knew in which hospital the child was born, he would be able to find out whether any of the children born to Zhao's mother had died. If not, you are overthinking it. But if there is, then he will have to re-examine his identity. When you're born, I was 10 years old and my sister was 8. Because you and Xiaoming were in an abnormal fetal position, we needed a cesarean section, which was extremely difficult. Xiao Yin said, so Dad took Mom to Yanjing Gynecological Hospital. We don't know what happened. We only know that my mother was seriously ill and Xiaoming was on a ventilator in the intensive care unit and was not discharged until more than 10 days later. Yanjing Gynecological Hospital. Xiao Chan read the name of the hospital with a complicated expression. It turns out he is not in Jiangchen. With his current ability, he is not able to check the hospital files and find out what happened that year. But it doesn't matter. Take your time. The truth will eventually come out. Xiao Chun, why are you asking these questions? Xiao Yan was puzzled. Nothing. Xiao Chan shook his head gently. He said calmly, Xiao Yan, do you really want to draw a line between yourself and the Xiao family? Yes, Xiao Chun, I often have nightmares. I dream about some things, and I can't tell whether it is a dream or an illusion. Xiao Yan's expression was painful. She murmured, even, these might be things that will happen in the future. What did you dream about? Xiao Chun was a little puzzled. Xiao Yan shook her head and said nothing. I left the Xiao family because I wanted to figure out these things, and I also wanted to do my best to compensate you, because you are my brother. Xiao Yan. Xiao Chun frowned, then raised his head and looked straight into her eyes. Have you ever thought about what would happen if I'm not your brother? Xiao Yian was surprised. She looked at Xiao Chan in astonishment, not knowing why he suddenly said such a thing. What if I was just picked up by them on the roadside? No, that's impossible. You and Xiaoming are twins. We have the same father and mother. What's wrong with you, Xiao Chun? Why do you ask such a question? Xiao Yan was a little anxious. She thought Xiao Chan said this just to distance himself from her. I'll go back now and move out of the Xiao family. I'll compensate you. Please don't think like that, okay? Xiao Chen shook his head and said nothing more. He turned and left. Looking at Xiao Chen's back, Xiao Yan's tears welled up in her eyes. Why is this happening? Why? At the Xiao families, Xiao Yan packed all her clothes into a large suitcase, then took a look at the place where she had lived for more than 20 years. She gritted her teeth and was ready to leave with the suitcase. Yin Yin, where are you going? Just at this time, Zhao's mother and Xiao Qian came back together. They were both stunned when they saw Xiao Yin carrying a suitcase, as if she was going on a long journey. Mom, you're back just in time. I was going to tell you that I'm moving out for a while. Xiao Yin looked up at her mother. Chapter 126, I want to redeem myself. Sister, where are you moving to? To the company. Xiao Qian was a little confused. She thought the company was under a lot of business pressure recently, so Xiao Yin wanted to live and eat in the company to increase business volume. No. Xiao Yin shook her head gently and said, I have decided to resign from all positions in the company. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Zhao's mother was shocked. You are doing well in the company. Why do you want to resign? Yes, sister. The company's performance is not as good as before, and Dad has gone out to do business. Why are you resigning at this time? Xiao Qian was also a little anxious. I went to see Xiao Qian today. Do you know what he asked me? Xiao Yan raised her head, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. You went to look for that rebellious son? What did you look for him for? Zhao's mother was stunned, and then her face became ferocious. Her eyes were red, even bloodshot, and her voice became a little low as she roared. You are not allowed to go to him privately in the future. Xiao Yan looked at her mother quietly, and suddenly, she smiled. She smiled somewhat sadly. What are you laughing at? Zhao's mother shouted angrily. Why are you looking for him? Are you begging him to come home? I tell you, as long as I am in this family, I will not allow him to come back. He is a disaster. He has brought great disaster to our family. He even almost killed your brother. I'm laughing. What Xiao Chan said is indeed correct. Xiao Yin took a deep breath. In our eyes, you are a gentle and elegant mother. The only thing you didn't hide was your disgust and even hatred for him when you mentioned Xiao Chan. I didn't. Zhao's mother was stunned. She still refused to admit her prejudice against Xiao Chun. It was his own fault. He brought disaster to our family. Disaster star, huh? Xiao Yan suddenly raised her voice. He is 18 years old this year. He grew up in the countryside with his grandmother. His parents and sister, the people closest to him, never gave him a single bit of warmth. And you have repeatedly instilled in us the idea that he is a disaster, so much so that we are also extremely prejudiced against him. Have you ever thought that he is also your son, born after you carried him for 10 months? When he was born, he knew nothing about the world. Why do you want to put all the blame on him? You dare to talk to me in such a tone? You yelled at me. Zhao's mother couldn't believe it. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just stating a fact. Xiao Yin choked up. Do you know what he said today? He said, Xiao Yin, have you ever thought about what would happen if I'm not your brother? Did he really say that? Xiao Qian on the side couldn't help but be moved. He has given up hope and despair on our family and all the relatives in this family. Xiao Yan's eyes were slightly red. Is my brother. Why do we exclude him? Why? Is this the reason why you want to run away from home and even resign? Zhao's mother raised her voice. That's not the most important thing. What's important is that I've been having nightmares these days. I dreamed of a body that was cut into pieces, and my house was on fire, with flames all over the sky. I don't know what these things mean, but I'm really going crazy. I only know that if I want redemption, I can only start with Xiao Chun. Xiao Yan ignored them and left quickly with her suitcase. Sister, wait for me. Xiao Qian was anxious, and she hurriedly chased after her. Qian, I'm not at home. Please take good care of your mother. Xiao Yan stopped. Why, sister? Why should our happy family be separated? Xiao Qian cried. Yeah, Xiao Chun doesn't understand either. Why? He is also a member of this family, but can't be with us in the end? Xiao Yan murmured. It is only now that I can empathize with the pain Xiao Chun has experienced. Sister, Xiao Qian's eyes were blurred with tears. Okay, Qian, I'm leaving. I've already found a place to live, and I'm going to look for a job next. It's been a long time since you graduated. It's time to plan your life. You can't keep going like this. Shia Yian took a deep breath, hugged Xiao Qian, then pushed the suitcase and left resolutely. Xiao Qian looked at Xiao Yian leaving home blankly, feeling a little overwhelmed. She suddenly felt that her home had been gradually falling apart since she had no idea when it started. After staying in Wu Zitzong's office for a while, Xiao Qian left. He did not attend the lunch party. After all, a student should behave like a student, and he had to rush back to school. For the competition in half a month, he has to make all preparations and challenge it in the best condition. After walking out of the mall, a man came towards him. The man's steps were unsteady. He stumbled and bumped into Xiao Qian's shoulder. Xiao Qian was knocked back 2 steps. The man quickly stood up and bowed to Xiao Qian, saying, I'm sorry. It's okay. Xiao Qian smiled, then turned and left. The man also left in a hurry, and Xiao Qian suddenly felt that the arm he touched was a little wet. He stretched out his hand and looked. His face changed slightly, and he saw that there was some blood on the arm that touched the man. Recalling what happened at the same time in his previous life, his expression changed, and he turned around and chased after the man. The North District is not in the strategic direction of the city, so there are many urban villages. Men will disappear once they move to a village. Xiao Qian searched for a long time, but didn't find anyone. Just as he was about to leave, a sharp blade pressed against his back. At the same time, a deep voice sounded, Don't move. Xiao Qian raised his hand to indicate that he had no weapon in his hand. Don't be impulsive. I have no ill intentions. You are not Li Bao's man. The man did not let down his guard at all. Of course not. Xiao Qian turned around slowly. The man was wearing a coat and a hat. One of his arms was injured. The wound was open and bleeding. Why are you following me? Seeing that Xiao Qian was a high school student, the man's expression relaxed a little. I saw that you were injured, so I came to take a look. Xiao Qian looked straight into the man's eyes. Things that happened in the same period of time in my previous life flashed through my mind. Li Bao, a local tyrant in Xiqing, also known as Brother Bao in the underworld, monopolizes nearly 60% of the sand and gravel business in Jiangxing. Moreover, most of the second-hand cars on the market come from his auto trade city. He has shares in some bathing centers and clubs in the West District and is part of an unforgivable criminal gang. He also extended his reach to university towns, lent campus loans, and used various tricks to deceive some girls. Then he used the photos to threaten some inexperienced girls into serving drinks or even becoming prostitutes. At that time, she was a freshman girl who applied for a scholarship, but she was deceived by this group of people and ended up taking out a loan. Later, because he couldn't pay it back, he was forced to jump off the building. Later, the girl's brother came back from the army and wanted to seek justice for the girl. However, Li Bao's power was huge, and his brother eventually went to extremes and used his own life to ensure that Li Bao would be wheelchair-bound for the rest of his life. Chapter 127, I'll Help You Avenge Your Revenge. Xiao Qian still remembers that his brother was an excellent scout, and his photo even made the headlines. It is undoubtedly the man in front of me. It has nothing to do with you. If you follow me again, I will not be polite to you. The man said coldly. He gave Xiao Qian a warning look and turned away. Su Xan. Xiao Qian called him. You can't get revenge like this. How do you know my name is Su Xian? The man stopped suddenly and stared at Xiao Qian. Not only do I know your name is Su Xian, I also know that your sister was forced to jump off the building by that group of people in West City. Xiao Qian said, You have 1 second-class merit in the army, and you went deep into the enemy's rear to destroy the drug den of drug traffickers. People like you shouldn't go to such extremes and shouldn't have such an ending. The one who jumped off the building was my cousin. No one cared about me since I was a child. My aunt raised me. Su Xian's eyes were red. Li Bao forced her to jump off the building and then found someone to take the blame. How can he continue to get away with it? If this world can't give my sister justice, then I will go and get it for her myself. Justice must be sought, but not in this way. Xiao Qian said, Even if you have left the army, your every move still represents the honor of your unit. I know that you have purchased the materials and made the bomb. You have sought justice several times, but to no avail. Instead, you were beaten up by his men. But you know what the ending tonight is like. If I die, he will die too. Su Xian looked up with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Since he decided to go to extremes, he has been keeping to himself. He went to several places and bought ammonium nitrate to make a bomb and died together with the enemy at night. But I didn't expect to meet such a strange high school student. If you die, he will be disabled for life, and his power will still exist. He he will still be at large and harm more people. Xiao Chan said in a deep voice, so you can't change anything. If you believe in me, I can help you get revenge and uproot them. Why should I believe you? Su Xian stared at Xiao Chun. Just because of this, I know where you're going to end up. Xiao Chun looked straight into his eyes. Yes, Xiao Chun knew his ending. The only way to gain his trust is to make him believe in your own abilities. The reason why I helped Su Xian was because he should be a hero. There are many ways for a hero to end his life, but it can't be that way. Moreover, Xiao Chun has his own ideas. When he starts over again, many things are off the original track. But he didn't know whether he would face the problem of being kidnapped by Xiaoming. So he must be strong enough and have enough confidence to face the future. Su Xian is a good candidate, an excellent scout with 18 months of Special Forces training experience. If Su Xian can be used by him, he will be able to deal with the uncertainties of the future. Su Xian stared at Xiao Chen's eyes, and he understood some information from the other's gaze. The fierce look in his eyes gradually faded, and he lowered his head. Tell me how you can help me first? First, recover from your injuries. You have repeatedly gone to Li Bao to cause trouble, and you are very skilled in this. He is already on guard. Xiao Chun said. Moreover, Li Bao's power is complicated, but most of them are illegal businesses, and he has killed people, so collecting evidence is the best way. What you said will take a long time. I can't wait. Su Xian shook his head. It won't be long, because he has a drug manufacturing site. The river sand business or the sex trade in the club can no longer satisfy his appetite. Maybe he has protection, but if it comes to this, no one can save him. Drug manufacturing site? Su Xian's eyes sharpened. He thought about it again and finally nodded. Go change your clothes. I'll give you a business card. Lin's Chinese medicine doctor, look for Lin Fong. Just tell him that I asked you to look for him. Xiao Chen looked at the wound on his arm and frowned. You can only take revenge after you have healed the wound. Who are you? Su Xian looked at Xiao Chun with some confusion. Xiao Chun, a senior high school student. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. As soon as the two separated, Xiao Chun received a call from Li Mingyu. Xiao Chun, I'm withdrawing part of the money we invested before and investing in other things. What do you think about your share? How much is it now? Xiao Chun then remembered that Zhang Ziang and others had raised more than 120 million yuan for Li Mingyu to invest. The principal has increased by more than 10 times. You had 15 million, and now it is 160 million. Li Mingyu said with a smile. It's almost done. The stock market may be a little turbulent recently. Let's withdraw first. Xiao Chen made a prompt decision. Okay, then I'll withdraw first. Tell me if there are any good investment directions next. Li Mingyu said excitedly. He achieved a tenfold return on his first investment and became a bit of a celebrity in Jiangqing's financial circles. And recently many people have extended olive branches to him. But how can working for others be as exciting as being your own boss? Especially following someone as talented as Xiao Chun. He will go even further in the future. Xiao Chun, there's a party tonight. Would you like to come along? Just as he was about to go back, Zhang Ziang called. What game are you talking about first? Xiao Chun asked. It's a cocktail party. There will be many people from the investment community coming. How can you be absent from such an occasion? Zhang Ziang said with a smile. I left an invitation for you. You must come tonight. Okay then, I'll go over there tonight. Xiao Chun said. Now that I've got my driver's license, it's time to choose a car. Sure, I'll contact my buddy later, and he can buy any car you want. Zhang Ziang said excitedly. In the evening, in the banquet hall of Nandu Hotel, Xiao Chun kept the appointment as promised. The banquet was decorated very grandly, and there were a lot of people. This kind of party is for expanding personal connections and discussing business. Zhang Ziang brought Xiao Chun with him and introduced many people to him. Although it was surprising that Xiao Chun, who looked like a high school student, could attend such an occasion, he was brought by the young master of Hongji real estate after all. So everyone who met Xiao Chun would politely raise their glasses and hand over their business cards. Xiao Chun, are there any investments you're interested in? After taking a look around, Zhang Ziang asked expectantly. You brought me here just to let me help you see if there are any projects worth investing in. Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, I have a few projects that I'm optimistic about, which were initiated by Mr. Li and Mr. Zhou just now. One is an internet barter platform, similar to secondhand transactions. The other one is home massage. I am more optimistic about these two. What do you think? That's right, Xiao Chun said seriously. The development of the internet has actually reached a bottleneck period. Currently, the major giants that control traffic have almost monopolized the market. Online shopping, short video entertainment, online ride-hailing, and food delivery have basically taken shape. It's not easy to find new trends. I'm not optimistic about these two projects, especially the home massage project, which is bound to be illegal. You should consider it yourself. Oh, I see. Zhang Ziang was a little disappointed. Then he chuckled and said, the money I invested in your company has increased my returns tenfold. Now I have money, but nowhere to invest. Do you understand how uncomfortable it feels? Understand. However, there will be a new investment direction soon. I will tell you next week. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Really? Then I'll wait for you. Zhang Ziang's eyes lit up. When investing in other people's projects, he has to consider whether he will lose money. But as long as Xiao Chun proposed it, it would be a sure thing to make money. After chatting for a while, he saw an acquaintance and went up to say hello. Xiao Chun sat down and picked up a glass of champagne. Sister Xiang, this is my younger brother Xiaoming. I brought him here today to see the world. Huh. My dear brother, I'm in my 3rd year of high school. You have to take good care of me in the future. A familiar voice came over, and when I looked up, Su Muyu and Xiaoming appeared at the venue. Chapter 128 Xiaoming. Are you going to be a gigolo? She was holding a cup and chatting with a woman in her 40s who was about 1.5 meters tall, but weighed 200 kilograms. It is not difficult to tell from her slightly flattering expression that this short, fat, and thick woman has a special status. Xiang Jiaojiao is a prominent figure in Jiangsheng and a wealthy woman. Although the name sounds good, it is the famous Black Widow in Jiangsheng, and it is said that she lost 3 husbands. Although she is just a short and fat woman, no one in Jiangsheng circle dares to mess with her. Just because her surname is Xiang, and the secretary of the Jiangxi Provincial Party Committee also has the surname Xiang. Sister Xiang, you are so beautiful, and your skin is so good. Xiaoming's face was full of compliments, and his words were particularly sweet. The rich woman was so happy that she held his hand and was reluctant to let go. This brother is really good at talking. I have something to do today. You must come to my house as a guest some other day. Sister, of course. Xiao Chun felt a chill as he watched. Is Xiaoming planning to become a gigolo? TSK. With his small body, how can he withstand the torment of this rich woman? She is the Black Widow whose 3 husbands have died. The rich woman seemed to have something to do. After chatting for a while, she reluctantly let go of Xiaoming's hand and left. Xiaoming, Sister Xiang, is also a person who has a say in Jiangsheng. Let's build a good relationship with her in the future. I'm not in Jiangsheng. You can find her if you have any problems. Su Muyu said, you are an adult now. It is a good idea to come to this kind of occasion to expand your network. I know. Thank you, Sister Su. I will never let you down. Xiaoming responded sweetly. Su Muyu nodded and then took him to look somewhere else. Xiao Chun had tried his best to turn his head away, not wanting the couple to see him. But Xiaoming, who had sharp eyes, still asked for trouble. Brother, why are you here too? Su Muyu followed Xiaoming's gaze and looked at Xiao Chun. Her eyes suddenly filled with joy. Xiao Chun. She walked up to Xiao Chun and asked, you're here too? My friend brought me here. Xiao Chun said helplessly. Miss Su brought your brother here to see the world and expand his network. Brother, I am an adult now, and I should shoulder the responsibility of the family. Xiaoming looked sensible. You know, Sister Yin has moved out, and the house has suddenly become deserted. Xiao Chen frowned. Xia Yian really did what she said. She wanted to draw a clear line with the Xiao family. Why would she do this? Was it for herself? That's unrealistic. Maybe it was because he had been beaten several times before. Xiaoming now didn't dare to offend Xiao Chun. After all, in this kind of situation, if Xiao Chun really couldn't control his emotions and beat him up, that would be the end of him. Xiao Chun, are you going to participate in the physics competition? Su Muyu asked with concern. Yes, I'll be leaving in half a month. Xiao Chun nodded gently. I was also admitted to the University of Peking last year, based on my expertise in physics, so I have some understanding of the direction of the competition questions. Su Muyu said, I will sort out some information and send it to you tomorrow. It may be helpful to you. Thank you, but it's not necessary. Xiao Chun could feel Xiaoming's somewhat resentful gaze without looking up. Xiao Chun, I just want to help you. Nothing else. Su Muyu was slightly stunned. Xiao Chun was very repulsive to her kindness. He was obviously not like that before, and Xiaoming gave her a diary, which belonged to Xiao Chun. It clearly says that the person he likes is me. But why is he like this now? Is he trying to attract attention in this way? It doesn't seem like it. Brother, Sister Su wants to help you, and I also want to wish you good grades in advance. Xiaoming said, this way Mom and Dad will also be very proud. What does it have to do with them if I get good grades? Xiao Chen looked at him as if he were an idiot. Xiaoming opened his mouth, unable to refute. Okay, you guys have fun. I'm leaving. Xiaoqin glanced at Xiaoming and said, not bad this time. You didn't make me beat you up. I hope you can keep it up next time. Xiaoming's expression twitched a little, but he finally managed to smile harmlessly. Brother, slow down. Xiao Chan was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned to leave, but Su Muyu hurriedly chased after him. Xiaoming's face suddenly twisted. Su Muyu now really cares more and more about Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, you're going to compete in half a month, right? Haha, just wait. Xiao Chun, wait a minute. Su Muyu chased him out of the hotel. Su Muyu jogged all the way to stop Xiao Chun, breathing slightly. What are you doing? Xiao Chun took a step back, distanced himself from Su Muyu, and looked at her warily. Why is this woman a little abnormal now? She is a top student, the most beautiful girl in the physics department of Peking University, and comes from a wealthy family. She and I were supposed to move further apart. So why does she keep pestering me now? I want to consult you about something. Su Muyu said. You want to consult about investment, right? Xiao Chan guessed Su Muyu's intention. Su's father has an illegitimate daughter. If she doesn't work hard, there's a high probability that her inheritance rights will be taken away from her. This is also the reason why she came back early before the holiday. She wanted to prove herself, but she failed in both winning the title of King of Ginseng and obtaining the ownership of the design of the Twin Towers. There are already rumors in the circle that the famous Shanghai princess Su Muyu is nothing more than a vase with nothing on display. This also gave her a great sense of crisis. So she came to this party to see if there were any suitable projects. Yes, I just came across several good projects at the banquet, but I can't make up my mind. I would like to ask you to help me take a look. Su Muyu rarely lowered his proud head. So humble? That's not like you. Xiao Chun smiled. Not impossible. The consulting fee is 5 million. Xiao Chun. Su Muyu immediately got angry. Are you so short of money? I'm not really short of money. But Miss Su, you also know that there is no free lunch in this world. Xiao Chun spread his hands and said, besides, who would complain that they don't have enough money? So in your eyes, we are not even friends? Su Muyu was a little angry. It's not that she was short of the 5 million, but she felt a little heartbroken. Obviously, the two knew each other, and she also learned from other channels that Xiao Chan was very good to his friends. More importantly, his investment vision is extremely accurate, but she just asked him to make a decision for her. Does he want 5 million? Miss Su, what's wrong with you? You don't usually like making friends? Xiao Chen looked at Su Muyu speechlessly. Yes, Su Muyu has always been a loner and hardly makes friends. Even people in her circle know very little about her. Besides, she was so close to Xiaoming, and who knows how many bad things that little bitch Xiaoming had said about her behind her back. Chapter 129, Consulting Fee 5 million. But her current behavior makes Xiao Chun a little confused. These are two different things. Su Muyu took a deep breath. Xiao Chun, Mr. Su from Superstar Network, is planning a website called Exchange. It's similar to a second-hand trading platform, where idle items are evaluated and then put online for trading. This platform has a big data algorithm that can accurately push items to customers, and then customers can exchange their idle items. I think this platform has great potential and is very interesting. It fits the current market of young people. I plan to invest in it. Just invest, Xiao Chun said casually. But I always feel that something is wrong, but I can't put it into words. Can you analyze it for me? Su Muyu looked at Xiao Chun expectantly. Consulting fee, 5 million. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and made a money gesture. Are you obsessed with money? Su Muyu got angry again. She took out a checkbook from her bag, wrote a check, and threw it to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was speechless. Why are you still using checks? Isn't it better to transfer the money directly? Stop talking nonsense. Su Group's checks are valid in any bank in Jiangxing. Su Muyu frowned. Perhaps she felt that since she spent the money, Xiao Chun should provide corresponding service, so she returned to her cold expression. Okay. Xiao Chun put away the check. Since he had received the consulting fee, he should do the work for the client. I don't think this exchange is a good idea. Zhang Ziong asked me this before. I feel that the current traffic is dominated by short videos, penguin, food delivery, and online car-hailing platforms. Second-hand trading platforms, such as Quan and Xinyu, are also mainstream. The concept proposed by Yi Wu is actually a huge pie, and it is investors like you who are being cheated. Why are you so sure? Su Muyu was a little dissatisfied. She didn't expect that the project she was optimistic about would be criticized by Xiao Chun. Mr. Su, is that what I told you? Xiao Chan said with a smile, It's probably about big data algorithms, precision delivery, and idle item evaluation. The profit model is similar to direct sales, and customers promote these routines on their own initiative, right? How do you know? Have you met Mr. Su? Su Muyu frowned. Not really, but I know this person. Xiao Chun smiled. Mr. Su from Superstar Network started out as a product salesman. What he knows best is marketing. He has made tea and sold health products. His marketing methods have brought him success. And 3 years ago, when he entered the internet, his slogan was to create the next penguin empire. But after 3 years, the number of users of several applications of Superstar Network was less than 100,000, and he had overdrawn too much credit, so the financing failed. So this is the concept of barter. Do you understand what I mean? You mean he wants to collect the money and run away? Su Muyu's expression turned serious. Her reaction was not slow. The previous incidents with the king of ginseng and the Twin Towers were due to her inexperience and bad luck. After Xiao Chan gave her a little hint, she immediately understood the routine. I didn't say that. Mr. Su is just trying to make money. Blocking someone's financial path is like killing his parents. Just keep it to yourself and don't tell anyone else. Xiao Chan raised the check in his hand. Okay, 5 million, 5 minutes, time is up. Thank you for the consulting fee. You are leaving now? Su Muyu reacted. What else? What else do you have to say? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Chun, I want to relax. Can you accompany me to have a drink? Su Muyu felt a little depressed. What do you want to do? Xiao Chun quickly stepped back and protected his clothes. I don't sell my body. Don't even think about coveting my body. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Muyu laughed angrily. I just want to find someone to talk to. Go find Xiaoming. He will find a way to make you happy. Xiao Chan waved his hand. I'm leaving now. I've said everything I need to say. You can handle the investment yourself. Hey, she wanted to say something, but Xiao Chan ran away with the check, as if he was afraid that she would go back on her word. Su Muyu stomped her feet in anger and watched Xiao Chun disappear into the night. Her expression became complicated. She took out the piece not in her hand and held it in her palm. She murmured, Xiao Chun, what is your relationship with that person? In fact, she already had a vague answer in her heart, but she was unwilling to face this answer. She still had some hope. She would rather deceive herself than face the reality. She was unwilling to believe that the person who saved her was not Xiaoming. Xiao Qin didn't go back, but went to find Su Exan. He lived in a house in the suburbs, and his wounds had been bandaged. After all, he has received special forces training, and his physical fitness is extremely strong. He also made a simple disguise and looked like he was going out. Are you going to stake out a place? Looking at his expression, Xiao Chun guessed what he was going to do. Yes, since we have decided to collect evidence on Li Bao, we can't just sit there doing nothing. Su Xian nodded. If you go there now, you will only alert the enemy. Believe me, in 3 days, I will give you the address of their drug manufacturing site. Xiao Chun said, take photos of all the evidence and come back. Then wait for the opportunity. Li Bao will bring people to the factory and catch them red-handed. Su Xian hesitated for a moment, then he nodded gently. Although the rage for revenge could not be suppressed, he could only be patient now. After leaving some money and some daily necessities for Su Xian, Xiao Chun went back. Early the next morning, Xiao Chun had just woken up when he heard voices in the yard. Are you awake? Breakfast will be ready soon. I hope I didn't disturb you. Xiao Yian was wearing an apron and holding a shovel. No, that's what I want to wake you up. Xiao Chen glanced at her and asked, why are you here so early? I moved out of my home, quit my job, and live not far from here. Xiao Yian said, I will come here often to help Grandma cook and take care of you in the future. Xiao Yian. Xiao Chan frowned. You don't have to be like this. You don't owe me anything. You are not my parent, so you don't have to take the responsibility of taking care of me. I owe you. Xiao Yian shook her head. I will find a way to make it up to you. What if I'm not your brother? Xiao Chun said this again. No, it's impossible. You're my brother. You are. Xiao Yian was a little excited. Xiao Chun, I will do my best to compensate you. But please don't deny everything about me because of my past mistakes. I am your sister. Xiao Chan was silent for a moment. Then can you do me a favor? Yes, go ahead. Xiao Yian was delighted. This was the first time that Xiao Chan took the initiative to ask her for help. Come with me to the hospital and do a blood relationship test. Xiao Chan said shockingly, to determine whether we are related by blood and whether we are siblings. Chapter 130, I'll give you time to consider. Xiao Yan's face turned pale at this moment. Xiao Chen's words shocked her, and she didn't react for a long time. I'm going to ask your parents to do a paternity test now. but they will definitely not agree. Grandma is a grandparent, and it would be best if the identification was done by Grandpa. Besides, I don't want her to know about these things. So it can only be you. Xiao Chun, why do you think so? Shia Yian panicked, and her tears fell. I know they ignored you a lot before, but we are really siblings. Why do you think so? I'm not just guessing when I think this. Xiao Chun sighed. I said before that your mother's hatred for me comes from deep in her bones. They must be hiding something from me, but they won't tell me, so I have to find out for myself. As long as you do a paternity test with me to confirm whether we are siblings, I will understand what is going on. Xiao Yan's eyes were blurred with tears. She trembled all over and shook her head. No, you are my brother, and I am also your sister. Xiao Chun sighed. This is the first time I ask you for help. If you don't want to, forget it. I will use my own method to check it out. Xiao Chun, can you please give me some time to think about it? Xiao Yian took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Okay, contact me when you've thought it over. Xiao Chun nodded slightly. Xiao Chun went out and looked at the date. He did not go to school today. He directly contacted Zhang Zong, Li Yuan, Wu Zitzong, and others and found a tea house to discuss things. Xiao Chun is amazing. I made hundreds of millions this time. Li Yuan has never been so excited. I didn't make this much money when I opened a restaurant. Brotherly, you look very happy. Xiao Chun said with a smile. There must be a reason. Xiao Chun, you don't know Yuan's situation, right? Zhang Ziong said with a chuckle. He's from Yinjing, a wealthy family. Because he didn't want to inherit the family company, he made a bet with his father to start his own business and earn 500 million in 5 years. He had been opening stores like crazy before, hoping to list the company as a restaurant stock, but the gap is quite large. You made him earn hundreds of millions this time. Now that the mission is almost completed, how can he not be happy? So that's how it is. My apologies. Xiao Chun looked at him in surprise and clasped his hands together. Isn't this the male protagonist in an unhappy novel? No. I just want to experience life. Li Yuan laughed. Brother, you called us here because you have some new project, right? Wu Zitzong is still an old hand. Before Xiao Chun explained the purpose of their visit, he had already guessed it almost exactly. Really? Zhang Ziong and Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Xiao Chun, do you really have a new project? Otherwise, we have to say that Brother Wu is a veteran in the business world. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Yes, I called a few brothers here today because I have a new project to invest in. Hurry up and tell me. Hurry up and tell me. Zhang Ziong's eyes lit up. Brother Wu, you opened a new shopping mall in North City. You must be familiar with the North District, right? Xiao Chun looked at Wu Zitzong. Of course I am. My shopping mall is located in the core area of the North District. I did a lot of research before building the mall. Wu Zitzong nodded. There is a village called Xiaoli in the northern suburbs. It was planned to be zoned before, but it failed. Xiao Chun said, after taking a sip of tea. I know that place. It's more than 30 kilometers away from the suburbs, and very remote. Wu Zitzong said, because the leader who proposed the division has been transferred. Plus, there are mountainous areas further north. So after discussion, we found that it is not suitable for large-scale development. So the plan fell through. Yeah, I know about this too. Zhang Ziong took over and said, my old man also put a lot of thought into it back then. The people of Xiaoli village were expecting to get rich overnight, so many of them built colored steel tile houses overnight, waiting for them to be demolished. But they ended up being left there for more than a decade. My latest idea is to take over Xiaoli village and its surrounding land, totaling 1,600 acres. Xiao Chun opened the map and marked out an area. Then we'll use Hongji Real Estate to spread the news that we're going to build a resort here, including high-end hotels, golf courses, amusement parks, and other projects to make it more public. His words shocked everyone present, and it took them a long time to recover. Brother, are you serious? Li Yuan was the first to react. Xiaoli village is more than 30 kilometers away from the suburbs. Moreover, the planning direction is not to develop in this direction at all. If we take this down, it will most likely be a loss. Yeah, my family hasn't heard any gossip. Could it be that a committee member will come directly to plan there? Zhang Ziong was also surprised. Are you really going to stay in this entire resort? No one goes there. Haha, of course not. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. I just used your company to spread the word, and then pretended to wait for others to ask for land, and then took the opportunity to raise the price. Wait a minute, brother. Do you mean that someone wants to take that piece of land? Wu Zitzong reacted quickly, and he quickly sensed the message in Xiao Chen's words. I don't know. Xiao Chun looked mysterious, but we can analyze it. Xiao Chun, stop keeping us in suspense and just tell me, do you have any inside information? Zhang Ziong was anxious. I really don't have any gossip, Xiao Chun said helplessly, but we can analyze it. Hurry up and speak. Several people gathered together, waiting for Xiao Chun to speak. Someone from above came to promote the establishment of a new district, which has already sent a signal. Jiangcheng is within the radiation range of the Yanjing economic circle, and the higher-ups will vigorously support its economic development. So various large-scale manufacturing support will be introduced in the future. There are development directions in the east, west, and south, but the north is vacant. So I believe that there will be companies moving in the future, and they will most likely acquire land in the north. Several people listened very seriously, and when Xiao Chun finished speaking, they were all shocked. So you think that there will be companies moving into Xiaoli village? Zhang Ziong felt a little unbelievable. Yes, there's a high probability. Xiao Chun nodded. It was more than a high probability that he would happen. He was a reborn person who could be sure that he would definitely happen. Within half a month, a large automobile company will announce its move in and spend a huge amount of money to acquire land in the north of Jiangcheng, investing 20 billion to build an automobile industrial park. The piece of land that Xiao Chun circled was exactly the site for the automobile industrial park. Things happened suddenly, and no one could smell the opportunity. Now they could take over the land and turn around and sell it to the car company at 3 times the price, making money without doing any work. Chapter 131 Xiao Chen's project must be invested. This is quite radical and risky. Zhang Ziong made a rough estimate. Xiaoli village is not large, but the area you have designated is not small. We also grow cash crops, which is estimated to be at least 600 to 700 million yuan. Yes, at least 750 million. Xiao Chun said, I have calculated it before. Invest 700 million and wait for others to take the land? It's exciting. Li Yongyuan also felt that this was a bit risky. Xiao Chun, are you serious? Zhang Ziong thought about it again and again, then looked up and asked, seriously, when have you ever seen me make a mistake? Xiao Chun said in a serious tone, If it invested. Wu Zitzong made the decision directly. If you don't want to invest, I'll find someone to invest the 700 million. Of course I won't invest. I just made a few hundred million and it's not even warm yet, so I'll invest it all. Li Yongyuan said, I don't trust others, but how can I not trust Xiao Chun? I didn't say I wouldn't invest. I was just thinking about how to convince the old man to use my company's name. Zhang Ziong said anxiously, I'm also a die-hard fan of Xiao Chun. Isn't this a big problem? Xiao Chun said with a smile, I can use your family's influence to promote it, but it has to be done quickly. No problem. Tell me how to invest. Zhang Ziong made the decision. I'll invest 200 million. I'm 1.5. Xiao Chun spread his hands. I'm not as rich as you. Then Yongyuan and I will each contribute another 200 million to make up 7.5. Mr. Wu Zi said, if you want to invest, do it quickly to seize the opportunity. Thank you, brothers, for your trust. Please wait patiently for half a month. This matter will soon have results. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Well, then we'll just wait for Brother Xiao to help us get rich. Wu Zitzong smiled. He really made a lot of money from investing with Xiao Chun these times. He believed that Xiao Chun would never let him buy that piece of wasteland for no reason. Since Xiao Chun dared to invest all his assets in it, he would just follow suit. I will contact my father right away and borrow the company's name. Without further ado, Zhang Ziong quickly picked up the phone and started contacting Zhang Hongji. Zhang Hongji was watering the flowers when he received a call from Zhang Ziong. What did you say? You want to spend 200 million to buy the land in Xiaoli village? Are you crazy? Hearing Zhang Ziong's investment advice, the old man immediately became angry. That damn place is across the river, and there are mountains to the north. The government has already given up on the north, and it's still 30 kilometers away from the suburbs. Why did you buy it? Waiting for it to lay eggs. Grandpa, I didn't ask you to buy this. It was Xiao Chun who wanted to buy it. He also invested 150 million yuan in it. Zhang Zong was scared by the old man's lecture and directly brought up Xiao Chun. Wait, who told you to vote? Xiao Chun. Upon hearing Xiao Chun, the old man immediately became interested. What did he say? He didn't say much, just that he spent 750 million to buy 1,600 acres of land in Xiaoli village and its surrounding areas. Zhang Ziong said. He said that the higher-ups were supporting the development of Jiangcheng New District. It will naturally support the real economy, and it won't be long before a large company moves into that land. Did he really say that? Zhang Hongji was a little confused. If someone else said that he spent more than 700 million yuan to invest in that piece of land, he would scold that person to death. But Xiao Chun couldn't be criticized, as this guy was a natural investor and had a unique vision for investment. How could I lie to you? He's right next to us. How about I let him talk to you? Xiao Chun, you talk to my old man. Zhang Ziang said as he handed the phone to Xiao Chun. Mr. Zhang, I was the one who came up with the plan. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Ziang and I invested a total of 750 million to acquire the land over there. But you have to take advantage of Hongji real estate, acquire the land in your name, make a few PPTs, and release the news that you want to build a resort there with golf courses, hotels, and other supporting facilities. It will be best to find some equipment to come in, dig some pits, and put them there. Wait, you're saying this in order to raise the price in the near future, right? Zhang Hongji understood Xiao Shen's intention. The old man has a sharp eye. Nothing can be hidden from you. Xiao Chen smiled and said, that's right, he raised the price. Enterprises that move in the future must be supported by the government, and they may not be able to pay too much more for the land they get from us. But the resort is just a shell, and the hype has become so loud that it's hard for them to get it at a low price. Okay, I'll go back to the company to hold a meeting. Once you get the money together, I'll talk to the government. Zhang Hongji made the decision immediately. Thank you, old man. You have to take action in this matter, otherwise we won't be able to seize the initiative. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongji stopped watering the flowers and immediately told his secretary, notify the company's management to hold an emergency meeting. Okay, Mr. Zhang. The secretary quickly picked up the phone and did it. Zhang Hongji has always been efficient in his work, and all the executives were present within 2 hours. The Xiaolizwing Health and Wellness Resort project is progressing rapidly. The senior management shareholders are no longer surprised by the old man's recent almost insane decisions. After all, several investments seemed to be risky, but they all paid off in the end. The matter was handed over to Zhang Ziang, and Xiao Chun became a hands-off boss with peace of mind. When I returned to school, it was already afternoon, and the last class was an elective class. Xiao Chun, don't you need to come to school every day now? Song Zian was a little angry. What has this guy been busy with lately? He doesn't come to school every day, let alone take extra classes for himself. I've been busy with a lot of chores lately. I will definitely come to class on time tomorrow. Xiao Chen scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, I'm still a student, and it's okay to ask for leave every day. Tomorrow is Saturday. Why are you here? Song Zian snorted. Is it Saturday so soon? Xiao Chun was stunned. He really didn't expect that time would pass so quickly. Then I'll give you extra lessons tomorrow. Where shall we meet? There's no need for extra lessons. You're about to take the physics competition, so you should review more on your own. Song Zian then smiled again. This guy hasn't forgotten her yet. I don't need it. Xiao Chan waved his hand and said, the closer the exam is, the more you need to relax. Otherwise, if you are tense, you'll do poorly on the exam. Well, my cousin Duan Wei has also been discharged from the hospital. He said he wanted to thank you. Why don't you invite your friend Lin Fong to have dinner together tonight? Song Zian said. That's fine. Xiao Qin nodded. I'll contact Lin Fong. That guy may not be available because he has to see patients. It depends on his time. Any time is fine. Song Zian said. Okay, I'll make an appointment with him. Xiao Qin contacted Lin Fong and gave an exact time. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Song Zian took Xiao Chun through the streets, looking for the dinner spot that Duan Wei had agreed to meet. However, the place this guy was looking for to eat was really hard to find, and he had to travel across half of Jiangxing. In the end, it was still on a small path in the urban village. Duan Wei, if we can't find you, we won't go. Song Zian picked up the phone angrily. Chapter 132, I'll help you recall. Sister, here, I'm here. At a small stall, Duan Wei waved to her and Xiao Chun with his mobile phone. However, the place this guy found was actually a street stall. The environment is poor, and there are only a few small tables in the open air. It's hard to imagine that, given this kid's family conditions, he would actually find such a place. Moreover, Lin Fong had already found the place before the two of them. Duan Wei, I asked you to treat us, and you found a place like this? Song Zian felt a little unbelievable. After all, his family runs several five-star hotels. Is this the way to thank his savior? Sister, you don't understand. This fly restaurant has been open for decades and serves authentic Jiangxing cuisine. Duan Wei quickly moved stools for her and Xiao Chun. The food in this place is much better than that in five-star hotels. It's nice to change the taste after eating abalone and lobster every day. Song Zian glared at him fiercely, signaling him not to talk too much. Duan Wei's head shrank, and he dare not say anything more. He is fearless at home, but only this cousin can control him. And before coming, she had already warned the boy not to reveal her identity, because her family was a loan shark. This place is nice. I'm not that particular about food. Lin Fong waved his hand casually. Although this guy is a bit arrogant, he is also easygoing. Besides, which medical genius like him doesn't have a bad temper? Xiao Chun, come and sit down. Song Zian handed over a stool and then wiped it clean for Xiao Chun considerately. Thank you. Xiao Chun was a little flattered. He was treated like no other. Duan Wei on the side was staring at the scene in amazement. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death that his cousin could have such a gentle and virtuous side. Have you ordered? You'd better pray that the food today is delicious. Otherwise, I will settle the score with you later. Song Zian said viciously. I ordered them. They're all special dishes. If they don't taste good, you can cut them for me. Duan Wei apologized with a smile. Lin Fong couldn't help but laugh. It's true that there's always someone better than you. I just chatted with this kid for a while and found out that he is difficult to discipline. Duan Wei's grandparents have always doted on their grandson. This kid is like a boss at home, and no one can control him. Sometimes his father got so angry that he gave him a scolding, and then his father was beaten by his grandfather. But in front of his cousin, he was always obedient and didn't even dare to speak loudly. You're recovering well. Xiao Chun smiled. Brother Chun, thank you so much. If it weren't for you and Brother Lin, I would have to explain the past. Duan Wei is very good at handling things. My family is in business, and I have inherited the family genes perfectly. Brothers talk about each other all the time, which makes people feel very comfortable. By the way, what happened last time? You really don't remember? Song Zian asked curiously. I really don't remember anything. I just remember that I fell asleep right after I got home, and when I woke up, I was in the hospital, and there were people all over the room. Duan Wei shook his head. My mom said that when I was sick, I couldn't believe it was me. Really? Song Zian smiled slyly. How about I help you recall it? No need. You must be lying to me. You just don't want me to go on the adventure. Duan Wei shook his head like a rattle. Lie to you? Song Zian smiled. She took out her cell phone, found a few videos, and put them in front of Duan Wei. See if this is you. Since you don't believe it, I will help you recall it. This? Duan Wei took the phone, and his face suddenly turned pale. Look at that video. The person singing in a crazy and exaggerated tone. Who else could it be but him? And he sang very well. Several people couldn't stop him, which made him very upset. What am I singing? He finally raised his head and asked with a confused look on his face. Kunku Opera, Peony Pavilion, very popular tunes during the Republic of China. Xiao Chun took over the topic and said, if I were you, I would buy some incense and candles and go to the mass grave to worship and get rid of the bad air. Am I possessed by an evil spirit? Duan Wei was really scared. He didn't take it seriously when others said it, but when he really saw his situation, he was completely stunned. This is a real case of being possessed by evil spirits. Besides, how can he sing a song when he can't even sing a single song? It's not that mysterious. Lin Fong comforted him. You must have heard these songs somewhere before. After getting sick, the yin and yang in the body become unbalanced, causing hallucinations, so the things stored in the brain will be played out. This is the same as being poisoned by eating poisonous mushrooms. However, what Xiao Chun said also makes sense. Let's buy some incense and candles and go there to worship and get rid of the foul air. Then I will go tomorrow. Duan Wei answered with difficulty. Let's go at noon. With your physical condition, it's not suitable for you to go to a place with too much yin energy, so you'd better give up the idea of live broadcasting the adventure. Xiao Chun said. Otherwise, something bad will happen sooner or later. Duan Wei shuddered, and then he looked at Song Zian with a pleading look. She forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Sister, speak. Song Zian took the phone. Would you please delete this video? Duan Wei said in a negotiating tone. There's no point in keeping it, and it's scary to watch. Delete. Song Zian smiled. It's not impossible. Sister, you are really my sister. Thank you. Duan Wei was overjoyed. But in the final exam, at least you have to be in the top 20 in the class. Song Zian said viciously. Otherwise, I will put this thing on the internet. Let everyone see what kind of embarrassment you, the so-called adventure anchor, have made. Stop it, sister. How am I going to survive in this circle in the future? Duan Wei said with a sad face. You want me to be in the top 30 in the class? What's the difference between this and killing me? Then I don't care. Song Zian snorted. And is almost mad at you. Can I cure you? But I really can't concentrate on learning. Duan Wei was about to cry. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, Xiao Chun, please help me beg for mercy. Why me? Xiao Chun was a little puzzled. How can he be involved in the matter between these two siblings? Aren't you my cousin's boyfriend? Duan Wei said, as if it was a matter of course. Shouldn't you persuade him? Duan Wei, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will send the video out immediately. Song Zian had a murderous look on his face. Well, classmate Duan, please don't say anything nonsense. We are still students. Xiao Chan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I'm sorry, cousin. I didn't know you were classmates. I'm misunderstood. Duan Wei bowed in fear. Duan Wei had already anticipated that a storm was coming, but surprisingly, Song Zian was not angry this time. Chapter 133, there is a new project. She just glared at him and changed the subject. Why hasn't the food come yet? I'm a little hungry. Right away, I'll go and urge them to prepare the dishes. Duan Wei quickly ran to the kitchen to urge them to prepare the dishes. Song Zian, be nicer to your cousin in the future. Look how scared you are. Xiao Chen laughed. You don't know, he is totally lawless at home. Song Zian's mood turned from gloomy to cheerful. I'm the only one who can control him. My aunt and uncle can't control him at all. The reason why he dares to be so lawless is that there must be someone in his family supporting him. Xiao Chun said. That's right. His grandparents support him. Normally, he can't be beaten or scolded. Song Zian said helplessly, and it just so happens that he is planning to go to an unfinished construction site for a live broadcast with a bunch of friends. He still dares to go. Lin Fong on the side was shocked. With his physical condition, if he goes to a place with strong yin energy again, his illness will relapse, and it may be more serious than last time. Really? Then I have to persuade him well. If he dares to mess around again, I will not let him off. Song Zian was stunned. Soon, the food came. Medicinal pig's trotters, stir-fried liver and kidneys, coated tofu, steamed beef with rice flour, and the owner's homemade rice wine. It is really fragrant. The pig's trotters are stewed until they are soft and melt in your mouth, and it is added with medicinal materials such as angelica, jujube, and cord lotus seeds, which have the function of clearing away heat and moisturizing dryness. Well, this pig's trotter is really delicious, and the kidney and liver are fried so tender. Song Zian is also a foodie, and after becoming familiar with Xiao Chan, they often ate at roadside stalls. She felt that the dishes from these roadside stalls were very down-to-earth and really different from what she would eat in a five-star hotel. Not bad. Medicine and food have the same origin. The owner of this small restaurant is quite good. Lin Fong also praised it highly. Lin Fong, I suddenly thought of an investment direction. Xiao Chan put down his chopsticks. What you just said about the same origin of medicine and food reminds me of a complete collection of medicinal food that I saw from Master. You mean to combine medicine with food so that we can treat diseases while enjoying delicious food? Lin Fong said doubtfully. Traditional Chinese medicine has always had the concept of food therapy. Yes, but it is only circulated in a small range. What if we commercialize the diet therapy method, incorporate healthcare into catering, and promote the concept of medicine and food having the same origin? Xiao Chun said with a smile. Good idea, but I can't cook. Lin Fong spread his hands. It's okay. I know a friend who works in the catering industry. I'll ask him out to chat tomorrow. Xiao Chun thought. Okay, this is a good idea. Lin Fong gave a thumbs up. Xiao Chun, don't think too much about business. You have a competition to attend. Song Zian reminded him with some concern. This physics competition is related to whether you can be admitted. Don't worry, I know my limits. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. By the way, our project is quite promising. Do you want to tell your family to invest in it? My family is in the loan business, and I'm afraid my dad won't consider cross-industry. Song Zian shook his head. Okay, since we have funding needs, we have to rely on you, Xiao Chen said. Song Zian drank rice wine and made an okay gesture to Xiao Chun. The way she held her chin with one hand touched Xiao Chen's expression. This made Xiao Chun think of the woman in black veil when he was lying in the cold morgue in his previous life. Elegant and melancholy, she said nothing from beginning to end and calmly handled Xiao Chen's funeral affairs. But to this day, Xiao Chun still can't remember who that woman was. Damn it, I remembered everything clearly except that person. The next day, Xiaoli Village. Zhang Ziang and Xiao Chun went here together and set up the collection department directly here. There are a total of 106 households in Xiaoli village. Because of the rumor of levy, every household rushed to build their own houses. The rough shells and colored steel tiles made the house several hundred square meters larger. Some people even converted the grain collection points into their own houses, adding more than 1,000 square meters of building space. However, nearly 10 years have passed, and the characters written in the village have become dilapidated. The children of the young wives who married here because of the demolition are already in primary school, and there is still no intention of demolishing this place. What's more important is that the geographical location of this place is not good, and the land is saline alkali land, so it is impossible to cultivate it. The village has experienced a significant population loss in recent years. As soon as the village chief heard that Hongji Real Estate was coming to develop the property, he rushed over with a group of people from the village. Mr. Zhang, we've finally got you here. The village chief's eyes almost filled with tears. There's still 106 households in our village. I brought the list and property deed registration here. Village Chief Zhou, right? Zhang Ziang sat down. Because the company's project is urgent, I hope the procedures will be kept simple. I retrieved a government report from 8 years ago and looked at the collection standards at the time. Each household was charged about 700,000 yuan, based on square meters. But so much time has passed, and prices have gone up. I'll increase the tax rate by 40% based on the current tax rate. What do you think? 40% is not enough? It's too little, too little. Before the village chief could say anything, a village accountant who looked smart shook his head and said, "Your Hongji group is a big company. The compensation standard for demolition should be higher than the local standard. Besides, our land is of high quality both in terms of geographical location and cash crops. So, the demolition standard for each household starts at 2 million. Zhang Ziang and Xiao Chun couldn't help but look at each other. The lion's mouth was wide open. Village Chief Zhou. Zhang Ziang put down the contract in his hand and said, "To be honest, we have chosen more than one site to develop this resort. There is also a piece of land in the West District, which is farther from the city, but all we have to do is build one more road. If your village is coming to the negotiation with this attitude, then we might as well not negotiate at all. We will directly take the land from the West District, and you can continue to put it on hold." "Xiao Chun, let's go." Zhang Ziang said this, then stood up and left. "Mr. Zhang, please don't." The village chief was dumbfounded. I originally thought that after 7 or 8 years of hard work, Xiaoli village would finally be developed, and it would be owned by a large group. Hongji Real Estate has a good reputation in Jiangxing. It has high standards, pays money quickly, and never procrastinates. I originally wanted to raise the price a bit, but the young master didn't buy it. "Leader, let's be frank," Zhang Ziang said. "The whole of Jiangxing knows about the situation in your village, right? The development direction is not in this direction, and there are no natural conditions. We are taking a huge risk by investing money in this project. The standards we offer are also extremely superior. If you want to raise the price, then I'm sorry, the land will remain idle." Chapter 134, want to raise the price? Zhang Ziang said this, and got into the car regardless of the village chief chasing and shouting at him. "Xiao Chun, are you really leaving like this?" Zhang Ziang asked unwillingly after getting in the car. "Don't be anxious. Business is not done in one go." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "They are more anxious than you. After all, the area around Xiaoli village is more desolate than imagined. Well, if you spread the news, we will compensate the first 10 households according to our compensation standards at 1,000 yuan per square meter for the illegal buildings they built." Xiao Chun said, "For those who come after me, the rough finished houses and color-coded steel tile houses will all be treated as illegal." "Good idea." Zhang Ziang slapped his thigh. "In this way, we don't have to do anything. The villagers will force their leaders to talk to us. That's human nature. When the demolition news came out, these people built more buildings overnight to increase the area, just to get more compensation when the demolition happened. But the area of their previous house was registered with the housing authority, so this is considered illegal. According to the demolition regulations, there is no compensation." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Zhang Ziang picked up the phone and gave the order. Then he turned around and asked, "What should Xiao Chun do next?" "Go back and wait for them to come to you." Xiao Chun smiled slightly. "Okay, let's go back then. By the way, Xiao Chun, didn't you get your driver's license?" Zhang Ziang turned his head and said, "Let's go check out the car." "Okay." Xiao Chun nodded. As a man, who doesn't want to have a loyal car? Arrange a car first, and then consider the house after the college entrance examination. Okay, let's go to the 4S store. Zhang Ziang stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the Auto City. Porsche Center Jiangqing. The owner of the 4S store, Zhou Tao, came over and said, Ziang, you've been very busy lately. I haven't seen you for days. Aren't you busy making money? Let me introduce my friend, Xiao Chun. Zhang Ziang introduced, Xiao Chun, this is Zhou Tao, my buddy. If you like any car, just drive away. Hello, Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao quickly handed over his business card and shook hands with Xiao Chun. He asked with some confusion, Ziang, your buddy is still in high school, right? Haha, senior year. Zhang Ziang laughed, but don't underestimate him. I made a lot of money with him recently. Really? That's awesome. Zhou Tao laughed. That's an exaggeration. It's all thanks to the help of my friends. Xiao Chun smiled modestly. Come on, brother. What car do you want to see? I am a Jiangqing Porsche agent. Ziang's friends are our friends. I will give you the lowest price. Zhou Tao is also a straightforward person. He took Xiao Chun to the exhibition hall. Isn't the customization period for Porsche a bit long? Xiao Chun asked. He looked at the brand new Porsche in the showroom, and it would be a lie to say he didn't like it. As a man, how can you not like cars? This is a man's warhorse. In his previous life, Xiao Chun put all his thoughts on his family. He didn't even own a car, but Xiaoming used the money he earned to drive a luxury car and go in and out of the club every day. A sex party with celebrities. After being reborn into this life, I can't treat myself badly, right? The cycle is a bit long, but I have a new car that just arrived. A customer ordered it, but I'm having difficulty in cash flow now. Zhou Tao smiled and said, so I can't bring it up. First, take a look at the color options and see if you like them. If you like them, we could talk about it later. Okay, let's go and take a look. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Zhou Tao took him to a corner of the exhibition hall, where he saw a black Porsche Panamera parked. Look, brother, it's black jade metallic paint. Bordeaux red interior, surround sound system. Matrix headlights outside, and ambient lighting inside the car. 21-inch wheels, with an electric rear spoiler. Not bad. It seems that this car owner knows how to play with cars. Zhang Ziang turned his head and looked at Xiao Chun. How is it? Do you want to try driving it? No need to drive. This is the one. Xiao Chun stroked the car body. He really liked this car. Okay, Zhou Tao, name a price. We're brothers, so just consider it as bringing one back. Zhang Ziang said with a smile. Zhou Tao was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Chun to be so straightforward. He smiled and said, since we are brothers, I won't lie about the price. This car costs 1.69 million after options. I will directly reduce the price by 100,000. This price was within Xiao Chen's expectations. He nodded and said, okay, swipe the card. Brother, why don't you consider installment payment? Zhou Tao was a little depressed. Cars are hard to sell nowadays, and car dealers rely entirely on bank installment payments to earn kickbacks. Installments? Zhou Tao, who are you looking down on? My brother just made over 100 million in the stock market. Zhang Ziang said with a smile. Okay, let's get someone to handle the paperwork. Great. Zhou Tao gave a thumbs up in admiration and called a female salesperson directly. Shia Yian, please help my little brother to get the installment plan. Hello, sir. My name is Tian Tian. You could just call me Tian Tian. A saleswoman with an impeccable figure and appearance smiled and handed over a business card. Do you have your ID with you? I can help you with it. I have it. Sorry for the trouble. Xiao Chen handed over his ID and bank card. The password is 6 sixes. Just swipe it. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. Tian Tian was a little surprised. Xiao Chen's behavior didn't seem like that of a high school student at all. She took the ID and touched Xiao Chen's hand intentionally or unintentionally. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand calmly and continued chatting with Zhang Ziang as if nothing had happened. Tian Tian was stunned. This boy doesn't understand romance. She nodded politely and went to handle the formalities. It is said that for every luxury sports car sold, one employee quits his job, and this is no joke. Zhang Ziang winked and said, brother, you don't have a girlfriend, right? This Tian Tian is pretty good. Brother, stop joking. Xiao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Let's go to my office for some tea first. Brother Xiao is young, but he is an investment expert. I need to ask him for his advice. Zhou Tao said with a smile. When they were about to leave, a few customers came to the exhibition hall, including the Xiao couple and Xiaoming. Mom, this 718 is so beautiful. You promised me that you would buy it for me after I graduate. Xiaoming's voice that made people's scalps numb came over. Order the car now, and it will arrive just in time for me to graduate from high school. Okay, as long as you like it, Mom will buy it for you. Zhao's mother looked at her son lovingly. As soon as Mr. Xiao opened the car door, he looked up and saw Xiao Chun, so the expressions of both parties suddenly became stiff. Xiao Chun, what are you doing here? Zhao's mother's tone was a little fierce. Ever since she got angry and had an attack last time, her temper has become increasingly strange. Except for being normal in front of Xiaoming, he spoke in a rather aggressive manner in front of other people. Chapter 135, Turn right when you leave. I won't see you off. Can't you just look at the cars? Is the store yours? Xiao Chun didn't indulge her either. Xiao Chun, is this how you talk to your mother? Father Zhao's face darkened. No matter what, I am still your family. Are you guys kidding me? Xiao Chun looked at his father speechlessly. I haven't even freed my hands to clean up yet, and you guys are sticking your faces in front of me again and asking me to hit you? Family? Do you have any misunderstandings about your family? I just don't understand. Can't you just pretend you don't know me when you see me? Xiao Chun. Zhao's mother's eyes widened, and she looked like she was about to get sick. I really shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have given birth to me, right? Xiao Chun responded to her coldly. I've heard similar words countless times. Is it interesting? If you hate me so much, you might as well strangle me to death when you gave birth to me. Then you wouldn't be seeing me now. You have to understand that I gave birth to you and gave you life. If you disrespect me, it is treason. Zhao's mother pointed at Xiao Chun, her tone excited. It is a sin for parents to give birth to a child but fail to raise him. You still have the nerve to tell me about the grace of giving birth to a child. Xiao Chun looked disdainful. Besides, whether I am your son or not is still unclear. What did you say? Zhao's mother's face turned pale and her voice trembled. Xiao Chun, stop messing around. Seeing that things were about to get out of control, Zhao's father stepped in time. We can talk about it when we have time. Then he turned around to comfort Zhao's mother. Mingming is still here. Don't be angry, otherwise it will have a bad impact on him. We're here to look at the car today, and we'll talk about other things later, okay? Sure enough, when Xiaoming was mentioned, Zhao's mother suddenly remembered that Xiaoming was still there. So no matter how angry she was, she had to act like a wise mother. Xiao Chen glanced coldly at the family of three, then went to the office with Zhang Ziang and Zhou Tao. A salesperson enthusiastically greeted the family of three. Are you looking for the 718? This is our Porsche entry-level sports car with the best price-performance ratio. I will now introduce the details of the car to you and help you arrange a test drive. What car did he buy? Xiaoming pointed at Xiao Chen's back. Him? He's a friend of our boss. He just bought a Panamera from our store for 1.69 million yuan. The salesperson said with a smile. This handsome guy is said to be still in high school. He's so young, but he's really capable. Xiaoming's face was full of jealousy and unwillingness. He turned his head and said, Mom, I want to buy a Panamera too. My starting point cannot be lower than my brother's. I want to buy it. Is it easy to buy 718? Father Zhao's expression suddenly became embarrassed. The 718 is an entry-level sports car with a minimum price of just over 500,000 yuan. Even with optional extras, 600,000 or 700,000 yuan would be enough. But the entry-level model of PAMEI costs more than 1 million yuan, and with optional features, it will cost at least 1 or 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. In the past, he would have gritted his teeth and done it, but now the company is facing difficulties, with orders falling by almost 40%. The company was barely able to break even, and now that the capable Shia Yian had suddenly resigned, the company was facing even greater pressure. Taking out another million to buy a car at this time? Their family situation is really a bit unsustainable. Mom, my brother has already bought a Panamera, so my starting point cannot be lower than his. Xiaoming looked at his mother pitifully again and pleaded with his innocent eyes. I don't ask for better than my brother, but at least the same as him, right? Mingming, the company has been having some difficulties lately. Father Shiao quickly coaxed him. Let's buy a 718 first, and when our company turns around, we'll immediately buy you a better one. Do you agree? Okay then. Xiaoming glanced at the car in the showroom reluctantly, his eyes slightly red. In this case, then I don't want to buy a car. I'm only 18 years old, just an adult, so it's okay for me to ride a shared bike. After all, the company is having a hard time turning around right now. His sensible look really makes people feel distressed. Moreover, this tactic of retreating to advance is also very useful. Sure enough, when Zhao's mother saw his expression, she felt so distressed that she almost cried. Buy it. Ours can't be outdone by that disaster star. Let's buy an identical one. This is the one we want. But Father Shiao was about to say something, but when his eyes met Mother Zhao's bloodshot eyes, he immediately stopped talking. He nodded and said, "Okay, since you obviously like it, let's get the same style. Okay, everyone, please come this way. I will explain the configuration to you in detail." The salesperson was delighted. "No need, I want this one." Xiaoming pointed to the one in the showroom. "This is the car that Xiao Chan wanted to pick up." He stroked the car without hiding the love on his face. "Did you hear that? We want this one," Zhao's mother said to the salesperson arrogantly. "How much?" "Process the paperwork for us right away." "This," the salesperson said with some embarrassment. "Madam, this car has already been bought and the formalities are already being processed. Shall we look at something else? Our cars are customized and everyone has different preferences, and our store guarantees that the car will be delivered to you as quickly as possible." "Mom, I like this one." Xiaoming looked pleading. "Okay, this one." Zhao's mother looked at him lovingly, then said to the salesperson in a stern voice, "We want this one, and we can offer a higher price." "Well, ma'am, this car has really been sold," the salesperson said embarrassedly. "Ask your boss to come out and talk to me." Zhao's mother looked condescending. "I'll ask our manager to come out and talk to you," the salesperson said helplessly. "Didn't you understand what I said? I want a boss to come out and talk to me in person." Zhao's mother was a little angry. The salesperson was speechless. This was not the only luxury car shop the boss ran. He was also a well-known figure in Jiangxing. "You said you would meet? What's going on?" "Ma'am, I'm a sales manager of this store. If you need anything, please tell me." A man walked over in a hurry. "Manager Yi, this lady insisted on buying this car, but the car has been sold to Mr. Zhou's friend." The salesperson whispered, "Is that so?" The sales manager suddenly realized what was going on. He quickly said with a smile, "Ma'am, the car has been sold. We can order a new one. We are the Jiangcheng Porsche Authorized Center, and we guarantee that we will deliver the car as quickly as possible. Don't tell me anything else. I want this one." Zhao's mother pointed at the car and refused to give in. "How about this?" I asked the boss. The manager didn't dare to offend the customer, so he had to ask first. He picked up his phone, walked aside, and called Zhou Tao. He kept nodding, saying yes, and finally said, "I understand." "How is it? Has your boss made a decision?" asked Zhao's mother. "Ma'am, our CEO Zhou said that the person who bought this car was his friend." The manager's face was no longer respectful and flattering. "If you really want to buy a car, just order another one. If not, I really can't help you." Chapter 136, You are welcome to complain. "What's your attitude? Are you the only one selling cars in Jiangxing?" Zhao's mother's face changed drastically. "Do you believe that we can go somewhere else to pick up the car? We are the only authorized center in Jiangxing. Of course, you can go to the provincial capital to pick it up across regions." The manager replied politely, "But the authorized center in the province is also under the name of our President Zhou. I'm going to complain to you. Is this how you, as a dealer, treat your customers?" Mother Zhao's face turned blue with anger. "Of course, this is the 400 complaint number. You can remember it." The manager said politely, "I believe our headquarters will also give a fair and just solution. Okay, let's go look somewhere else." Father Shiao was a little helpless. Zhao's mother used to be a gentle, intellectual, and kind woman, but he didn't expect that incident would be such a big blow to her. 18 years have passed, and she still hasn't been able to get out of that shadow, to the point that she has become strong and even unreasonable. After the family of 3 left, the manager called Zhou Tao back. "Brother Shiao, the family has left and the formalities will be completed soon. Please wait patiently." After receiving the call, Zhou Tao smiled and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Chun. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." Xiao Chun smiled, picked up the tea, took a light sniff, and nodded. "The best Junshan Injin, Mr. Zhou's cup of tea, is really not something that everyone can drink." "Hey, Brother Xiao, do you know anything about tea?" Zhou Tao said with some surprise. "To be honest, Junshan Injin is not as famous as Longjing de Hongpo. Most people can't taste it." "How did you taste this tea?" "Junshan Injin is a yellow tea. The tea soup is clear and bright. The taste is refreshing and mellow, and the leaves are bright yellow and uniform, so it is not difficult to taste it," Xiao Chun said with a smile. "Zhou Tao, don't underestimate my brother just because he's a high school student. He can do anything." Zhang Xiang said proudly, "Look, I just made hundreds of millions following him, and now I'm working on a new project, and the expected profit is at least 3 times more. Is it really that amazing?" Zhou Tao was surprised and said quickly, "Then we have to add each other on WeChat. If you have any good projects, please guide me." "Okay, I'll scan you." Xiao Chen took out his phone and scanned Zhou Tao's WeChat. He smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, you're joking. Your business is so big, so you must have projects to invest in. There is no shortage of projects, but few are profitable. Zhou Tao complained, last year when masks were no longer allowed, I wanted to do something big, so I acquired land, expanded the scale, and entered the used car market. Guess what happened? I lost everything, and the sales of luxury cars have been falling. I can barely make ends meet. The overall environment is not good, and it's not just Mr. Zhou who is feeling this way. Especially after the mask shortage ended, the consumption of bulk commodities, such as RVs, was too high. Xiao Qin smiled and said, people's consumption concepts have also changed. Before, they paid in advance, but now they save money desperately. In the past, buying a house would drain the wallets of 3 generations. Now I just lay low and spend my money on food, drink, and entertainment. I live for today and enjoy life for today. Who says it's not? Look at my business. Is there any potential for future development? Zhou Tao said, I am thinking about whether I should switch to the sales of new energy vehicles. New energy is just a transition. Xiao Chun said, hydrogen energy will be the future market. Mr. Zhou has to hold on for a few more years, at least until solid-state batteries are mass-produced. Haha, there are no good projects, so I have to hold on for now. Zhou Tao said with a laugh. But Mr. Zhou, there will be a good opportunity to make money in a while. I wonder if you would like to try it then? Xiao Chun pondered. What opportunity? Zhou Tao was stunned. Old Zhou, I suggest that as long as it is a money-making project mentioned by Xiao Chun, you should invest in it even if you have to sell your underwear. Zhang Ziong said, I guarantee you won't lose money. Okay, just for the sake of Ziong's relationship, I will invest everything I have. Zhou Tao slammed the table. I promise that you will be glad that this was the most correct decision you made in recent years. Zhang Ziong asked excitedly, Xiao Chun, what investment? Can you give me a hint in advance? It's still early. I will definitely contact you when the time comes. Don't worry. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. You want to play a big one this time. At this moment, Zhang Ziong's phone rang. It was his assistant who called. Mr. Zhang, the person in charge of Shaoli Village is blocking the entrance of the company and wants to see you. Just tell them I'm going to the West District for research and let them go back. Zhang Ziong said impatiently. If they want to talk, they can follow the plan I mentioned before. If they don't agree, they don't have to come. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll go talk to him right away. The assistant hung up the phone. Xiao Chun, people from Shaoli Village are here. I rejected them, as he said. Will they take the bait? Zhang Ziong asked after hanging up the phone. Don't worry, they're more anxious than you. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Remember to add a clause to the contract. After buying the land, Hongji Group can engage in any commercial activities, including but not limited to land transfer, sale, etc. Don't worry, it's clearly written in the contract. Zhang Ziong laughed. Mr. Xiao, your car has been processed. This is a temporary license plate. At this time, the salesperson Tian Tian knocked on the door and came in with a temporary license plate and keys. Remember to contact us when you need a formal license plate. Okay, thank you. Xiao Chun took the license plate and keys, feeling a little excited. This is my dream car. I tried so hard in my previous life, but couldn't drive it. This time, my dream finally came true. You're welcome, Mr. Xiao. Do you need me to explain the functions of the car to you? Tian Tian looked at Xiao Chun with an expectant expression. She had already figured out that this high school student was already worth over 100 million. At this age, and looking so handsome, I'm afraid no girl can resist the temptation, right? No. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I'll go back first, and we'll have dinner together later. Xiao Chun extended his hand to Zhou Tao. Okay, I'll contact you later. Xiao Chun nodded. The car had been washed, and Zhou Tao directly gave it a tank of gas. This thing uses 98 grade gasoline, and maintenance, insurance, and refueling cost nearly $200,000 a year to maintain. After Xiao Chun and Zhang Ziong separated, he saw his beloved car at the door and felt excited. Life was too hard in the previous life. In this life, I must make up for all the shortcomings of the previous life. Just as he was stroking the car door and was about to open it, and an opportune voice rang out. Xiao Chun. Before Zhao's mother left, she stepped forward and said, This car is for your brother. We will pay for it. Are you kidding me? Xiao Chun glanced at Zhao's mother and felt that this woman really needed to work on her brain. No matter what, he is still your brother, and we're your family. He likes this car. Can't you get it to him? Zhao's mother's tone was a little heavy. You can see that she is trying very hard to suppress her temper. If you want to speak loudly and quarrel like a shrew, just do it. There's no need to suppress your temper. Xiao Chun smiled. For your precious son, You are really willing to risk everything. You obviously don't want to see me, but you still have to pretend that nothing has happened. Aren't you tired of this? Chapter 137 Shao Yian. Since you want to compensate me, do you mind if I use you? Xiao Chun, don't you have any feelings for your family at all? Zhao's mother roared in a low voice. Is it interesting? I have feelings for you. What do I want from your Xiao family? Do I want you to poo me? Do I want you to treat me as a disaster? Xiao Chun was speechless. We'll increase the price by 100,000 for your car. Zhao's mother stopped talking nonsense. So rich? Why don't you add 1 million? Xiao Chun did not hide his mockery in the slightest. You too can afford it. After all, your precious son Xiaoming is the most important. Even if he wants the stars in the sky, I think you should find a way to get them for him, right? Don't tell me anything else. Give me your bank card, and I'll transfer the money to you right away. Zhao's mother said coldly. An additional 100,000 is not a small amount. It's indeed a lot. If it were me in the past, this 100,000 would be enough for me to finish elementary school and graduate from high school. Xiao Chun murmured. If I had this 100,000 earlier, Grandma wouldn't have to work so hard on the farm in the countryside, or do handicrafts for others from midnight to the early morning to help raise money for my tuition. She no longer has to carry the eggs laid by her own chickens to run to her neighbors in the evening to borrow money. She didn't have to be reluctant to see a doctor and wait until her heart disease became more and more serious. Zhao's mother looked at Xiao Chun in astonishment. What Xiao Chun said struck her deepest in her heart. She had never cared about Xiao Chun, let alone how Xiao Chun had lived the past 18 years. She would not know how much hardship Xiao Chun had endured with his grandmother over the years. And this 100,000 is just waste paper that you and your wife threw out to please your son. Xiao Chun smiled, and his smile was a little morbid. Since the Xiao family was still living so well, then let them bear his anger from now on. What are you laughing at? Zhao's mother was irritated by Xiao Chen's laughter. I'm laughing. The joys and sorrows of people are not shared. Xiao Chun laughed, even harder. If that's the case, then your Xiao family will have to bear everything that comes next. What are you going to do? Zhao's mother was shocked. She could clearly feel the resentment from Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun glanced at her coldly, ignored her, then opened the car door and started the car. The car's tail wing opened, the engine roared, and it disappeared into the distance in a few seconds. Zhao's mother was coughing because of the exhaust fumes from the car. She looked at the driving car angrily, with intense hatred bursting from her eyes. I want the Xiao family to go bankrupt. Xiao Chen stopped the car on the side of the road and sent a message in the group. The people in the group include Zhang Xiang, Wu Zitzong, and Lin Yuan. Although these people are not considered top figures in Jiangsheng, they have a huge network of connections. The Xiao family's planning company is not a big company, so Xiao Chun doesn't need to go to great lengths to touch them. Brother, don't be impulsive. Let's talk about it in person if you have anything to say. Wu Zitzong spoke first. Brother Wu, I'm not impulsive. I have thought carefully about what happened today. Xiao Chun replied. As parents, the Xiao family is not worthy, and as children, they are not worthy either. It's not that I can't tolerate them, but they keep provoking me, and there are some things that I will never understand if I don't push them. Xiao Chun, I will inform all my partners and cut off all contacts planned by Xiao. Lin Yuan said, Brother, your business is my business. Well, in that case, I will mobilize all my resources to add fuel to the fire. Wu Zitzong also spoke. Xiao Chun, I'm the best at setting traps for people. Wait for my news. Zhang Xiang sent a voice message. I promise that within a month, they will be unable to survive. Thank you. Xiao Chun sent 2 emojis with fists clasped together. Everyone, just use your connections to prevent them from getting the orders. I will personally deliver the final blow as a way of repaying them for their 18 years of nurturing. I drove back home and went straight into the small yard. Hey, Chun-Chun, did you buy a car? Grandma Wu, who was chatting with the neighbor Andy about washing vegetables, stood up and looked at the Porsche in front of her in surprise. Yes, Grandma. Xiaochen opened the car door, got out, and said with a smile, Come and see what the car is like. Let me see. Grandma Wu smiled from ear to ear. She walked to the front of the car. Xiaochen opened the door and helped her get in. The luxurious interior and comfortable seats made the old lady nod and say yes continuously. Okay, that's great. Chun-Chun, you've grown up. Grandma Wu said as she wiped away her tears happily. Yes, from the moment he was born to now, when he grew up, even more than a head taller than the old man. Who knows the bitterness in it? Grandma, when I have a holiday, I will drive you around to see the scenery and travel to all the famous rivers and mountains in China. Xiao Chun said, putting his arm around his grandmother's shoulders. Okay, okay. Grandma Wu wiped her tears, a relieved smile on her face. Oh, Sister Wu, your grandson is really amazing. The neighbor aunt's eyes turned red with envy. You see, this car is not cheap, and he is still a student. It's amazing. Auntie, you're too kind. Xiao Chun smiled modestly. Hey, my girl is a sophomore this year. I'll introduce her to you when she comes back during summer vacation. The aunt said excitedly. Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was still too high profile. When he graduated, wouldn't all these middle-aged women who wanted to go on blind dates lining up at his door? As soon as I entered the house to drink some water, Shia Yian came over with some fruit. She just found a job in a large planning company, doing her old business. And because of his strong business capabilities, he was directly appointed manager of the company's planning department with an annual salary of 500,000. Seeing Xiao Chen's car, she was also a little surprised. Xiao Chen, I'm so happy for you. What do you think about what I said before? Xiao Chen glanced at her. Xiao Chen. Xiao Yan lowered her head. She looked a little painful and struggled. Why do you have to do this? I don't ask you to forgive them, nor do I ask you to return to the Xiao family. Let's just maintain this relationship, isn't it? It's not that it's bad, but there are some things I must figure out. Xiao Chen shook his head gently. Xiao Yan, do you know? I don't want to live in such a muddle. But why do you have such doubts? Is it because they treat you badly? Xiao Yan still didn't understand. It's not just them who treat me badly. Xiao Chen sighed. If it were you, what would you do? If you suspect that you're not a biological child, will you try to find out the truth? Will you try to find out your origins? But I can ask them to come over and we can have a serious talk together. Xiao Yan was very puzzled. They won't tell the truth, and I don't want to see them. If you have thought it through, let's do a paternity test. Xiao Chen said, if you haven't thought it through, then I will think of other ways. Give me another week, okay? Xiao Yan was silent for a moment. Okay. Xiao Chen stared at her for a moment, then nodded gently. Anyway, thank you. You are the only one among them who can remain rational. I'm your sister. Xiao Yan's eyes were slightly red. This is what I should do. Can I hug you? Xiao Chen looked up. Xiao Yan opened her arms and hugged Xiao Chen in her arms. She murmured, Xiao Chen, thank you for giving me a chance. I promise to make up for your past. Okay, I should go back to school. Xiao Chen let go of her. The competition is coming soon. I have to work hard. Well, I wish you success. Xiao Yan was very happy. She felt that Xiao Chen began to accept her little by little. However, after she left, the smile on Xiao Chen's face slowly disappeared. He stretched out his hand, and there were a few strands of Xiao Yan's hair in his palm. Chapter 138, Revenge begins. Wait? Sorry, he didn't have the patience to wait. He urgently needs to clarify his relationship with the Xiao family. Since Xiao Yan wants to make up for her past mistakes, don't blame him for taking advantage of her a little. Regardless of whether he is a descendant of the Xiao family or not, the Xiao family's company will only survive for a month at most. Within a month, they will not receive any orders and will not be able to negotiate any business. When the time is right, Xiao Chen will kill him with his own hands, putting a perfect end to their family's company. I found an identification agency, left my blood sample, and waited for the results. In the evening, Xiao Chen went to meet Su Xian. He has a very strong physique. Although his injuries are not serious, he can move freely. He has been staying at the drug manufacturing factory these days and has a lot of evidence in his hands. Xiao Chen, I have a lot of evidence. When will the time be ripe? Su Xin asked. Looking through the photos he took and the videos in the camera, there are many traces of Brother Leopard. There is enough evidence. Xiao Chen nodded. Hand it over. The police will arrest Li Bao, but it will take a long time to bring him to trial. So, do you have any good idea? Su Xin asked. The best way is to wait until the police arrive at the drug factory and Li Bao happens to be there. He will definitely resist, and it will be the simplest and quickest way to kill him from a stray bullet from the police. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. But do you know when he can go to the factory? Su Xin wouldn't. He will be here tonight because he is bringing a client. Xiao Chen said, you just need to hand over these evidences and this letter to Zhou Jun of Linchi branch, and he will arrange everything. I understand. Su Xian took the letter without hesitation. Do you trust me so much? Xiao Chen was stunned. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have followed you in the first place. Su Xian pointed to his head. I'm very good at judging people. You're not an ordinary person. Thank you for your trust. Go and get ready. Remember not to expose yourself. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. In my previous life, I paid attention to this big news, the whole process of the arrest of drug maker Li Bao. Therefore, he was very clear about his drug manufacturing site, and with Su Xian surveillance over the past few days, he had already figured out the basic situation. The letter even included a map of the drug factory and its back door, so Li Bao couldn't escape. The reason why he didn't go find Zhou Jun was that even though he had made accurate predictions several times, there was no guarantee that Zhou Jun would not become suspicious. Night, Xiao family. Xiaoming still looked worried and anxious. My brother's Porsche is so nice. I really envy him. I wish I had a car exactly like this. Maybe I'm not worthy. After all, my grades are far behind my brother's. When Zhao's mother saw her precious son in this state, she was really heartbroken. She kept comforting him. Don't worry, Mingming. We'll go to the store again tomorrow and buy you an identical one. And it has to be better equipped and have a larger displacement than his. But I just like my brother's bike. Xiaoming still looked pitiful, but my brother likes it too. Alas, there's really nothing I can do. Xiao Yuan. Seeing that Father Shiao was constantly answering the phone, Mother Shiao finally got angry. Can't you think of a solution? He's your son, so how can Xiao Chun drive such a good car? We are obviously inferior in some way. Father Shiao said sorry to the other party helplessly and hung up the phone. He said tiredly, let's go to the store to look at cars tomorrow. There are so many cars. Why do you have to choose Xiao Chen's? And Xiao Chun earned the money with his own ability and bought the car. Is it my fault that he is unfair? Even if it's really unfair, it's owed to Xiao Chun, not his. Both of them were born on the same day. Xiao Chun can make friends with many people and buy a car with his own ability. What else can he do besides competing with Xiao Chun for things? Xiao Yuan, Zhao's mother screamed. He is obviously your biological son. How can you say such things? Yes, he is our son for sure, but Xiao Chun is also our son. Father Shiao was almost unable to bear it anymore. The company is having trouble now. Yin has left, and I can't handle it alone. If he had any sense, he wouldn't be crying and clamoring for favor at this time. Shut up, Xiao Yuan. You hurt Mingming, apologize to him now. Zhao's mother screamed. Father Shiao said nothing and looked at Xiaoming with a sullen face. Xiaoming now looked frightened. He cried and apologized. I'm sorry, Dad. I was ignorant. I shouldn't have done this. You should keep silent and apologize now. Mother Shiao pulled Father Shiao and fell into a rage. Father Shiao was about to speak, but at this moment, his cell phone rang. It was an old customer of many years. Hello, Mr. Zhang. He quickly adjusted his mood and answered the phone. Lao Xiao, the marketing budget for this product has been cut, so I'm afraid our previous cooperation will have to end. Saw the... Mr. Zhang, what's going on? Father Shiao was surprised. Mr. Zhang runs a cosmetics business. Previously, the marketing planning had always been handed over to his own company, and the cooperation was very pleasant. Why does he suddenly want to cancel the cooperation now? Well, the real economy is not doing well. Many of our products are unsaleable, and all kinds of marketing and preferential policies have no effect. Mr. Zhang laughed it off and began to complain. It's not easy for us either, so I'm sorry. Seeing that the situation was beyond redemption, Zhao's father was helpless. He exchanged a few polite words with the other party and then hung up the phone. Xiao Yuan, didn't you hear me? Zhao's mother was still angry, and she stubbornly asked her father to apologize to her son. Father Shiao opened his mouth and was about to speak, but at this time another important client called. He quickly walked to the side and answered the phone. After a few words, his expression changed again. Mr. Li, if it's about the price, we can talk about it again. We have been cooperating for many years. Why do you suddenly want to change the planner now? Sorry, there are some force majeure factors. Lao Xiao, have you offended someone? The other party kindly reminded, if I cooperate with you, I will not be able to do business. So you should understand and find out the reason. Who is it? Did anyone put pressure on you? Father Shiao was a little anxious. Old Zhao and I have been friends for many years. Can you tell me the reason? Old Xiao, that's all I can say. And it's not just me. There will be more people who will terminate their contracts with you. You must hold on. Bang! The other party hung up the phone. Chapter 139, You Go Bankrupt. Old Zhao, old Zhao. Zhao's father called back anxiously, but the other party hung up. He tried to call again without giving up, but the number had been blocked. His hands were shaking slightly, and he really couldn't figure out who was targeting him. What is wrong with you? Zhao's mother looked at Zhao's father in surprise. Although she was a little mentally unstable, she could still tell what was going on. Normally, she could act unreasonably, but seeing that her husband was not in a good mood, she remained rational. All our previous customers have canceled their cooperation with us. Xiao Yuan, gritted his teeth. Someone is targeting us, and the other party should have considerable power. I don't know if our company can hold on. Who would target us? We haven't offended anyone. Zhao's mother suddenly stopped talking, as if she had thought of something and looked shocked. Could it be Xiao Chun? Is it him? Father Shiao looked shocked, and he seemed to have thought of what Xiao Chun said when they met last time. He still remembered Xiao Chen's indifferent expression and cold tone. Xiao Yuanhe, you'd better pray that I am really your son. Otherwise, I will not only destroy the Xiao family with my own hands, but also send you to prison with my own hands. He is serious. He is going to start revenge. Father Shiao sat down on the chair weakly and hugged his head deeply. He knew how capable Xiao Chun was now. Although he was not the top star in Jiangsheng, he was definitely not something that his small company could sustain. Apart from anything else, the people he knew alone covered almost all of Jiangsheng's food, clothing, housing, and transportation needs. The nature of his company is closely related to the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of ordinary people. Xiaoming looked at his parents stupidly. He vaguely felt that his good days might be coming to an end. Mingming, you go and rest first. I'll talk to your dad about something. Zhao's mother was afraid that her family's affairs would affect Xiaoming. Xiaoming nodded, stopped making a fuss, and retreated cautiously. It was Xiao Chun. He attacked us. There was still an expression of disbelief on Zhao's mother's face. She couldn't imagine that the baby who was only 50 centimeters tall when he was born has grown up now. And he has grown into a person who can threaten their family life. Yes, he already has doubts. Father Shiao murmured. He is forcing us to tell him the truth. Then what should we do? Zhao's mother gritted her teeth and said, he is a high school student. He is still a child. Can he threaten us? Do you really think of him as a high school student now? Father Shiao laughed and said sadly, he's changed. He is no longer the Xiao Chun of the past. Don't be afraid. We still have the Su family. Our family Mingming is Su Muyu's savior. Zhao's mother murmured, she won't sit idly by. I asked Mingming to ask her for help, and she will definitely help. The Su family's business involves high-end fields, and our company does not have corresponding business at all. Father Shiao was a little tired. Besides, once you use a favor, it's hard to repay it later. Are you going to gamble Mingming's future? Mother Shiao was speechless. Yes. Is she going to gamble on Xiaoming's future? Xiaoming and Su Muyu have a very good relationship, and she also takes good care of Xiaoming. It is not impossible that my son and Su Muyu will have a sister-brother relationship in the future. If his son could marry Su Muyu, he would be able to avoid taking detours in half his life. If he used Su Muyu's favor because of his family's company, their current relationship would inevitably be broken. At that time, there will be great uncertainty in the relationship between the two. What should we do? Should we just let him drive us into a corner? Mother Xiao became excited. I was too kind back then. We should send him away. The farther the better. Okay, I'll think of a solution. I'll meet him first. Father Shiao forced himself to cheer up. It's already this time, and you still expect him to be merciful? He is just a white wolf that can never be tamed. Zhao's mother roared angrily. If we had been nicer to him back then, if we hadn't been so superstitious, he might not have reached this point now. Father Shiao sighed. He felt a little guilty, but it was too late to say anything now, as things had become irreversible. Why should I be nice to him? Zhao's mother's face twisted again. After so many years, he is still alive and well. Those things have no effect on him at all. He is just too unlucky. He should give half of his life to Mingming. It's all his fault. He is the culprit. The next morning, Zhou Jun called and said excitedly, Xiao Chun, watch the news tonight. What's wrong, Brother Zhou? Xiao Chun was a little puzzled. From Zhou Jun's tone, he sounded quite excited. Could it be that something good had happened to him? Last night, an informant gave us a clue, and we destroyed a drug factory. Zhou Jun laughed loudly, his tone filled with uncontrollable joy. I never thought that there would be such a large drug den in Jiangxing. In addition, the drug dealer leader Li Bao was shot dead on the spot. The police arrested nearly 100 people overnight and seized 200 kilograms of drugs. Then congratulations, Brother Zhou. This is a major meritorious performance. I think Brother Zhou will definitely be able to take the next step. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Okay, Brother Jian, I'll share my joy with you first. I have a lot of things to do next, and I also need to meet with the leaders of the municipal bureau. So Yun left. Okay, Brother Zhou, go and get busy. Xiao Chun nodded and hung up the phone. It seems that Su Xian succeeded yesterday. No matter whose help he used, His revenge was finally taken. Xiao Chen packed up and drove out to find Su Xian in the house. I saw that Su Xian had already packed his things and seemed to be planning to leave. Xiao Chun, I was just about to look for you. Su Xian, who had avenged his great hatred, had an obvious sense of relief on his face. Yes, he had been on high alert for revenge. But now that his revenge was achieved, he felt relieved. Congratulations, your revenge has been achieved. Xiao Chun smiled and said, what are your plans next? Go to another place and find a job. Su Xian thought for a moment and said, I have a comrade in arms at the border who works for a security company. I have been a soldier for so many years. I don't have any other skills, but my physical fitness is still good. I could be a bodyguard or something. Su Xian's tone was somewhat self-deprecating. He was already 30 years old, but still had accomplished nothing. In this life, I can basically see the end at a glance. Why don't you stay and help me? Xiao Chun thought about it. You, Su Xian was stunned. Your business is my business. If you need me to, just speak up. I also want to set up a security company. Xiao Chun said, currently, I have a financial company with someone, and I will enter more fields in the future. Chapter 140 being too good also brings a lot of troubles. So I want to prepare in advance. You have strong military qualities and your major is suitable. If you have nowhere to go, you can consider it. Don't worry about the salary. I will not treat you unfairly. I'll stay, but I don't want any salary. Su Xian agreed immediately. No, that won't work. The security company will be established, and you will be the person in charge. I will give you an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, provide you with funds, and give you full authority to be in charge. Xiao Chan said, if you have any comrades you can trust, you can introduce them to me. I will not treat them unfairly. An annual salary of 500,000? Su Xian looked at Xiao Chun, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. What level of security company would offer such a high annual salary? What I want to establish is not an ordinary security company. Xiao Chun smiled. You can compare it with the overseas Blackwater. In the future, I want to play big. Competing with Blackwater? Are you serious? Su Xian's face turned serious. What are you going to do in the future? It's a very grand blueprint covering the business field, technology, military industry, and life. Xiao Chan said, so your security company has a long way to go. I understand. Don't worry. The security company I am in charge of will protect you. Su Xian stretched out his hand. Xiao Chan smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Su Xian. Xiao Chen didn't know what the future would be like. After his rebirth, he has triggered a butterfly effect, and everything is developing towards an unpredictable future. The kidnapping in the previous life was still vivid in his mind, and he couldn't guarantee that what was supposed to happen more than 10 years later would not happen earlier. But he must be fully prepared to try again and leave no regrets for himself. Xiao Chan felt relieved that Su Xian was left behind. Su Xian is an upright person, and there is no need to worry about his loyalty. With him around, she doesn't have to worry about being kidnapped. Moreover, the kidnapping in the previous life was full of weirdness. It was impossible for Xiaoming, a waste, to do it so perfectly. As for what happened, Xiao Chan would check it out later. The key task now was to make money. I didn't drive to school. After all, I was just a high school student, and making others jealous would bring me trouble. Song Zian had arrived at school before him. The college entrance examination was approaching, and she had been studying very hard recently. When Xiao Chun came, she was biting the tip of a pen, thinking hard about a question. Seeing her bloodshot eyes and gnashing her teeth, Xiao Chun felt a little funny, but also a little distressed. Didn't you sleep well last night? Xiao Chun, you're here. Song Zian looked up and saw Xiao Chun, and was immediately delighted. Then she said with a bitter face, I stayed up until 2 o'clock last night, and I was stumped by a few math problems. Come, let me see. Xiao Chun took the notes from her hand, glanced at them for a few seconds, and then said, the idea of this question is correct, but you overlooked a few points. Xiao Chun picked up a pen and started writing in his notebook, talking as he wrote. Song Zian's frown finally relaxed. After listening to Xiao Chen's words, she suddenly realized, I understand. So that's how it is. Ah, why didn't I think of that? I'm so stupid. What's so stupid about that? If you ask a math teacher about this question, she'll be stumped. Xiao Chun tapped her forehead gently. This is way beyond the syllabus. You're pushing yourself too hard. Xiao Chen, I'm afraid. Song Zian said pitifully, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get into the same school as you. How is that possible? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Xiao Chun comforted him. If you really don't pass the exam, I will accompany you to repeat the year. Huh? Really? Song Zian was surprised and happy. Really? I said, if you don't pass the exam, I will repeat the year with you. Xiao Chun said seriously. Song Zian was moved to tears. She subconsciously grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and said with red eyes, no, you just have to wait for me there for a year. I can't let you repeat the grade for me. Okay, then it's settled. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Xiao Chen smiled and touched her head. It's time for dinner. I've been under a lot of pressure from studying these days, so I didn't ask Grandma to bring me dinner. Shall we go to the cafeteria together? That's right, I didn't ask my mother to bring me food. Song Zian nodded. Then let's go to the cafeteria to eat. The two went to the school cafeteria together. However, as they had almost never been to a school cafeteria before, they were completely confused when they arrived. At lunchtime, the only word to describe this place is huge crowds of people. The food in Tongfang High School's cafeteria is actually quite good, but with several thousand students, even if they eat at staggered times, it's a bit too much to handle. Xiao Chun here. Su Dachui squeezed in front. Find a place to sit. I'll go get some food. Xiao Chun said to Song Zian. If you don't grab a seat early, there might not be any left. Song Zian went to find a seat, and Xiao Chun squeezed in front of Su Dachui. I ordered 2 meals, a few side dishes, and 2 chicken legs, and after a lot of effort, I finally got the meal into my mouth. Xiao Chun, I really envy you. You don't have to come to school every day. Su Dachui was busy eating, but still did not forget to envy. Okay, you can't even stop talking while eating. Where's your girlfriend? Xiao Chen asked. She took a leave today and is not here. Su Dachui laughed. His girlfriend, of course, is classmate Zhong. The two of them are in love, and their relationship develops rapidly. Congratulations. You've solved your single problem ahead of time. Song Zian ate her meal in small bites. You guys hurry up too. Su Dachui said vaguely. What do you mean, hurry up? Stop talking nonsense. Song Zian blushed. Although there's a layer of window paper between me and Xiao Chun that has not been broken, this layer of paper cannot be broken by others. I secretly glanced at Xiao Chun. Luckily, he was looking at his phone and didn't hear anything. However, the voices of several girls talking behind him made Song Zian instantly lose his composure. Look, that's Xiao Chun. Oh my God, he's so handsome. Don't look at me. Don't even look at me. This is my idol. He belongs to me. Hey, he looks so handsome even when he's eating. I'm really obsessed with him. I'm going to ask for a WeChat account. Don't fight with me for it. Song Zian turned to Xiao Chun and said fiercely, Xiao Chun, what's wrong? Xiao Chun raised his head blankly and asked, give me your phone. Song Zian waved. Xiao Chun was a little puzzled, but still handed over the phone. Song Zian put the phone in her bag and ate as if nothing had happened. Ah, why did you take my phone? Xiao Chun asked in surprise. I'll give it to you after dinner. Don't ask. Song Zian was eating. Oh, okay. Xiao Chun nodded. He lowered his head and began to eat. When he was muttering to himself, a girl ran over. Xiao Chun, I'm from class 1. My name is Lele. Can I add you on WeChat? The girl looked at Xiao Chun shyly, holding the phone in both hands. Looking at Xie expectantly, Xiao Chun suddenly realized that this was the reason why his phone was taken away. He smiled bitterly and said, well, I'm sorry, Lele. I didn't bring my cell phone. Chapter 141, can I add you on WeChat? It's okay. Tell me your WeChat ID and I'll add you. The girl stood there and didn't leave. This? I don't remember. Xiao Chun touched his head, looking as if he was thinking hard. You remember your cell phone number, right? The girl asked persistently. I don't remember either. Xiao Chun spread his hands. You just don't want to give it to me. The girl said angrily. I'll give you my phone number, but you must add me on WeChat. It's not convenient for him. Song Zian finally spoke. She could no longer bear it and asserted her sovereignty. Besides, we are eating, and we have to review after eating. Please go eat quickly, classmate. The girl was confused by Song Zian's scolding. When she was at a loss, a friend quickly pulled her clothes and whispered, come back. This is your girlfriend. I'm sorry. The girl suddenly realized what was going on, apologized quickly, and followed him back. Only then did Song Zian eat her meal with peace of mind. She stared at Xiao Chen's face and wondered whether she should make Xiao Chun fatter, preferably a big fat man like Su Dachui. That way you won't attract the attention of other girls. Xiao Chun felt a chill running down his neck. He didn't notice at all that he was being plotted against. After finally finishing their meal, they returned to the classroom together. However, the issue of the girlfriend of the top student Xiao Chun has spread around the school. Of course, when it comes to rumors, the person involved is often the last to know. Xiao Chun, the acquisition of Xiaoli village has been completed, the contract has been signed, and the people in the village have begun to move out. As soon as I arrived at the classroom, Zhang Ziang called me. What should I do next? Fence the harvested land as quickly as possible, and then send in large-scale machinery to dig the pits. Xiao Chun said without hesitation. Okay, most of the people will be moved in this afternoon. I will arrange for large machinery to enter the site as soon as possible. Zhang Ziang nodded. Besides this, is there anything else to pay attention to? Next, just wait patiently for wealth to come to you. Xiao Chun chuckled. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhang Ziang nodded. By the way, I'm going to set up a security company recently in my own name. I'll need to use your connections to help me with the process. Xiao Chun said. Okay, no problem. Hey, why are you doing this? There's not much profit. Zhang Ziang asked curiously. Do you have any ideas? Really not. This is purely for self-protection. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Self-protection? What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Zhang Ziang was surprised. Tell me if you have any trouble. I will solve it for you. No trouble, don't worry. Xiao Chun smiled. Zhang Ziang's words came from the heart. I just want to be more capable of protecting myself and guard against future uncertainties. Zhang Ziang was silent for a moment, then sighed. Xiao Chun, sometimes I really can't see through you. You are terrifyingly calm at times, and it seems like you have everything under control for the future. It would be great if everything was under control. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. Okay, go get ready. We'll meet in the evening if you have nothing to do. Okay, I'll go prepare first. Zhang Ziang hung up the phone. At night, in a hotel, Zhang Ziang and Li Yonyuan were waiting for Xiao Chun together. Brother Wu had something to do today, so he didn't come. Just let us handle these matters. Zhang Ziang poured Xiao Chun a glass of water. Have all the people moved away? Xiao Chun asked. They've moved out. We said that those who move out within 3 days will get 5,000 yuan for moving expenses, but the 10 families who moved out in the end didn't get any. Zhang Ziang chuckled. Everyone is getting more anxious than the other. As expected of a real estate developer, this is a dirty trick. Li Yonyuan laughed. Are we just going to wait from now on? Zhang Ziang asked. Yes, wait. It won't be long before good news comes. Xiao Chun nodded. How much can I earn from this? Li Yonyuan asked anxiously. It would be great if I could earn 500 million and beat my dad. Don't worry, with the money I got from stock trading before, this is already 500 million. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. You don't have to worry about being pulled back to inherit the family property. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. With your family status in Yanjing, as long as you don't start a business, you will have endless money to spend. Zhang Ziang said indignantly. But you chose to start a business. Can't you just lie down and be rich? You don't understand. Li Yonyuan shook his head. In this world, money is not the only thing that is important. Proving yourself is the most important thing. Come on, it's not Xiao Chun. You should go home and inherit the family property at the end of the year. Facts have proven that the rich are right to be afraid of the second generation starting a business. Zhang Ziang chuckled and said, if you don't start a business, you won't squander money. Several people laughed for a while, and then Zhang Ziang said, Xiao Chun, you said there was a good opportunity to make money at Lao Zhou's place. What did you mean? Can you tell me the bottom line in advance? Don't worry about the stock market. Things haven't reached that stage yet. Xiao Chun said slowly, but this time, the funds required are relatively large. Large amounts of capital are not a problem. Just tell me how much money you can make. Zhang Ziang asked. At least 10 times. Xiao Chun said confidently. 10 times. Both of them gasped. If others say this, they will definitely think it is bragging. But they had to take Xiao Chun's words seriously. Xiao Chun, can't you really tell me in advance? I can't wait any longer. Zhang Ziang said with a begging look. Really want to know? Xiao Chun touched his chin. Yes. Zhang Ziang and Li Yonyuan nodded at the same time. Scott Carr, you know it, right? Xiao Chun said. Who doesn't know this? I have too. It's the leader in electric cars, a US-listed company. Zhang Ziang slapped his thigh and said, could it be that their stock price is going to go up? It's tough, isn't it? The share price of Scott Auto is already at a high point. Now is not a good time to buy in. Li Yonyuan was stunned. This brand, which has revolutionized the automotive energy revolution, has extremely good sales in the Chinese market, making domestic brands unable to raise their heads. In the past 2 years, domestic brands have emerged as a new force and have regained some market share. But the brand influence of its cars is still a giant. I mean Scott's stock price, but the mode of play is different. Xiao Chun shook his head. We will talk about the specific situation later. The most urgent task now is to get the land of Xiaoli Village. I have already planned to invest all the money earned from Xiaoli Village into it. It depends on whether you will follow me or not. Follow, a bastard won't follow. Li Yongyuan chuckled. If you don't follow the opportunity to make money, then you're a fool, right? Chapter 142. Beat up Xiao Yuanha. That's right, I'll invest all my money in it too. Zhang Xiang made the decision immediately. Speaking of Xiao Chun, I've already mobilized all my connections to intercept the Xiao family's marketing company. Li Yongyuan said, several of my suppliers have been cooperating with the Xiao family, but now they have severed their cooperation. If nothing unexpected happens, the Xiao family won't survive this week. A week is too much. Wu Gu is the ruthless one. With his connections, he will terminate the contract with the Xiao family even if he has to pay the penalty. Zhang Xiang poured a glass of water. I'm afraid Xiao Yuanha is begging for help everywhere now. Thank you both. As long as we force him into a desperate situation, I will deliver the final blow. Xiao Chun thanked. I don't know much about your situation, Xiao Chun, but is there really no room for redemption between you and them? Li Yongyuan was puzzled. He had a falling out with his father, and they almost severed all ties. But after coming out these years, he realized that his father's worries were not unfounded. It's really not easy to go out and work hard alone. But he couldn't bring himself to go back these years. And fortunately, Xiao Chun was there to save his face. Otherwise, he would really have to go back empty-handed. He felt that there was no parent in this world who did not love his or her son. There is no room for redemption. Xiao Chun shook his head. My situation is quite special. They almost wish I were dead. Are they still my biological parents? Zhang Xiang was surprised. I don't know, but the answer will be revealed soon. Xiao Chun smiled. If you don't force them, they will never tell the truth. Well, Xiao Chun, no matter what you say, as long as it is your decision, we brothers will support it. I will add fuel to the fire when I go back. Zhang Xiang slammed the table. Thank you both. Xiao Chun nodded. After having dinner with the two of them, it was still early, just after 8 o'clock. As soon as Xiao Chun walked out of the door, a figure suddenly rushed over from the side of the hotel. Xiao Chun, stop. I have something to tell you. Who is it? Zhang Xiang and Li Yongyuan were surprised and subconsciously stood in front of the man. And this person was none other than Zhao's father. He seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. He stared at Xiao Chun and shouted, Xiao Chun, at least your last name is Xiao, and you are my son. Do you really want to put the Xiao family to death? Xiao Chun, speak up, don't hide behind. Stay away from my brother, or I will be rude to you. Zhang Xiang pointed at Zhao's father and warned, get out of the way. I'm talking to my son. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Yuan's eyes were red, and his voice was full of hostility. Yongyuan, please move aside. I have to handle my own issues myself. Xiao Chun patted Li Yongyuan on the shoulder and stopped Zhang Xiang, who was about to call for help. He walked up to Father Shiao and said coldly, what do you want? Xiao Chun, even if we did something wrong in the past, we are still a family after all. Father Shiao took a breath and said, you can't push your family to a dead end just because of those little things in the past. Do you think what happened in the past is a small matter? Xiao Chun felt amused. How about I talk to you about it? Seeing Father Shiao staring at him with red eyes and refusing to give in, Xiao Chun said, don't talk about you giving birth to me, but not raising me. I don't want to talk about it either. Just over a month ago, I won first place in the physics competition, and you asked me to give up my spot to Xiaoming. Is this something a normal person would do? I talked back to you, and you punched and kicked me. I should have called the police and filed a domestic violence complaint against you, and had you put in jail for a few days. Those things are my fault. I apologize to you. Father Shiao said in a hoarse voice, you are capable now. You should help your family, but instead of helping us, you are pushing us to death? Xiao Chun, our family's company is now on the verge of bankruptcy. Can you let us go? Xiao Yuanha, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Xiao Chun smiled. But considering that my last name is Xiao, I will give you another chance and tell me the truth. What's the truth? Xiao Yuanha looked at Xiao Chun in a daze. Who are my biological parents? Xiao Chun said this almost with gritted teeth. How did you take me away from my biological parents in the first place? Where are they? Xiao Yuanha was shocked. His eyes were blank for a moment, and then he roared angrily. You are my son, my seed. Whether you admit it or not, this is the truth. Even if you become the richest man in the world, you can't escape this fact. Haha, really? Your eyes are wandering. That's just a sign of lying. Xiao Chun sneered. No matter how much you deny, I will find out the truth. If you tell me the truth in person and let me find my family successfully, then Xiao Yuan, I will let you live. If I find out myself. Xiao Chun paused and moved closer to him. Sorry, I will send you to hell. Xiao Chun, you unfilial son. Since I gave you life, I can take it back. Xiao Yuan lost his mind. He roared, swung his fist desperately, and hit Xiao Chun. However, the current Xiao Chun is no longer the Xiao Chun who allowed himself to be manipulated by him. He punched Xiao Yuan in the face with his backhand, and Xiao Chun kicked him to the ground. Then he pounced on him, raised his fist, and punched him in the face. What are you doing? Stop it. The hotel security was shocked and rushed forward to stop the fight. Hey, brother, don't be impulsive, be gentle. Zhang Xiang and Li Yongyuan had a tacit understanding to try to stop the fight, but they blocked the security guards intentionally or unintentionally. After beating the opponent so hard that his face was bruised and swollen, Xiao Chun let go and wiped the blood off his hand. Are you okay, Xiao Chun? Zhang Xiang asked with concern. It's okay. Xiao Chun pulled out a piece of tissue and wiped the blood off his hands. Call the police. They will be here soon. Don't leave. The hotel manager rushed out and said, It's okay, I won't leave. Xiao Chun picked up his phone, called Zhou Jun, and told him about the situation here. Brother, are you okay? You got carried away. Zhou Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It might turn into a fight. I'll tell the people below and see how to mediate. Okay. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Xiao Chun hung up the phone. He thought about it, turned around, and hid behind a pillar, bypassing the surveillance camera, and punched himself in the mouth. Well, a rotten tooth was broken by him, and he reached out and grabbed the tooth in his hand. The police arrived soon and took both parties to the police station. Name, gender, and why did you fight? Xiao Chun and Xiao Yuan were separated. In an interrogation room, a police officer was taking Xiao Chen's statement. Chapter 143, I request a medical examination. Officer, I was acting in self-defense. There were witnesses and surveillance footage. He was the one who wanted to hit me. Xiao Chun looked innocent. Honestly, what do you mean by self-defense? You were fighting each other. The young police officer frowned. Even if the other party started it first, he wouldn't have hit so hard. Xiao. Just then a police officer walked in. Let me do it. Okay, Captain. Xiao stood up quickly. Are you Xiao Chun? The man who came was the captain, a member of Zhou Jun's army. He had already given instructions to the captain. Yes, Captain Li. Xiao Chun nodded. He was so harsh. After all, he is your father. Captain Li was speechless. He started it first. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched, and he wanted to laugh but couldn't. He admitted that the beating was an opportunity for him to vent his long-suppressed resentment. You can't hit me so hard. This is called fighting, understand? Captain Li patiently explained. Now the other party wants to examine your injuries, and if you keep asking, you will be detained. Then let's check the injury. Xiao Chun spread his hands. He didn't care. You kid. Captain Li laughed out of anger. He was seriously injured, so paying compensation is a small matter. If he doesn't forgive you, you will really be detained. He won't forgive me. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, Then check my injuries. I'm injured. Are you injured? The witness just now said that it was a one-sided attack on you. Captain Li was speechless. This kid is only 18 years old. Why is he acting like a seasoned veteran? He is simply incorrigible. I was injured during the pulling and even lost a tooth. Xiao Chun took out his rotten tooth and opened his mouth. I want to have my injuries examined. My injuries should at least be minor, right? Captain Li's eyes widened, and he was completely silent. Oh my God, this way, the other party might be held administratively accountable. I don't want to mediate. I demand that he be detained for 15 days as punishment in accordance with the public security regulations. In another interrogation room, Zhao's father, with a bruised face and nose, roared angrily. Being beaten by his own son? This was something he couldn't accept. He didn't want mediation. He wanted to kill Xiao Chun. In half a month, this kid would miss the competition and his life would be ruined. We understand now. The policewoman tapped the table, signaling him to be quiet. You were the first to start. And we also know that you are father and son. Why did you two end up in such a quarrel? He is a rebellious son and a bastard. Father Shiao was furious. Quiet. The policewoman frowned. Now you don't agree to mediation? If he doesn't agree to mediation, I want him to be detained. Father Shiao said coldly. Unless he comes to beg me. The policewoman rubbed her head helplessly. Okay, wait a minute. I'll see what they say over there. She said this and went out, coming back 5 minutes later. How is it? Did the rebellious son realize his mistake? Father Shiao said coldly, if he realizes his mistake, he should come to me and beg me, and agree to all my requests. Otherwise, I will not accept mediation. The other party also does not agree to mediation. The policewoman looked at Zhao's father with a strange look. What? He doesn't agree to mediation? Father Shiao really suspected that he had heard it wrong. Is he crazy? Doesn't he still have to take the exam? Is he really going to miss the opportunity to be admitted as a recommended student? Impossible. Ask him to come over and I'll ask him in person. So you knew he was going to take the exam? The policewoman looked a little strange. Did this father and son have some deep hatred? Looking at their expressions, they really wanted to kill each other. The son beats the father, and the father ruins the son's life. What a family. I'll talk to him, ask him to come over. Father Shiao was a little anxious. Xiao Chen really didn't want to talk to him? Where did this guy get the confidence from? Did he really not care about his future at all? No need. He asked to go to the hospital for a physical examination. The policewoman replied. Examine the injuries? I was beaten unilaterally. What injuries does he want to examine? Father Shiao was really furious when he heard this. Does Xiao Chen still have any shame? He was the one who got beaten, but he asked for a medical examination? I don't know the details, but one of his teeth was knocked out during the fight. The female police officer replied. If the injury is confirmed by a medical examination, it will be a minor injury. The basic rule is that if a tooth is knocked out or two are loose, it will cause a minor injury, and it should be fined 1,000 yuan plus up to 15 days of detention. He hit me. He hit me. Father Shiao became excited. You are fighting each other. The policewoman patiently explained, so there is no one hitting anyone. You have to ask the person who is seriously injured to forgive you. Otherwise, you can only follow the rules. Father Shiao was shocked. He never dreamed that things would take such a big turn. He had already thought about how to deal with Xiao Chen. He even imagined Xiao Chen begging him and crying bitterly. But how could such a drastic turn of events happen? Is this a joke? Where is he? I want to see him. Father Shiao panicked. He went to the hospital to get his injuries checked, and he made it clear that he didn't want to see you. The policewoman was a little helpless. I want to find a lawyer, and I want to call my family. Zhao's father shouted. Of course, it's your right. The policewoman nodded. After examining the injuries and taking a statement, it was already past 10 o'clock when I returned. Li Yongyuan and Zhang Ziong sent Xiao Chen back. The results of the medical examination are out. It's a minor injury. Although it's not enough for sentencing, the other party will at least be detained for a few days. Zhang Ziong wanted to laugh. Xiao Chen is really something. You have so many tricks up your sleeve. I'll only use my methods on my enemies. Xiao Chen smiled. Then we should be thankful that you are our friend. Li Yongyuan laughed. I asked my lawyer friend, if he finds a lawyer, the maximum detention is 1 week, or even 3 to 5 days. It doesn't matter. It's not bad to let him stay in there for a while. Xiao Chen said, at least he won't bother me for the next few days. Besides, there are more exciting things to come. If he just goes in like this, who will watch the rest of the show? Haha. Okay, I'll send you back first and contact you if there's anything. Zhang Ziong laughed. The result of this incident was that Zhao's father was detained for 3 days and paid a compensation of 3,000 yuan. The Xiao family, which was already in a precarious situation, is now in even worse shape. Orders dropped sharply, customers canceled cooperation, and employees resigned one after another. Xiao Qian found Shia Yian. She had been having trouble finding a job recently and was really struggling to hold on any longer. Sister, please come back and help us. The company really can't hold on any longer. That bastard Xiao Chen got my dad detained. If you don't come back, it's really over. In the coffee shop, Xiao Yan saved the plan and closed her notebook. Seeing that Xiao Qian was really wiping away tears, she sighed and handed her a tissue. Chapter 144, The Truth of the Future. Sister, please say something. Xiao Qian took the tissue and said, what should we do now? Qian, do you believe in cause and effect? Xiao Yan suddenly said, Sister, what are you talking about? Xiao Qian didn't quite understand. I've been having nightmares, and I've been having these vague fragments. Xiao Yin murmured. At the beginning, I didn't know what these represented or meant. I just thought it was caused by too much pressure from work, but later I went to Qingyou Temple and found Xiao Qian's master, and he solved my confusion. Xiao Qian looked at Xiao Yin stupidly. She didn't quite understand what Xiao Yin meant. Those are all real things that will happen in the future. Xiao Yin clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. If nothing changes, those things will become reality. Don't blame Xiao Chen. The reason why he is indifferent to us is because he has really been hurt both in his heart and in his body. As Shao Yian spoke, tears fell. She had already seen the future. After seeing clearly that the body with severed limbs belonged to Xiao Chun, he saw that the man who set fire to the house was Xiaoming. Although she couldn't figure out the reason, she figured out the result. She felt sorry for Xiao Chun, and only now did she finally understand why Xiao Chun was so indifferent to his family. What shocked her even more was that her younger brother Xiaoming, whom she and her family had always doted on, turned out to be a devilish person. Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Xiao Qian looked confused. She really didn't understand what Xiao Yian meant. You won't understand. Xiao Yian shook her head and took a deep breath. If my parents don't make changes, then what awaits them will only be very serious consequences. I don't know how to explain these things, so I can only stay away from you and the Xiao family. Sister, Xiao Qian said in tears. She suddenly realized that this family had been shattered. Okay, go back now. I have to work, and you have to work hard too. Xiao Yian said. It's been a long time since graduation. It's time to get serious, otherwise your classmates will leave you behind. I understand, sister. I will work hard. I'm looking for a job. Xiao Qian nodded, and her expression gradually became complicated. And it was the first time that she realized how painful it was to be ignored and left out. After seeing Xiao Qian off, Xiao Yan closed her notebook and looked at Xiao Qian's back. She sighed softly. She couldn't imagine how terrible it would be if the scene in her dream became reality. And from this moment on, she truly understood why Xiao Chun was so hostile towards everyone in the Xiao family. How painful must he have felt when his hands and feet were chopped off? She wanted to change this outcome, but she didn't know where to start. She could only follow Xiao Chun silently and support him. After school in the afternoon, Xiao Chun returned home. Xiao Yan was there too, with her hair tied up high and wearing an apron, helping her grandmother cook. Are you back? Seeing Xiao Chun coming back, she happily went up to him and took the book from his hand. Wash your hands and wait a moment. The meal will be ready soon. I'll help Grandma. It will be quick. Xiao Chun seemed to have gotten used to Xiao Yan's enthusiasm. He just couldn't accept it for the time being. He saw Xiao Yan turning around and about to leave and called her. What's wrong? Xiao Yan turned her head and asked. You know about the Xiao family, right? Xiao Chun asked. I know. Dad has been detained. I went to the detention center to visit him this morning. Xiao Yan's tone was surprisingly calm. There was no excitement, no shouting and asking Xiao Chun to find a way to release Xiao's father. It was like it was something that had nothing to do with her, so calm that it was a little scary. I sent him in. Xiao Chun looked at Xiao Yan in surprise. Xiao Chun began to doubt her indifference. Is she still Xiao Yan? I also know that you don't have to worry about me. Just do what you think you should do. Xiao Yan's smile was a little forced. When did your relationship with the Xiao family become so bad? You don't even care that your father is locked up? Xiao Chun asked. I said I would draw a clear line between myself and the Xiao family. Xiao Yan lowered her head. Since I said it, I will do it. That's not something you would say. Xiao Chun shook his head. Xiao Yan was awake? This was a little too rare. Xiao Chun, I didn't understand you before. Xiao Yan's nose was sour. I thought you were a cold-blooded, heartless person without any family affection in your heart. But now I have seen the essence of some things. I have consulted your master, and the Taoist priest told me that everything has cause and effect. Don't advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. If you really want to be forgiven, you must feel the pain you have experienced with your heart. Have you looked for a master? Xiao Chun frowned. Yes, and I have also turned the dreams I've had these days into reality, so I decided to draw a clear line between myself and the Xiao family. From now on, I will stand by you unconditionally and support you. Xiao Chun was silent for a while. He didn't know what Xiao Yan had figured out, but looking at her expression, she seemed to be truly regretful. Forgive? Sorry, I can't forgive you for now, but at least I don't hate you anymore. You go and cook. I'm a little hungry. Xiao Chun took a deep breath. Okay, wait a minute. It will be ready soon. Xiao Yan was happy because Xiao Chun said he was hungry. This is a request to her that she wants to eat, so it's a good start anyway. She quickly turned around and ran to the kitchen, quietly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The dinner was very rich. Grandma Wu and her grandchildren were talking and laughing, and they looked very happy. The old lady's husband died early, and she didn't get along with her daughter-in-law. Since Xiao Yuanhe got married, she has lived alone in the countryside. Fortunately, Xiao Chun was with her and became her spiritual support. Now is a rare opportunity to enjoy family happiness. While we were eating and chatting, there was a knock on the door. I'll go open the door. Shia Yian quickly got up and ran to open the door. The moment she opened the door, she was stunned for a moment, only to see that the person standing at the door was none other than Su Muyu. Miss Su, why are you here? I'm here to find Xiao Chun. Su Muyu looked at Xiao Chun in the room. What do you want? Xiao Chun looked up at Su Muyu. Can we go out and talk? Su Muyu did not enter the door, but looked at Xiao Chun with an expectant expression. I'm eating. Xiao Chun shook his head. Girl, if you haven't eaten yet, come over and eat with us, Grandma Wu greeted warmly. Iva eaten. Thank you, Grandma. I'll just wait for Xiao Chun here for a while. You guys eat. Su Muyu responded. If she doesn't want to eat, then forget it. Xiao Chun won't indulge her. He just gnawed on the pork ribs and drank the stewed chicken soup. Su Muyu did not have dinner, and she's been trying to lose weight recently, eating boiled vegetables every day. Smelling the aroma and watching Xiao Chun eating voraciously in front of her, she actually started drooling. She looked at Xiao Chun eagerly, hoping that Xiao Chun would invite her again. Chapter 145 Su Muyu. Since you helped the Xiao family, we are enemies. She promised that if Xiao Chun spoke, she would definitely not be polite. However, Xiao Chun seemed to have guessed her inner thoughts. He let her look on with envy, but did not say a word. Well, Grandma, these spare ribs are really delicious. I want to eat them again next time. And these steamed buns are so delicious. I can eat 3 of them with the watermelon sauce you made. Su Muyu looked at it eagerly, and finally her stomach growled. She simply turned her head away and stopped looking. It took Xiao Chun nearly 40 minutes to eat, which was twice as long as usual. He usually rushes through the questions and can finish them in 20 minutes. Yes, he did it on purpose. After finishing his meal, he stood up and burped, then looked at Su Muyu. Just tell me if you have something to say. Let's go out for a walk. I want to talk to you alone. Su Muyu turned around, but there was some resentment in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Chun. 10 minutes. Xiao Chun looked at his watch and met her somewhat angry gaze. Start the time now. Xiao Chun, are you a big boss? Are you so busy? Su Muyu was a little angry. I'm not a big boss, but I'm busy reviewing. Xiao Chun spread his hands. I'm not like you, a top student at Peking University. I still have exams to take. Su Muyu was speechless. Just when he was helpless, Grandma Wu smiled and said, half an hour. You are not allowed to come back in less than half an hour. Grandma. Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was this old lady causing trouble? Thank you, Grandma. Su Muyu smiled triumphantly. She glanced at Xiao Chun proudly and asked, are you ready? Let's go. Xiao Chun followed him out helplessly. Grandma, why do we have to create opportunities for them too? Shia Yian was puzzled. This girl's eyes are very complicated when she looks at Chen Chun. Grandma Wu said, that look of love and confusion is unmistakable. Give her a chance to say what she needs to say and clarify what needs to be clarified. Isn't that good? Okay, I understand. Xiao Yian looked as if she had suddenly realized something. There's a small park outside. Su Muyu originally wanted to go to the park, but Xiao Chun refused. He took Su Muyu to a snack street next to it. There aren't many people here at this time, but many vendor stalls have already been set up. The smell of barbecue was smoky, which made Su Muyu, who was already very hungry, feel even hungrier. Just tell me if you have something to say. Xiao Chun ignored her resentful look and spoke as if nothing had happened. Su Muyu endured the rumbling stomach and calmed herself down. Then he said, you have completely fallen out with your family? Do you know what you are doing now? I know. It was my plan to push the Xiao family into a dead-end step by step. Xiao Chun looked indifferent. It was also me who sent Xiao Yuanhe to the detention center. Xiao Chun, he is your father, and everyone in the Xiao family is your relative. Su Muyu frowned. Even if they did something wrong in the past, you can't treat them like this, right? Are you kidding? Xiao Chun stopped and looked at Su Muyu seriously. First, I have to figure out some things. If I don't push them, they will never bow their heads. Secondly, the grudge between me and the Xiao family is not something you, an outsider, can interfere in. I don't know you well, and we're not even friends, so you don't have the qualifications. You. Su Muyu was stunned. Xiao Chen's words were really merciless. She felt that her relationship with Xiao Chun had improved recently, but now it seemed that it was just her wishful thinking. I helped you last time because of the consulting fee. You don't think we are friends because of this, do you? Xiao Chen saw through Su Muyu's thoughts at a glance. I don't think this is the relationship between us. Su Muyu calmed himself down. What is that like? Misu? Tell me, what kind of relationship should exist between us? Xiao Chen asked. Friend? No. Best friend of the opposite sex? No. Big sister? That's Xiaoming's only friend. We have only met a few times at the Xiao family. We don't have such a deep relationship, but I always feel that our relationship shouldn't be so strange. So Muyu Saif, you've pushed the Xiao family into a dead end. Do you know that? I know, this is my purpose. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Today, Xiaoming came to me for help. You know, I was very upset when I saw him crying so sadly. Then why don't you help him? Your family has plenty of money anyway, so why not just give them tens of millions? This is not the way to help people, and the Su family's money didn't just come from the wind. So Muyu Fronet, can you bear to see your good brother lose his previous life? Xiao Chen smiled. Yes, Xiaoming is probably the one who suffers the most these days. Although the Xiao family was not wealthy, they gave him the same life as a rich second generation. Now Zhao's father is in detention and the Xiao family's company is on the verge of bankruptcy. He could no longer live that kind of extravagant life, so he had to ask Su Muyu for help. I will use the Su family's resources to help them overcome the difficulties. Su Muyu said, yeah, I know, it doesn't matter, they can't get through. Xiao Chen smiled. Do you want to use your own strength to fight against the Su family? Su Muyu's tone became increasingly sharp. I dare not. Xiao Chen shook his head gently. But you're not the head of the Su family yet. Besides, their company focuses on operations, but your Su family doesn't have such needs. You are all the planning team of your own company. The help we can give them is really limited. Oh, by the way, you can also inject capital, tens of millions of dollars. Xiao Chun, I'm not kidding. If you continue to harm the Xiao family, I will take action. Su Muyu looked straight into Xiao Chen's eyes. Because of your good brother, Xiaoming? Xiao Chen smiled. Yes, it's because of him. He is so innocent, and I won't let anyone hurt him. Su Muyu said word by word. Then we too will become rivals. I can tell you clearly that I am determined to make a move on the Xiao family. Not even Jesus can stop me. Xiao Chan said in a domineering tone. You are really confident. In Jiangcheng, there are not many people who dare to confront the Su family like this. Su Muyu sighed. We could have been friends. Forget about being friends. I don't have that blessing. But Su Muyu, are you really sure you want to protect your good brother at all costs? Xiao Chen's expression was a little amusing. Are you really sure that he's the one who saved you 3 years ago? Chapter 146, What is the truth? What exactly do you want to say? Su Muyu's face changed slightly. The truth. So what's the truth? Su Muyu became serious. The person who saved you 3 years ago was not him. Xiao Chun said seriously. Who is that? What evidence do you have? Su Muyu looked a little touched. The evidence is very simple. You just go find Xiaoming and test whether his blood is AB type. Xiao Chen said calmly. If you have actual evidence, please bring it out. If you don't, please don't frame Xiaoming. Su Muyu clenched his fist tightly. I think you have verified some things, right? Xiao Chun grabbed the piece, not on her wrist. Give it back to me. Su Muyu's face changed drastically. I left this thing for a girl who was in a car accident 3 years ago when I rescued her. Xiao Chun held up the piece, not in his hand. She was seriously injured at the time, covered in blood, and even on the verge of death, but her will to survive was not strong. I can't lose blood because every time I lose too much blood, I get seriously ill. But for that girl, I donated 500 cc of blood. Xiao Chen's tone was heavy. I made this piece not myself. It means health and peace. I gave her this piece not and told her to hold on. Everything will be fine. No, it's impossible. Su Muyu's face changed drastically. She trembled all over and looked at Xiao Chun with disbelief on her face. Yeah, that's impossible. Xiao Chun smiled. Su Muyu, in fact, you have always known that the person who saved you was not Xiaoming, right? Because you started to suspect a long time ago, but Xiaoming disguised it too well. He is sensible, well-behaved, and has a pair of eyes that can make women fall in love with him at first sight and even make women want to protect him. So you would rather keep lying to yourself and face the truth. Xiao Chun, stop talking. Shut up. Su Muyu's body trembled as she spoke in a hoarse voice. Look, the famous Princess Jiangcheng is just a person who, in order to escape, keeps convincing herself to accept the illusion in front of her and is unwilling to find out the truth. Xiao Chun grinned. Since you want to live in obscurity, why do you keep testing me and trying to get the truth? Isn't it better for you to be content with the status quo? Xiao Chun, please give the piece not back to me. I beg you, it is very important to me. Su Muyu's expression was painful. Yes, every word Xiao Chun said almost hit her deep in the heart. She was conflicted. On the one hand, she wanted to find out the truth, but on the other hand, she didn't want to believe that the well-behaved and sensible little brother had been lying to her. She didn't even have the courage to find out everything. And she couldn't believe that the person who risked his life to save her was actually Xiao Chun. It's just a peace knot. You can find them everywhere on the street. Xiao Chun did not hide his contemptuous expression. But this is different. Su Muyu growled, "Give it back to me." Xiao Chun threw the peace knot back and said calmly, "I have said everything I should say. If you don't want to believe it, just think of it as a lie I made up. Since you have decided to stand on the side of the Xiao family unconditionally, then don't come to me again in the future. Because the next time we meet, we will be enemies. The Su family in Jiangsheng is a wealthy family, but I am a barefoot person, so I'm not afraid of those who wear shoes." Xiao Chun. Su Muyu burst into tears. "Do we have to do this?" "That's right, we have to do this." Xiao Chun sneered. "Su Muyu, do you know? You really act like a scumbag. Xiaoming and I are brothers. You can only choose one of them, right? Since you and Xiaoming are already ambiguous, why do you want to provoke me?" Xiao Chun sneered. Yes, in 2 lives, Su Muyu has always been the same. In her previous life, she was a physics expert and a member of the Academy of Sciences. It could be said that she had a smooth life. But emotionally, she is a mess. In the previous life, Xiao Chun didn't necessarily have to be with her. But while she rejected Xiao Chun, she continued to give him hope. But when Xiao Chun showed strong love for her, she ruthlessly shattered Xiao Chun's hopes. This went on, shattering Xiao Chun's confidence and love. This is also the reason why Xiao Chun has no sympathy for her in this life. Because she was not worthy of sympathy, her attitude kept wavering between herself and Xiaoming. On the one hand, she couldn't let go of Xiaoming's seemingly clear and pure eyes. On the other hand, he has a good impression of Xiao Chun, who has great ambitions and outstanding abilities. "I didn't. I treat both of you as friends." Su Muyu's explanation seemed pale and powerless. "No need to explain. I was just bored and made up a story to lie to you." Xiao Chun smiled. "Don't believe it. You made it up?" Su Muyu was stunned. She looked at Xiao Chun with tearful eyes. "Yes, just think of it as something I made up. Don't I always like to use such means to gain your attention and sympathy? Have you forgotten? I'm just that kind of person." Xiao Chun smiled self-deprecatingly. He looked at the time. Half an hour had passed, and it was time for him to go back. "Xiao Chun, wait a minute." Su Muyu opened her arms and stopped Xiao Chun. She stared at Xiao Chun. "Do we really have to go this far?" "Yes, we have to go this far because the Xiao family must die. Since you stand on the side of the Xiao family, we will be enemies from now on," Xiao Chun said coldly. After Xiao Chun finished speaking, he walked past her resolutely. The moment the two passed each other, Su Muyu felt as if her world had collapsed. The blurry moment flashed through her mind like a worn-out film. She saw the sunset, which was on a tall building in the city. She was wearing a light blue dress and sitting on the edge of the roof. The wind blew across her face, lifting a strand of hair from her forehead. Then, she opened her arms and fell from the roof resolutely. Her life, like a withered flower, completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Downstairs in the tall building, there were shouts, screams, and sirens everywhere. A man desperately squeezed to the front of the crowd. He knelt in front of her and tried to piece her scattered body together. He howled in despair and cried in despair, looking pitiful and helpless. At this moment, she still had a lingering obsession. She looked at the man, a smile on her lips. She vaguely remembered that she said at that time, "It turns out that the person who loves me most in this world is you. I'm so stupid. If I could start over again, I would never miss you. I would never." A breeze brought her back to reality, and the shattered memory came to an abrupt end. She couldn't see the appearance of the collapsed man clearly, but that figure overlapped with the receding back of Xiao Chun. Chapter 147 Su Muyu. This is your choice. Xiao Chun didn't even turn his head. "Su Muyu, you chose this path yourself, so don't blame me when the time comes." After crying silently for a long time, Su Muyu finally sniffed and prepared to leave. "Mise, Su." Xiao Yan's voice came from behind. "You don't have to be so polite to me. Just call me Su Muyu." Su Muyu looked at Xiao Yan in surprise. What she didn't understand was that Xiao Chun and Xiao Yan had a bad relationship before. But why could they sit at the same table to eat now? "Okay, Muyu, let's talk." Xiao Yan sighed. Su Muyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Xiao Chun went so far. Didn't you try to stop him?" In the small park, Su Muyu and Xiao Yan walked side by side. "Why should I stop it?" Xiao Yan said calmly. "Everything has a cause and effect. Xiao Chun must have his reasons for doing this. And there are some things that I cannot change." "You?" Su Muyu never expected that Xiao Yan would say that. She felt that Shao Yian was different now than before. She is more capable and mature, and there is a hint of insight into everything in the world in her eyes. You didn't like Xiao Chun before, and he didn't like you either, but now you two have a good relationship. Can you tell me why? I owed him in the past, and the Xiao family also owed him. Xiao Yan said, I am now trying to find a way to compensate him. There is no shortcut to gaining his approval, only sincerity in exchange for sincerity. But what he did was too much. Su Muyu was a little annoyed by Xiao Chen's attitude. Is it too much? Xiao Yin murmured. When a person has experienced life and death, other things will become indifferent. My master told me that if you have never experienced their suffering, don't try to persuade others to be good. Something happened to Xiao Chan that no one would easily forgive. Su Muyu stopped talking. Recalling the moment that just flashed through her mind, her expression became more and more confused. I seem to have had some dreams, but I can't tell whether they were dreams or the future because I can always empathize with them. That was not a dream. Xiaoyan looked up at Su Muyu. That was our ending. Our ending? Su Muyu's pupils suddenly dilated. Will her end be to jump off a tall building? No, that's impossible. She is Su Muyu. Apart from her good family background, she also has a bright future. She had ideals and great ambitions. How could she end up like that? There are many things that cannot be explained clearly. Xiaoyan sighed. I have had the same experience as you. Maybe you're just experiencing this now, but as time goes by, those fragments that are like watching a fire from the other side of the river will gradually become clear. Then you will understand the essence and truth of things. The expression on Su Muyu's face became even more confused, and she didn't understand even more. She gritted her teeth and said, Xiaoyan, I want to ask you something. Was it Xiaoming who saved me 3 years ago? I don't know. He was indeed at the place where you had the car accident at that time. Xiaoyan shook her head. But I can't say whether he was the one who saved you. In fact, some things can be easily found out, but you are unwilling to investigate. Because there are some things you don't want to accept. Su Muyu fell silent again. Yes, there were some things she was unwilling to accept. What she couldn't accept was that her sensible and well-behaved brother had lied to her for 3 years. The look on her face grew more confused. 2 days passed in a flash, and there were less than 5 days left before the competition. The closer the competition got, the more relaxed Xiao Chen became, until the head teacher, Su Xiao, blocked him outside the classroom with a cold face. Xiao Chen, you are getting more and more excessive. The competition is in 5 days, and you're still asking for leave or even skipping classes? Teacher Su. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. I really have more important things to do, and the difficulty coefficient of this physics test is simply unimaginable. So for this exam, I really don't want to stick to the rules, so just let me relax these days. You. Su Xiao made Xiao Chun laugh out of anger. Then she sighed and said, well, it's normal for a genius like you to have your own ideas. But this exam is related to your future, so you should pay more attention. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I am confident that even if the results of this exam are not ideal, I can still take the college entrance examination. Xiao Chan said with a smile, so you really don't have to worry about me. Seeing Zhang Xiang's call on his phone, Xiao Chan said helplessly, Teacher Su, my friend is looking for me. It must be something urgent. I'll approve your leave. Let's go. The corners of Su Zhao's lips twitched. She really couldn't do anything about Xiao Chan, so she could only wave her hand and let Xiao Chen leave. Anyway, it has come to this. Let him do whatever he wants. Besides, Xiao Chen has always been steady, and he wouldn't joke about his own future, so just let him go. Xiao Chen, you are amazing. Our Xiaoli village has just been surrounded by iron sheets, and the machinery inside has just been put in place, and important news has come. Zhang Xiang couldn't suppress his inner excitement. Guess which company is coming here to acquire the land? Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me directly. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Xinya, it's Xinya Automobile, the first echelon of the domestic new energy industry, and they're coming to Jiangcheng to build a factory and acquire land. Zhang Xiang shouted excitedly. And the land they chose is the land around Xiaoli village. Has the other party conducted an on-site inspection now? Xiao Chun asked, touching his chin. We have already inspected the site, and the most suitable area for building an automobile industrial park is that one in Jiangcheng. Zhang Xiang said they have already sent business representatives to negotiate with us. What did they say about the price? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. The initial price is 1.3 billion. And the other party said that this is the highest price they can offer. Zhang Zi said excitedly, I just want to ask you, How is this price? Not so good. Xiao Chan shook his head gently and said, this is not their bottom price. If you raise the price by another 10 billion, they will be able to accept it. Oh my God, you are so cruel. Zhang Xiang was surprised. Another 10 billion increase. That's 2.3 billion. This is far beyond their psychological expectations. Are you sure they can really accept it? Don't worry. Their budget for the land is far more than this number. Xiaoqin smiled and said, 2,300,000,000 is already a bargain for them. You are so bold to ask for a price. If it is really not feasible, just leave them alone for a few days. They came with a mission and are more anxious to start the work than you. Chapter 146. Making me compromise in this way? Okay, let's do as you say. I'll leave them alone for a few days. Zhang Xiang gritted his teeth and said, are you sure they can accept 2.3 billion? Just go for the quote with confidence. As I said before, they are more anxious than you. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Okay, I'll give you an offer then. Zhang Xiang made the decision. There's a party tonight. You must come. Okay, I'll be there tonight. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chun smiled. Zhang Xiang is very ruthless when it comes to price. Whatever he says is what it is, and he won't give in a bit. And he remembered that in the previous life, Xinhua Automobile offered 2.8 billion to buy this land. Now that it's 500 million cheaper, they will definitely be able to accept it. Besides, this investment in Jiangsheng happened very suddenly, and it can also be regarded as a political task. After all, Jiangsheng is within the economic radiation circle of Yanjing, and it is definitely strongly supported by the higher-ups, so they are more anxious. Seeing that the competition was getting closer, Xiao Chan symbolically flipped through the physics book a few times and reviewed the important knowledge. He is still very confident about the physics competition. After all, after his rebirth, his memory is much better than in his previous life. Moreover, he can solve many difficult problems relatively easily. This time, it must be admitted. In the evening, Xiao Chan arrived at the agreed banquet venue. The theme of this banquet was still communication, and all the guests were from the upper class of society. So Xiao Chan also specially changed into a custom-made suit, but unfortunately, it was missing a watch. I must arrange it later, but wearing this tailor-made suit, I look like a successful person. Let me introduce you, Xiao Chun, my brother, and this is Mr. Li. Zhang Xiang pulled Xiao Chun through the banquet. When he saw an acquaintance, he pushed Xiao Chun out. This guy's been doing very well in the circle recently. After all, the recent investments have been very successful. You're quite popular in the circle, Xiao Chun said with a smile after finally having some free time. Hey, Xiao Chun, you don't know, Xiang used to be an uneducated second generation in the circle. Li Yongyuan said with a laugh. After all, he is not doing his job properly and has no interest in the family business. He only has a special liking for antiques and curios. Mr. Zhang is very angry about this. Really? Looking at him, he already has the qualities of a future successor to Hongji Group. Xiao Chun looked Zhang Xiang up and down. Haha, isn't this all thanks to you? Zhang Xiang laughed. If you hadn't led me to invest and made a lot of money, people in the circle wouldn't look up to me. You don't know, there are a few people who claim to be in the financial circle, but they were dismissive when I first started following you to invest. Now they are respectful when they see me. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. This world is so realistic. Zhang Xiang has the halo of the future heir of Hongji Group. If he knows nothing about investment and business, people in the circle will look down on him. But Zhang Xiang's investment has been successful recently, and those people will come to curry favor with him. Look, in just a short while, several groups of people came over to toast and exchange business cards. Hey, Xiao Chun, look who that is. Zhang Xiang suddenly patted Xiao Chun on the shoulder and motioned him to look to the side. Su Muyu. She was wearing an evening gown and toasting each other. Her excellent temperament and extraordinary conversation make her particularly dazzling. Isn't it Su Muyu? What's wrong? Xiao Chun was puzzled. Isn't she your goddess? Zhang Xiang winked. Don't joke, she is not like that. Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When did this rumor spread? When did he and Su Muyu become involved in this unclear relationship? Really? Zhang Xiang said with a chuckle. I heard that she's been asking about your whereabouts recently. Asking about my movements? What does she want to do? Xiao Chun was a little puzzled. Because you are a genius in investment, she will follow you in investing. Su Muyu is in a difficult situation, Li Yongyuan said helplessly. She has too many halos, and her parents' expectations of her are too high. But I know her. She is only suitable for doing experiments in a laboratory. That is her battlefield. Xiao Chun smiled. He had the brain of a top student, but his emotions were a mess. And because he wanted too much, Su Muyu was destined to have a bad ending. In fact, many things in this world are difficult to have both. If you want something, you have to give up something. But Su Muyu didn't understand these. As if they were sensing something, Su Muyu and Xiao Qin's eyes met through the layers of crowd. She apologized to the people around her and walked over with a glass of red wine. Zhang Ziong and Li Yongyuan tactfully sat at another table. Xiao Chun. Su Muyu's voice regained its former arrogance and indifference, just like in the previous life. Well, what do you think, Miss Su? Xiao Chun looked at Su Muyu with his eyes slanted. The conversation in the afternoon completely destroyed the relationship between the two. Xiao Chun said that since she chose to stand on the side of the Xiao family, those two people would be enemies. And Su Muyu also remembered that conversation. This place is not where you should come, Su Muyu said in a cold tone. So you want to drive me away? Xiao Chun curled his lips. She really worked hard for her white moonlight Xiaoming. He didn't understand how there could be such a person in the world. He knew that everything about Xiaoming was fake, but he just didn't want to admit it. Should I call security? Or do you want to go out by yourself? Su Muyu's position was already very clear. Miss Su, I was the one who brought Xiao Chun in. Zhang Ziong felt something was wrong and hurried over. I know, but the Su family is one of the initiators of the banquet. Su Muyu said calmly. As the organizer, it should be okay for me to invite one person out, right? Reason? Xiao Chun smiled and said, the organizer should have a reason to ask people to leave, right? Su Muyu, don't need a reason for doing anything. Su Muyu said calmly. Xiao Chun, if you want to stay, you know what to do. You know what I mean? You're using this to force me to compromise with the Xiao family? Xiao Chun found it funny, childish. He gently put down the cup in his hand. I'm leaving. This game is not very nutritious. Xiao Chun. Zhang Zong gritted his teeth and turned his head and said, Miss Su, it's true that the Su family is in charge of the bureau, but there's no need for you to do this, right? This is a matter between Xiao Chun and me. It has nothing to do with you. Su Muyu said in a deep voice. It has nothing to do with me, but Xiao Chun is my buddy and I brought him here. Since he's leaving, I'm leaving too. Zhang Ziong raised his eyebrows and said, and from now on, no one from Hongji Group will participate in any of your Su family's plans. You are not qualified to threaten me. Su Muyu did not take Zhang Ziong seriously. Chapter 149. The Su family bullies people? After all, there is a huge gap between Hongji Group and Su Group. Okay, I'll leave too. From now on, I, Li Yongyuan, will not get involved in the Su family's affairs. Li Yongyuan drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and stood up. Please do as you wish. Su Muyu had a blank expression on her face. She really didn't take the Han Dynasty, a catering business, seriously. In that case, I have to go back to my home in Yinjing. Li Yongyuan smiled. I also have to complain to my grandfather that I was bullied by the Su family in Jiangqing. Who is your grandfather? Su Muyu frowned slightly. Li Jingzi. Li Yongyuan's voice was not loud, but it was loud and clear. Mr. Li? The Li family from Hanyuan in Yinjing. Oh my God. Mr. Li from the Han Dynasty actually has this identity. There was a loud bang at the banquet, and discussions began. You're Mr. Li's grandson? At this moment, Su's father hurried over. The expression on his face was one of surprise and joy. If Li Yongyuan's identity was verified, it would be an earth-shattering event. Are there any fakes of this thing? Li Yongyuan said as he took out his cell phone, hesitated for a moment, and dialed a long-lost number. Dad, can't hold on any longer? You finally remembered to call me. A stern but friendly voice came from the other end of the line. I want to tell you that I won the bet we made 5 years ago, and I achieved my goal, Li Yongyuan said proudly. Good boy. The other party laughed and scolded. So you are calling now to end our bet in advance? No, I was bullied in Jiangcheng by the Jiangcheng Su family. Li Yongyuan glanced at Su's father, whose face was trembling a little. The Su family? A nouveau riche dares to bully my son. The other party was silent for a moment, then became a little angry. You are bullying my brother, said Li Yongyuan. The person you can call your brother must have a good relationship with you. Okay, I get it. The second son of the Su family, has been trying to find connections and favors in Yinjing recently. They just want to get a piece of the pie in a new plan. I will help them. What about you? When will you be back? I will be back soon and go home to inherit my family business. Li Yongyuan said weakly. Okay, hanging up. The other party hung up the phone. Xiao Qin's eyes turned red when he looked at Li Yongyuan. My goodness, did you think this guy was just some rich second generation from Yinjing who was angry with his father and started business for fun? Who would have thought that he was a descendant of a prominent family? Although the Yinjing Honyuanli family is not well known, it is a representative of civilian and military industries, intelligent robots, and commercial drones. Adding a Beidou system to a drone and hanging a few miniature versions of little boys on it is no joke, especially intelligent robots, which are said to have been equipped by some armies. This thing is just a pile of iron lumps. I don't feel tired at all when carrying 6 tubes of Turling, and a third generation of bionic robots is already under development. Mr. Li, you have been working hard in Jiangxing for so many years. Father Su said with a flattering smile. You are indeed from a famous family. I really admire you. Xiao Chun, let's go. Since the Su family doesn't welcome us, whoever wants to stay can stay. Li Yongyuan didn't look happy to Su's father. Okay. Xiao Chun nodded, and together with Zhang Ziong, the three of them started walking. Mr. Li, please stay. Please stay. Father Su was very anxious. The Su family has been in Yinjing for several months, keeping an eye on some projects in the country's new development plan. But the status of the Honyuanli family, which has always been in a difficult situation, needs no further explanation. But who would have known that the eldest son of such a big family was actually hiding in Jiangxing and running a catering business? They sent away a great god in vain. The people from the Rin Su family were chasing them anxiously, but Xiao Chun and the others left without looking back. After several people got into the car, Li Yongyuan let out a long sigh, as if a huge weight in his heart had been lifted off his shoulders. Why, do you feel relieved? Zhang Ziong said half-jokingly. You don't think too much. If you don't go back, who will take over your huge family business? You won and earned this breath, so it's time to go home. Xiao Chun said with a smile. But Brother Li, you are really good at hiding it. The Li family of Yinjing Honyuan is a domestic technology giant and a military industry partner. It is said that in wartime, your production line can be modified to produce airplanes. They are all rumors, exaggerated. But it is true that our family provided drones to the military and participated in the military's development of war robots. Li Yongyuan smiled bitterly and said, I had a quarrel with my father before, so I left home in anger and came to Jiangxing alone to start business. No one knows about this except Ziong. We were classmates in college. I see. You're really good at hiding it. Xiao Chun sighed. If it were any other person with such connections at home, they would have used it a long time ago. I wanted to keep it hidden, but the Su family made me unhappy today. Li Yongyuan said coldly, although our family is not from Jiangxing, but they still have some connections in Yinjing. If the Su family wants to get a piece of the pie from future macroeconomic regulation, they can only think about it. Thank you, Brother Li. I'll remember the face you gave me today. I will definitely reward you handsomely later. Xiao Chun said gratefully. Okay, you saved my life, so that's polite. Li Yongyuan smiled slightly, then asked in confusion, by the way, what's going on between you and Su Muyu? Why did you two come into conflict? It's a bit complicated to explain. My brother Xiaoming is Su Muyu's lover. Xiao Chun explained, since the Xiao family and I have been in such a mess, Xiaoming will definitely ask her for help. Is that so? I didn't expect that the famous Su Muyu is actually a love-brained person. Zhang Ziong said to himself, and she doesn't like a man as masculine as you, but likes Xiaoming who is just like a bottom? What is she thinking? There's nothing I can do. I didn't want to go too far, but she was the one who took the initiative to start this today, so don't blame me. Xiao Chun touched his chin. Xiao Chun, have you figured out how to fight back against her? Zhang Ziong asked. I've thought about it. Once the land in Xiaoli village is sold in a few days, we will recover the funds as quickly as possible. Xiao Chun said. Then buy Scott Auto shares? Li Yongyuan asked. No, it's not buying, it's shorting. Xiao Chun said shockingly. Are you going to short Scott? Zhang Ziong slammed on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. He looked at Xiao Chun in surprise. Are you serious? Seriously. Xiao Chun nodded. That would require a huge amount of money. Li Yongyuan asked in surprise. Are you sure their stocks will fall? Within half a month, it will definitely fall. Xiao Chun said, Scott Automobile is a foreign brand, and it has open-sourced a lot of technology. Their sales are sky high, but this is the crisis itself. Domestic competitors and consumers are all watching them. As long as there is a little problem, it will be infinitely magnified, and once public opinion forms a storm, it will produce a butterfly effect, and their stock prices will plummet. Damn, it's just like you said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Yongyuan gritted his teeth and said, if I do this, I can save myself 10 years of detours. Yes, I already have a target, Huaxin Securities, which holds a large amount of Scott stock. We will borrow a large amount and discuss the relevant fees. Then sell it, wait for the stock price to drop sharply, and then buy it back. After all these steps, you will definitely make a lot of money. But what does this have to do with your fight back against the Su family? Zhang Ziong asked. Su Muyu wants to show off. Isn't she following my movements? Xiao Chan chuckled. I'll let Mingyu spread the news that we're going to buy a large amount of Scott shares. Then Su Muyu asked the company's brokerage to buy it. Then they will lose everything. The two suddenly realized. Chapter 150 Su Muyu. You provoke me first. Insidious, so insidious. The three of them laughed at the same time. Su Muyu, when you stood against me, you should have considered the consequences. Xiao Chan said secretly. Besides, you were the first to do it. Don't blame me for plotting against you. And I hope this incident can teach you a lesson and wake up your damn love brain. In the banquet hall, Father Su's face turned ashen. Ever since Li Yongyuan and others left, he has been receiving calls almost nonstop. The second son of the Su family, that is, his younger brother, continuously sent back several pieces of news that were unfavorable to the Su family. It is basically certain that the Su family's Yinjing plan has completely failed, and they have also made an enemy. That is the Hanyuanli family. Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't know that Xiao Chen's friend had this identity. Su Muyu was very regretful. Tell me, why are you targeting Xiao Chen? Su's father turned around suddenly and stared at Su Muyu. Looking at his father's gloomy expression, Su Muyu lowered his head guiltily. Because Xiaoming. Xiaoming again? Father Su was furious. What on earth is so attractive about him that you are so worried about him? I will get someone to break his legs and throw him into the river so that you will never see him again. Dad, he is my savior. Su Muyu was surprised and a little panicked. She knew that Father Su always kept his word, and this matter did have a great impact on the Su family. Because of what Li Yongyuan's family said, their road to Yinjing has been almost blocked. Savior? He saved your life, so you have to be led by him by the nose for the rest of your life. Mentioning this father, Su made him angry. Haven't you done enough for the Xiao family over the years? Especially recently, you used the Su family's resources to revitalize the Xiao family. You are Su Muyu, the eldest daughter of the Su family. You should be considering the future of the Su family, not these trivial matters. Do you know that you make me very disappointed in you? Su Muyu lowered his head and dared not say a word. Looking at her appearance, Father Su felt a little bit sorry for her. I once thought you were the best, but now it seems that you're not the best. You are bound by your emotions and can't get out of them at all. I will try my best. Su Muyu's heart sank. His father's words showed that he was extremely disappointed in him. Don't forget, you have an older sister. If you can't carry the banner of the Su family, then I can only let your sister come. Su Muyu was shocked by Su's father's words. She looked at Father Su in disbelief. Was the sister born by the nanny's daughter going to replace her? If you don't want these things to happen, then find a way to prove your ability. I will. Su Muyu nadit hibidi. Also, I don't like Xiaoming very much. His eyes are too deceptive. Father Su shouted, and the Xiao family has been frantically demanding things from me under the guise of being my savior over the years. From now on, stay away from the Xiao family. They will implicate you. But Dad, Su Muyu wanted to refute. But Su's father looked at her with a slightly disappointed look, and she had to shut up. She nodded silently. I understand, Dad. I will keep my distance from Xiaoming in the future. Father Su was very satisfied. He added, Xiao Chen is much better than Xiaoming. I have asked someone to investigate some of his related matters. The land owned by Hongji Real Estate and Xingchen Capital's investment in the stock market have both shaken the industry. What on earth has driven the Xiao family crazy? Why would they reject such a genius? I have asked someone to keep an eye on Xiao Chen. I will know about his future investment trends. Su Muyu said. Father Su frowned and said nothing. Dad, is there anything wrong with what I did? Su Muyu was slightly stunned. You could become friends with him, and he will inform you of any new investment trends. But you didn't, and chose another way. Don't you think there's something wrong with your choice? Su Muyu was stunned. Yes, she could have become friends with Xiao Chen. She paused and said, I just got the news that Xiao Chen wants to invest heavily in Scott. Heavily invested in Scott? Now is the high point. Is he crazy? Father Su was shocked. This is the news I got. Father, should we follow? Father Su closed his eyes and weighed the options quickly. The Su Group has no shortage of financial companies under its name, and several stocks that Xiao Chen's Xingchen Capital invested in some time ago have indeed increased several times. What's more, Xiao Chen himself is a monster, so his vision should not be wrong. But anyone who understands finance knows that this stock is currently at a high point. People who enter the market at this time will basically not make any money. If they are not careful, they may even lose all their money. What do you think? Father Su looked up at Su Muyu. I don't know. Su Muyu shook his head. This is not her specialty. She is average in both family business and financial analysis. She is more suited to research, the kind that requires staying in a physics lab for a week without leaving. Now she misses the quantum communication research she participated in before leaving school. You will be the one in charge of the Su family in the future, so sometimes you must learn to make choices. Father Su stared at her. I think I should follow the investment. Su Muyu thought for a while. Then invest. No need to hesitate. As for how much, it's up to you. Father Su glanced at Su Muyu and said, this is your last chance. If you fail, you don't have to stay in Jiangxing. Go back to your Beijing University. I understand. Su Muyu was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. The next day after school, Su Xiao didn't see Xiao Chun in the classroom again. She called him, but he didn't answer, which made her stamp her feet in anger. But there was nothing she could do as it was time to go home from school, so she decided to visit Xiao Chen's home. The physics competition is going to be held the day after tomorrow. Doesn't Xiao Chen have any sense of crisis at all? Teacher Su. As soon as I arrived at the school gate, a voice came over. I saw a Mercedes-Benz. He stopped next to Su Xiao, and a well-dressed young man walked out. The young man was wearing a shirt, a green mask, and perfume. It could be seen that he was dressed up, and he was none other than Su Xiao's pursuer Gao Yang. He was wearing a straight suit, a green submariner on his wrist, and even his hair was gelled. It can be seen that he was dressed carefully. Gao Yang, why are you here? Su Xiao was stunned. I came here specifically to see you. Gao Yang ran over and said with a smile, can you please do me a favor and have dinner with me tonight? Also, I have 2 tickets for a play. Shall we go watch the play after dinner? Chapter 151, Are You Showing Off Your Wealth? Gao Yang's family is well off and owns a company. He also cares a lot about Su Xiao and goes to school every now and then. But Su Xiao always refused his invitations on the grounds that she was busy with work. Today, Lydia Su was about to refuse. Teacher Su, school is over now, and today is Friday, so you don't have any classes. Gao Yang interrupted her. If you really have something to do, I can accompany you to finish your business, and then we can go there. We have plenty of time anyway. Gao Yang, I'm really sorry. I have to visit a student's home today. Su Xiao said apologetically, and don't come to see me in the future. I'm teaching senior high school graduates. This is also the most important year in the students' lives, so I have a responsibility to them. Teacher Su, you are already responsible enough. Gao Yang was a little unhappy. Besides, you are responsible for them. Who is responsible for you? For these students, have you even ignored your own life? Gao Yang was a little annoyed. It was not like he had not pursued girls before. Basically, a date can be successful after 2 or 3 times at most. But Su Xiao was the only exception. He had run a school at least 7 or 8 times, right? But every time, Su Xiao refused with various reasons. Isn't this a bit too disrespectful? I'm sorry, my students in my life. Lydia Su frowned. Don't come to me again in the future. We are not suitable. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Did she refuse directly? Lydia Su, do you mean that it is impossible for the 2 of us? Yes, I expressed it tactfully last time. If you feel that what I said last time was not clear enough, then I will officially tell you now that we are not suitable. Su Xiao nodded gently. Gao Yang was so angry that he laughed. He put the flowers in his hand on the hood of the car. Lydia Su, just tell me, what kind of person do you want to find? My family conditions are pretty good, right? Am I not worthy of you or what? Gao Yang pointed at the Mercedes-Benz E and said, this car of mine costs more than 500,000 yuan. How many years' salary will it cost you? Gao Yang. Lydia Su frowned. What is your family situation like? How much your car costs? It has nothing to do with me. I don't have any plans to have a boyfriend at the moment. So please be respectful when you speak. How about this? If you agree to date me, I'll give you this car. Seeing that she was not moved by his persuasion, Gao Yang directly activated the money-making mode. Lydia Su looked at Gao Yang coldly, with some disgust in his eyes. She hated people who thought they were great just because they were rich. Just as she was about to leave sideways, a Porsche came whizzing over and stopped steadily in front of Su Xiao. The black jade metallic paint and the optional 21-inch large wheels made Gao Yang, who usually likes to look at various luxury cars, instantly jealous. He's been eyeing this car for a long time, but given his family's financial situation, a Mercedes-Benz E is already a luxury. For $1 million Porsche, he can only enjoy it with his eyes. Just as he was staring at the Porsche with a black jade metallic exterior and swallowing hard, the car window slowly rolled down. Xiaochen took off his sunglasses and waved to Lydia Su. Teacher Su, do you want to go home? Xiaochen. Lydia Su was surprised. She quickly stepped forward and said, I was just about to visit your home. How come you still remember to come to school? Where did this car come from? The car is mine. Do you want to visit my home? That's perfect. I was going to talk to you about something at school. Come, stop by my house and have a seat. Xiao Chan said with a smile. Su Xiao Natif. She ignored Gao Yang. If this annoying girl dared to come to school again, she would ask the security guard to drive her away. She opened the car door and got in calmly. Xiao Chen stepped on the accelerator, the car roared, and then it did a beautiful drift and whizzed away. Gao Yang, who stayed at the scene, was disappointed. Watching the Porsche go away, and then looking at his own car, he suddenly felt dejected. Teacher Su, do you have anything to talk to me about? Xiao Chun asked while driving. Let me find a place to sit down and have a good chat with you. Su Xiao said angrily. Okay, there's a cafe up ahead. Let's sit there and chat. Xiao Chun nodded hurriedly and stopped the car. A moment later, the two of them sat in the coffee shop, and Xiao Chun sat obediently in front of Su Xiao, waiting for her scolding. You still remember to go back to school? The competition is the day after tomorrow. Are you really not in a hurry at all? Su Xiao glared at Xiao Chun, trying to show the authority of a teacher. But she has always been tolerant toward her students. After thinking for a long time, she did not say anything sternly, but instead sounded gentle. Teacher Su, I just came back to apologize to you. And I helped you out at the door, so you have to thank me no matter what. Xiao Chan said with a grin, not afraid at all. Be serious. I'm teaching you a lesson. Stop laughing. Su Xiao knocked on the table. Okay, I'll be serious. Xiao Chan said seriously. Teacher Su, I sincerely apologize to you. I shouldn't be running around at this time. Xiao Chun, seeing that his attitude was quite serious, Lydia Su's anger subsided a little. Teacher, this is also for your own good. Although your physics competition this time is held at the municipal level, it is actually a province-wide unified selection. Su Zhao's emotions eased a little. This concerns your future. You have to take it seriously. Teacher Su, I've actually been taking this seriously. Xiao Chan said with a smile. There are only 2 days left, or at most 5 days, before the results are out. It's meaningless to say anything now. Instead of making me nervous every day, it's better to let me relax a little. Lydia Su stared at Xiao Chun. She really couldn't understand the student. Finally, she could only sigh. Okay, I'm anxious. I'm more anxious than you. Teacher, this is also for my own good. Xiao Chun resumed his playful and smiling face. Teacher Su, how about I treat you to a meal? Just think of it as a thank you dinner prepared in advance for you. A teacher appreciation banquet? Why are there so many tricks? Su Xiao glared at him and was about to agree, but at this time his cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, she was stunned and a little at a loss for a moment. What's wrong with you, Teacher Su? Seeing that her face looked a little off, Xiao Chun asked with concern. Is there something wrong? It's okay, Xiao Chun, you go back. I'll go home by myself in a while. Su Xiao shook his head. Teacher, I still have some things to deal with. Okay, Teacher Su, are you really okay? If you have any problems, please tell me, and I will find a way to help you solve it. Xiao Chen asked. It's really okay. Su Xiao forced a smile, but his heart was extremely complicated. There are too many things in my heart, but no one to talk to, and some things could really be solved that easily. Okay, I'll go first. Be sure to tell me if you have anything. Xiao Chen reminded him worriedly. Okay, go back. Su Xiao waved his hand. After watching Xiao Chun leave, she hesitated and answered the phone. I'm outside your cafe. Come out and meet me. A voice came from the phone. Su Xiao looked out the French window and saw a large car with its window rolled down. A familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared in the car and waved at her. And that person was none other than Su's father, Su Muyu's father. Chapter 152, What is Tao? Xiao Chun, who was about to go home, received a call from the identification center, and he drove to get the results. When he returned home, he locked the door and opened the 2 identification results with a serious expression. One of them was a kinship test between him and Shia Yian. The other one was a paternity test made from the blood on his hands when he beat Zhao's father last time. The results of the 2 appraisals have come out. Looking at the glaring words on the paper, he couldn't help but laugh miserably. No wonder you treat me like this. Xiao Yuan, you'd better have a legitimate reason, otherwise, I will make you stay in prison for the rest of your life. I closed my eyes and tears fell down in big drops. The results of the kinship test and paternity test are out. Just as he thought, he has no blood relationship with the Xiao family. So where did he come from? Where did Shia Yian get him from? They brought me to the Xiao family, but ignored me and even hoped that I would die. Why? Touching my wrist, I felt a dull pain at the place where the mark would appear when I lost blood. The invisible pressure made Xiao Chen almost unable to breathe. He clenched his fists tightly, and he had to figure out everything by himself. Feeling depressed, Xiao Chen drove to his master. It was already late, and the children had all gone to bed, except for the master, who was still flipping through a book in front of the temple. Come. As if the master had already guessed that Xiao Chen would come, he put down the book in his hand and smiled slightly. Master, have you been waiting for me? Xiao Chen looked at his master in surprise. Yes, but not entirely. The master shook his head gently. You are confused inside. Even if you know all the results, you still don't know where to go. There are so many secrets in this world. Even if you start over again, you will find many things that will shock you, right? Yes, so what should I do? Xiao Chen looked up at his master. Judging from the master's tone, he seemed to know some of his secrets. Xiao Chen was not surprised. Whether in the previous life or now, his master was always a mysterious existence, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. In fact, all choices are up to you. Just do what you want. There is no need to worry too much. The master smiled faintly. Just seek the way in your heart. But what is Tao? Xiao Chen asked. The master did not answer. He gently broke off a branch from the tree. Then he waved his right hand quickly. When he presented the branch in front of Xiao Chen was surprised to find that at the end of the branch, there was a fly with broken wings. Kill him if he disturbs my meditation. This is the way. When you feel wronged, you beat the other person up and torture him to death. This is also the Tao. To break free from the shackles of one's own heart, to be free from restraints, to pursue one's nature. This is the Tao. The sun and the moon shine without anyone lighting them. The stars are arranged in order without anyone arranging them. The animals grow without anyone creating them. The water flows without anyone pushing it. The grass and trees grow without anyone planting them. And so on and so forth, all of which are like this without anyone having to name them. So, do you understand? Xiao Chen remained silent. He understood, but also seemed not to understand. 8 words vaguely appeared in my heart. Neither born nor destroyed, formless and imageless. Someone is waiting for you inside. Go and take a look. The master smiled slightly, stood up, and left tremblingly. Someone is waiting for me? Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly walked into the hall, only to see Song Xin kneeling in front of the statue, praying silently. Song Xin, why are you here? Xiao Chen shouted. Xiao Chen, you're here? Song Xin turned around in surprise. I came here this afternoon to pray for you, and hope you can get a good place in the competition. Then the master said you would come later, so I waited here, and you really came. Thank you, you are so nice to me. Xiao Chen was deeply touched. You're welcome. Song Zian had bright eyes and white teeth, and smiled very sweetly. Let's go to the bamboo forest behind the Taoist temple to fly Kongming lanterns. The Taoist priest said that it is most effective to make wishes at night. Song Zian raised what he was holding in his hand. This is a Kongming lantern that she prepared early in the morning. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded, then took her hand and went to the bamboo forest with her. There's a large bamboo forest behind the Taoist temple, and behind the bamboo forest is an open area. It is already past 10 o'clock at night, and the weather is particularly sunny today. Moreover, the Taoist temple is located in the suburbs, where the air quality is relatively better. The sky is dotted with stars, and a Milky Way stretches across the night sky, making the entire night sky appear extremely bright. Wow, it's so beautiful. Song Zian stared at the night sky without blinking. Xiao Chen took the Kongming lantern from her hand and held it up. The Kongming lantern was lit, and as the flame burned, it gradually floated up. You can make a wish now. Song Zian turned to look at Xiao Chen and clasped his hands together. Xiao Chen also raised his hands, and they both closed their eyes slightly and made a wish to the Kongming lantern in the night sky. After making the wish, Song Zian loosened his hands, happily looked at the Kongming lantern rising in the night sky, and then pulled Xiao Chen to sit down together. In the darkness of the night, the two sat side by side. What wish did you make just now? Xiao Chen asked. How can you tell the wish you made? It won't come true if you tell it. Song Zian grinned. Let me guess. Xiao Chen held his chin up. It must be related to me. How do you know it has something to do with you? Song Xian's pretty face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, her expression could not be seen in the night. Otherwise, she would really have to find a place to hide. I guessed it. Xiao Chen smiled. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out and held Song Xian's hand. Song Xian trembled slightly, then let Xiao Chen hold her warm little hand. The two of them snuggled together. Song Xian felt sweet inside, and she suddenly blurted out, Xiao Chen, do you have anything to say to me? Yes, in this situation, isn't it a good time to confess? Yes. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Song Xian's eyes lit up as she waited for Xiao Chen's next words. However, at this moment, he was interrupted by a heavy voice. Miss Song, you really gave us a hard time looking for you. Xiao Chen turned around suddenly and saw 5 big men appearing behind him. These people were holding sticks in their hands and looked like they were up to no good. Xiao Chen then remembered that when he first arrived, he saw a van parked on the side of the road. He was just thinking about something at the time and didn't care about it, but he didn't expect that these people were actually coming for Song Xian. Who are you? Xiao Chen protected Song Xian behind him and looked at them vigilantly. Don't ask so many questions. The big man in the lead sneered and walked forward with a baseball bat. Miss Song, it's a rare time when you are alone, so come with us. Who are you? Song Xian frowned, and the scene 10 years ago appeared before his eyes again. Who is the other party? An enemy? A competitor? Or a kidnapper seeking money? Chapter 153, I know a little bit about boxing. The Song family had been investigating her kidnapping when she was 8 years old, but they had not found any useful information. I thought the matter was over, but I didn't expect the other party never gave up. Judging from the other party's persistence, things may not be that simple. Come with us, and you'll understand everything. Come on, don't let us use force. Who are you? Leave immediately, or I will call the police. Xiao Chen pulled Song Xian's hand. Song Xian's palms were sweaty, and she was very nervous. Xiao Chen squeezed her hand vigorously, signaling her not to be afraid. It has nothing to do with you, kid. Don't meddle in other people's business. The leading man said in a low voice, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Hand over Song Xian. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded. Song Xian looked at Xiao Chen stupidly. She didn't believe that Xiao Chen would hand her over. The big man waved his hand, and 2 subordinates stepped forward. They held ropes in their hands and were about to tie up Song Xian. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen stretched out the hand that had been behind his back. There was already a brick in his hand. Snap! With a scream, one of the big men fell to the ground. At the same time, Xiao Chen kicked another big man hard between the legs. There was another scream, and another big man knelt on the ground with his legs clamped together. Run! Xiao Chen pulled Song Xian and ran toward the Taoist temple desperately. Don't let them get away. The leading big man was shocked and chased after them desperately with his men. Song Xian, who are they? Xiao Chen asked while running with her. I don't know. My dad is a moneylender and might get into trouble with some people. Song Xian said breathlessly while running. Xiao Chen was speechless. He felt that Song Xian's home was definitely not as simple as she said. But at this time, she still wants to hide it from me. Run quickly. You will be safe once you get to the Taoist temple. Xiao Chen pulled her and ran for his life. The 2 men ran for their lives, and several big men behind them chased them desperately. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's physical strength had not declined, and he ran quite fast while dragging Song Xian. I ran all the way to the gate of the Taoist temple and saw the master was already waiting there. Master, Xiao Chen panted heavily. Someone is chasing us from behind. Go in. The Taoist priest looked calm. He waved his hand gently, not panicking at all. Xiao Chen nodded and pulled Song Xian in. As soon as he entered, several big men followed him. Everyone, you'd better not go into the Taoist quiet place. Otherwise, the 3 pure ones will be angry. The Taoist priest hunched over, with one hand outstretched, blocking the door. Damn Taoist priest, get out of the way. The big man in the lead had a sullen face. They had been keeping an eye on Song Xian for a long time, but have never had the chance to take action. Today, I finally saw her alone. This opportunity cannot be missed. After all, the people behind the scenes gave them so much that as long as they took her away, they could retire overseas directly. The sea of sin is boundless. It is time to turn back. The Taoist priest shook his head. Get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. The big man who was kicked in the lower body said, gritting his teeth. He swore that he would kick it back. Donor, I understand some principles and can explain them to you, but if you don't want to listen, I also know a little bit of martial arts. The Taoist priest smiled slightly. If you want to talk about reason, let's sit down together drink tea, and talk. If you don't listen to reason, I can only use my fists and feet. Court, death. The big man couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to attack. However, the hunched Taoist priest straightened his body at this moment, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards several big men. Bang, 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 there was another scream, and several figures flew backwards. Several vicious kidnappers were lying on the ground, wailing and groaning. The kidnapper in charge even had several broken ribs. They didn't even see how the old Taoist priest made his move. He just tapped him, and he flew away. Old Taoist priest, you are looking for death. The leading man struggled hard, and he took out a gun from his waist tremblingly. Donor, are you planning to stick to this path till the end? The Taoist priest said calmly. The big man was beaten so badly that his hands were shaking badly. He tried several times, but failed to raise the gun. Finally, his eyes went black, and he fell to the ground. The Taoist priest then loosened his hands, and all 5 fingers of his hands were gathered in his palms, forming the Taoist 5 thunder finger handprint. The police were called, and they arrived at the scene quickly. Moreover, Song Zian was picked up by her family, accompanied by a convoy of more than a dozen luxury cars. Several robbers were also taken away by the police. Song Zian hugged her mother and cried for a long time. Moreover, those who came to the Taoist temple included senior police officers and several top leaders in Jiangxing. Only then did Xiao Chen realize that Song Zian's identity was not simple. Song's mother kept comforting her and saying something to her, but Song Zian kept her head down and said nothing. She seemed a little reluctant, but finally, after her mother's constant persuasion, she nodded silently. Mother Song breathed a sigh of relief, hugged her, and was about to leave. At this moment, Song Zian said, "Wait for me." She turned and ran to Xiao Chen's side. Her voice choked with sobs. "Xiao Chen, you aren't coming to school tomorrow, right?" Xiao Chen realized something. It seems that her family is not an ordinary family. And after such a big incident, she would definitely not be allowed to continue staying in Tongfang High School. Yes, my mother asked me to go to my uncle's school, but my student status is still in Tongfang High School. Song Zian's eyes were slightly red. I can't see you again until the college entrance examination. It doesn't matter. See you after the college entrance examination. Xiao Chun was stunned. Even though he guessed it, he still felt a little reluctant in his heart. Xiao Yu, don't you have anything you want to ask me? Song Zian looked at Xiao Chen cautiously. No. If you wanted to tell me, you would have told me long ago. Since you don't say it, it must be the wrong time. Xiao Chen shook his head. Then, you don't blame me? Song Zian's eyes were filled with tears. No wonder. Xiao Chun smiled and handed her a tissue. He asked in confusion, Song Zian, have we met before? We have met before. We met 10 years ago. Song Zian burst into tears. The situation back then was exactly the same as it is now. You met me, took me away, and then I lived with you and Grandma for a while. You really don't remember anything about the past. Who are you? Are you? Xiao Chun suddenly understood. The dusty memories of 10 years ago suddenly flooded into my mind. The little girl with a dirty face overlapped with Song Zian. Yes, it's me. I am Arya. Song Zian smiled, but tears couldn't stop falling. This earthy and unforgettable name was given to her by Xiao Chun 10 years ago. It's actually you. You've kept it a secret from me. You made me suffer so much. Xiao Chun didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Chapter 154, Song Zian's Identity. With the memories of the two lives overlapping, he finally figured out Song Zian's identity. In his previous life, he didn't have much interaction with Song Zian, but he could feel her concern for him. No wonder he always felt that there was something special in Song Zian's eyes when he looked at him. It turned out to be because of this reason. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Song Zian shook her head. I remember that you were taken away by your family that year. Maybe it was out of protection for you, so we didn't know your identity. Xiao Chun hurriedly wiped away her tears. Then he looked left and right, and finally said with a smile, You have grown up and become more beautiful. I didn't recognize you for so long. But who are you? Song Yunming. He's my grandfather. Song Zian said a little nervously. That old man is your grandfather. So aren't you the little princess of Huaya Bank? Xiao Chun was stunned. Oh my God. Song Zian said her family is a moneylender. So this is what she meant. Yes, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Song Zian felt a little guilty. Okay, it's okay. I understand. Go back soon. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, We'll contact each other by phone. Song Zian nodded gently, then left reluctantly with her mother. The next day, Song Yunming found Xiao Chun. Old man, you've been hiding this from me for so long. Xiao Chan felt somewhat resentful. Song Zian and I are classmates and have such a good relationship, but you didn't even let me know that you were her grandfather? Boy, don't be so resentful. Didn't you ask me? Song Yunming blew his beard and glared. Besides, don't you know it now? Yes, I understand. Xiao Chan was speechless. If you had told me earlier, maybe those things wouldn't have happened last night. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? That organization has been targeting our Song family for more than 10 years. Song Yunming sighed. Is this a bit of trouble? Xiao Chun didn't care at all. Old man, Zian, is it going to leave Jiangchen? How come you are so smart? Nothing can be hidden from you. Song Yunming sighed and nodded. Yes, for her safety, she may go abroad to study. I'm afraid she won't agree, so I can only stabilize her first. In fact, there is nothing she can't give up in Jiangxing. If she has to say there is one, it's you. Xiao Chun remained silent, recalling the time he spent with Song Zian 10 years ago. That period was not long, only half a month, but it was very happy. I came here today, mainly to thank you for saving her again. Song Yunming said, you have done a favor to our Song family, so if you have any requests, just ask. Can we let her stay? Xiao Chen asked. Boy, our family situation is more complicated than you think. Song Yunming shook his head and said, sending her to study abroad is also to protect her. And now, you haven't grown strong enough, right? Xiao Chun remained silent. Yes, he was not strong enough yet, and perhaps he could not protect Song Zian. So sending her abroad may be the safest solution at the moment. And you also know that you are far behind her. Even though you have surpassed ordinary people now, you are still far behind the Song family's requirements for choosing a son-in-law. Old man, you don't have to discourage me like this. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I will try my best. I believe you will work hard. So, 3 years. Song Yunming said, she will return to China in 3 years. So in these 3 years, I have to grow up to match the Song family standards for choosing a son-in-law. Xiao Chen was not stupid and understood what Song Yunming meant. That's right. Song Yunming nodded. She is the little princess of the Song family. She has enjoyed a life that ordinary people don't have since she was born. But at the same time, she will also be bound by the various rules of the family. In a family like ours, we don't talk about family ties or feelings. Everything is based on the interests of the family. Are you willing to let her go through an arranged marriage? Xiao Chen clenched his fists. I can't bear to let you go, so your appearance makes me feel bright. Song Yunming said, I am optimistic about you, but I still say that you have to grow up to be strong enough. I will. Xiao Chen was silent for a moment and said, in 3 years, I will meet your standards for choosing a son-in-law. If Song Zian still remembers Xiao Chen 3 years later, I will take her away from the Song family in a grand manner. Not bad. He is worthy of being the one that girl has chosen. Song Yunming was very satisfied. But you have to know that 3 years is not too long, but it is long enough. I say 3 years is long because it is more than 1,000 days and nights. I say 3 years is not long because it is just a short distance. But a lot of things may happen in these 3 years. I understand. Xiao Chen's expression was a little bitter. If I hadn't shown my amazing strength in the past 3 years, we might have missed each other. So work hard. Song Yunming patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. I am optimistic about you, and because you saved her twice, you are the benefactor of the Song family. If you need anything right now, feel free to ask. In that case, I do have a little favor that I need your help with. Xiao Chen said hesitantly. You say. Song Yunming looked at Xiao Chen with admiration. This kid is a tough guy who can quickly recover from his low mood and make demands on him. The mental quality is strong enough. I want to borrow some money from you. Xiao Chen said after thinking for a while. How much do you want to borrow? Song Yunming picked up the tea. This number. Xiao Chen stretched out a finger. 100 million. Song Yunming glanced at him and said, I won't ask you for interest on this small amount of money. 100 billion. Xiao Chen said shockingly. Puff. All the tea in Song Yunming's mouth sprayed out. His eyes widened, staring at Xiao Chen intently, and roared, How much? 10 billion. Xiao Chen said seriously. Don't say you don't have money. You can take it out. You're crazy. Song Yunming slammed the cup in his hand on the table. Why do you want to borrow so much? Do you know how much 10 billion is? I know, but for you guys who run a bank, this amount is nothing. Xiao Chen said innocently. And it was you who asked me to make a request to you. I can't borrow so much. Song Yunming glared at Xiaoming. Then 50 lines? Xiao Chen sighed. You can consider this money as a loan from me, and I'll charge you the interest rate based on your bank's loan rate. You can also consider it as a share. I will give you dividends when the time comes. I will definitely not use your money in vain. And I guarantee that you will earn more by then. Tell me what you want to do first. Song Yunming resisted the urge to hit someone. I can't say. Xiao Chun shook his head. When it comes to short selling, you should be more low-key. Then do you have anything to mortgage? Song Yunming stared at Xiao Chun, as if he wanted to see through him. There is nothing to be mortgaged. How much do you think my flesh is worth? Xiao Chun said seriously. Chapter 155, lend me 10 billion. You want to borrow 10 billion from our family without any collateral? Song Yunming looked at Xiao Chun viciously. Are you kidding me? Mr. Song. Xiao Chun smiled. You know me. Since I'm asking you to borrow money, it means I have a powerful way of making money. I'm not lending you this money for nothing. For a period of 1 month, I will return you 1 billion points. If you make 1 billion in 1 month, this deal is a good deal no matter how you look at it. What do you think? Song Yunming was moved. He touched his chin and looked at Xiao Chun seriously, considering all the pros and cons clearly. I even thought about the possibility that this guy might run away with the stab. But looking at his innocent face, he couldn't help but begin to waver. How about this? Sign a contract and I'll lend you 10 billion. Song Yunming thought for a moment and said, it's for a month and I don't have to pay an extra 10 billion in interest, as long as the principal is returned on time. What contract? Xiao Chun was not in a hurry to agree. This old man ran a bank and was more calculating than anyone else. Besides, there's a good thing now that there is no interest. He must have other additional conditions. If you can't pay back the principal in 1 month, you will have to work for the Song Company for 20 years after graduation to pay off the debt, said Song Yunming. Are you kidding me? Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to buy him for 20 years for 10 billion? This old man must be a loan shark. How cruel. You were the one who joked with me first. Song Yunming glared at Xiaoming. You have nothing to pledge, so it's reasonable enough to exchange your 20 years of youth. Okay, it is indeed quite reasonable. Xiao Chun thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. He had nothing to pledge anyway, so he finally nodded. Okay, I agree. Okay then. Song Yunming looked like he had succeeded in his evil plan. Once you sign a contract, you can't go back on your word. I want to see what you are up to. Don't worry, old man. If I wasn't sure that the profit could be doubled, I wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Just wait. Xiao Chun was full of confidence. In the detention center, Zhao's mother, Xiaoming, and Xiao Qian were waiting anxiously. Today was the day that Zhao's father would be released from the detention center. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the heavy doors slowly opened and Zhao's father walked out. In a few days, he lost a lot of weight, had a short flat head, and was carrying a handbag in a proper manner. Dad! Xiaoming hurried forward, tears streaming down his face. You've suffered a lot these past few days. Old Xiao. Zhao's mother no longer looked as sharp as before. She walked forward and hugged Zhao's father. Father Shiao forced a smile, then comforted his wife and children, and the family left. How was the family company going? Zhao's father asked in the car. The company is fine, you don't have to worry. Miss Su used some of the Su family's connections to keep the core business. Zhao's mother said, this is all thanks to Mingming. Yes, Dad, don't worry, I'm grown up now, and I will help the family in the future. Xiaoming said sensibly. Okay. Father Shiao nodded continuously. Dad, stop in front, you guys go home first. Sister Su asked me out. Xiaoming received a text message and said in surprise. Mingming, come on. Zhao's mother said happily. My son is getting closer and closer to the daughter of the Su family, which means he has a chance. If his son really gets together with the daughter of the Su family, then the Xiao family will also soar to success. After getting off the car, Xiaoming took a taxi and arrived at the agreed location. In a coffee shop, Su Muyu was stirring the coffee in the cup. She seemed to have been waiting for a while. Sister Su, sorry to have kept you waiting. Xiaoming ran over and said happily, shall we go to the movies today? I have to go to Su's finance to take care of some things these days, so I may not have time to accompany you. Su Muyu forced a smile. I came to see you today because I have something I want to ask you in person. Sister, do you have anything to ask me? Xiaoming was stunned. He could see that Su Muyu's expression seemed to be a little wrong. Were you the one who saved me 3 years ago? Su Muyu raised her eyes and swept her cold gaze across Xiaoming's face. Xiaoming's pupils shrank slightly. He did not expect Su Muyu to ask about this matter without any warning. But he reacted very quickly. He said quickly, it's me, Sister Su. I sent you to the hospital and gave you a blood transfusion. We have the same blood type. I was weak at the time, and it took me half a month to recover after the blood transfusion. Xiaoming talked to himself. He crossed his arms and chattered about what happened in the past. He spoke in a very serious manner, as if these things had really happened. Su Muyu kept her eyes on his eyes until his voice became a little unnatural and became weaker and weaker. Xiaoming, you have always been an obedient and sensible child, so I don't want you to lie to me. Su Muyu lowered his head and continued to stir the cup of coffee that had already turned cold. Tell me the truth, I don't blame you. Sister Su. Xiaoming looked resentful, as if he was about to cry. What's wrong with you today? Why do you doubt me? I know I can't compare to my brother. He's too good, but he shouldn't destroy the relationship between me and Sister Su. This has nothing to do with him. Su Muyu's breathing was a little rapid. I just want to figure out some things myself. Xiaoming, don't think too much. I didn't think much about it. Xiaoming wiped his tears. If my brother said something about me and Sister Su believed it, then I would just leave. At worst, I won't bother Sister Su anymore. It's okay for me to be wronged a little, really. Xiaoming's crying looked so fake, with tears and snot all over his face. But Su Muyu just fell for it. Seeing Xiaoming like this, she quickly said, Mingming, don't be like this. I don't mean anything else. I just have some doubts. I'm sorry, it's my sister's fault. Please don't do this. As she spoke, she handed him a tissue and even wiped away Xiaoming's tears. Sister, I'm not angry with you. You have doubts just because you care about me. I want to thank you for helping me these days. Xiaoming began to laugh. Xiaoming, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Su Muyu calmed himself down and made up his mind. Sister, tell me. Xiaoming looked at her in confusion. Before, I used some of the Su family's resources to help your company. But some elders in the family were extremely dissatisfied with this. They always believed that profit was paramount and felt that what I did harmed the interests of the family. So, I may not be able to help you in the future. Sister, Xiaoming's face changed drastically. If it weren't for the Su family keeping the Xiao family alive, the Xiao family would have declared bankruptcy long ago. Now, if Su Muyu withdraws all the resources of the Su family, what will happen to the family company? Chapter 156, The Competition, is about to begin. I'm sorry, Mingming, it's my fault. I am useless. Su Muyu felt really uncomfortable. She stood up gently, not wanting Xiaoming to see the tears in her eyes. I've actually been under a lot of pressure these days. I have to go back first. After she said that, she left without looking back, leaving Xiaoming standing there. His face gradually twisted. He clenched his fists tightly, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Xiao Chun, it's because of you. It must be because of you. Why do you have to argue with me about everything? Why? If you don't let me live well, I won't let you live well either. Just wait for me. Xiaoming picked up the phone with hatred and dialed number. The moment the phone was connected, the expression on his face instantly became obedient and cute. Even her voice became gentle and soft. Sister Xian, what are you doing? I miss you a little bit. I'll learn how to make a new cake today. Can I go to your house and make it for you later? Oh, okay. Come pick me up. I'm at the coffee shop on Xinhua Road. The expression on Xiaoming's face was an extremely gentle smile, as if he was speaking tenderly and considerately to his new girlfriend. But who would have thought that the other person was a 40-year-old woman weighing 200 pounds? The next day, Xiao Chan was going to participate in the competition. Song Zian sent a video early in the morning. Xiao Chun, have you had breakfast? I can't go over to cheer you up today. You must cheer up. I have eaten. Don't worry. I will go to the examination room in a while. Xiao Chan said with a smile. How about you? Have you eaten breakfast? I haven't gotten up yet. Song Zian's voice was a little lazy, as if she had just woken up. I dreamed of you last night. Really? You dreamed about me after just one day of not seeing each other? Did you miss me? Xiao Chen joked. No. Song Zian blushed. Hurry up and get ready. I have to get up soon. Call me as soon as you finish the exam. Understand. I'll call you after I leave the examination room. Xiao Chen said. Okay, go ahead, bye. Song Zian waved and cut off the video. Xiao Chun, shall I take you there? Xiao Yan walked in. No need, I can go there by myself. You still have to go to work. Xiao Chen said lightly. I took a day off today, just to cheer you up. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Chun with a complicated expression and said, I sincerely hope you're well. Xiao Chun didn't say anything else. Xiao Yan was quite attentive to him. Xiao Chun was a little reluctant to tell her the proof of non-kinship. If she knew that her family would have such a mess because of an outsider like me, would she regret it? Let me drive. Xiao Yan reached out and took Xiao Chen's bag. If you really want to do me a favor, then do me a favor. Xiao Chun thought about it. Okay, you tell me. I will help you no matter what. Shia Yian was delighted. Drive my car and take the shortest route to the test center. Give me your car keys and I'll drive away. Xiao Chun looked straight into her eyes. Why? Xiao Yian was stunned. She couldn't understand Xiao Chen's behavior. Don't ask why. If you really treat me as your brother and really care about me, just do as I say. Xiao Chen handed over his key. Okay. Xiao Yan nodded. She didn't ask any more questions. She took Xiao Chen's keys and handed her car keys to Xiao Chen. Then she picked up her bag and drove out in Xiao Chen's car, while Xiao Chen drove out in Xiao Yan's BMW 5 Series. The exam is at 9 in the morning, and leaving home at 8 has already missed the morning rush hour, so there won't be any traffic jams at all. Moreover, the drive was more than 30 minutes, and Xiao Chen set out an hour in advance, so he had plenty of time. The reason he did this was because he was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Because in this world, there will always be people who don't want you to live too well. Sure enough, not long after Xiao Yan drove Xiao Chen's car out, she was blocked on the road by several broken-down cars. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Our car broke down, and we called a tow truck. Several big men got out of the car. The big man in the lead was holding a bottle of special potion in his hand. But when he saw that the person in the car was Xiao Yan, he was slightly stunned. Move the car away quickly. I have something else to do. Xiao Yan was a little anxious. This was the task Xiao Chen assigned to her, and she had to complete it no matter what. Sorry, we will move away right away. The big man waved his hand, and the people behind him retreated. In a car near the examination room, Xiaoming gnashed his teeth in anger. Asshole, Xiao Chun is too cunning. I knew he would play such a trick, but fortunately I was prepared. He must be driving my sister's car. Go find him quickly. In the backseat of the car, the 200-pound man waved to Jiao Jiao, and a bodyguard picked up his cell phone and began to implement another plan. After making the arrangements, all the features on her face were squeezed together with laughter. Ming Ming, I helped you this time and saved your brother from having an accident in the exam. How do you thank me? Sister, I will take some time to spend the whole day with you next time. I will cook for you and go shopping and watch movies with you. Xiaoming suppressed the trembling in his heart and forced a smile on his face. But today we have serious business to deal with. We must stop Xiao Chun and prevent him from taking the exam. Don't worry, I can still handle this little thing. Xiang Jiao Jiao looked nonchalant. A BMW 5 Series was weaving through the crowd. Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz sped up and slammed into the BMW 5 Series. Bang! The rear end of the 5 Series was deflated and both vehicles stopped. What's wrong with you? Do you know how to drive? I just bought my Mercedes, and it cost me over $500,000. Get out of the car and pay for it. The owner of the Mercedes-Benz came down cursing and knocked on the car window with his hand. In addition, 3 big men came out from behind the car and surrounded Xiao Yan's 5 Series. These people have ferocious looks on their faces and look extremely vicious. Judging from their posture, no one will be able to escape today without bleeding. However, when the car window was rolled down, Su Xian's seemingly harmless face was revealed. Dude, you rear-ended someone, so you're fully responsible no matter what. Who are you? The owner of the Mercedes was stunned. Shouldn't the person driving the car be a high school student? When did he become an adult? Who are you looking for? Su Xian asked back. Stop being such a jerk. Where is the driver? The Mercedes owner asked angrily. Oh, so you have a plan and a purpose. Su Xian couldn't help but laugh. He opened the car door and slowly walked down. I'm asking you a question. Where did that high school student go? The Mercedes owner pointed at Su Xian and asked. His mouth still reeked of alcohol, probably because he was hungover. Tell the police if you have anything to say. I'm afraid the insurance won't pay for drunk driving and rear-end collision. Su Xian raised the phone in his hand, meaning that he had already called the police. Chapter 157. I expected Xiaoming to assassinate someone. Fuck you. Are you looking for death? I asked you where is the high school student who was driving. A big man couldn't help but get angry and pushed Su Xian. He pushed with great force, hoping to make Su Xian stagger. But Su Xian stood there steadily, not moving at all. Dude, you're a tough guy. What's up? Want to practice with us brothers? Seeing that something was not right, several big guys surrounded him. These big men are all about 1.89 meters tall, with broad backs and strong build. Everyone has big tattoos on their arms, and they deliberately show off their tattoos. In comparison, Su Xian, who is only about 1.7 meters tall, looks a little short. My friend, handling an accident is one thing, and don't turn it into a personal attack. Su Xian said, still smiling. I'm just making a personal attack. What can you do to me? One of them, with a bad temper, raised his fist and was about to attack. Su Xian grabbed the opponent's wrist with his backhand. He pressed the opponent's hand down and raised his eyebrows. Don't be impulsive. Fuck you. How dare you hit me? The big man was furious and was about to hit him with his weapon. However, Su Xinsho twisted his arm, and with a click, the opponent's arm was dislocated and he retreated wailing. You dare to do it? Brothers, get him. When the remaining few saw that the situation was not right, they all rushed over. Who is Su Xian? He is the one who broke into the drug dealer's lair alone. After 18 months of special training, the special forces took down several armed drug dealers with just a dagger. The big men in front of him looked fierce, but they were only there to scare ordinary people. Crack! Another big man dislocated his arm. He then used his elbow to knock back one man, and then raised his knee to hit the man's chest. In less than 2 minutes, several tall and strong men knelt on the ground and wailed. Of course, Xiao Chun had to take the exam, but he had already anticipated that Xiaoming's grandson would make things difficult for him. He called a runner and asked him to take him to the examination room on an errand boy. Then he took off his helmet, thanked the man, and walked into the examination room calmly. After the exam, Xiao Chun felt that he had performed well. Since it is a test that determines admission, it goes without saying how difficult it is. But Xiao Chun was relatively confident that the results would be out in 3 days, and he could go back and have a good sleep. Star Capital, in the conference room. Zhang Ziong and the others gathered together. He handed Xiao Chun a document. Xiao Chun, the land has been sold. Xinya Automobile acquired the land in Shaoli Village for 2.8 billion. Our previous investment has nearly tripled. It's exciting, really exciting. Li Yongyuan was very excited. I will go home in a few months. Xiao Chun, you let me go home with my head held high, haha. Li Yongyuan was very excited. 5 years ago, when he had a falling out with his father and ran away, he had made some harsh remarks. His family members thought that he would be nothing after he left the Li family, and facts proved that what his family members said was right. Because before he met Xiao Chun, he was almost struggling in the quagmire. It looks glamorous on the surface, but actually there's not much money in pocket. He was about to lose the 5-year bet, but unexpectedly he met Xiao Chun, and he was saved from the desperate situation. Haha, after playing this game again, you could be more arrogant when you go home. Xiao Chun laughed. Xiao Chun, this plan is quite exciting. Even the usually steady Wu Zitzong rubbed his hands. I'll take out 2.5 billion. Yongyuan and I can contribute 200 plus your 500 million, a total of 500. Zhang Ziong made a rough estimate and then said depressedly, but Scooter is a giant. It may be difficult for us to short him with this little money. It's okay. I borrowed some money from someone. Xiao Chun smiled and said, with the money I borrowed, it's enough. Who did you borrow the money from? Zhang Ziong asked curiously. I borrowed some from Mr. Song. Xiao Chun said. Song Yunming? That old man is rich. How much did you borrow? 500 million? 1 billion? Just because you are his granddaughter's savior, he has to lend you 1 billion, and he doesn't want any interest, Li Yongyuan said with a smile. 10 billion. Xiao Chun stretched out a finger. How much? Wu Zitzong, who was drinking water, almost choked on the water. 10 billion. Interest-free if repaid within 1 month. Xiao Chun said with certainty. Fuck. Zhang Ziong cursed. This is really the treatment of the son-in-law of the Song family. Song Yunming is a very stingy old man. We can't even borrow so much money by applying for a loan or mortgaging the Hongji Group headquarters. You just asked for 10 billion? And interest-free. Zhang Ziong's eyes turned red as he spoke. To be honest, Xiao Chun, I'm jealous. It's not so easy to get his money. Xiao Chun said helplessly. I signed a 20-year contract to sell myself. Indenture? What does that mean? Wu Zitzong asked. If you can't pay it back within a month, I will be tied to the Song Group for 20 years after graduation. Xiao Chun held up 2 fingers. Oh my god, this old guy is so cruel. Several people were shocked. Xiao Chun is really walking on a tightrope. If he fails, he may lose his whole life. So, this time we can only succeed, not fail. Xiao Chun smiled and looked at Li Mingyu, who had been looking through the stocks. Mingyu, how is it? If SEO Auto's stock price plummets within half a month, this wave will be completely fine. Li Mingyu studied the plan given by Xiao Chun, and he was in a state of complete excitement. $15 billion of funds to leverage capital with a market value of 600 billion US dollars. This is a huge investment that many people will never have the chance to touch in their lifetime. Don't worry, their stocks will fall within 3 days. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. 3 days later, at the Guangdong Auto Show, as a leader in electric vehicles, Sterling is bound to attract much attention. However, the problems that occurred at the auto show plunged Sterling into a huge public relations crisis. By then, the stock price will hit the limit down, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't worry, I'll be in charge of the situation in 3 days. It will be absolutely stable. Li Mingyu rubbed his hands, ready to go. Zhongjiang Capital Group. This is a financial company under the Su family's name, and now the company's best team has gathered in the conference room. The computers are already in place, and Su Muyu is in the meeting room, presiding over this big investment. Mr. Su, SEO auto stock is currently at a high level. If we spend $1 billion to buy the stock, we will be taking a huge risk. Liang, the CEO of Zhongjiang Capital, was covered in cold sweat. He has been engaged in the investment industry for 15 years and graduated from the finance department of a double first-class university. With a keen sense of the stock market, he believes that SEO auto is already at a high level. Even if there is room for floating up, it will definitely not be big. $1 billion is almost two-thirds of the funds on Zhongjiang Capital's books. If there are any problems with the investment, then Zhongjiang Capital may be in danger. But there is no way. This is Su Muyu's decision. He had already called Su Jinya, Su's father, for instructions, but the answer he got was that everyone in the company should fully cooperate with Su Muyu. But looking at today's stock market situation, he feels that this approach is very risky. Invest. All 1 billion funds will enter the market. Su Muyu was very calm about this. Chapter 158 Big things are going to happen at Zhongjiang Investment. She believed that Xiao Chan would not be wrong, and she learned through special channels that Star Capital had made a large investment in SEO Auto shares. The force is so great that it makes people feel surprised. Ms. Su, this is the case. 1 billion is two-thirds of the funds on our company's books. If we invest all of it, once the stock market becomes turbulent, even if it only falls slightly, we won't be able to afford the consequences. Liang explained, we can invest 100 million yuan to try it out first. If there are any problems, we can get out of it safely. But if the company's $1 billion is fully invested, we will be in trouble if there is any disturbance. Did President Su tell you to fully cooperate with me? Su Muyu had a blank expression. Liang was choked. But Miss Su, I am the person in charge of the company. If something goes wrong, all the responsibility lies with me. Then let me tell you now, if any problems arise, I will take full responsibility, and it has nothing to do with any of you. Su Muyu raised his head slightly with a cold expression. Liang was speechless. Seeing that it was already past 10 in the morning, he said helplessly, then everyone, let's do as Miss Su says. A row of traders looked at each other in bewilderment. They were all veterans of the company and had been following Liang for at least 5 years. Everyone is aware of the risks of the stock market. Now the eldest daughter of the Su family is obviously doing something reckless. Doesn't Mr. Li want to find a way to persuade her? Everyone, let's get started. Su Muyu frowned and said, although Mr. Li is in charge of Zhongjiang Capital, but the Su Group holds 60% of the shares, and I am the new person transferred to be in charge of Zhongjiang's new venture capital. If you feel there's a problem, you can talk to me privately, but today you must follow my request and invest heavily in SCO auto stock. Listen to President Su. Liang was angry, but he couldn't vent it out, so he could only say something with a sullen face, then turned and left. Seeing that the matter had become a foregone conclusion, these people no longer hesitated and began to buy a large number of SCO auto stocks. At Star Capital, Xiao Chen was drinking coffee and sitting in the conference room. Anyway, the competition is over, and now he can relax. If nothing unexpected happens, good news will come in 3 days, so he might as well win this battle with Li Mingyu and the company. Xiao Chen, Zhongjiang Capital has purchased a large amount of SCO's shares. Li Mingyu ran in. You took the bait so easily? Xiao Chen smiled. Okay, then let's release some smoke bombs to create the illusion that we are also buying a large amount of SCO stocks. We have already done that. Li Mingyu chuckled. If we win this battle, we will replace Zhongjiang Capital's position in Jiangxing. That's right. That's the effect we want. Xiao Chan put down the coffee in his hand. Don't be soft-hearted. This time we have to beat them so hard that they can't even raise their heads. However, Zhongjiang Capital is a little abnormal this time. Liang is a veteran who has been working in the financial industry for nearly 20 years. It is impossible for him not to see the risks of doing this. Li Mingyu said, it's not that he can't see it, but the Su Group holds 60% of Zhongjiang Capital shares. Xiao Chun said, all his investments are controlled by others. No matter how experienced he is, he can't beat the boss's stupidity. Xiao Chun thought that after this incident, he had to poach Liang. In his previous life, Liang was a very successful investor. Moreover, he has worked in Zhongjiang Group for more than 10 years, but has no say, which is unfair to him. Boss Xiao, Boss Li. Just then, an assistant came in. Someone outside wants to see you too. Who is it? Li Mingyu asked. An applicant who doesn't quite meet our recruitment requirements, but she said she knows you too, and she refused to leave and insisted on meeting you too, the assistant replied. Female? Last name Xiao. Xiao Chun had a rough idea in his mind. Yes, her name is Xiao Qian. The assistant replied. Li Mingyu couldn't help but look at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, I'm still busy with the operation. You go meet her. Li Mingyu is now free from all constraints and has devoted herself to her career. Now that she is worth tens of millions, she feels ashamed of her previous behavior of bootlicking others. He and Xiao Qian are no longer on the same level, so he has no time to see her. I don't have time either. Xiao Chun spread his hands and said to his assistant, since the recruitment does not meet the requirements, let her go. Boss Li and I are both very busy, so we can't meet just because someone asks. I understand. I'll ask her to leave. The assistant nodded. If she doesn't want to go out, ask the security to ask her to go out. Xiao Chen said calmly. I understand. The assistant nodded and walked out. With Xiao Chen's words, she knew what was going on. After all, this unsuccessful applicant kept saying that he was friends with their boss, Li Mingyu. Moreover, the major shareholder, Xiao Chun, is her younger brother. If this is true, she really dare not offend this god easily. But judging from the attitudes of Xiao Chun and Li Mingyu, the two parties seemed to know each other, but their relationship was not really that good. After staying in the company for a whole morning, Xiao Chun was about to leave. Li Mingyu also went downstairs to eat, and the two chatted while eating. Xiao Chun, Li Mingyu? Suddenly, a voice interrupted the two. When they looked up, it was Xiao Qian. She had not left and was standing downstairs in the company waiting for them. Xiao Chun, I have to go back to work after dinner. This operation is crucial to our company. Li Mingyu glanced at Xiao Qian and ignored her as if she were a stranger. He simply picked up the car keys, unlocked the car, and drove away in his newly bought Mercedes-Benz S. Xiao Qian was devastated. She couldn't accept it. Li Mingyu, who used to be so obedient to her, now treated her like a stranger. Xiao Chun didn't bother to pay attention to her. He opened his Porsche and was about to get in. Xiao Chun, wait a minute. Xiao Qian stepped forward and stopped Xiao Chun, preventing him from leaving. Get out of the way. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. He didn't have a good impression of Xiao Qian. After all, during the 6 months in the Xiao family, she was the one who was most hostile to him, and she has a bit of princess syndrome, as if the earth will stop turning without her. I have something to ask you. Xiao Qian didn't move aside. Do you know what you are doing? Do you know that the family company will soon be unable to survive? I know. How could I not know what I did? Xiao Qian nodded. Did Xiao Yuan ask you to come? Dad just got out of the detention center and has been very depressed. Now nearly 80% of the company's clients don't want to cooperate with us. We have mortgaged our car and even our house. Do you really want to push us into a dead end? Xiao Qian was very angry. That's right. I just want to push you into a dead end. Don't you know that? Xiao Chun said with a strange look on his face, but I didn't expect you to come out and find a job. But you really lack experience. If you want to join our company, it's not impossible. The only suitable position for you is the cleaning lady. Can you do it? Chapter 159, You Are Quite Courageous. Xiao Chun. Xiao Qian was really about to explode. You don't have to insult me like this. I will not work as a cleaner in your company. Oh, that's fine. You're quite courageous. You can go. Xiao Chun waved his hand. The house is in such a mess right now, are you? What does this have to do with me? Xiao Chun couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted her. To a certain extent, even if your family died out, I wouldn't shed a single tear. Xiao Chun, why are you so cold-blooded? Xiao Qian looked at Xiao Chun in disbelief. She couldn't imagine that Xiao Chun could actually say such words. I've already done a paternity test with Xiao Yian and a paternity test with Xiao Yuan. Xiao Chun said coldly. I finally understand why this family has never been able to accommodate me, because I am not Xiao Yuan's son.